In order to express my love, I give my girlfriend Annie red envelopes on almost every holiday. However, this girlfriend's desire for money is growing, which makes me feel exhausted. Until one day, I couldn't stand this woman anymore who only took but never gave anything in return. After a big fight, I decided to break up with and completely. At this moment, just when my inner depression reached its peak, a prompt sounded in my mind. Ding. A super rich seed was detected, and the trillion super rich system is binding. Ding. Binding completed. I soon realized that this was a system of rich people that fate had opened up for me because it favored me. I suddenly felt the loss of the breakup disappear, and I felt that I was about to reach the peak of my life. At this time, the system started its first reward to me. Ding. Detected that the host rejected the unreasonable request of a bad woman, rewarded with a well-behaved and capable female secretary. However, Anne was clearly unwilling to let go easily, and she was still trying to defraud me of the breakup fee. Faced with her entanglement, I was not panicked, but felt extremely confident. Because the system rewarded my female secretary, as a personal lawyer, to give and a warning. She said to Annie, "Ma'am, you are suspected of fraud and extortion. Please return the ill-gotten gains immediately and apologize to my boss. Otherwise, I will sue you within 3 days." After some negotiations, Anne's face turned pale in an instant, and she could only escape helplessly. All this is just the beginning of my new life. The system gave me a second surprise. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of repelling the gold digger and obtaining a group company worth over 100 billion. In a short period of time, I went from an ordinary man to the boss of a 900 billion group. I began to think about how to utilize the resources of this group, vowing to take back everything I had lost and create a brilliant future of my own. Kunping Group, this name is amazing. With a registered capital of 900 billion Chinese yuan and Kunping building located in Lujiazui, the Magic City, it is really a bit astonishing. This 136-story building is worth more than 100 billion yuan. After all, the entire Kunping Group now belongs to me. Isn't this the rhythm of going directly to space and landing on the moon? It's simply a super rich experience. Just as I was silently giving a thumbs up to this system in my heart, the beautiful lawyer who had just helped me out came over. "Hello, boss. I'm Chen Wanwan, your newly hired personal secretary." She smiled and spoke in a gentle tone, completely different from the way she had spoken to the gold digger Annie before, as if she were two different people. At this moment, I was shocked that I could actually check her personal information. Chen Wanwan, the beautiful secretary, has a campus-like face and an amazing figure. Her professional attire outlines her perfect curves, as if she is a character from a comic book. Personal female secretary? I was slightly stunned, a little confused about the meaning of personal. "Boss, I'm your 24-hour personal secretary. I'm responsible for handling your work affairs and also taking care of your daily life." As she spoke, she inadvertently straightened her chest, which really made my heart beat faster. I secretly admired her in my heart. It seems that this is definitely a woman who can do great things. Her performance just now is outstanding. If she hadn't come forward, I really don't know how long I would have been harassed by that gold digger. "Well done," I praised, my heart full of admiration for her. "It is my duty and my honor," she responded modestly, with a determined gleam in her eyes. "By the way, how much is your salary?" I asked curiously. After all, this is something I will be responsible for in the future. "I'm a full-time personal secretary with an annual salary of tens of millions," she answered with a look of confidence. "Okay. From now on, your salary will be doubled." I decided to be willful for once. After all, I am a wealthy man with a fortune of 900 billion, so giving her a salary increase is nothing. She was so surprised and excited that she almost jumped up. "Boss, you are so nice. I will serve you wholeheartedly." Her excitement infected me. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. The host shocked the personal female secretary, increased her favorability, and received a cash reward of 10 million. I was secretly happy in my heart. It seems that this system is really magical. After the meal, the waiter came to settle the bill, and the total consumption was 8,800 yuan. I might have felt a pain in the ass before, but now it is a piece of cake for me. Another system prompt sounded. The host spent 8,800 yuan and received a tenfold cashback card. It was such a good deal, I couldn't help grinning. At this time, a new task appeared. Say goodbye to the past and start a new life of super rich. Task requirements. Spend 10 million within 3 hours, all for yourself. When I heard this, my heart moved. It was just the right time. 1-1. Accompany me to go shopping at IFC. I waved my hand and gave the order in a domineering manner. Okay, boss. She agreed without hesitation, and her obedience made me even more satisfied. Today, I want to spend money on myself and reward the silly self I once was. It was evening and I felt a little hungry, so I decided to go to a private restaurant for dinner. After having a good meal and a few drinks, I walked out of the private restaurant, ready to drive my Porsche Cayenne, but was stunned by the scene in front of me. Two neat rows of Rolls-Royce Phantoms were parked outside the door, so imposing that passers-by looked at them sideways. Fuck, who owns this? The majesty of the six Phantoms is self-evident, especially one of the extended versions, which is so luxurious that it is jaw-dropping. Obviously, the owners of these cars are extraordinary. Boss, please get in the specially made extended version of the Phantom in the middle, Chen Wanwen said respectfully, pointing to the most luxurious car. My heart skipped a beat. Is this my car? That's right. These six Phantoms are all mine. It turns out that I'm the boss who owns a fleet of Rolls-Royces. That's amazing. Considering that I'm now a billionaire, this configuration is normal. I silently adjusted my mindset and adapted to this new identity as quickly as possible. After sitting in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, I felt that I had no chance of getting a Porsche. After all, sitting in this car is much more comfortable than driving myself, especially with a hot female secretary next to me. A burly driver opened the car door. He was wearing a black suit, white gloves, and had a sharp look in his eyes. It looks like this is my security captain Zhao. Yes, the 900 billion group company has everything, including bodyguards, secretaries, and a fleet of vehicles. It's really reassuring. I nodded and sat firmly in the back seat of the stretched Phantom. Chen Wanwen sat next to me, and a faint fragrance filled the car. I opened the wine cabinet in the car and picked up a bottle of wine. After a closer look, I found it was Romani Conti from 1990. This bottle of wine alone is worth millions, and usually the rich are reluctant to drink it. I have to celebrate today. After all, this is my first day of becoming a super rich man. Sitting in a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom, hugging a beautiful secretary, and drinking top-quality wine, it is really exciting. With the car window rolled down, a private space is instantly formed, and the driver turns a deaf ear to it. As the convoy drove towards the IFC, the momentum was overwhelming. There were two cars leading the way in front and an escort behind. Passers-by around were amazed. The grandeur was no less than that of the president's travel. Fuck, who is this big guy? Passers-by were talking and following him. Just then, the system prompt sounded. The Rolls-Royce Phantom fleet shocked passers-by and was rewarded with a domestically produced huuchi supercar worth 30 million yuan. I was shocked. This was really a pleasant surprise. The huuchi Tang supercar is limited edition worldwide and is not inferior to any luxury car in terms of appearance or power. I felt secretly happy, thinking that the protagonists were all driving Lamborghinis and Ferraris, while I owned this unique domestic car. At this moment, I don't plan to take the huuchi supercar, but to enjoy the luxury of this Rolls-Royce first. Holding Chen Wanwen in his arms and sipping Romani Conti, he felt so comfortable that it was beyond words. Come on, Wanwen, have a drink with me, I said to her. Okay, boss. She smiled and poured herself a glass, clinking glasses gently, creating a warm and pleasant atmosphere. Her elegant manners made this moment even better. After a few drinks, I felt a little dizzy. The wine didn't make me drunk, I just got myself drunk. Seeing this, she said to me gently, Boss, if you feel unwell, you can lean on me and rest for a while. I nodded and leaned lightly on her shoulder, feeling inexplicably comforted. Having been hurt by a bad woman, I am still a little fragile inside, and her consideration is undoubtedly what I need most. Boss, let me give you a massage, she suggested nicely, her warm palms gently pressing on my shoulders, as if all my worries were soothed away. After sitting in the car and enjoying the massage for a while, Boss, we're here at IFC Shopping Center, Chen Wanwen said softly, leaning towards me. Well, we're here already? I was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that time would pass so quickly in a Rolls-Royce. IFC is a mecca for top luxury shopping in Shanghai, with brands such as Louis Vuitton, Chanel, and Hermes available. The decoration here is luxurious, but unlike those bustling shopping malls, the IFC seems a bit deserted. After all, not many people can afford to consume here. Most of them are social elites. Ordinary people may not even have the courage to step in. Thinking back to the time when I came here in the past, I always bought bags and shoes for my ex-girlfriend. This time, I decided to invest in myself and stop considering others. I want to live my own style and be a free and easy man. Entering the Gucci store, I was flattered by the warm reception. As soon as I walked in, the momentum came out naturally, and the sales staff were extremely respectful to me. I thought to myself, no matter how much cash you have in your pocket, to enter a luxury store like this, you must first have confidence. As you walk into the store, you'll see rows and rows of women's bags, and you can tell at a glance that the prices are in the tens of thousands. Sir, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Would you like to choose a bag for her? A female salesperson came up to me enthusiastically. Let me check my sunglasses. I answered calmly, not intending to please anyone. Oh, okay. The saleswoman's enthusiasm was instantly awkward. She obviously didn't expect that I wasn't here to please beautiful women. Despite this, she quickly adjusted her attitude and continued to recommend sunglasses. I remained calm, and this confidence actually made me more charming. Being surrounded by a stunning beauty and being able to remain neither humble nor overbearing in front of her is something that ordinary people cannot do. Chun Won was very supportive of my choice and quietly helped me choose. In the end, I picked out a pair of fashionable sunglasses with blue lenses for 8,600 yuan, and after buying them we left Gucci. Then, I walked into the Armani store and started a round of shopping. Although I was not short of money, I didn't want to spend like a nouveau riche. The female salesperson enthusiastically recommended the trendy items of the season to me, while Chen Won gave me fashion advice. I am very satisfied with her taste in matching clothes. Although she is just a secretary, she has a unique vision. In the end, I spent more than 1 million in the Armani store. The saleswoman smiled brightly and even bent her waist almost 90 degrees when seeing me off. Mr. Yi, this is my business card. Welcome to visit us next time. She handed over the business card and deliberately pulled down her collar to reveal her seductive cleavage. I took the business card and handed it directly to Chen Wanwen without even looking at it. The saleswoman's expression suddenly dimmed, and she felt lost. Obviously, she hoped that I could contact her privately, but the Chen Wanwen next to me was simply incomparable in my heart. But in my eyes, that salesperson is just a mediocre woman and cannot be compared with Chen Wanwen at all. Boss, you look really handsome in this outfit. Chen Wanwen stared at me with her beautiful eyes, little stars twinkling in her eyes. Successful men are always the most attractive, and I am a handsome guy. After putting on a fashionable brand, my handsome temperament is fully revealed. Are you saying I wasn't handsome before? I deliberately put on a stern face. No. Boss, you'll still look the most handsome even if you're wearing flip-flops or beach shorts. She immediately changed her tone and started acting cute. That's more like it. I rubbed her head. This female secretary is very good at it. She can be cute and domineering. I like her very much. Boss, let me take these bags. Seeing that I was carrying a pile of bags, Chen Wanwen offered to help. I didn't say anything and gave her a few bags. After all, it was inconvenient for one person to carry too many bags. Fuck. That man actually let such a delicate beauty carry his bags for him. He is totally inhumane. Seeing this, several jealous men and women couldn't help but feel jealous. He brings several bodyguards in suits with him when he goes out to buy things. He's such a big shot, just like what you see on TV. I ignored their discussions and took Chen Wanwen into the Hermes store. At this moment, Chen Wanwen suddenly came close to me and held my wrist affectionately. You are here too? I turned around and saw my ex-girlfriend Annie, and she was accompanied by a rich second-generation Lu Bai. Lu Bai, today, I'll give you a chance to become your regular girlfriend. As long as you buy this Hermes bag, I will agree to be your girlfriend. Annie said arrogantly. Lu Bai frowned and shook his head. It's too expensive. I can't afford it. Didn't you say you were a rich second generation? Suspicion flashed in Annie's eyes, and her attitude was tough. If you love me, you have to buy it for me. Her attitude made me feel that she only wanted material satisfaction and did not understand what mutual respect was. My monthly pocket money is only 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. Am I crazy to buy a bag worth more than 20,000 yuan? Lu Bai refused calmly. He saw through Anne's tactics and would not be easily fooled. Didn't you say you loved me? You can't even bear to buy me a bag. Annie was furious and began to blame Lu Bai. TSK, what vows of love? Do you think I would spend money on something like this? Lu Bai sneered, not caring about Annie's anger at all. You bastard. Annie was so angry that she even hit Lu Bai. Pa! Her palm landed on Lu Bai's face, and he slapped her back without any hesitation. The two of them wrestled with each other on the spot, and I watched it all from the side, feeling a little helpless. Boss, your green tea ex-girlfriend and her backup are fighting. Should we go up and help? Chen Wanwen hugged my arm, seeming to want to watch the fun. She was full of admiration for me. How could she let me fall into the trap of that gold digger? As long as I opened my mouth, I could find any woman. Go up and help? Help step on them a few times? I was a little speechless. Who would feel sympathy for this dog-eat-dog farce? I didn't expect to see such a scene in a shopping mall. Annie is indeed a bad girl. After being dumped by me, she immediately found a rich second-generation backup. Women like them are always good at disguising themselves. On the surface, they look like independent women, but in fact, they are all fishing and spending men's money. She is a whore, but wants to be a virtuous woman. This kind of gold digger does not deserve sympathy. Boss, what I mean is to step on her a few more times. Gold diggers like these are the most despicable. Cheon Wonwon smiled wickedly, with a sinister look in her eyes. Forget it. Although I won't sympathize with gold diggers, I won't kick them when they're down. I shook my head. There was no need to do that. Not far away, Fatty and En were fighting in the Hermes store. People around them were watching and laughing, but they didn't care at all. Soon, the clerk came over to stop it and called the security guard. When Annie was forcibly taken away, she saw me and showed a look of astonishment. Yikuan, can we not break up? I will never do this again. Please don't break up with me. Annie begged me. She was in a dishevel, with disheveled hair and body covered with slap marks and footprints, like a ghost. We've broken up and there's no going back. Please respect yourself, I said coldly, without any more attachment in my heart. She wanted to argue again, but the bodyguards had already blocked her way. In the end, Annie and the fat man were both driven out by the security guards. Boss, are we still going shopping? Chen Wenwen asked when she saw that I seemed to be in a bad mood. Go on. Of course I have to continue shopping. I replied with a smile, saying goodbye to the past and starting a new life of luxury. I bought a men's wallet and a bottle of perfume at the Hermes store, and then went shopping at various luxury stores in the IFC. I buy whatever I like without caring about the price. It feels so good. More than an hour later, I was dressed in fashionable brand clothes from head to toe. A man's outfit is not about quantity but quality. I only bought 3 or 5 sets of brand name clothes, spending less than 2 million. The most expensive one is the Patek Philippe on my wrist, which is worth more than 8 million. Although I am not keen on luxury watches, this time I just want to complete the system's tasks and get rewards. At this time, the system sounded, ding. Congratulations to the host for investing 10 million in himself. Ding. The host used the 10-fold consumption refund card and obtained 100 million funds. Ding. The host's charm value has increased to 8. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-floor duplex villa in Kuanping Epeen building on the Bund in Magic City, with a market price of 880 million. The reward notification sounds kept coming one after another. The reward of 100 million funds really excited me. What's even more surprising is that I also got a duplex mansion in Kuanping Epeen worth 880 million yuan. This mansion is located on the Bund, with a superior geographical location, overlooking the beautiful scenery of the entire Bund in Shanghai. Its level of luxury even surpasses that of Thompson residences. Most importantly, my charm value has also been improved. Charm cannot be bought with money. It comes from the temperament and aura radiating from the heart. Obviously, men with wealth are often more attractive. Let's go back to Kuanping Epeen, I said to Chin Won, looking forward to seeing this mansion. The Rolls-Royce Phantom we were riding in drove straight into the basement of Kuanping Epeen. There are so many luxury cars here, including Rolls-Royce, Aston Martin, Mercedes-Benz Maybach, and various supercars that are dazzling, as if you were in a luxurious auto show. The scale of the underground garage reveals the extraordinary economic strength of the owners of Kuanping Epeen. The price of any luxury house is over 200 million yuan, and the owners who live here are all wealthy. Take the elevator directly to the 66th floor, and the living room of the mansion comes into view. The 270-degree floor-to-ceiling windows provide an unparalleled view. Various top-quality luxury furniture are exquisitely arranged, and there is also a valuable piano in the living room. The overall decoration is both stylish and tasteful, and the sense of luxury is overwhelming. Wow, it's so beautiful. The Oriental Pearl Tower is right across the street. I can overlook the night view of the Bund in Shanghai just by sitting at home. Chen Wenwen's excitement was beyond words. This was the first time she had seen such a luxurious mansion. This is the most luxurious house in Shanghai, bar none, I said proudly. Not only did I become the owner of this mansion, but I also enjoyed the sense of accomplishment. We toured the entire mansion, including the huge garden and open-air private swimming pool on the roof. The entire rooftop was my private space, and even a helicopter could be parked there. I started planning when to buy a few helicopters. After all, for a super rich man like me, Driving a luxury car is too common. Boss, can I also live in Kunping? Chen Wenwen's face was full of surprise, as if she was still in a dream. Of course, you are my personal secretary. Just choose any room. I replied with a smile. Chen Wenwen's loyalty is as high as 96. She is also a campus beauty and is very considerate and caring towards me. I would like to let her live in a mansion, because such a large space would be boring without a beautiful companion. Boss, I'm your 24-hour personal secretary. She smiled charmingly, making people's hearts beat faster. Little secretary. I pushed her against the wall, domineering and direct. Boss, are you hungry? How about I make you something to eat first? Chen Wenwen ran away in a hurry with a blush on her face. I couldn't help but laugh, thinking to myself, this little girl really dared to tease me. Have you ever had a boyfriend? I asked. No, I've been single until now. She told the truth without any concealment. I was shocked. I didn't expect that this beautiful female secretary was actually a blank slate. She is worthy of being the personal secretary assigned to me by the system. She is as pure as water and makes me feel precious. Haha, although you look silly, you're actually quite cute. I reached out and pinched Chen Wenwen's pretty face and couldn't help but think that she was a girl who was cute, domineering, and sexy. Let's go eat first. I'm a little hungry. I said. Well, boss, I'll make you something delicious. She breathed a sigh of relief and seemed happy with my suggestion. However, after opening the refrigerator, she frowned. Boss, the refrigerator at home is empty. There is no food at all. It's true that even a good cook cannot cook without rice. I shook my head and smiled. Let's go buy the ingredients tomorrow. We'll eat outside first. I had just moved into Kunping, and I hadn't prepared any food. After thinking about it, I decided whether I should hire a few maids. After all, such a large mansion would be difficult for Chen Wenwen to manage alone. We came to the lobby on the first floor of the community and found the housekeeper. She was wearing a blue uniform, with a slim figure and a young face, giving people the feeling of a stewardess. Beauty, where is the community restaurant? I asked casually. Her name tag reads, Wang Jingtong. She looks to be at least 172 centimeters tall, with a dignified demeanor and a great figure and appearance. Sir, which floor are you located on? She seemed a little unfamiliar. The top floor. I replied calmly. Top floor. Her voice was trembling. You are the chairman and boss of Chong Group. She stared at me excitedly, as if confirming my identity. The top floor duplex mansion of Kunping was reserved for myself and not for sale to others, which meant that I was the mysterious big boss. That's right. I nodded slightly. Chairman, I'll go and notify the leader to come and greet you. She was so excited that she couldn't even speak clearly. She adjusted her clothes and seemed to be worried about her makeup. No, you just need to tell me the location of the restaurant, I said lightly. Oh, okay. She quickly pointed out the location of the neighborhood restaurant. Thank you. After I thanked her, I went to the restaurant with Chen Wenwen. Wow, the boss is so handsome, so young, and so approachable. After I left, Wang Jingtong was still staring at my back with a crazy look on her face. The standard of the restaurant is equivalent to that of a 5-star restaurant, and Chen Wenwen and I had a low-key dinner here. At around 9 in the evening, I received a call from my college friend Lin Su. After graduation, we all stayed in Shanghai and would get together occasionally. Brother Kuan, I haven't seen you for a long time. Let's go out for a few drinks tonight. I know a new high-end nightclub with a big venue. The holiday is coming soon, so let's go out and have some fun, Lin Su said on the other end of the phone. This guy is a rich second generation, his family is well off, but he is a righteous man and likes to pick up girls and go to bars. Okay, let's get together. Which bar? Send me the location. I agreed. This newly opened bar is called Bar Principal Wang, and many celebrities will go there. It's a lively place with lots of beauties. I'll treat you tonight, buddy, Lin Su said excitedly. Not long after I hung up the phone, Lin Su sent me the location of the bar, which was not far from the Bund. In the underground parking lot of Kunping, my blue supercar slowly opened the butterfly doors, instantly attracting everyone's attention. This is the domestically produced huuchi concept supercar, limited to 1 unit worldwide. Turns out it's your car, boss. Chen Wenwen looked at the huuchi in front of her with shock. This supercar has a cool appearance and is full of technology. It is even more stylish than the Ferrari LaFerrari. When the butterfly door of huuchi is opened, it looks like a blue butterfly with its wings spread, which makes people fall in love with it at first sight. You also know this huuchi sports car? I asked with a smile. I didn't expect that she also knew about cars. Of course I know him. At the last Shanghai International Auto Show, the Hongqi Tang supercar was on display for 3 days and caused a huge sensation. Chen Wenwen answered fluently. The official price of Hongqi Tang is 30 million Chinese yuan, and it is the only one in the world. At the auto show, all kinds of rich people were vying to buy it, and someone even offered 80 million but still failed to get it. It turns out that rich man is you. Seeing her admiring eyes, I was secretly delighted. It turned out that the domestic car I liked could also make her so fascinated. Come on, I'll take you to experience this amazing domestic car, I said excitedly, and sat in the driver's seat of the Hongqi Tang. Chen Wenwen sat elegantly in the passenger seat. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! A school beauty is detected sitting in the passenger seat of the magic car, and the host is rewarded with God-level driving skills. In an instant, my mind was filled with a large amount of driving knowledge, as if I had mastered God-level driving skills in an instant. Wow! Chen Wenwen actually helped me acquire God-level driving skills. This is amazing. I started the car, and when I took the steering wheel, I felt a wonderful feeling of unity between me and the car. At this moment, I was the god of cars. Hold on tight. The boss will take you flying. I stepped on the accelerator lightly, and the Hongqi Tang rushed out in an instant like a nimble cheetah. Driving out of Kunping Eping community, Hongqi Tang becomes the most dazzling presence on the streets of Shanghai. I drove this magical car towards the bar at high speed, and the luxury cars on the road pale in comparison to me. Soon, I arrived outside the bar and saw luxury cars everywhere, including Porsches, Ferraris, and Lamborghinis. However, when my Hongqi Tang appeared, it immediately shocked the whole audience. Oh shit, this is the Hongqi Tang concept supercar from the auto show. It's limited to 1 unit worldwide and costs tens of millions, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Awesome, this car is so cool. I didn't know domestic cars can be so good-looking, another voice followed. The Hongqi Tang supercar immediately became the focus of the whole audience, attracting crowds of onlookers and admiration. Hello, Brother Kuan. Have you arrived? Just as I parked the car, my buddy Lin Su called me. I'm here and just parked the car. Shao Linzi, where are you? I asked. I just arrived too, right at the door of the bar. Lin Su said, and there seemed to be a beautiful woman with an internet celebrity face standing next to him. Soon, I took Chen Wenwen to the door of the bar and saw Lin Su as expected. Fuck, Brother Kuan. The beauty next to you is so pretty. Is she your new girlfriend? Lin Su screamed when he saw us. Secretary. I replied indifferently. Female secretary? Brother Kuan, you're awesome. You are indeed my idol. I admire you so much. Lin Su said in astonishment, and then gave me a thumbs up. Although I am a rich second generation, no one puts on airs in front of me. Hello, Brother Kuan. My name is Wu Dan, and I am a female anchor of Kunping short video live broadcast. Please take care of me. Wu Dan also hurriedly greeted, appearing very attentive. I was shocked because Kunping short video live is also a subsidiary of my company. This surprised me a little. I don't even know how many companies Kunping Group has. Yes, Brother Kuan, this Kunping short video live broadcast has risen recently. Although it cannot be compared with the 3 giants of Mayan short video, Shark Live, and Tiger Live, it has risen very fast with the support of Kunping Group. Lin Su added. Then I'll have to download Kunping short video? I said with a smile. I didn't expect that as a big boss. I had never downloaded this application. It must be downloaded. There are many interesting videos on Kunping short video, and there are many beautiful anchors, Lin Su said excitedly. They chatted for a few more minutes and then walked towards the bar together. On the Bund Bar Street in Shanghai, the lights are bright and the nightlife has just begun, with a lively atmosphere. Brother Kuan, let me tell you, this bar is the largest, most expensive, and top-notch in the entire Magic City. Lin Su introduced excitedly. The booths here are not affordable for ordinary people. Many top second-generation rich people, including Principal Wang, are regular customers. Oh, what's the consumption level of the booths? I asked, not being very familiar with this aspect. The minimum consumption starts at 30,000. The minimum consumption in Area 1 is 100,000, Area 0 is 300,000, and the Supreme Area is 1 million. Lin Su looked proud. So expensive? But it's okay, I said lightly. Now I don't feel any pressure in this consumption. After all, my assets have reached 900 billion. Brother Kuan, you are really a big shot. My monthly pocket money is only a few 100,000. Lin Su curled his lips and said enviously. He knew my ability in the capital market and admired me even more. Which section did you book? I changed the subject. I booked a seat in Area 1. This bar is so popular. Except for the Supreme area, all other places are almost always sold out. Lin Su was a little proud. Don't get robbed. I reminded half-jokingly. Just as we were walking towards Area 1, a bar manager came over with an unhappy look on his face. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, your booth has been taken away. He said hesitantly. What the hell, what's going on? Who dares to grab the seat I reserved? Lin Su immediately got angry. Young Master Shao from the Supreme District has spoken, and there's nothing I can do. The marketing staff explained helplessly. I don't care about him, young Master Shao. He can't just take my seat. Lin Su said angrily, obviously very dissatisfied with this. He rushed to the booth in Area 1, where several young men and women were sitting. One of them was a fat man who looked a little funny, with many scratches on his face and neck. Fuck, isn't this the rich second-generation backup guy who had a big fight with my green tea ex-girlfriend at IFC shopping center? I recognized the fat guy at a glance and found it a little funny. Fuck, Lu Bai, you bastard. How dare you steal my seat? Lin Su roared. Lu Bai looked at him with disdain. This booth was reserved for me by young Master Shao. If you have the guts, go and argue with young Master Shao. I don't care who you are, young Master Shao. You can't take my position. Get out of here. Lin Su was furious. At this time, a young man with earrings walked over from the Supreme area. It was Shao Tianyuan, the eldest son of the Shao Group, whose family assets amounted to hundreds of billions. Hey, isn't this young Master Lin? Don't you even give face to me, Shao Tianyuan? He said with a smile, with contempt in his eyes. Young Master Shao, I reserved this booth a long time ago. Lin Su looked a little unhappy, but he was unwilling to compromise easily. Faced with Shao Tianyuan's power, although Lin Su was a little afraid, he was unwilling to be outdone. The atmosphere in the bar suddenly became tense, and people around were watching this scene. Lin Su was furious because his booth was taken away by Shao Tianyuan. Mr. Shao, I reserved this booth. I invited a friend here today. Please give me some face. Lin Su said, trying to save his face. Shao Tianyuan glanced at Yi Kuin and found that he looked unfamiliar and was obviously not from the top second-generation circle in Magic City. There was contempt in his eyes, and he thought that this person was not worthy of his attention at all. But when his eyes fell on Shen Wanwen, he couldn't help but light up. The figure and temperament of this beautiful woman were extremely attractive, which instantly aroused his interest. My beautiful lady, my name is Shao Tianyuan, the eldest son of the Shao Group. Are you interested in coming to my place for a drink tonight? Shao Tianyuan started flirting with the girl directly. My heart sank. Shao Tianyuan was actually flirting with his female secretary in front of him. He was really bold. However, I know Chen Wanwen would not be interested in such a person. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. Chen Wanwen refused without hesitation, her tone cold and calm. Shao Tianyuan was stunned. He didn't expect to be rejected. This situation was almost unheard of for him. But he did not continue to pester her, but turned to Lin Su, his tone becoming even more arrogant. Lin Su, don't say I'm bullying you. The booth is my priority. Unless you also reserve a seat in the Supreme area, I can't give you this seat today. Lin Su was angry, but facing Shao Tianyuan's background, he seemed helpless. The minimum consumption in the Supreme Zone is 1 million. Although he is a rich second generation, he does not have that kind of consumption capacity. What? You can't even afford the Supreme Zone? Shao Tianyuan sneered, glancing at Lin Su and Yi Kuin. Then don't embarrass yourself here. Get out of here as soon as possible. At this time, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Triggering random task. Slap Shao Tianyuan, the eldest son of the Shao family. Task reward, 1. A skill to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. 2. For alcohol and beverage consumption, a 10x cash return card. A skill that allows me to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? I was delighted. It seemed like there was something going on tonight. I knew this skill would make me feel at home in the bar. If you can't afford it, don't force yourself. Shao Tianyuan continued to sneer and prepared to leave. Wait, it's just the Supreme District. Lin Su was furious. Even if I have to grit my teeth, I will fight for this. At this point, I interrupted him and said, wait, I've booked the entire place tonight. Everyone was stunned, because the cost of booking the bar was at least 10 million. Brother Kuin, don't be impulsive. I know you want to vent your anger for me, but renting the entire place is too expensive. Lin Su was shocked and moved and couldn't believe it at all. You said you want to book the entire bar? Shao Tianyuan's face was full of surprise. He had never seen such a domineering move. Did I hear correctly? I have booked the entire bar tonight. I will pay for all the customers' drinks. But I have a condition. I said to the bar marketing. First, everyone in this booth, get out. I pointed at Lubai. Do you have so much money? Lubai asked disdainfully, obviously not believing it. Sir, are you sure you want to book the entire bar? The doubt on the marketing person's face was obvious. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Call your boss. I waved my hand without any politeness. The Patek Philippe watch worth more than 8 million that I inadvertently revealed instantly caused the marketing attitude to change 180 degrees. Even Shao Tianyuan couldn't help but shudder. He realized that I was not an ordinary rich man. Boss, I'll take you to the Supreme area to wait first, and I'll have someone notify the general manager to come and greet you. The marketing person said respectfully and quickly took me and my friends to the Supreme area. At the same time, a beautiful woman named Chong Yueshi walked into my bar room. When I saw Chong Yueshi walking up to me, my heart was shocked. Her beauty was beyond his imagination, her temperament was cold and powerful, and the atmosphere around her was instantly attracted by her. She stretched out her hand and said to me directly, I am Chong Yueshi, the owner of the bar. I heard that you want to see me? I could feel that all eyes around us were focused on us. Shao Tianyuan stood aside with an awkward look on his face. He obviously did not expect Chong Yueshi to ignore him and walk straight to me. Ms. Chong, I have a small request. I smiled slightly and prepared to speak. Her eyes were clear and firm, as if she could see through my heart. Please speak. I knew this was my chance to slap Shao Tianyuan in the face. In order to show my strength, I lowered my voice and said, I have reserved the whole place tonight, and I want you to help me solve a small problem. Private theater? A hint of surprise flashed in Chong Yueshi's eyes, and then she became thoughtful. Is it to embarrass certain people? That's right. I nodded, feeling proud in my heart. Chong Yueshi is indeed a smart person, and he grasped the key point in an instant. Okay, I'll arrange it. Her tone was still calm, but with a hint of heroism. At this time, Lin Su and Wu Dan next to them were shocked. They obviously didn't expect things to develop to this point. The rich second generations around were whispering and casting envious and jealous glances at them. Miss Chong, let's relax here tonight. I really hope you can chat with us more. I said tentatively, hoping to get closer. She smiled slightly, as if attracted by my confidence. I'll try my best. There was a hint of mischief in her words. At this moment, Shao Tianyuan's face became even gloomier. He obviously realized that he was marginalized and his heart was filled with resentment. He stood aside, suppressing his anger, trying to save face. Miss Chong, I am a frequent visitor here. How could you be with him? Mr. Shao, you can choose to leave. Chong Yueshi interrupted him without emotion, in a strong and merciless tone. Shao Tianyuan was suddenly speechless, and the rich second generations around him looked at me with even more complicated expressions. At this moment, I was secretly proud of myself, as the development of things was exactly what I expected. I couldn't help but smile to myself. Shao Tianyuan was such an arrogant rich second generation. He didn't understand what "it's lonely at the top" meant. I stood confidently in the supreme zone, took a deep breath, and prepared to take advantage of this opportunity. Mr. Shao, do you want to book the whole place? I smiled slightly with a hint of joking in my tone. You can't do this just by saying it. Tonight, all your expenses here will be paid by me, and you, I'm afraid, will have to find a way to go somewhere else. Chong Yuedong stood aside, looking at Shao Tianyuan sharply. She was obviously dissatisfied with his unreasonable behavior. Mr. Ye's request is reasonable. Mr. Shao, you'd better be sensible today and leave quickly. Shao Tianyuan clenched his teeth in anger, feeling extremely unwilling. Although he is the eldest son of the Shao family, this identity seems insignificant in front of Chong Yuedong. Ms. Chong, are you going to listen to the words of a second-generation outsider? He argued unwillingly, but he knew in his heart that he was at a disadvantage. Don't you understand? I said coldly, with a firm tone. Today I am the protagonist here, and all decisions are in my hands. Shao, if you don't want to embarrass yourself here, please leave on your own accord. Chong Yuedong nodded slightly, showing her support for my point of view. Seeing her like this, I was secretly proud of myself. Facing such a situation, I didn't need to worry about Shao Tianyuan's counterattack at all. I won't leave. Shao Tianyuan shouted angrily, you can't chase me away. At this time, the security guards of the bar had noticed the commotion here, and several burly men came over, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Mr. Shao, if you don't leave now, we will have to ask you to leave. The security guard said coldly, without a trace of politeness in his tone. This is impossible. Shao Tianyuan waved his hands angrily, trying to get rid of this feeling of being forced. Don't bother me anymore, Mr. Shao. I looked at him coldly, feeling proud in my heart. Even if your Shao family is rich, it is impossible to reverse the situation at this time. Seeing the security approaching, Shao Tianyuan finally realized that the situation was not good. His face was gloomy, but he took a step back helplessly. He knew that tonight's plan had completely gone to waste. Okay, I'm leaving, he whispered, feeling angry and ashamed, but helpless. Chong Yuedong breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and said to me with a smile, Mr. Yi, it seems that you are really a decisive person. I smiled slightly and thought to myself, this is not decisiveness, but I am realizing my plan step by step. Ms. Chong, I would like to invite you for a drink to celebrate our victory tonight, I said softly. Chong Yuedong nodded, with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. Of course, Mr. Yi. As Chong Yuedong and I talked, the people around us stopped paying attention to Shao Tianyuan, and the whole bar returned to its lively atmosphere. Everyone gathered around me, hoping to celebrate this victory with me. Master Yi, you are so handsome, Lin Su said excitedly. I really didn't expect you to be able to handle Shao Tianyuan. This is just the beginning. We're going to continue to have fun tonight. I responded with a smile, feeling full of a sense of accomplishment. Tonight is not only an encounter between Chong Yuedong and me, but also a brand new beginning. Chapter 15. 100 million for the theater, slap in the face. Shao Tianyuan loves spending money the most. As the eldest son of the Shao family, a trillion-dollar group, he is the one who spends the most money and is the most generous every time he comes to a nightclub bar. Therefore, there are many second-generation followers in Shanghai following behind him. Yes, isn't it just booking the whole place? Isn't it just spending money? Our master Shao can also book the whole place, and he can offer a higher price. Shao Tianyuan's number one lackey Lu Bai jumped out and said, when it comes to spending money, young master Shao has never been afraid of anyone. Yes, Mr. Shao can also rent out the bar. Several of Shao Tianyuan's second-generation rich followers also expressed their support behind the scenes. This Yi Kuan is not from the second-generation circle of Shanghai. I don't know where he came from, but he actually dared to compete with young master Shao for money. He is totally ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. They guess that Yi Kuan might be the second generation from some small place. A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Only when they arrive in Shanghai will the second generation from these small places realize that they don't have enough money. That's right. I'm willing to pay 20 million to book the bar for one night. The condition is that they get out. Shao Tianyuan twisted his mouth, stretched out two fingers, and glanced at Yi Kuan with disdain. At this moment, he found that feeling of spending money to show off again. 20 million. He is willing to pay 20 million to show off. He believed that at this moment he was the most handsome guy in the audience. He believed that Miss Chong Yueshi would definitely be impressed by his domineering attitude. Chong Yuedong didn't say anything, but looked at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes. Now, Yi Kuan has not paid the money, so theoretically Shao Tianyuan can offer a higher price to book the entire place. Before, Yi Kuan was very confident and wanted to book the entire bar. Now, how will you respond to Shao Tianyuan's provocation? How about it? Our master Shao is willing to offer 20,000 to rent the place out. Do you dare to offer a higher price? If you don't have money, get out of the bar. How dare you compete with master Shao for money, you little bastard? If you want to spend money, you are not qualified enough. The lackey Lu Bai jumped out again and shouted. Before, Yi Kuan threatened to book the entire theater and kick him out, which made him hold a grudge against him. Now, Shao had the upper hand, and he immediately stood up and shouted like a clown, as if he had paid for the entire bar. Fatty, who are you calling a little jerk? Be careful to tear your stinky mouth apart. Lin Su pointed at Lu Bai's nose and said angrily, this fat guy doesn't have any special abilities, but he's a first-rate lackey and he's also a mean person. What? You have no money but still dare to act cool? You are just little bastards. I'm talking to you. Lu Bai looks like a villain who has succeeded in his career and is relying on the power of others. Speak politely and don't cause trouble in the bar. Chong Yuedong frowned slightly and spoke coldly. The burly bodyguards behind her took a step forward, ready to stop the troublemakers at any time. Seeing that Chong Yueshi seemed to be angry, Shao Tianyuan couldn't help but become nervous. Bang! Shao Tianyuan slapped Lu Bai hard on the head and taught him a lesson. Fatty, don't use foul language. We are all civilized people. This fat guy has such a poor vision. The female president, Chong Yueshi, was standing right next to him and dared to talk nonsense, which was destroying his majestic image. He decided not to bring the fat guy along to play next time. Mr. Shao, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Liu Bai immediately nodded and admitted his mistake, then stepped aside. How about it? I'll offer 20,000 yuan to rent out the entire bar. If you dare to offer a higher price, I'll match you. Whoever gives in is a grandson. Shao Tianyuan looked at Yi Kuan provocatively. Today he must show the style of the top second generation in Magic City and use money to win over Yi Kuan. When it comes to spending money, he never hesitates. He is the most powerful man in the whole bar. Ding. Trigger random task. Slap Shao Tianyuan in the face again. Task reward. Strength. Oh shit. He just felt that he had not yet satisfied himself by slapping Shao Tianyuan in the face. It actually triggered the task of slapping Shao Tianyuan in the face again. Although the mission reward is a bit small, only 3 points of strength. However, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, and this one must be slapped in the face. Yi Kuan took a sip of spade champagne very calmly, then slowly extended a finger. What's the meaning? 10,000? No way, it's definitely not 10,000. Is it 100 million? Everyone present was shocked. Is Yi Kuan going to offer 100 million to book a bar for one night? Impossible. 100 million. I'll pay 100 million. At this time, Yi Kuan spoke. He was willing to pay 100 million to book the bar. Because he has a tenfold alcohol and beverage rebate card, he can earn back 1 billion by spending 100 million. You can also slap Shao Tianyuan in the face. Why not? The whole audience was shocked. Petrified. Uproar. Explosion. Crazy. He is crazy. He actually spent 100 million to book a bar for one night. 100 million can buy more than a dozen supercars. Even in this city where every inch of land is valuable, it is no problem to buy a luxury house. And Yi Kuan actually spent 100 million to book a bar. Besides, shouldn't everyone increase their bids round by round? Yi Kuan did not play by the rules at all and directly spent 100 million. If Yi Kuan is not crazy, then he is a real rich man. At this moment, Shao Tianyuan was stunned. Although he is one of the top rich second generations in Shanghai, his family assets exceed 100 billion. However, most of those assets are virtual assets such as real estate and stocks, not cash. If he was asked to spend 100 million to book the entire theater, he simply wouldn't dare to do so, and he wouldn't be able to come up with the money right away. Of course, if he really wanted to raise the money, he would definitely be able to do it. However, he is just a second-generation rich, not a first-generation rich. His dad would definitely break his legs and put him in solitary confinement for a few months. So, Shao Tianyuan got scared. Chapter 16. Yi Shao pays for all the expenses. Mr. Shao, how about we pool our money together and raise the price? Yes. Master Shao, you can't give in. Beat him. Several of Shao Tianyuan's followers spoke up. These people are all second-generation rich people, and they all care a lot about their reputation. If they pool their money together, it will definitely be more than 100 million. Shao Tianyuan glanced at Yi Kuan and shook his head when he saw that he looked calm and composed. Yi Kuan can easily spend 100 million, but who can guarantee that he won't spend 200 million? So what if these rich second generations pool their money together? You've already lost in terms of momentum. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the fact was that he was crushed. It was completely crushed. Master Yi, I admit defeat. If you can really come up with 100 million, I will admit that I am your grandson. Shao Tianyuan glanced at Yi Kuan and admitted his mistake. When you meet someone who is more powerful and domineering than you, it is not shameful to admit defeat. These top second-generation rich people are generally able to bend and stretch. I am not stubborn and will not fight to the death with others. Especially when encountering a boss who is more domineering than himself, he will often give in decisively. However, he still needs to see whether Yi Kuan can really swipe out 100 million yuan in funds. Yi Kuan smiled faintly, took out a black gold bank card, and handed it to the general manager of the bar. There is only 100 million in his black gold card. If Shao Tianyuan had raised the price again, he might have admitted defeat. However, he directly offered 100 million, which shocked this group of rich second generations with his momentum, so they dare not raise the price at all. The bar general manager carefully took the black gold bank card from Yi Kuan. The material of this card is very special. It feels very heavy when you buy it. I wonder what material it is made of. He had never seen such a black card. But this is not important. The key is whether there is money in the card. Soon, the bar staff swiped 100 million yuan from the black gold card. Mr. Yi, please keep your bank card. The bar's general manager respectfully handed the black gold card back to Yi Kuan. Now, you are the most distinguished guest of the bar. The entire bar is reserved for you tonight. You are the one who makes the decision. The bar's general manager said attentively. Someone like Yikuin, who can easily spend 100 million to book a bar, must be the big shot he needs to curry favor with. Chong Yuedong also looked at Yikuin with admiration and became very curious about him. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Chong Yuedong's favorability towards the host. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Chong Yuedong's favorability towards the host. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Chong Yuedong's favorability towards the host has increased to 30. Chong Yuedong's favorability towards Yi Kuan directly increased by 20 points. Young Master Yi is really courageous. Come and play often in the future. I will treat you to a drink. Chong Yuedong gave Yi Kuan a charming smile and said generously, Okay, I'll come again as long as you're here. Yi Kuan smiled. The goddess-like beauty Chong Yuedong shook hands with him for 10 seconds and contributed 5 points of physical fitness to him. If their relationship gets closer, will there be rewards? Like hugging? Like kissing? What will be rewarded? Yeah, you'll see me again. After leaving a word, Chong Yuedong left with her bodyguards. At this moment, the whole place was quiet and the music in the bar stopped. Then, the scene was filled with the exciting sounds of the bar. I have some exciting news for you. The bar has been booked by Master Yi from the Supreme District. Young Master Yi will pay for all the drinks tonight. Let's have some fun. Let's get high. Suddenly, the whole audience exploded. Awesome. Master Yi from the Supreme District has reserved the entire place. Fuck. This is the legendary situation where Master Yi pays for the entire meal. Arrogant. So damn arrogant. Countless admiring gazes were cast towards Yikuin in the Supreme Zone, and screams continued. Especially those beautiful women in the bar who were wearing cool clothes, looked at Yikuin with extremely passionate eyes, and they couldn't wait to throw themselves into his arms. If such a rich man could just look at them, they would be so excited that they couldn't close their legs. Ding. Congratulations to the host for shocking the whole audience. Reward spirit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching spirit level 12, breaking through the limit of ordinary people. In an instant, Yikuin felt refreshed and full of energy. Moreover, his observation and perception abilities have obviously improved. It feels so good. At this time, Yikuin waved to the general manager of the bar. Does Master Yi have any other instructions? The bar's general manager asked respectfully. Yikuin spent 100 million to book the entire theater, so he must have other requirements. Even as the general manager, he had to stay and entertain the guests in person. Spread the news. Any beautiful woman with a beauty score of 80 or above can enter the bar for free tonight. As for men, don't let them in anymore. Yikuin spoke calmly and set a new rule for the bar. Except for the customers who are already present, the customers who want to enter the bar later can only be beautiful women with a beauty score above 80. As for how to select beauties with a beauty value of more than 80, it is left to the bar. Okay, Master Yi, I'll make the arrangements. The bar manager nodded. All free. If no rules are set, the bar will be packed tonight. Set up rules so that beautiful girls can come in and play for free. Tonight, all the beautiful women in Shanghai who are both good-looking and have good figures will definitely rush to the bar like crazy. Chapter 17. Do it until you are convinced? Yikuin turned his gaze towards Shao Tianyuan and looked at him with a teasing look. He was still waiting for this young master Shao to give in and contribute some strength to him. Master Yi, you are too domineering. Shao Tianyuan, give in. I will drink 3 cups as punishment to admit my mistake. As Shao Tianyuan spoke, he asked someone to bring a wine glass and fill it with spade champagne. He admitted defeat today. Yikuin was indeed richer and more domineering than him. Wait, since you are admitting your mistake, you should be sincere. Yikuin stopped Shao Tianyuan from drinking champagne, turned to the bar manager and said, Bring 10 bottles of Louis XIII. Good. The bar manager nodded and told the staff to get the drinks. Louis XIII is a very expensive foreign liquor sold in bars, with a bottle costing tens of thousands. Normally, when someone goes to a bar and wants to show off, they will order a bottle of Louis XIII and put it on the booth. They won't even open it, just to show off and pick up girls. Yikuin casually opened his mouth and ordered 10 bottles of Louis XIII, just like an ordinary person ordering beer. Master Yi, isn't it a bit too much to play like this? Shao Tianyuan frowned, looking very ugly. The other party obviously didn't want to let him go and wanted him to toast with foreign wine. Yes, you've gone too far. Young Master Shao has already admitted his defeat. Why are you so aggressive? We are all well-known second generations in the Demon City. We are not to be trifled with. Don't push us too far, or we'll mobilize our family connections to make sure you can't gain a foothold in the Magic City. At this time, Shao Tianyuan's lackey Lu Bai jumped out again and shouted. Yi Kuan glanced at the fat man Lu Bai with disdain. Then his eyes turned cold and he looked at Shao Tianyuan and said, "Is this what you meant?" He really doesn't take this group of rich second generations seriously. That fat guy Lu Bai is a scumbag who doesn't even have the qualifications to talk to him. Shao Tianyuan seemed to have some eyesight and could barely talk to him. If Shao Tianyuan doesn't appreciate the favor, he doesn't mind getting rid of him. When Shao Tianyuan was looked at by Yi Kuan, he couldn't help but shudder all over. A big shot like Yi Kuan, who can easily spend 100 million to book a bar, is obviously of a higher level than him. He didn't dare to offend easily. The fat guy was so bold that he actually dared to threaten the other party. Isn't this causing trouble for him? Bang! A crisp sound. Shao Tianyuan slapped Lu Bai hard, causing him to stagger. Master Yi is talking to me. It's not your turn to interrupt. Bang! Shao Tianyuan slapped Lu Bai again, causing blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. You fat bastard. You have no sense at all. Get out of here now. Shao Tianyuan kicked Lu Bai to the ground. The more he looked at Lu Bai, this lackey, the more he felt that he was hateful and had no vision. This kind of short-sighted lackey should just get as far away from home as possible. I'm sorry, Mr. Shao. I was wrong. Lu Bai lay on the ground and begged, crying and snotting. He flattered the wrong people several times today, which caused Shao Shao to punch and kick him. Fuck, there's no point apologizing to me. Apologize to Master Yi. Shao Tianyuan kicked Lu Bai again. If he hadn't been implicated by that fat guy Lu Bai today, he wouldn't have had to be slapped in the face by Master Yi. Moreover, he lost face in front of the goddess. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. So, Shao Tianyuan kicked Lu Bai hard a few more times, taking out all his anger on him. Master Yi, I was wrong. I was wrong. I was blind and didn't recognize the real master. Lu Bai curled up on the ground, wailing for mercy. Go away. Yi Kuan waved his hand, indicating that Lu Bai was a bastard. This fat guy is not a good person. He is a backup plan for his green tea ex-girlfriend. It can be considered as taking this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Thank you, Master Yi. Thank you, Master Yi, for forgiving me. Lu Bai quickly got up and fled in panic. He is just a lackey who takes advantage of the power of others. Now, Shao Shao has already given in front of Yi Kuan, so how dare he provoke Yi Kuan? At this time, 10 bottles of Louis XIII liquor had been sent down by the hotel staff. Master Yi, do you really want me to toast with some foreign wine? Shao Tianyuan looked very unhappy. He has admitted his mistakes many times and lowered his posture. So is this young Master Yi still unwilling to let him go? Mr. Shao, I know you are not convinced yet. Don't say I am bullying you. I will drink as much as you drink. I will drink all of you by myself. Do you dare? Yi Kuan glanced at Shao Tianyuan and the others and spoke in a domineering tone. The system's reward has not arrived yet, which means that the slap in the face to Shao Tianyuan is not enough. This Shao Tianyuan just said it, but he was not convinced in his heart. Today he must be convinced. What? You drank all of us by yourself? Are you sure you're not kidding? Shao Tianyuan was shocked. Yi Kuan actually said that he wanted to drink alone, but there were 7 or 8 of them. Even a wine expert wouldn't dare to make such a boast. You have to know that they are regulars at nightclubs, and all of them can drink a lot, and some of them are even very heavy drinkers. Brother Kuan, you are at a disadvantage for drinking with so many people alone. Count me in. Lin Su also stood up. Although he didn't know why Yi Kuan dared to make this request that was obviously disadvantageous to him, he believed that Yi Kuan would not do anything without confidence. Boss, add me in. Chen Wenwen also stood up. Although she is a woman, how can she just stand by and watch when her boss is at the forefront? She also wants to lend a helping hand to her boss. Brother Kuan, count me in as one. Even Wu Dan stood up and volunteered. Today, Yi Kuan let her see what a real rich man is. Now, there is a chance to show off in front of the rich man. How can she miss it? Yi Kuan looked at Chen Wenwen, Lin Su, and Wu Dan and nodded. They came here together and are considered a temporary small group, so it is only natural that they should advance and retreat together. Although he could drink the entire opponent down by himself, there was no need for him to step forward alone. How about this? The 4 of us will drink with the 8 of you. Do you dare? Yi Kuan picked up a bottle of Louis XIII and looked at Shao Tianyuan jokingly. He planned to have a drinking contest and beat these rich second generations directly. Chapter 18. Never get drunk. The rich man really knows how to have fun. There are 8 of us here, and we want to drink with 4 of you? Shao Tianyuan smiled. There was actually such a good thing. He thought that Master Yi was going to force him to drink the foreign wine alone. Then he would naturally be unhappy and unhappy. As a result, Yikurin said that he would compete with them in drinking, and he would outnumber them. There are 8 people in total on their side, and all of them can drink, which is obviously in their favor. Master Shao, have a drinking contest with them and beat them. Yes, it's just drinking. We have never been afraid of anyone. The few rich second generations around Shao Tianyuan couldn't help but get ready to fight, thinking that this was a great opportunity to fight back against Yikuin. There were 8 of them and 4 on the other side, so there was no reason for them to lose. Okay, then let's have a drinking contest. Master Yi, tell me how we drink. Shao Tianyuan also gritted his teeth and said, if they still give in this situation, they will no longer be able to stay in the second generation circle in Shanghai. That's easy. Fill up the Louis XIII. Cheers. Yikuin said as he poured a bottle of Louis XIII into his glass. Then signal the bar staff to fill each glass. Cheers, with Louis XIII. Shao Tianyuan's mouth twitched involuntarily. It is not easy to toast with this pure Louis XIII without any mixed drinks. However, there is no way out now, and we have to have a drinking contest. Master Yi, let me toast you first. Shao Tianyuan was quite generous. He raised a glass of Louis XIII and gulped it down in one gulp. When he was halfway through drinking, his face had turned red, but he still gritted his teeth and drank it. Master Yi, I finished drinking. It's your turn. Shao Tianyuan turned the wine glass over to indicate that he had drunk it all. Without saying a word, Yikuin raised a full glass of Louis XIII and drank it in one gulp. He has the skill of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and drinking Louis XIII is almost like drinking water. No problem, drink as much as you want. Then, Qin Wanwen, Lin Su, and Wu Dan each had a glass of Louis XIII with the rich second generation they were facing. Yikuin drank 4 more cups by himself and toasted the 4 rich second generations sitting opposite him. During the second round of drinking, Yikuin let Qin Wanwen take a rest and drank a glass for her. By the third round of drinking, 2 people from Shao Tianyuan's side had already fallen, and Lin Su could hardly hold on any longer. One cup after another, round after round, until someone falls down or quits voluntarily. Not long after, all the rich second generations on Shao Tianyuan's side were drunk. Only Yikuin remained calm and composed. It was as if he was drinking plain water instead of foreign liquor. The skill of not getting drunk after drinking 1,000 cups is very powerful. Young Master Yi, Shao Tianyuan is convinced, wholeheartedly convinced. I am your grandson. Please forgive me. After vomiting several times, Shao Tianyuan finally admitted defeat and begged for mercy, his words becoming unclear. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of slapping Shao Tianyuan in the face again. Reward strength. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing his strength to 11, surpassing the limit of ordinary people. In an instant, Yikuin felt a magical energy injected into his body, filling him with strength, and his muscles seemed to become stronger. This bit of strength has already surpassed the peak level of ordinary humans. In other words, the power of his punch now is at least at the boxing champion level. It feels so good. Then, Yikuin checked his basic information again. Name, Yikuin. Strength, 11. Agility, 7. Constitution, 13. Spirit, 12. Charm, 8. Note, the peak attribute of ordinary people is 10. The Super Riches Reserve Fund, trillions of Chinese currency. Available amount of super rich money, 100,000,000,000. Skills, God-level driving skills, can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Props, none. Super rich points, 1. Note, for every 100 million yuan spent, 1 super rich point can be added. The points can be used to improve the 4 basic physical attributes of strength, constitution, agility, and spirit, but cannot be used to improve charm. System, add my super rich points to agility. Yikuin muttered to himself. He originally wanted to use the super rich points to enhance his charm. Unfortunately, charm cannot be increased using super rich points. The reason why I choose to use the rich points to improve agility is because I don't want to leave any shortcomings. Now, his strength, physique, and spirit have surpassed the peak level of ordinary humans. Only agility has not reached 10 points yet. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 1 godly rich point to increase agility to 8. At the same time, a piece of news quickly spread among the young people in Shanghai. I heard that the most expensive bar in Shanghai has been reserved by a wealthy man. Fuck. It is said that the price of booking the venue is as high as 100 million. I am shocked. This is the real rich man. It is said that beauties with a beauty score of over 80 can enter the bar and drink and play for free. Fuck. The rich man really knows how to have fun. In a freshman dormitory at Shanghai Film, Television and Drama Academy, several cool beauties in pajamas and shorts are playing short videos and browsing their moments. Suddenly, a beautiful woman screamed, "Everyone, look! The most expensive bar in Shanghai has been booked out by a super rich man tonight. As long as you are a pretty girl with a beauty score above 80, you can drink and play for free. There are also celebrities on the scene. It's super exciting. Bars are super expensive, with a minimum consumption of tens of thousands. You can't afford to go there unless someone invites you. You can play for free by just scanning your face. Sisters, what are you waiting for? Let's go. I don't like drinking and clubbing. I mainly want to meet some super rich people." In addition to some pretty female students, there are also some urban female white-collar workers who think they are good-looking, all rushing to the bar. Some want to drink and play for free, but more want to take the opportunity to get to know the rich man. What if a wealthy person takes a fancy to you? Wouldn't you be able to become a phoenix? Chapter 19. School Beauty, Yang and I, and Tang Ro. Tonight, the bar is full of partying, and there are many beautiful women. And Yi Kuan is destined to be the most handsome guy in the audience. As soon as he sat there, countless beauties' eyes focused on him, and each of them wanted to throw themselves into his arms. However, outside the supreme area stood a whole row of black-clad bodyguards arranged by the bar, with such an imposing manner that ordinary people could not even step in. The super rich man is not someone that those slutty women can approach just because they want to. Yi Kuan also set a rule that only school beauties could come to the supreme area to toast him. Beauties below the school beauty level, serious ones only, please. The rich man is so cool. At the beginning, there were always some mediocre women who thought they were pretty and came to harass him, fantasizing about being noticed by the rich man Yi Kuan. Therefore, Yi Kuan made the rule not to disturb beauties who are not campus beauties. Brother Kuan, you are so rich. You have completely defeated Shao Tianyuan and other rich second generations with your hard power. You are my idol for life. Lin Su raised his wine glass and looked at Yi Kuan with admiration. Shao Tianyuan is a top second generation in Magic City. He is usually very arrogant, but he was completely subdued by Brother Kuan. In the end, not only did he admit his mistake, he was also carried out after getting drunk. Yi Kuan's ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk also shocked everyone. Ding! Get a critical hit on Lin Su's worship value. Now, Lin Su has become Yi Kuan's most loyal little fan. Master Yi, you have shown me what a truly wealthy person is. I offer you a toast. Wu Din also toasted Yi Kuan and threw him a wink intentionally or unintentionally. She is a female anchor with millions of fans and a goddess in the eyes of ordinary people. However, in front of Yi Kuan, she did not dare to put on the slightest airs of a goddess, but instead tried hard to please Yi Kuan. Random. Yi Kuan raised his glass, clinked it with Lin Su and Wu Dan, and took a sip of spade champagne. At the same time, several beauties from the Drama Academy were constantly stealing glances at the supreme area where Yi Kuan was. They learned through their circle of friends that the bar was booked by a wealthy man, and that any beautiful girl with a beauty score above 80 could come and play for free. So, all 4 people from their dormitory came. They were from the Shanghai Drama Academy, and their dormitory happened to be filled with all beauties, so they easily got admission. As soon as I entered the bar, I found that the drinks were indeed free, and there were so many beautiful women there, and the atmosphere was very lively. Is that handsome guy in the black shirt the rich man who booked the entire bar? He's so handsome, so cool, and so young. See? The table is filled with spade champagne and Louis XIII wine. The price of those wines alone is over $1 million. It would be nice if I could go into the supreme area and take some photos to post on WeChat moments. Let's go and meet the rich man. But there seemed to be bodyguards over there. These girls were also very bold. After discovering that Yi Kuan was handsome and young, they decisively walked towards the supreme area. It's not always possible to meet such a young, handsome, and wealthy man. However, as soon as they reached the supreme area, they were stopped by several bodyguards in black. Sorry, Master Yi said that only the school beauties with a beauty score of 90 or above can go through. The black-clad bodyguard glanced at the 4 beauties in front of him. Only campus beauties can get through? Several girls were shocked, thinking that the rich man's standards were too high. Suddenly, 2 of the girls looked disappointed. They are all beauties at the level of class beauties or department beauties, but not yet at the level of school beauties. In the eyes of ordinary people, They are already the most beautiful women, but they don't even have the qualifications to enter the supreme zone to meet the rich man. I was shocked. However, there are still two girls who hold their heads high, like proud swans, because they have all reached the level of school beauties. Don't worry, after we go in, we will ask young Master Yi to let you in as well. If he doesn't want to, we'll take a few pictures and come out. The two school beauties also comforted their other two companions. Wait a moment, I still need to go over and inform Master Yi, one of the bodyguards said cautiously. Then he walked towards Yikuin. Master Yi, two school beauties want to toast you. The bodyguard said in Yikuin's ear. Are you sure she's a school beauty? Yikuin raised his eyebrows. Before, these bodyguards brought some vulgar women with them, which made him very suspicious of these people's aesthetic taste. Master Yi, I guarantee she'll be a school beauty this time. She's so pretty. The bodyguard patted his chest and assured. Okay, bring it over here and let me see it. Yikuin nodded and said. Soon, two slim and fashionable beauties came over hand in hand. One of them was dressed sexily and walked in front with her head held high. The other one was dressed innocently and followed behind timidly. Young Master Yi, we are freshmen from the Magic City Drama Academy. Can we take some photos here? The sexy girl stared at Yikuin for a while before she spoke. She appeared calm on the surface, but was actually very panicked inside. The handsome guy in front of her is a wealthy man who spent 100 million to book a bar. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. Oh, what are your names? When Yikuin saw the two girls, his eyes suddenly brightened. They are not the kind of vulgar girls, and their looks are definitely at the school beauty's level. My name is Yang and I. The sexy and charming girl spoke. Ding. A school beauty has been detected. Name, Yang and I. Appearance, 94. School beauty level. Yikuin glanced at Yang and I and nodded slightly. Her appearance is as high as 94 and her figure is also curvy. Especially she has a pair of peach blossom eyes, which makes her look more charming. My name is Tangro, and I'm a freshman in the dance department. At this time, another girl with an innocent appearance also spoke, her voice a little timid. Chapter 20. The Unbreakable Skill. Name, Tangro. Appearance, 96. Goddess level. Age, 18. Height, 169. Measurements, 85, 60, 90. Chest, 34. Favorability, 30. Features, delicate and soft body. Tangro's appearance is as high as 96, reaching the goddess level. Moreover, she is delicate and soft. As expected, she is a girl from the dance department. Ding. Trigger a random task. Invite Young and I and Tangro to sit down and drink. Reward, agility, 1 chance to draw a random prize. This triggers the mission. Sure enough, Yikuin's guess was correct. When encountering a beauty who is above the school beauty level, the chances of triggering tasks and receiving rewards are very high. Yang and I and Tangro are a school beauty and a goddess beauty respectively, so their looks and figures are naturally top-notch. However, the lighting in the bar is a bit dim, so things are not very clear, but there is a hazy beauty. Yikuin stared at Yang and I and Tangro, patted the seat next to him, and said with a smile, Of course there is no problem taking pictures, you can sit down and have a drink together. He knew very well that since Yang and I and Tangro came over on their own initiative, they certainly didn't just want to take pictures and leave, they must want to sit down and play. After all, being able to sit down and drink with a wealthy person is a rare opportunity in itself. Okay, Master Yi. When Yang and I heard Yikuin invite them to sit down, she couldn't help but be very excited and pulled Tangro to sit next to Yikuin. They are goddesses who are high and mighty in school, and have countless bootlickers around them. However, there is really no chance to meet someone of this level. At most, you'll meet those rich second generations at school who drive luxury cars worth millions, but they don't have financial freedom. The second generation of rich people just spend their family's money, and they are still a long way from being the real super rich. Yang and I stared at the spade champagnes of various colors on the table, and his eyes became hot. A Shenlong set costs 88,888 yuan. The Shenlong suit champagne, which is rarely seen in normal times, is placed here casually like ordinary beer. It's very rich. This is what a rich man is. Yikuin noticed Yang Ni's eyes, so he casually took a bottle of pink spade champagne, poured 2 glasses, and handed them to Yang and I and Tangro respectively. This champagne is pretty good, let's have a glass. Yikuin smiled and said casually, Master Yi, I toast to you. Yang and I was not at all stage shy and raised his glass to toast Yikuin. Tangro hesitated for a moment and also picked up the wine glass. Whatever you want. No need to toast. Yikuin smiled. A few of them clinked their glasses lightly and took a sip. At this moment, the wonderful prompt sound of the system rang in Yikuin's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of inviting Yang and Tangro to sit down and have a drink. Ding! Reward for agility. Congratulations to the host for increasing your agility to 13, surpassing the limit of ordinary people. A random lottery opportunity will be awarded once. It was such an easy task to complete. This system is really like a cheat. It feels great. System, I want to draw a lottery. Yikuin muttered to himself, planning to use up this chance to win the lottery. Suddenly, a huge turntable appeared in his mind, with all kinds of dazzling rewards on it. A beauty card, a health card, a lucky charm, a bad luck charm, a peach blossom charm, 2 personal maids, golden spear skill, super rich points. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Inside the huge roulette wheel are all great things that money can't buy. I wonder which prize those handsome guys who follow the book want the most? Beauty card. A handsome guy like him doesn't need such a thing as a beauty card. He is very handsome and has a lot of money. However, beauty cards can be used by women, which is a good thing that can make any woman crazy. The health card is good. Yikuin is now as strong as a bull and very healthy. However, if you draw a health card, you can give it to your parents or elders, which is definitely a good thing. There is no need to talk about the lucky charm. If you draw it, you will be lucky. As for the bad luck charm, you can use it on your enemies. Just put a bad luck charm on anyone you make you unhappy with. It must be awesome. Peach blossom charms are also good things. If you have a peach blossom charm, your love luck will come immediately. The personal maid is very good, and there are 2 of them. Those dazzling prizes made Yikuin envious. Host, do you want to start the lottery? The system prompts. Start the lucky draw. Suddenly, the big turntable in Yikuin's mind began to spin slowly, and then accelerated. Stop. As Yikuin called for stop, the turntable in his mind turned slower and slower, and finally the pointer stopped on a prize. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a health card. Prize description. Once you use the health card, minor illnesses will be eliminated and major illnesses will not occur. 1 health card can maintain good health for 1 year. Health cards can be used for yourself and others. Although I didn't get the golden gun skill, it's a bit regrettable. However, the health card is also good and can be used by parents. Modern people are in sub-health and suffer from various illnesses. With a health card, they can be free from all diseases. Young Master Yi, there were originally 4 girls from our dormitory who came here together, but the other 2 couldn't come to the Supreme area. Can they come over to play with us? After sitting down and drinking a glass of wine, Yang and I plucked up his courage and asked, I know this may be a little presumptuous, but if I can't? Yang and I said a little nervously. She originally wanted to say, forget it if it's not possible. After all, young Master Yi was already giving them face by inviting them, 2 school beauties, to drink. Why should she treat her 2 classmates to drinks? Master Yi made a rule that only beauties above the school beauty level are allowed to enter the Supreme area. It can be seen that Master Yi is very picky when it comes to beauties. Not all beauties can catch his eye and are qualified to drink his wine. She regretted what she said as soon as she said it, feeling that she was being ungrateful. What if Shao gets angry? She didn't want to leave just after she sat down in the Supreme area. However, Yikuin is very approachable. I wasn't angry about it. You have 2 classmates with you? Then let them come over. Yikuin smiled. Anyway, the space in the Supreme area is very spacious, so 2 more people won't make much difference. Yang and I and Tangro gave him a lot of rewards, so this small request can be met. Chapter 21 Kuenping Live, starting with a Kuan. Yikuin waved to a bodyguard and asked them to let Yang and I and Tangro's roommate in. Master Yi, you are such a nice person. When Yang and I saw that Yikuin agreed to her request, she couldn't help but feel happy, and even her words became a bit coquettish. Young Master Yi is indeed very wealthy and has a lot of money, and he is very approachable. Ding! The campus beauty Yang Ni's favorability towards the host has increased to 40. Well, this will increase your favorability. It seems that for a wealthy man like him, it is not difficult to improve the favorability of the school beauty. With his handsome looks and money, he can be successful in everything. Are you giving me the nice guy card? Yikuin smiled. No. Master Yi is really approachable and doesn't have the airs of a wealthy man at all. Yang and I smiled coquettishly and said, she originally thought that a wealthy man like Yikuin must be arrogant, have a weird temper, be self-centered, and be difficult to get along with. Unexpectedly, Yikuan was so easygoing and talked and laughed with her. Yikuan just smiled. He has a good temper, but it depends on who he is with. Soon, Yang and I and Tang Ro's two female classmates were led into the supreme area, where they were all at least class beauties. Yikuan greeted them and motioned for them to sit down, which made them feel flattered. Master Yi, can we take some photos and send a short video? Yang and I asked. Drinking with the rich in the supreme area, taking some photos, and posting them on short videos can attract a lot of traffic. Okay, which short video website do you post it on? Yikuan nodded and asked. Posted on Kunping Short Video. This short video website is very popular recently, and it can also be live-streamed. The four of us in the dormitory all use Kunping Short Video, and we occasionally live-stream it. Yang and I said. They are all students of Shanghai Drama Academy and have accumulated a lot of fans by making short videos. Moreover, live streaming can also make money. Although they are still freshmen, they have earned tuition and living expenses by making short videos, taking on advertisements and live broadcasts. This allowed them to taste the sweetness of making short videos and live broadcasts. Self-media such as short videos and live broadcasts is a new and rapidly emerging trend. As long as you hit the right wind, even a pig can take off. Besides, they are all beauties. Tonight, all four people in their dormitory went out and rushed to the bar to shoot short videos to increase their followers. Then you guys go ahead and shoot. I'll download a short video of Kunping and I can follow your account. Yikuan smiled. This Kunping short video belongs to Chong Group. He is the big boss behind the scenes. You must download a Kunping short video to play with it. Really? Young Master Yi wants to follow our Kunping account. That's great. Yang and I, Tang Ro and others were overjoyed when they heard that Yikuan, the wealthy man, wanted to follow their accounts. You know, the rich can make them take off directly with just a little support. Young Master Yi was able to book a bar for 100 million yuan. He is definitely a wealthy man. Yang and I, Tang Ro, and several other girls took out their mobile phones and excitedly started taking photos and shooting short videos. Yikuan opened an application and started downloading Kunping short videos. Soon, Yikuan downloaded the Kunping short video software, and then followed Yang and I and Tang Ro's Kunping short video accounts. Yang Ni's account name on Kunping short video is NINI. Tang Ro's account is called Shao. While drinking with a few beauties, Yikuan casually flipped through the short videos of Yang and I and Tang Ro. Yang and I takes the sexy route and will shoot some hot dances and situational skits in her short videos. She is a student of the acting department of Shanghai Drama Academy. She has good acting skills and is very versatile. Tang Ro pursues the pure style. Her major is classical dance, so most of her short videos are of her dancing classical dance. In the short video, she dances gracefully and agilely, like an elf. Moreover, the body flexibility is amazing. Various splits movements are shown off. It's popular. My short video is popular. Suddenly, Yang and I screamed. I saw that the short video she just shot has received tens of thousands of likes and quite a few comments. Fuck, this is a bar in Shanghai. I heard that it was booked out by a mysterious rich man for 100 million. Fuck. 10 dragon suit sets and 10 bottles of Louis XIII. The value of the wine on the table alone is over 1 million. Fuck. Only beauties with a beauty score of 80 or above can enter and play for free. I was rejected because I'm ugly. Fuck. And I is drinking with the rich man. Is this true? I want to watch the live broadcast. I want to see the super rich. I want to see the rich man. Ding. Worship value. Ding. Worship value. Ding. Worship value. As short videos become more and more popular, the system prompts that the admiration value is constantly increasing. Master Yi, can I do a live broadcast? Many fans asked me to do a live broadcast. They all want to see the super rich. Yang and I asked Yikuan. You can do the live broadcast, but I won't be on camera. Yikuan said. He is not a public figure, and there is no need for him to show up in public. Being low-key is the way to go. All right. Yang and I was happy when she heard that she could do a live broadcast. However, it is a bit regrettable that the rich man Yikuan is not in the picture. Soon, Yang and I turned on the Kunping live broadcast. Hundreds of people quickly poured into the live broadcast room. Hello everyone. I'm live streaming at the bar. Sitting on my left is my best friend Shao, and sitting on my right is Shao. He is the super rich boss who booked the entire bar for 100 million tonight. However, he is very low-key and doesn't want to show up. Yang and I talked freely in front of the live camera. Ding. Triggering the task. Become the number 1 on NINI's list. Task reward. Charm value. Note. The maximum upper limit of the charm value is 10. Once the charm value is increased to 9, it will trigger the charm aura of everyone loves you, and flowers bloom when you see them, and the beauty's favorability towards the host will increase rapidly. Oh shit. This reward is actually to increase charm. You should know that the charm value cannot be increased by using the rich points, and the maximum cap is only 10. Everyone loves him and flowers bloom when he sees them. This charming halo, I want it. Yi Kuan immediately entered the Kunping short video live broadcast software and gave his account a name. Start with a Kuan. Why is it named starting with a Kuan? Because he received the Kunping Group as a system reward at the beginning. Kunping Live is his company, with the word Kuan in its name. Moreover, his name also contains the character Kuan. He has a special affinity with this Kuan. Start with a Kuan, which can take on all sizes, and then transform into a Pong, soaring straight into the sky with a bright future. It feels so good. Chapter 22. Super Rich Platform. A gift worth 1 million. When Yi Kuan entered Ini's live broadcast room, he saw many people giving her small gifts. I want a hug. I want a hug. I want a hug. Asking for a hug is the smallest gift from Kunping Live, 1 hug for 1 diamond. The diamonds and Chinese currency of Kunping Live are 1. Some people use superstar rank to get 10 diamonds. Someone gave Mamoda 52 diamonds. Someone gave me a cannon for 100 diamonds. Ini is worthy of being the school belle of Shanghai Drama Academy, and many people give her gifts. However, few people give gifts worth more than 100 diamonds. Ini, let that rich guy appear on camera, and I'll give you a lightning supercar. A noble title sends a barrage for the administration of Regent. A lightning supercar costs 1888 diamonds. And only by spending 1 million on Kunping Live can one obtain the noble title of Regent. Emperor, 3 million. Super Emperor, 10 million. God-level Emperor, 50 million. Top Emperor, 100 million. God, 300 million. Phantom God, 500 million. God of War, 1 billion. The Rich God of War, 10 billion. Trench, so extravagant. The super rich God of War actually wants to spend 10 billion. Yi Kuan, the big boss behind Kunping Live, was shocked. I'm sorry, the super rich guy doesn't want to appear on camera. Ini apologized to the Regent manager. Ini, I'll give you 10 elopements to the moon, and you'll let the rich man appear on camera. The administrator with the noble title of Prince Regent was relentless and sent out another barrage of comments. An elopement to the moon costs 5,000 diamonds. 10 elopements to the moon would be 50,000 diamonds. That is 50,000 yuan. The Regent is so domineering. We want to see the rich man. We want to see the rich man. Some netizens also joined in the fun, wanting to see the rich man who spent 100 million to book a bar. Master Yi, they want you to appear on camera. Is that okay? Yang and I looked at Yi Kuan with pleading eyes. Yi Kuan shook his head. Joke. Can you see the super rich just because you want to? You spend 50,000 yuan and want him to appear on camera, but he is not that cheap. Sorry, the super rich guy doesn't want to appear on camera. Yang and I could only apologize again in the live broadcast room. Yi Kuan didn't want to appear on camera, and there was nothing she could do. Is it possible that she is seducing Yi Shao for a gift worth 50,000 yuan? Is this super rich man fake? Yeah. Why doesn't that rich guy give Ini any gifts? Tisk, he's not even number 1 on the list. How can he be called a rich man? When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw that the rich man refused to leave, they all started to make a fuss. Everyone, stop talking nonsense. The rich boss and I just met, and he just followed my Kunping account. Seeing the netizens making a fuss, Yang and I was worried that Yi Kuan would be angry, so he quickly explained. Wow, the super rich has followed Ini's account. Let the super rich be on the list. Only when he ranks first on the list will I believe he is truly a super rich man. The number 1 on the list is an emperor, who has given Ini over 1 million. At this time, Yi Kuan was recharging money in the background. The Kunping short video live broadcast software can be recharged up to 10,000 at a time. Yi Kuan recharged 10 times before he finally recharged 100 million. Ini, I'm determined to be number 1 on the list. If you don't agree, come and fight me. The game starts with a Kuan. Yi Kuan posted a comment in Ini's live broadcast room. He now has 100 million diamonds in his account, and he looks down on everyone who wants to challenge him as a wealthy man. Fuck. At the beginning, a Kuan is just a level 0 civilian, yet he has the audacity to claim to be number 1. Little Kunkin, stop bragging. The number 1 guy on the list is an emperor. That's right, little Kuan. Wait until you become the emperor, then come and compete for the first place. When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw that the Kurin that started the game was just a level 0 small account, they couldn't help but start mocking it. Oh shit. You actually called me Shao Kuin. I can't stand it. Then, Yi Kuin directly clicked on the gift column and began to check the gifts. 50, 520 diamonds. Super 666, 666 diamonds. Love you for 10,000 years, 1314 diamonds. Lightning supercar, 1888 diamonds. Elope to the moon, 5,000 diamonds. Royal banknote gun, 6666 diamonds. Grand ceremony spades, 7777 diamonds. Royal flush, 8888 diamonds. Dream home, 9999 diamonds. Love rocket, 10,000 diamonds. Holy rocket, 100,000 diamonds. Nether rocket, 500,000 diamonds. Super battleship, 1 million diamonds. Cupid, 3 million diamonds. Heart of eternity, 5 million diamonds. Peak God of War, 9.99 million diamonds. Yi Kurin was stunned that the amount of gifts from Kuinpeng's live broadcast was so huge. A top war god gift costs 9.99 million diamonds, which is equivalent to 9.99 million Chinese yuan. Trench. So extravagant. But I like it. Kuinpeng platform is where the rich should come. This is worthy of being a product of his Kuinpeng group. The more gifts he gives, the more he earns. It feels so good. How come the Kuin at the beginning is not ranked first? Did it run away? Starting with a Kuin, quickly reaching the top of the list, then let's see the horizon. When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw that a Kuin had lost its voice at the beginning of the game, they couldn't help but start to make a noise. The next moment, an extremely cool super battleship special effect filled the entire screen. A super battleship gift is worth 1 million diamonds, which is equivalent to 1 million Chinese yuan. Yi Kuin doesn't play tricks. Giving out gifts worth 1 million right from the start, this is what a rich man should do. Suddenly, the whole audience was shocked. Petrified. Bunker. Explosion. Holy crap. At the beginning, a Kuin directly spawned a super battleship. This is a gift worth 1 million. Awesome. After a Kuin sent out a warship at the beginning, the noble rank was directly upgraded to regent. Holy crap. 1 million gifts were given out, and it was reported on all platforms. That's amazing. Awesome. It turns out that a Kuin at the beginning is a real boss, a real rich man. After Yi Kuin spent 1 million diamonds to buy a battleship, it immediately caused a sensation. All platforms exploded. Countless people rushed into Ini's live broadcast room at the same time. In less than a minute, the number of people in Ini's live broadcast room quickly increased from a few hundred to tens of thousands. Ding. Worship value critical hit da. Ding. Worship value critical hit da. Ding. Worship value critical hit da. For a moment, the admiration value grew wildly. Thanks to the gift of a super battleship from Boss Kuin at the beginning. Ini was completely stunned. Someone actually gave her a gift worth 1 million. The most expensive single gift she had ever received was a sacred rocket worth 100,000 yuan. I have never received a super battleship worth $1 million. I was shocked, surprised, and happy. This is the most luxurious and coolest novel by a rich man, so the live broadcast gifts are also super generous. The handsome guy wants to leave a message in the book review area. Chapter 23, Everyone loves him, and flowers bloom when they see him. Fuck. Is it really possible for a Kuin to be ranked first at the beginning? The top guy on the list has given Ini more than 1 million gifts in total. With a Kuin and a warship at the beginning, he can beat the top guy in seconds. Fuck. A super battleship costs 1 million Chinese yuan. Can we just buy it like that? At the beginning, there was only one Kuin, and he almost took the top spot in 1 second. Ini's live broadcast room exploded. Countless netizens are paying attention to whether a Kuin can take the top spot in 1 second at the beginning. The super battleship, which cost 1 million yuan each, directly ignited the entire live broadcast room. However, Yi Kuin has lost interest in the super battleship. Because the Kuinpeng platform has gifts that are more expensive and more luxurious than super battleships, then continue to blow up the whole place. This time I'm going to give the most expensive gift to the top god of war and shock everyone. Yi Kuin set his sights on the top war god gift, worth 9.99 million diamonds. A top war god, worth 9.99 million Chinese yuan. It's equivalent to a Lamborghini. It's so inhumane. This is a super gift tailor-made for the super rich. It's exclusive to the super rich. The boss's cards. As Yi Kuin's fingers slid gently, the next moment, a god of war with golden special effects descended from the sky, mighty, and domineering, filling the entire screen and blinding everyone's eyes. Fuck. Peak God of War. A gift from the top God of War, worth 9.99 million yuan. Fuck. It blinded my titanium alloy dog eyes. Inhumane. I kneel down. I kneel down to the boss. Boss Kuan, you are so generous. Boss Kuan, I'll send my sister to your bed. Can you give me a God of War? The person upstairs is dreaming. Do you like loli? My sister is good at acting cute. Ding. Super critical hit of worship value. Ding. Super critical hit of worship value. Ding. Super critical hit of worship value. Super critical hits appear crazily. The entire live broadcast room exploded, sent out a top God of War, and the entire platform reported it for a full 3 minutes. For a time, countless netizens and anchors rushed into NI's live broadcast room. Fuck. What kind of luck is NI getting? A super rich man actually gave her a top-level war god worth 9.99 million. The last time I saw the super rich God of War was when the super rich Shitong swiped it out a month ago. It also caused a huge sensation at the time. NI was spotted by a Kuan boss at the beginning of the game. She is about to take off. The anchors of those platforms looked at NI's live broadcast room and shed tears of envy and jealousy. Then, some female anchors followed Yi Kuan's account and quietly sent him private messages. Yang and I was even more shocked. She actually received a gift from a Kuan, the God of War, at the beginning. This is an exclusive gift for the rich man worth 9.99 million. Just from this rich war god, she can get nearly 5 million in income and become a small wealthy woman in one fell swoop. Moreover, she gained countless fans overnight. Yang and I was overwhelmed by the huge surprise and stared at the God of War special effects on the screen in a daze. Tang Rou and her 2 roommates looked envious and screamed. He started with just 1 Kuan and gave out only 2 gifts, but he became famous overnight. One is a super battleship worth 1 million. The other is a super wealthy war god worth 9.99 million. The degree of its arrogance is horrifying and breathtaking. Moreover, after starting with a Kuan, gave away more than 10 million gifts, his noble rank was directly upgraded to Super Emperor, making him the new rich man on the platform. Ding. Congratulations to the host for becoming the number 1 on Yang Ni's list. Mission accomplished. Ding. Reward charm value. Congratulations to the host for increasing the charm value to 9. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the charm aura of everyone loves him and flowers bloom when he sees them. Explanation. You will be the most handsome guy in the crowd. The beautiful girls will be affected by your charm and their initial favorability towards you will be greatly improved. Other people's first impression of you will also be greatly improved. Oh shit. This charming aura that makes everyone love it and flowers bloom is really a good thing. From then on, he and those readers who followed the book and gave it 5-star reviews became the most handsome guy in the crowd. It feels so good. At this time, Tang Rou looked at Yi Kuan and glanced at him inadvertently. Ding. Tang Rou glanced at the host and was impressed by his charm. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Tang Rou's favorability towards the host has increased to 60, and physical fitness is rewarded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for improving his physical fitness to level 18. Oh shit. Tang Rou only glanced at him, and her favorability increased by 30 points. Sure enough, she was influenced by the charming aura of everyone loves her and flowers bloom wherever she goes. This charming aura is absolutely amazing. Moreover, when the favorability of a goddess-level beauty reaches 60, she is actually rewarded with 5 points of physical fitness. It's great. Then, Yang and I also looked up at Yi Kuan. Ding. Yang and I took a look at the host and was impressed by the host's charm. Ding. The campus beauty Tang Rou's favorability towards the host has increased to 70, and she is rewarded with strength. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing his strength to 16. Master Yi, you are the rich man who gave me the peak God of War gift, right? Yang and I stared at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes. Today, only the rich man Yi Kuan followed her Kuanping account. Apart from Yi Kuan, who else would give her gifts worth more than 10 million? It can't be such a coincidence. It must be the gift he gave. Moreover, at this moment, Yi Kuan's charm was infinitely magnified in her eyes, making her feel moved. That's right. I bought you the super battleship and the super rich God of War. Yi Kuan nodded slightly and admitted it directly. He doesn't need to do good deeds anonymously, but also needs to gain favor with Yang and I. Ding. Yang Ni's favorability towards the host. Ding. Yang Ni's favorability towards the host. Ding. Yang Ni's favorability towards the host has increased to 90, and he is rewarded with physical fitness. Ding. Congratulations to the host for improving his physical fitness to 28. Ding. Once the beauty's favorability towards the host is higher than 90, she will take the initiative to attach herself to the host, launch a fierce attack on the host, and is very willing to have close physical contact with the host. Oh shit. The favorability reaches 90, which actually makes beautiful girls chase after you. Awesome. This is simply cheating. What is it like to be pursued by a beautiful woman? Wow. Yikurin is so handsome, so charming. My heart is beating so fast. Is this the electric shock feeling of falling in love with someone? At this moment, Yang and I suddenly felt as if she was electrocuted all over. There was more tenderness and charm in her eyes when she looked at Yikuin, and her heart was beating like a deer. She really wanted to get close to Yikuin. If there weren't other people present, she would have wanted to throw herself into Yikuin's arms. At this moment, she had already fallen in love with Yikuin. Love is like a tornado. It comes suddenly and catches people off guard. Yikuin spent more than 10 million on gifts, so he must like her. Brother Yi, let's go to the dance floor and dance. Yang and I took the initiative to hold Yikuin's hand and walk to the center of the dance floor. Chapter 24. The Richest Man Ranking. In the dance floor, Yang and I pressed her delicate body against Yikuin and they danced passionately, which was extremely hot. On the contrary, Yikuin was still a little hesitant. Brother Yi, don't be so reserved. Put your hands on my waist. Yang and I pressed her delicate body against Yikuin and spoke in his ear. In fact, because their bodies were too close, her proud pair of towering peaks were pressed tightly against Yikuin's. However, the dance floor was so crowded that no one paid attention to this detail. Yikuin only felt an amazing softness and elasticity in his chest. Then they separated quickly, without pressing down all the time. Otherwise, it would have been suffocating. Well, since the beauty has asked for it, Yikuin naturally won't feel embarrassed. He gently hugged Yang Ni's soft waist and swayed his body to the explosive electronic music in the bar. Come on, swing. Let's rock together. Yikuin had never been to a disco before, so he seemed a little clumsy. But it doesn't matter. No one here will care whether you dance well or not. Just dance to the music. What's important is that feeling of letting go. Moreover, he has Yang and I, the campus beauty from the drama academy, by his side, who will interact with him closely. This feels much better than just dancing alone. Watching others dance is like watching a group of demons dancing wildly. However, if you jump on the field yourself, it's easy to get excited. This mainly depends on the atmosphere on the scene. Everyone cheer up. The scene was very good at creating atmosphere. The lights were dazzling and the music was explosive. Swing. Let's rock together. However, before he had danced for long, Yikuin realized something was wrong because more and more beauties were rushing towards him. They twisted their bodies wildly around Yikuin, throwing him seductive glances, trying to attract his attention. Most of them are beauties with a face value of more than 80 points, including sexy and intellectual urban female white-collar workers and slightly immature young female students. They have been eyeing the wealthy Yikuin for a long time and had been stopped outside the Supreme area by bodyguards. Now that he saw Yikuin coming down, he naturally tried his best to attract his attention. Moreover, Yikuin has turned on the charming aura of everyone loves him and flowers bloom when he sees them, which has a fatal attraction to them. Soon, Yikuin fled from the dance floor, mainly because the beauties were too enthusiastic and he couldn't handle it. Being too charming is not necessarily a good thing, and he was almost overwhelmed by all kinds of beauties. It's better to go back to the Supreme area so that I won't be disturbed. At this time, Tangro was chatting with people in Kuenpeng's live broadcast room. Moreover, she was run over. Because there is a top emperor in the opposite live broadcast room, a rich man who has given more than 100 million gifts in total. Regent, 1 million. Emperor, 3 million. Super Emperor, 10 million. God-level Emperor, 50 million. Top Emperor, 100 million. Even though Yikuin spent more than 10 million in gifts, he was still only a Super Emperor. There are so many super rich people on the Kuenpeng platform. It is said that the total amount of gifts given by the mysterious number 1 female super rich has exceeded 10 billion, and her noble title is God of War. The Kuenpeng platform even set up a noble title of Most Rich God of War, just for her, worth 10 billion. This is an almost impossible goal, just to give the number 1 goddess the motivation to continue giving gifts, because she has no opponent. The Kuenpeng platform has a Kuenpeng rich list, which ranks the top 30 people based on the total amount of gifts they have given. Yikuin clicked on the rich list and started checking it out. He wanted to know who the rich people were on his Kunping platform. First place, Shidong 1.8 billion noble title, God of War. Second place, Shinshin 800 million nobles title, Phantom God. Third place, Tianya Chitsi 600 million nobles title, Phantom God. Fourth place, Prodigal Son noble title, God. Fifth place, Master Shifu E noble title, God. Emperor 6, Flash Girl 300 million noble title, God. Number 7, Shunxing Tian Yuan E noble title, Top Emperor. Number 8, Unexplained Sorrow noble title, Top Emperor. Number 9, Home Alone noble title, Top Emperor. 10th place, Mao Mao Wan, the God-level Emperor. The rich people on the Kunping platform are really wealthy. Shitong, who ranks first, has already given out 1.8 billion worth of gifts. It is said that this goddess has been immersed in the game for more than a month because she is lonely among the masters and cannot find any opponents on the platform. Last time, she swiped the brush in one breath to 10 super-rich war gods, spending 99.99 million, shocking the entire network, and was named the number 1 female rich on the internet. She hasn't shown up since then, because invincible. Hehe. Yi Kuan am here, and this goddess Shidong will not be lonely anymore. Yi Kuan thought. He is the big boss behind the Kunping platform. How could he let the goddess Shidong feel lonely because of her invincibility? He will start with a Kuan and become the most powerful person on the Kunping platform. Yi Kuan opened Tang Ro's live broadcast room. Suddenly, the Super Emperor's cool entry effects attracted everyone's attention. Fuck. A Kuan entered Xiao's live broadcast room at the beginning. Boss Kuan, are you going to help Xiao fight? There is a top emperor in the opposite live broadcast room, whose noble title is higher than that of Mr. Kuan. The guy in the live broadcast room opposite is Shen Xing Tianyuan, the 7th on the rich list. The total amount of gifts he has given out has exceeded 200 million. I'm afraid even Mr. Kuan can't beat him. As soon as a Kuan entered Xiao's live broadcast room at the beginning, it caused a heated discussion. Because I started with a Kuan, I just got a super rich God of War tonight, which shocked the entire platform. Now, Kaijuiji Kuan is very popular and even has many fans and followers. The person in the opposite live broadcast room is Shen Xing Tianyuan, who is ranked 7th on the list of the richest people and is a veteran rich man. When Tang Ro saw Kuan enter her live broadcast room at the beginning, her heart beat faster. She looked up at Yi Kuan, then timidly looked away. Ding. Trigger a random task. Help the goddess-level beauty Shao win the game. Task reward, Spirit, 1 chance to draw a random prize. Well, I just wanted to watch the live broadcast casually, but I triggered a random task. Sure enough, it is easy to trigger tasks on goddess-level beauties. Moreover, there is also a chance to win a lottery in this reward. There are a lot of good things on the lottery wheel. Last time, he drew a health card, and there were other goodies that he was eager to get. For example, that magical skill. At this time, there was only 1 minute left. The live broadcast room opposite Shao is occupied by a beautiful internet celebrity with a famous face. She is a big anchor with tens of millions of fans, and her online name is Big Sister. She is really big. She is comparable to Chen Wanwen. At this time, Shao's strips were completely crushed. Because there is a guardian brother in the eldest sister's room, and that is Shen Xing Tianyuan, who ranks 7th on the list of the richest people. In Shao's live broadcast room, no one dared to fight with Xinxing Tianyuan. Let's start with a Kuan boss. Come and help Goddess Shao. Boss Kuan, please, kill that Xinxing Tianyuan on the opposite side. Chapter 25. PK between the rich. Goddess Shao is so pitiful. Her hair has been crushed to the point where it can't be seen anymore. Xinxing Tianyuan is too arrogant. He claims that as long as he is present, there is no way that the senior sister will lose. Boss Kuan, please, go slap that Xinxing Tianyuan in the face. Don't beg me. At the beginning, a Kuan is only a super emperor, and Xinxing Tianyuan is a top emperor. There are still 2 levels behind. At the beginning, even if there is only 1 Kuan, it can't beat that one who travels far and wide. The onlookers in the live broadcast room were all looking forward to seeing a big battle, hoping that a Kuan would appear at the beginning to defeat the magical being. However, most people do not think that a Kuan alone can defeat the opponent's Xinxing Tianyuan at the beginning. After all, Xinxing Tianyuan is the 7th tycoon on the list of the richest men, and he has given a total of 200 million in gifts. At this time, the bar is 188. Shao was completely crushed. Yi Kuan didn't waste any words and directly clicked on the gift bar and gave out 10 grand spades. A grand ceremony of diamonds and spades. 10 grand spades equals 77,000, 777 diamonds. Suddenly, Shao's health bar exceeded that of the senior sister on the opposite side. If that's the case, then of course it would be more interesting if the fight goes back and forth. Therefore, Yikuin did not kill the opponent directly with one blow, but gave the opponent a chance to overtake. Fuck. A Kuin boss took action at the beginning. 10 grand spades in one move, awesome. Shao's line has surpassed. Boss Kuin is awesome. The onlookers waved flags and cheered, cheering for President Kuin. The opponent's Shunxing Tianyuan was not willing to be outdone and immediately drew 10 royal flushes. A royal flush of 88,888 diamonds. 10 royal flushes equal 888,888 diamonds. The eldest sister's bar has surpassed again. A slight smile appeared on Yikuin's lips, and he directly swiped out 50 love rockets. A love rocket is 10,000 diamonds. One love rocket is worth 500,000 diamonds. Suddenly, cool love rockets were launched into the sky, filling the entire screen. The Xinqing Tianyuan on the opposite side also sent out love rockets, which made the senior sister always have the upper hand over Shao. Interesting. Yikuin directly spawned 10 sacred rockets. One holy rocket costs 100,000 diamonds, so 10 holy rockets are equivalent to 1 million diamonds. Suddenly, 10 extremely sacred giant rockets were launched into the sky, filling the entire screen. Holy crap! Mr. Kuin is awesome. These are 10 sacred rockets. Another gift worth 1 million. Shunxing Tianyuan will follow, right? After all, he is a big shot on the list of the richest men. The live broadcast room was bustling with people watching the show, leaving crazy messages. It was as if they were giving out gifts, and they were extremely excited. Sure enough, the Xinqing Tianyuan on the opposite side was very stubborn and directly fired 2 nether rockets. One nether rocket costs 500,000 diamonds, and 2 nether rockets cost 1 million diamonds. The eldest sister's figure surpassed Shao again. This made the senior sister on the opposite side excited, and her chest was heaving. It makes me dizzy. It's time to make a decisive move. It's the opponent's turn. Yikuin didn't want to play tug of war anymore, so he pointed his finger directly at the most expensive gift from the rich god of war. Suddenly, a majestic god of war descended from the sky, shining with golden light, mighty and domineering, filling the entire screen and blinding the eyes of all the spectators. Fuck. See you again, the god of war. Awesome. A super rich war god with 9.99 million. When the god of war appears, who can contend with him? Boss Kuin is so domineering. He slapped Shunxing Tianyuan on the opposite side. Suddenly, the entire live broadcast room exploded, and countless spectators began to wave flags and cheer. At the same time, because the rich and powerful god of war descended from the sky and was broadcast on all platforms, countless people flocked to Shao's live broadcast room. Fuck. Boss Kuin is the god of war again. Mr. Kuin is so domineering. From now on, I will be your loyal little fanboy. Will Shunxing Tianyuan admit defeat? The live broadcast room on the opposite side was also stunned by this rich and powerful god of war. Fuck. The first Kuin is too powerful, and he goes straight to the god of war. Shouldn't it be brushed slowly? Just go after the god of war. How can anyone follow? Starting with a Kuin, that's not a moral code. Boss Shunxing Tianyuan, don't be a coward, be the god of war too. The live broadcast room of the senior sister on the opposite side also exploded. At this time, in a luxury villa in Shanghai, Shao Tianyuan was leaning on the bed with red ears, watching the live broadcast and sending gifts. That's right, he was none other than the internet tycoon Shunxing Tianyuan, who had given out a total of 200 million gifts. Today, he was showing off in the bar, but was slapped in the face by Yikuin. In the end, he got drunk and was carried out of the bar. It was truly embarrassing. After arriving home, he felt dizzy again and vomited several times. After he was half sober, he felt more and more aggrieved. He, a top second-generation tycoon from Shanghai who loves to spend money, was actually crushed in the field he is good at. Moreover, he couldn't even drink as well as Yikuin. It's so depressing. So he went to Kunping Live to seek comfort and confidence. He is the 7th largest figure on Kunping Live's rich list and has given more than 200 million gifts in total. Apart from the 6 rich people mentioned above, he is the most prestigious boss of Kunping Live. As long as he enters the live broadcast room, there will be cheers and countless spectators will cheer for him, which makes him feel extremely satisfied. As usual, he entered the senior sister's live broadcast room to help fight. Originally, everything was going smoothly, and he easily crushed the opposing anchor as usual. Suddenly, A Kurin appeared at the beginning of the game and competed with him for gifts. At the beginning, he didn't take the Kuin seriously. After all, the other party was just a super emperor, while he was a top emperor, which was 2 levels lower. However, at the beginning, a Kuin suddenly spawned a rich war god, which surprised him. He seldom gives gifts from the rich and powerful who are worth tens of thousands. He would only brush off the rich and powerful god of war during certain grand events. Boss Shen Xing Tian Yuan, don't be scared. Use the god of war to kill the opponent. The onlookers in the live broadcast room started waving flags and cheering again, which made Shen Xing Tianyuan's blood boil. Yes, don't be a coward. After being slapped in the face by Yi Shao in the bar today, he can no longer admit defeat on the internet. He wants to regain the pleasure of spending money. So, Shen Xing Tian Yuan also selected a rich and powerful god of war. Suddenly, the eldest sister's line surpassed again. Master Shen Xing Tian Yuan is awesome. Master Shen Xing Tian Yuan 666. The person on the other side is just a piece of trash. How can he be a match for Master Shen Xing? However, before Shen Xing Tian Yuan could be happy for even a second, another rich and powerful god of war appeared on the opposite side. A wealthy and powerful god of war glittering with golden light descended from the sky, filling the entire screen and shocking the entire audience once again. Chapter 26, a magical gift that can improve your favorability. Fuck, the second super rich god of war. Awesome. The god of war is so domineering. Boss Kuin is awesome. He has already given out over 20 million gifts. Boss Kuin is so domineering. He killed the opponent's Shen Xing Tian Yuan. When Yi Kuin gave out the second gift from the rich god of war, the entire live broadcast room was in an uproar. This is a super rich god of war with 9.99 million. He has won 2 in a row. Only the real super rich dare to play like this. At this beginning, Mr. Kurin is definitely a wealthy man in real life. More and more people flocked into the live broadcast room to watch this battle. Do you dare to follow Shen Xing Tian Yuan? With a gift from a wealthy god of war, the eldest sister's bar will be overtaken. There are only 10 seconds left. Shen Xing Tian Yuan, you are a top emperor. Defeat the opponent. Don't be afraid. The spectators started cheering again. It's not your own money that you're using anyway. It's so exciting to watch the rich give out gifts. Just swipe it. I am a god who can travel far and wide, so why should I fear a fight? Shao Tianyuan gritted his teeth and swiped out another rich and powerful god of war. The gift of 10,000 yuan was a bit painful for him, but it was not a big deal. Just grit your teeth and brush it out. The key is that we cannot lose the reputation of being the great boss. On the other side, Xiao's live broadcast room. Everyone was shocked when they saw Shen Xing Tian Yuan gave out another gift from the rich man and the god of war. Shen Xing Tian Yuan is worthy of being the 7th-ranked super rich man on the list of super rich men. He actually followed 2 super rich war gods in a row. Thousands of gifts were given out just like that. Boss Kuin, kill him. Don't be a coward. Give gifts to the rich and powerful god of war. Boss Kuin, slap Shen Xing Tian Yuan hard in the face. Don't stop. The spectators were cheering and looking forward to seeing a more intense battle between the rich. Yi Kuin smiled. He was giving gifts to his own platform. Although the money used is real money, the platform also makes money. The money earned will eventually fall into his pocket. He never loses no matter how he swipes. It can also increase popularity and revenue for the Kuinping platform. It feels so good. So, Yi Kuin placed his finger on the gift of the super rich god of war and lightly tapped it and gave away another super rich god of war. Suddenly, a golden and wealthy god of war descended from the sky and filled the entire screen. Shocked the audience again. Fuck. This is the 3rd gift from the god of war that a Kurin gave out at the beginning of the game. More than 30 million gifts were just thrown away like that. Mr. Kuin is so domineering. Too extravagant. A new super rich man is about to be born. The live broadcast room exploded, and countless people were excited. My scalp is tingling. Creepy. Rich and inhumane. When Shao Tianyuan saw that a Kuin spawned the 3rd rich god of war at the beginning, he was also shocked. It's too rich to start with just 1 Kuin. Just a normal play, but over 30 million was won directly. He was crushed by Yi Kuin in real life. So is he going to be slapped in the face on the internet as well? He doesn't accept it. He is unwilling to accept it. More than 20 million have already been spent. Can't give up. Don't be a coward. At this time, Shao Tianyuan was also blinded by rage and was in a difficult situation. So, he clicked on the gift from the rich man and the god of war on the gift column. However, A prompt popped up indicating insufficient balance. Shit, he has spent more than 20 million and there are no more diamonds. It's too late to recharge now. Moreover, even if he continued to recharge, he might not be able to defeat the opponent who started with only one coin. Time is counting down. 2, 1. The time was up, and at the beginning, a Kuren defeated Shun Xing Tianyuan and helped Shao Rou win the battle. Fuck. At the beginning, a Kuren defeated Shun Xing Tianyuan, who was ranked 7th on the list of the richest men. Fuck. It was just an ordinary match, but the two sides spent a total of more than 50 million. Awesome. At the beginning, one Kuren earned over 30 million. A new super rich man was born on Kuenping Live. Mr. Kuren is so domineering. Please accept my knee. Boss Kuren, I'm dressing up as a woman to act cute. Can you give me some gifts? The live broadcast room was boiling and exploding again. Ding. Super critical hit of worship value. Ding. Super critical hit of worship value. Ding. Super critical hit of worship value. The worship value is super critical and crazy with combos, soaring rapidly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and helping the goddess-level beauty Tang Rou win the game. Ding. Reward spirit. Congratulations to the host for raising the spirit to 15. Ding. A random lottery chance will be awarded. In an instant, Yikuan felt refreshed and full of energy, and his mental perception became stronger. System, I want to draw a lottery. Yikuan muttered to himself. It's time for the exciting lottery draw again. Suddenly, a huge turntable appeared in his mind. There are all kinds of magical gifts on the turntable. One like increases your favorability by 1 point. A love letter increases favorability by 1 point. A cup of bobo milk tea increases your favorability by 3 points. An aphrodisiac talisman increases favorability by 5 points. One inspiration capsule increases favorability by 9 points. A character summon card increases favorability by 19 points. Host, do you want to start the lottery? Start. Following Yikuan's order, the huge roulette wheel in his brain began to rotate, from slow to fast, and turned into a tornado wheel. Stop. The speed of the big turntable gradually slowed down, and finally stopped, and the pointer pointed to an inspiration capsule. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning an inspiration capsule. Explanation. As long as the other party takes an inspiration capsule, they can increase their favorability towards the host by 9 points. Inspiration capsules are only effective for people with a favorability below 90. If the favorability has reached 90, it will have no effect. Oh shit. I actually got an inspiration capsule. Take an inspiration capsule and your favorability will skyrocket. It feels so good. Ding. Tang Rou's favorability towards the host. Ding. Tang Rou's favorability towards the host. Ding. Tang Rou's favorability towards the host has increased to 80. Tip. Once the goddess-level beauty's favorability towards the host reaches 90, she will throw herself into the host's arms and reward the host with 20 points of physical fitness. Oh shit. Tang Rou's favorability is only 80. Even after using the inspiration capsule, it is only 89. It's a bit of a pity. It's better to keep the inspiration capsule and don't use it. Then, Yikuan checked his basic information again. Name, Yikuan. Strength, 16. Agility, 13. Constitution, 28. Spirit, 15. Charm, 9. Note. The peak attribute of ordinary people is 10. The Super Riches Reserve Fund, trillions of Chinese currency. Available amount of money, 900 million. Skills, God-level driving skills, never get drunk after drinking 1,000 cups. Halo, everyone loves you. Flowers bloom when you see them. A halo of charm. Items, a health card, an inspiration capsule. Super rich points, 1. At this moment, the music stopped and the person on the podium could be heard shouting in an exciting voice. Please welcome the most beautiful queen in this bar, and let the whole audience scream. Chapter 27 Drinking and Talking About Life with Goddess Chong Yuedong. Please welcome the most beautiful queen in this bar, and let the whole audience scream. Following a burst of screams from the audience, a sexy and charming woman walked onto the stage. So beautiful. Shine the spotlight. Hey, isn't that the bar's female owner, Chong Yuedong? How did she become the queen? Yikuan was also surprised. The beauty on the stage was the goddess-like beauty Chong Yuedong whom I had seen before. It turns out that she also has another identity, queen. Then, Chong Yuedong started to play the DJ set. Her movements were graceful, her expression was charming, and she was very sexy. The electronic music set the whole audience on fire. There were constant screams and cheers from the audience. Explode the whole place. At this moment, Chang Yuetong is the focus of the audience and the brightest star, and is a well-deserved queen. Ding. Trigger a random task. Invite Queen Chang Yuetong alone to the Supreme Emperor's box for a drink and a chat. Task reward. Strength. Well, another random task was triggered on the goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong. It feels so good. Yikuan waved his hand and called the general manager of the bar. Does your bar still have a Supreme Emperor box? Yikuan asked. He is currently sitting in a premium booth, and there should be more expensive and luxurious private rooms in the bar. Young Master Yi, the most expensive room in our bar is the Supreme Emperor box, which costs 5 million per night. However, Master Yi has reserved the entire bar and has the right to use this Supreme Emperor box. The bar general manager said respectfully. Yikuan spent 100 million to book the entire bar, so naturally he had the right to use the best Supreme Emperor box. Okay, then take me to the Supreme Emperor's box. Yikuan said. Okay, Mr. Yi, please. The bar's general manager said respectfully, leading the way personally. Yikuan's greeted Lin Su and Chen Wanwan, then walked towards the Supreme Emperor's box. The Supreme Emperor box is the most luxurious box in the entire bar, which can accommodate at least 50 people dancing and partying at the same time. And the location is also the best in the whole venue, only 3 or 5 steps away. Yikuan sat in the luxurious box of the Supreme Emperor, drinking spade champagne and enjoying the Queen Chang Yuetong's DJing from a close distance. She had a beautiful face, sexy and charming, delicate collarbone, slender waist, fair skin, and an extraordinary temperament. Moreover, she has a unique temperament, with a bit of mystery, a bit of charm, and a bit of dynamism, which makes people want to approach her, understand her, and explore her. Beautiful. So beautiful. Chang Yuetong is indeed a goddess-level beauty with a beauty score of 97 points as rated by the system. Yikuan couldn't help but exclaim. Then, he waved his hand and said to the bar's general manager, after the DJ session is over, please invite the queen to the Supreme Emperor's box for a drink. Okay, Mr. Yi. The general manager nodded and left the Supreme Emperor's box. Yikuan continued to drink champagne while watching Chang Yuetong play DJ. Not only is she beautiful, but her DJing moves are also very cool, which fired up the whole audience. A moment later, Chang Yuetong finished DJing and was invited into the Supreme Emperor's box. Then, Chang Yuetong glanced at Yikuan, and her beautiful eyes lit up. Yikuan exudes a sense of mystery and special charm that makes people feel good about him. I like it very much. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong glanced at the host and was influenced by her charming aura that everyone loves, and flowers bloom when they see her. Her favorability increased. Ding. Congratulations to the goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong for raising her favorability towards the host to 60. Ding. Reward spirit. Congratulations to the host for raising his spirit to 25. In an instant, Yikuan felt refreshed and couldn't help feeling very happy and comfortable. Master Yi, we meet again. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Chang Yuetong. Chang Yuetong smiled and stretched out her jade hand towards Yikuan, appearing very graceful and elegant. When they met again, her impression of Yikuan greatly increased, and she felt that this man was very charming. Yes, nice to meet you again. My name is Yikuan. Yikuan and Chang Yuetong shook hands gently and said with a smile, it turns out that Miss Chang is such a good DJ. It's very exciting and great. DJing is my hobby and my profession. By the way, you can just call me Yuetong. Chang Yuetong smiled. She is the second daughter of the Chong Group and has a twin sister named Chang Yueshi. Unlike her sister, who is a cold and domineering female CEO, she lives her life as she pleases, is generous and magnanimous, and likes to make friends. Well, Yuetong, don't call me Master Yi, just call me Yikuan. Please take a seat. Yikuan smiled and invited Chang Yuetong to sit down and drink together. Chang Yuetong's every frown and smile is full of charm and is very charming and attractive. Especially when watching it up close, it gives you a heart-pounding feeling. Then, Yikuan poured a glass of champagne for Chang Yuetong. The two of them clinked their glasses lightly. Yikuan, you seem to have a good alcohol tolerance. You drank all of Shao Tinyuan's second generations and carried them out of the bar, but you were not hurt at all. Chang Yuetong stared at Yikuan in surprise. She knew that Yikuan, Shao Tianyuan and others toasted with Louis XIII liquor. As a result, all 8 people on Shao Tinyuan's side were knocked down, but Yikuan was still in high spirits. It's magical. Ha ha ha. I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? Yikuan smiled and said. He has the skill to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and 10 Shao Tianyuans are no match for him. You haven't joined the Magic City Supercar Club yet, right? I haven't seen you before. Chong Yuedong asked. Yikuan seems very mysterious. No one has ever heard of his name in the second-generation circle of Shanghai, but he can spend 100 million to book a bar. I'm not in any club. Yikuan shook his head. He also just got a huuchi supercar today. Then you can join the Supercar Club of Magic City. I'm a senior member and can recommend you to join. We can play with cars together when we have time. Chong Yuedong smiled. Okay. Yikuan nodded. He has god-level driving skills and is already a driving god. That Shao Tianyuan is also a member of the Magic City Supercar Club, and he just spent more than 70 million to buy a Pagani Go-Sun. I guess he will ask you to race with him when the time comes. Chong Yuedong said. Shao Tianyuan has a high-profile personality and likes to spend money. After being slapped in the face by Yikuan in the bar today, he will definitely get back at Yikuan in other occasions. These second-generation rich people are very proud and will not give in easily. Unless you are much stronger than him and completely crush him, he will be convinced and even submit to you and admit defeat. In racing, he is no match for me, because I am the god of racing. Yikuan smiled. He has god-level driving skills, who can compete with him. Not to mention the rich second-generation Shao Tianyuan. There is no one in the whole of China who can surpass him in driving skills. It's invincible. Really? Then I'd like to see your driving skills. Chong Yuedong smiled, charming and attractive. Chapter 28 Young Master Yi plays DJ and blows up the crowd. Yikuan and Chong Yuedong drank and talked about life in the Supreme Emperor's box, and their relationship quickly became much closer. Chong Yuedong is not only beautiful, sexy, and charming, but also has a very generous and heroic personality. Being with her makes people feel very comfortable and happy. She is a very charming girl. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of inviting Chong Yuedong to drink and talk about life. Ding. Reward the host's strength. Congratulations to the host for increasing his strength to 21. In an instant, Yikuan felt a magical energy injected into his body, making him stronger and more powerful. It feels so good. His current strength is twice that of a peak human being, and he can probably kill a cow with one punch. With one hand, you can lift a girl up high and spin her around. Haha. Excuse me, I have to DJ again soon. Chong Yuedong stood up from her seat and said. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Yikuan's mind. Ding. Let's DJ for the goddess-level beauty Chong Yuedong once, and set the whole audience on fire. Reward. God-level DJ skills. Well, play DJing for Chong Yuedong once and be rewarded with God-level DJing skills. DJing is a very unpopular skill. Through drinking and chatting with Chong Yuedong just now, he knew that DJing is also divided into multiple technical levels. Newbie rookie level, veteran level, primary, intermediate, advanced, top, trump card, goddess and god level, superstar level, and the supreme queen. The system directly rewards you with god-level DJ skills, which is already very powerful. His god-level DJing skills are enough to allow him to participate in large-scale tours and control large venues with tens of thousands of people. This DJing technique can definitely make the whole audience excited. Yuedong, how about letting me DJ for you once? Yikuan called Chong Yuedong and said, You can also DJ? Chong Yuedong stared at Yikuan in surprise, unable to believe it. DJing is a relatively unpopular skill that most people don't know how to do. Even if some people can DJ occasionally, their skills are just average and it is difficult for them to control the whole venue. Haha, I'm a DJ at the level of a male god. I guarantee I can rock the whole crowd. Yikuan smiled. He is an all-round male god. There is no skill he doesn't know. Driving and DJing, he is proficient in everything. Really? Then I'll wait and see, and I'll be all ears. Chong Yuedong smiled, her beautiful eyes moving around, revealing a look of great anticipation. If Yikuan could even play DJ, she would definitely be impressed. Wait for me to blow up the whole place. Yikuan smiled, very confident. Soon, the passionate and generous voice of the rapper came from the high platform of the bar. Please welcome the most handsome male god, Master Yi, and the whole audience will scream. Amid screams from the audience, Yikuan made a brilliant appearance. Fuck. Isn't he the wealthy Mr. Yi who booked the entire bar? Shocked. Master Yi can actually DJ. Awesome. My male god can do anything. When the audience saw Yikuan appear on stage, they became even more crazy and screamed continuously. Especially some female office workers and female students, screaming wildly. Yikuin placed his hand on the DJ player and took a deep breath. Ding. Reward the host with God-level DJ skills. In an instant, Yikuin had a lot of DJing techniques and experience in his mind, and his level reached the level of perfection. It's really awesome. Does Master Yi know how to DJ? Why don't you start yet? He wouldn't be going on stage just for fun, right? He doesn't have DJ skills. The bright lights shone on Yikuin, and all the eyes were on him, expecting him to light up the whole place. At this moment, he was the center of attention. The next moment, Yikuin's fingers moved, as if dancing on the DJ player, very agile. His fingers move so fast it's dizzying. His technique is so superb that it is breathtaking. He looked very focused, immersed in it, and irresistible. He was the most handsome guy in the whole audience. As his fingers danced quickly, all kinds of wonderful and explosive electronic music excited the whole audience. The beautiful melody and dynamic music make your scalp tingle. Wow, Shao can really play DJ, and his moves are so cool. Awesome. Master Yi is the most stylish and the most handsome man. That's so exciting. Master Yi, I love you. Love you. Love you. The whole audience screamed. The cheers continue. The whole audience was excited. Explode the whole place. Set the whole place on fire. At this moment, everyone climaxed. Ding. Gained 666 crit bonus for worship value. Ding. Gained 777 crit bonus for worship value. Ding. Gained 888 crit bonus for worship value. Ding. Gained 999 crit bonus for worship value. In an instant, Yikuin also reaped a wave of admiration at the scene. It feels so good. Chong Yuedong was also stunned by Yikuin's graceful, skillful, and superb DJing moves. Yikuin actually knows how to DJ, and the technology has reached the level of perfection. It's amazing. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Chong Yuedong's favorability towards the host. Ding. Chong Yuedong's favorability towards the host has increased to 70. At this moment, goddess Chong Yuedong's favorability towards Yikuin increased again, and she became even more curious about him. Yikuin was so charming, as if he could do anything, which attracted her deeply. She wants to know more. Get to know more about this mysterious and fascinating man. What an interesting person. Chong Yuedong stared at Yikuin with her beautiful eyes and revealed an extremely charming smile. She is rarely interested in a man. Yikuin is very charming and gives her a different feeling. I feel a little bit moved. It's not even love, just very curious. Chapter 29. Transferred 100 million yuan to my family. Centennial celebration. Yikuin excited the whole audience with his superb DJing skills and gained a lot of admiration. He was the most handsome man in the audience, causing countless beautiful girls to scream wildly. It also made goddess Chong Yuedong look at him with admiration and made her feel moved and curious. Then, Yikuin and Chong Yuedong exchanged contact information and made an appointment to go wild racing together next time. Then, Yikuin returned to the booth in the Supreme area. Boss, you can also DJ, that's amazing. The whole audience was cheering and screaming for you just now. Female Secretary Chan Wanwan stared at Yikuin with admiration. At this time, she was already a little drunk and her face was flushed. Not only is the boss a superb driver and can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, he also has mastered the unpopular DJing technique to perfection, which blew the whole audience away. Such a boss is so handsome and his charm is irresistible. Is there anything the boss doesn't know? Brother Kuin, you are such a hidden talent. You played DJ so passionately and got the whole audience excited. You are awesome. Lin Su also had a look of shock and admiration on his face. The two had been classmates for 4 years in college, but he had no idea that Yikuin was so arrogant and omnipotent. First, he spent 100 million to book the entire bar. Then, he displayed his magical ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and got Shao Tianyuan and several other top second-generation people in the Magic City drunk. Then he showed off his superb DJing skills, which blew up the whole audience. He was shocked, as if he had gotten to know Yikuin all over again. Brother Yi, you are so handsome and charming, even more handsome than a star. I was screaming and cheering for you just now. Yang and I hugged Yikuin's arm, looking excited. After spending just one night together, she was completely stunned by Yikuin, and was even more dazzled and bewitched by his handsomeness. Her favorability towards Yikuin has now reached 90, which means she is willing to actively pursue him and throw herself into his arms. Yikuin is handsome, charming, versatile, and a super rich man. An ordinary girl, even a school beauty, cannot resist his charm. Brother Yi, you are really great. So amazing. Tang Ro, who had been very quiet before, became bolder after drinking a few glasses of wine. Her favorability towards Yikuan reached 80, which meant she liked him very much and was almost ready to pursue him. In her eyes, Yikuan is very charming and manly, a man who makes her heart beat. These are all basic operations, not worth mentioning. Yikuan smiled. He has many more skills. Basic operation, don't be stupid. However, being surrounded by all kinds of beauties like this can also be very annoying. At this moment, Yang Ni's delicate and hot body was pressed tightly against him. The pair of full breasts rubbed against his arms from time to time, feeling surprisingly soft and elastic, which made him feel itchy. This Yang Ni is a little devil who keeps flirting with Yikuan, yet is always distant and attentive, actively seducing him. Although Tang Ro was not as hot and bold as Yang Ni, she also took the initiative to approach Yikuan and had slight physical contact with him. She studied dance and her body is amazingly flexible, which is fascinating. The few of them kept partying until about 2 in the morning, and except for Yikuan, everyone else was a little tipsy. Especially Yikuan's female secretary, who was drunk and had already fallen on the table, and Lin Su was almost unconscious. I drank too much during the drinking contest before, and I couldn't hold on any longer after the alcohol started to take effect. So Yikuan took the initiative to leave the bar. When we left the bar, several Rolls-Royce Phantoms were already waiting for us. Yikuan directly arranged a Rolls-Royce Phantom to take Yang and I, Tang Ro, and other 3 girls back to school. This made Yang and I and Tang Ro feel flattered and a little disappointed at the same time. Yikuan didn't take them out for a midnight snack, nor did he have any intention of taking them home. He just sent them back to school. After Lin Su left the bar, he was more sober and able to move around, so Yikuan no longer needed to make any arrangements. Yikuan and Qin Wanwan returned to Kuanpeng's first-class luxury residence in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. As for his huuchi supercar, bodyguards also helped him drive it back to the underground parking lot. The female secretary was very drunk. After she came back and sobered up briefly, Yikuan let her sleep in the guest room. Yikuan slept soundly on the big bed in the master bedroom. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, he received a call from Chen Jinghuan, his beautiful counselor in college. It turns out that today is the centenary anniversary of his alma mater, Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. The school will notify some outstanding students who have graduated to participate in the school anniversary activities. Yikuan earned his first pot of gold during his college years and could barely be considered an outstanding graduate of his class. That's why Counselor Chen Jinghuan called him to inform him. Before, Chen Jinghuan had already sent him a message to inform him once. It's just that Yikuan forgot about it. Then, Yikuan called home again to inquire about his parents' health and chat about family matters. When Yikuan heard that his father's old cervical pain had recurred, he decisively used the health card on his father. When he heard that his mother was planning to buy a big house in the eastern New City, Yikuan waved his hand and directly transferred 100 million yuan to her. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. When he was a freshman, Yikuan was able to earn his own tuition. By the time I was a sophomore, I had already earned my first million. When I was a junior, I bought a Porsche with my own ability. With sufficient capital, he made money in the capital market at an increasingly faster pace. Therefore, even if he transferred 100 million to his parents, although they were surprised, they could completely accept it. Afterwards, Yikuan got up, ate the breakfast prepared for him by Chen Wanwan, and drove the huuchi supercar directly to Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Chapter 30. The most beautiful girl in school, the invincible skill of the golden spear. As soon as Yikuan entered the University of Finance and Economics driving a huuchi supercar, he caused waves of admiration. Fuck. This is the huuchi Tang supercar, a legendary Chinese car that was unveiled once at the Shanghai Auto Show. I heard that this huuchi supercar costs 30 million yuan. It is limited to one in the world and is one of a kind. This is a great domestic car, awesome. Many awesome seniors returned to school for this school anniversary event. I don't know which class this senior is from, but he actually drove a huuchi Tang supercar. When students from the University of Finance and Economics saw the huuchi supercar driving into the campus, they were full of envy and admiration. Ding, congratulations on gaining the worship value. Ding, congratulations on gaining the worship value. Ding, congratulations on gaining the worship value. The admiration value increased rapidly. After Yikuan parked the huuchi supercar in the school parking lot, he contacted Chen Jinghuan, his beautiful counselor from college. Yikuan this way. The beautiful counselor Chen Jinghuan waved at Yikuan. Today, she is responsible for welcoming outstanding returning students. Yikuin looked forward and saw a beautiful woman with long, flowing hair standing not far away and waving at him. It was the beautiful counselor Chun Jinghwan. Ding. A school beauty has been detected. Name: Chun Jinghua. Appearance: 94. School beauty level. Height: 166 cm. Measurements: 86, 62, 88. Chest: 34. Favorability: 50. Personality: gentle and generous. Chun Jinghuan was originally the campus beauty of the University of Finance and Economics. After graduation, she stayed on campus and became a counselor. She is not only very beautiful, but also gentle and generous. She is the object of admiration and secret crush of many boys. Yikuan had a liking for Chen Jinghuan when he was in college. Quiet. Yikuan approached Chun Jinghuan and said with a smile. When they were in college, Yikuan often teased Chen Jinghuan, always calling her Jingjing. However, she has a good personality and never gets angry. Hey, Yikuan, you've become more handsome again, and you have a unique charm. Chen Jinghuan looked at Yikuan with surprise. Yikuan is more mature and manly than when he was in college. Moreover, there is a unique aura around him, which is hard to describe, but is very attractive and makes people want to get close to him. In fact, she looked at Yikuan for a second longer and suddenly felt her heart beating like a deer. Ding. The school beauty Chen Jinghuan glanced at the host for a second longer and was influenced by her charming aura of being loved by everyone and making flowers bloom. Ding. The campus beauty Chen Jinghuan's favorability towards the host has increased to 80, and agility is awarded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing your agility to 23. Strength: 21. Agility: 23. Constitution: 28. Spirit: 25. In an instant, a magical energy surged into the body. Yikuan felt that his muscle lines were more perfect and his body was more agile. This is the direct benefit of improving agility. It's cool to let a beautiful woman improve her favorability and be rewarded with basic attributes. Jinghua, you just discovered how attractive I am now. Do you regret not pursuing me in the first place? Now I'll give you a chance to pursue me. Yikuan and Chen Jinghuan joked that they just liked teasing her. You are so conceited. You are still so indecent. Chen Jinghuan rolled her beautiful eyes at Yikuan. Yikuan worked very hard and was an excellent student in college, but he was a bit cynical and loved to joke. Let's go. There are many outstanding alumni in the auditorium. Let's go there too. Chen Jinghuan and Yikuan walked side by side towards the school auditorium. Along the way, this handsome man and beautiful woman attracted the attention of many students. After entering the school auditorium, Yikuan saw some alumni gathered in groups of 3 or 5, chatting and laughing. Especially after graduating and entering society, the more successful people are, the more people will be around them. Among them, some business tycoons, heirs to family businesses, heads of large companies, and other important figures were all surrounded by the crowd like the moon surrounded by stars. Suddenly, Yikuan saw a familiar, beautiful figure in the crowd. She was the campus beauty during college, known as the most beautiful girl in the University of Finance and Economics, Yang Yijuan. At this time, Yang Yijuan was surrounded by many successful men and elites like the moon surrounded by stars. However, when she looked up and saw Yikuan, her beautiful eyes lit up and her face showed surprise. She quickly took a step with her long legs, broke out from the crowd, and greeted Yikuan. Her action surprised the successful people around her, and they all looked at Yikuan. What kind of man could make Yang Yijuan rush towards him so impatiently? Yikuan, you're here too. Yang Yijuan stared at Yikuan with her beautiful eyes, and a charming smile appeared on her beautiful face. Ding! A goddess-level beauty has been detected. Name: Yang Yijuan. Appearance: 96, goddess level. Height: 170 cm. Measurements: 86, 61, 90. Chest: 34. Favorability: 80. Characteristics: enchanting, domineering, dare to love and hate. Yang Yijuan's favorability towards Yikuan is as high as 80, which does not surprise Yikuan at all, because Yikuan once saved her life by accident. It was in the school's indoor swimming pool, and Yang Yijuan nearly drowned due to a cramp in her foot. Yikuan noticed something was wrong and immediately jumped into the swimming pool to rescue her. Moreover, in front of many teachers and students, he performed artificial respiration and chest compressions on Yang Yijuan and saved her life. Then, Yang Yijuan relied on Yikuan. Yikuan also became the target of public criticism and the public enemy of all the boys in the school. During college, Yikuan was busy making money and turned a blind eye to Yang Yijuan's many hints and pursuits. He didn't have a romantic relationship when he was in college, because girls will only affect the speed at which he makes money. Now that he is not short of money, he is no longer resistant to things like romance. Ijuan. Yikuan also greeted Yang Ijuan. Yang Ijuan has a strong personality and strong abilities. When she was in college, she was the president of the student union. After graduation, he refused to join the family business and chose to join an innovative company instead. It is said that she has now taken the position of general manager and is on the verge of becoming a domineering female president. When Yang Ijuan saw that Yikuan did not avoid her but greeted her warmly, she couldn't help but feel happy and revealed a beautiful and charming smile. At the same time, she also discovered that Yikuan's image and temperament had changed a lot, becoming more handsome and charming. Ding! The goddess-level beauty Yang Ijuan took another look at the host and was influenced by the charming aura of being loved by everyone and making flowers bloom, and her favorability increased. Note: the charm aura can only increase the favorability to 90 at most. Because Yang Ijuan's favorability to the host is as high as 80, under the effect of the charm aura, the favorability will increase by 10 points. Ding! Congratulations to the goddess-level beauty Yang Ijuan for raising her favorability towards the host to 90 and rewarding physical fitness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for improving his physical fitness to 58. Note: the host's physique is far superior to that of ordinary people. His combat power is extraordinary, and he has obtained the ability of being invincible with the golden spear. Oh shit! What is the ability of this invincible golden gun? He had only heard of the golden spear that couldn't be defeated, but he hadn't heard of the golden spear that could never be defeated. Could it be that his fighting ability in that area has already made him invincible? It was a surprise. I didn't expect that after improving my physical fitness, I could also gain this special ability. Ijuan, who is this person? Won't you introduce him to us? At this time, a young man dressed in a custom-made high-end suit and tie, looking like a successful man, came over and asked Yang Ijuan. His name is Ding Yin. He also graduated from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics with a bachelor's degree. He then went to Stanford to get a master's degree and returned to inherit the family business. Chapter 31. Donating 100 million? Is that a lot? Ding Yin is a billionaire with a handsome appearance. He is a rich, handsome man, a diamond bachelor, and a successful person in the eyes of others. However, there was a hint of hostility in his eyes when he looked at Yikuan, because Yang Ijuan has never been so proactive towards other men. He is jealous. Yang Ijuan was very unhappy when she saw Ding Yin following her and disturbing her reunion with Yikuan. However, she still said, "Let me introduce you." Yang Ijuan pointed at Ding Yin and introduced him. "This is an outstanding graduate from our University of Finance and Economics, Ding Yin." She seemed too lazy to introduce Ding Yin in detail and was very perfunctory. Then, Yang Ijuan stared at Yikuan with tender eyes. Then, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, she boldly hugged Yikuan's arm and introduced him to everyone. "His name is Yikuan, and he's the person I've had a crush on since college." When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Uproar. Petrified. Explosion. Yang Ijuan, the daughter of the Yang Group and the most beautiful girl in the University of Finance and Economics, actually took the initiative to announce that she has someone she likes and has a crush on. At this moment, those men who admired, secretly loved, and coveted Yang Ijuan seemed to hear the sound of their own heart breaking. Among these people, some are company presidents, some are heirs to family businesses, some are top second-generation rich people, and some are successful entrepreneurs who started from scratch. They all lost to Yikuan. This man seems to be ordinary except for his handsomeness. How could he be loved by goddess Yang Ijuan and even be confessed to and pursued by her? At this moment, everyone looked at Yikuan with deep envy, jealousy, and hatred. Yikuan was hugged by Yang Ijuan's arm and felt the unfriendly gazes from everyone, feeling a little helpless. Yang Ijuan is still so bold and daring and loving and hating. She actually announced in front of everyone that I was the person she liked and had a crush on. Isn't this making enemies for me? Well, he has become the public enemy and the target of public criticism again. However, at this time Yikuan was a super rich man, extremely confident, calm, and unrestrained, and he didn't care about other people's eyes and opinions at all. So what if I become the public enemy? Yikuan is fearless. Oh, Mr. Yi is loved by Ijuan, so he must be a very successful person. I wonder if you were the heir to a family business or the CEO of a listed company? Ding Yin stared at Yikuan with unkind eyes and was very jealous of him. He and Yang Ijuan have known each other since childhood, and their two families are old friends. He thought that he and Yang Yijuan were childhood sweethearts and even regarded Yang Yijuan as his woman. And now, Yang Yijuan suddenly announced that she has someone she likes and she has a crush on him. This immediately made him feel like he was struck by lightning, as if there was a green cloud on his head. Snow flutters, the north wind blows. I am not the heir to a family business, nor am I the CEO of a listed company. Yi Kuan smiled calmly and said, he is the big boss behind the Chong Group, not the heir to any family business. Moreover, Chong Group does not seem to have gone public yet, so he is not considered the CEO of a listed company. He is just an ordinary handsome guy, just like those lovely readers who followed the book and gave it 5-star reviews. Billions of talents. So much wealth and billions. Pingy is close to people. Then, he also has god-level driving skills, can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, is loved by everyone, has a charming aura that makes flowers bloom wherever he goes, has an invincible golden gun skill, and so on. Really mediocre. When Ding Yin heard that Yi Kuan was not the heir to a family business or the CEO of a listed company, he couldn't help but show a bit of disdain. You are so ordinary. Why are you so confident? Why do you think you can win the favor of goddess Yang Yijuan? However, he was very cunning and scheming, and did not show this emotion openly. You were invited by the school to participate in the centennial celebration, so you must be an outstanding graduate. Ding Yin first praised Yi Kuan, then changed the subject, deliberately showing a curious look, and asked, I wonder how much you have contributed to the school? How much did you donate for this school anniversary? He saw that Yi Kuan was very young and had obviously just graduated not long ago. Even if you are an outstanding graduate, how much can you achieve if your family has no background? Even if you work for a big company, you can only get a pitiful salary of tens of thousands at most. What contribution can you make to the school? What to donate? His question was undoubtedly a heartbreaking one, meant to embarrass Yi Kuan. Yes, for this centennial celebration, President Ding donated 100 million to his alma mater. Boss Ding is indeed a young hero and a role model for our generation. He spends 100 million at a time. Young Master Yi is young and promising. I wonder how much he can donate to his alma mater. Yes, as an outstanding graduate of the University of Finance and Economics, how can I not make a contribution to my alma mater? The so-called elites around all spoke in support of Ding Yin and teased Yi Kuan at the same time, planning to laugh at his joke. 100 million. Ding Yin donated 100 million yuan directly to his alma mater. Is Yi Kuan okay? Ding Yin also showed a proud look. He found that feeling of being the center of attention and being admired and respected by thousands of people. In college, boys can attract beautiful girls just by their handsome looks. However, after entering society, it is no longer useful to rely on being handsome. You also have to rely on your strength. Without strength, you are nothing. For example, during this school anniversary event, he donated 100 million yuan and was immediately praised by everyone, and even the school treated him with courtesy. Yi Kuan, why should you compete with him for goddess Yang Yijuan? Can he come up with 100 million? Yang Yijuan frowned slightly and defended Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan is very good. He earned his tuition fees with his own ability during college and even bought a car. Yang Yijuan was very protective of Yi Kuan and said a lot of good things about him. But this made Ding Yin even more jealous. You can earn your own tuition fees, buy a car, and even make hundreds of millions. So what? These are just child's play. For those of them who are born at the finish line and can inherit the family business after graduation, it is not worth mentioning at all. Mr. Yi is so outstanding. I wonder how much he plans to donate to his alma mater this time. Ding Yin stared at Yi Kuan with a teasing look. He was going to hold on to the donation issue and embarrass Yi Kuan. Ding. Trigger a random task, donate to your alma mater, and give Ding Yin a slap in the face. Mission reward, Celebrity Halo. Note, this donation is fully provided by the rich man's reserve fund. No one can show off in front of the rich man. Oh shit. Slap Ding Yin in the face and be rewarded with Celebrity Halo. As long as it is a halo, it must be a good thing. Just look at the effect of the charm aura and you will know how powerful the aura is. 100 million yuan as a donation, is that a lot? Yi Kuan smiled, looking around the entire place, looking down on everyone. Chapter 32 Donating 10 billion, Celebrity Halo. 100 million yuan as a donation, is that a lot? When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. There was an uproar. 100 million is a huge fortune that many people cannot earn even if they work for a lifetime. But in Yi Kuan's mouth it became a common thing. Is he a person who likes to brag and boast? How did such a person get invited to attend the school's centenary celebration? There was a bit of disdain and ridicule in everyone's eyes when they looked at Yi Kuan. What a big mouth. 100 million is nothing. I wonder how much young Master Yi will donate to his alma mater. Ding Yin sneered, thinking that Yi Kuan was just a boastful and ignorant young man. How could such a person be qualified to be his opponent? Goddess Yang Yijuan should belong to him. 100 million, I really can't afford it. Yi Kuan shook his head. He spent 100 million yuan to book a bar for an entire night. If he only donated 100 million yuan to celebrate the centenary celebration of his alma mater, he would feel ashamed. How about this? I will donate 10 billion to my alma mater. Yi Kuan said a number calmly. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked again. Petrified. Uproar. 10 billion? Yi Kuan said he would donate 10 billion to his alma mater. Although there are many successful people here, no one will donate 10 billion to the school. Because most people can't come up with 10 billion. Even if there were wealthy people with assets exceeding 100 billion yuan at the scene, they would not be willing to donate 10 billion yuan at once. This joke is not funny at all. 10 billion? Can you afford it? Ding Yin sneered and didn't think Yi Kuan could donate 10 billion. Although his family's assets far exceed 10 billion, he will not donate any of them to the school. Yi Kuan, why? Am I kidding? It's only 10 billion. Is there any need to make a fuss? Yi Kuan smiled. Hey. He has trillions of reserves. 10 billion is just a drop in the bucket. If I wasn't afraid of scaring you to death, I would just donate 10 billion. Haha, the old principal is in the auditorium. If you can really donate 10 billion, I believe the old principal will look at you with new eyes and regard you as a representative of outstanding students. Ding Yin sneered. 100 million. He didn't believe that Yi Kuan could really donate 10 billion to his alma mater. At this moment, the old president of the University of Finance and Economics saw that there was an uproar on Yi Kuan's side, and it seemed to be very lively. So, surrounded by many school leaders, he walked over to find out what was going on. What's going on here? It's so lively. The old principal laughed. He has been the president of the University of Finance and Economics for 10 years. Although his temples are gray, he still looks radiant. Old principal, you're here just in time. We have an outstanding student here who is willing to donate 10 billion to the school. Ding Yin quickly said to the old principal, while looking at Yi Kuan provocatively. Snort. If you can't come up with 10 billion in a while, you will be embarrassed in front of all the teachers and students in the school. Oh? Which outstanding student is going to donate 10 billion to his alma mater? The old principal was also shocked. Billions. In the history of Kyuf, no one has ever donated such a large amount. He glanced at several older successful people around him, trying to find out who could be so generous and courageous. Some of these people are CEOs of listed companies, some are heirs to family businesses, and some are young and promising entrepreneurs. But he really couldn't find anyone who could donate tens of billions. Those successful people who were swept by the principal's gaze all showed embarrassment. 10 billion. They dare not say this amount casually, let alone donate it directly to the school. Old principal, it's this junior brother Yi Kuan. He just boasted that he would contribute to his alma mater and donate 10 billion. Ding Yin pointed at Yi Kuan and sneered, looking forward to seeing him make a fool of himself. Oh. The old principal also looked at Yi Kuan in surprise. This is a very young, handsome, and energetic guy. This handsome young man is young and successful, but he has no self-esteem and remains calm and composed in front of him. But can such a young man donate 10 billion to the school? This is 10 billion, not 1 million. You can't donate just because you want to. You need to have the economic strength to do that. Principal, Yi Kuan was just chatting with a few seniors and joking. Don't take it seriously. Yang Yijuan couldn't help but get anxious and hurried out to help Yi Kuan smooth things over. Although Yi Kuan is young and promising, 10 billion yuan is not a sum that a student who has just graduated for less than a year can come up with. Even she thought that Yi Kuan said he would donate 10 billion to the school just because of a dispute of pride. Because 10 billion is really too big an amount. Yijuan, are you still defending him? Yi Kuan said he would donate 10 billion to his alma mater. We all heard it clearly and can testify to it. When Ding Yin saw Yang Yijuan speaking for Yi Kuan, he couldn't help but get very angry and became even more jealous of Yi Kuan. Why? Why is Yi Kuan so favored by goddess Yang Yijuan? I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Yi Kuan smiled at the old principal. Are you sure you want to donate 10 billion to the school? The old principal stared at Yi Kuan in disbelief. That's right, old principal. The school is celebrating its centenary. I don't know what to do for the school, so I'll just donate 10 billion to show my appreciation. Yi Kuan said, chatting and laughing. It's just 10 billion, just a small token of my appreciation. Just be calm. No pressure. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked again. Yi Kuan actually dared to brag in front of the old principal. This was no joke. The faces of the school leaders were filled with disbelief. How about this? The school should have a special donation account. Tell me the account number and I can donate to the school right away. Yi Kuan said. He knew that these people would not believe him unless he took concrete action. So, the old principal, half believingly, asked the director in charge of the school anniversary activities to give Yi Kuan an independent account for school donations. Soon, in front of everyone, Yi Kuan used the rich man's reserve funds to transfer 10 billion to the school account. 10 billion. We really received 10 billion in donations. The director was surprised and delighted when he saw the extra 10 billion yuan in the school account. Suddenly, the expressions of everyone at the scene became extremely exciting. 10 billion. Yi Kuan really donated 10 billion to the school. Ding. Obtained super critical hit of worship value. How is it possible? He is just a fresh graduate. How can he afford to donate 10 billion to the school? Ding Yin also looked incredulous. But the facts were before him and slapped him in the face. Ding. Congratulations to the host for donating 10 billion to his alma mater and completing the task of slapping Ding Yin in the face. Ding. Rewards Celebrity Halo. Description. The Celebrity Halo can increase the host's good reputation and enhance prestige. Chapter 33. Be the richest and coolest super rich man. Ding. The host donated 10 billion to his alma mater, and his prestige among alumni has greatly increased. Gained the respect of Magic City University of Finance and Economics. Well, Yi Kuan was also slightly surprised. Not only did his prestige increase greatly, he also gained the respect of the University of Finance and Economics. The 10 billion was not spent in vain. It really feels good to have money. At the same time, the alumni in the auditorium looked at Yi Kuan with shock and admiration in their eyes. Yi Kuan can donate 10 billion to his alma mater in one go. His strength is unquestionable. Moreover, because of the influence of the celebrity halo, they all looked at Yi Kuan with a hint of admiration. No one dared to think that he was just an ordinary handsome guy. He is not only handsome, but also has a halo around him. Yi Kuan, thank you for donating 10 billion yuan to the school. This is a huge contribution and the best gift you can give to your alma mater for its centenary celebration. The old principal held Yi Kuan's hand excitedly and almost burst into tears. 10 billion. This is the largest donation the University of Finance and Economics has received since its establishment. With 10 billion, there are so many things that can be done. For example, building buildings, repairing dormitories, providing subsidies to poor students, and providing scholarships to outstanding students. It is a huge contribution to both the school and the students. It's just a small token of my appreciation. I just hope the school can make good use of the money. If there is still a need in the future, I can donate more. Yi Kuan smiled, seeming calm and relaxed. Don't worry, the school will use the 10 billion yuan to establish a foundation named after you. The new building will also be named after you. The old principal said excitedly. In particular, after Yi Kuan donated 10 billion, he actually hinted that he would continue to donate. Trench. So extravagant. The school must treat such a generous and good student with the utmost sincerity. It's good to establish a foundation, but you don't have to name it after me. This fund and the teaching building should be named after Kuanpeng. Yi Kuan smiled. Naming it after him seems a bit too high profile. It would be better to name it after Kuanpeng. Good. Kuanpeng has a good meaning. It soars up to 90,000 miles. The school will set up a Kuanpeng fund and hire professionals to manage it. We also welcome Yi Kuan to send a trustworthy person to be in charge of the Kuanpeng fund. The old principal said excitedly that he must maintain a good relationship with Yi Kuan. Send a trustworthy person to be in charge of Kuanpeng fund? Yi Kuan's eyes swept through the crowd and then stopped on the beautiful counselor Chen Jinghuan. Then teacher Chen Jinghuan will be in charge of the Kuanpeng fund from now on. Yi Kuan smiled. Is teacher Chen Jinghua in charge of this 10 billion fund? The old principal looked surprised. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were cast on this beautiful counselor. Chen Jinghuan is just a counselor. Isn't it a bit hasty to let her be in charge of this fund worth tens of billions of yuan? Even Chen Jinghuan was shocked. Today, Yi Kuan shocked her so much that he actually donated 10 billion yuan directly to the school. Moreover, Yi Kuan actually specifically asked her to be in charge of the Kuanpeng fund, which made her feel flattered. Teacher Chen Jinghua not only has a good personality, but also has strong ability to handle affairs. She is also a teacher I trust very much. I think it is very suitable for her to be in charge of the Kuanpeng fund. Principal, don't you agree? Yi Kuan looked at the old principal and smiled. He donated 10 billion yuan to the school to establish the Kunping Fund, and it was just a matter of his words to choose who would be the person in charge. It's a pity that Chen Jinghuan is a counselor. She could have a bigger stage. That's right, teacher Chen Jinghua is very responsible and capable, and is very suitable to be in charge of Kunping Fund. The old principal nodded in agreement. Suddenly, all the teachers and leaders in the school looked at Chen Jinghuan with envy. Chen Jinghuan is so young, but she has become the head of a fund worth tens of billions of dollars. Her status and position in school will rise sharply. Chen Jinghuan herself was flattered and felt unbelievable. At the same time, there was more emotion and love in her eyes when she looked at Yi Kuan. Ding. Chen Jinghuan is moved by the host, and her favorability increases. Ding. Congratulations to the school beauty Chen Jinghuan for raising her favorability towards the host to 90. Reward strength. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing his strength to 41. Strength, 41. Agility, 23. Constitution, 58. Spirit, 25. In an instant, a magical energy surged into Yi Kuan's body, causing his strength to surge. His whole body was full of vitality and his body became stronger. It feels so good. The beautiful counselor Chen Jinghuan's favorability towards him increased to 90 so quickly. This was something he had not expected. But this is not surprising. Now, he is so charming, has a lot of money, and has all kinds of halos around him. No woman can resist his charm. The look in Yang Yijuan's eyes when she looked at Yi Kuan was not only filled with admiration, but also with adoration and curiosity. She found that her understanding of this man was far from deep enough. She wanted to explore more. The news that Yi Kuan donated 10 billion yuan to his alma mater spread quickly, causing a huge sensation among teachers, students, and alumni. At the same time, he also gained a lot of admiration points. At the following school anniversary event, Yi Kuan became the focus of everyone's attention. Even a beautiful editor from a magazine asked her to do an exclusive interview. Mr. Yi Kuan, I'm Wang Yuhui, the editor of Finji Unren magazine. Can I do a brief interview with you? Wang Yuhui looked at Yi Kuan excitedly. Ding! A school beauty has been detected. Name, Wang Yuhui. Appearance, 92. School beauty level. Height, 167. Measurements, 86, 62, 89. Chest, 34. Favorability, 60. Personality characteristics, gentle, intellectual. Haha, another school beauty. Yi Kuan smiled. Ever since he became a super rich man, he has been surrounded by beautiful women. This may be the charm of the super rich. It's very boring. Ding. Congratulations to the school beauty Wang Yuhui for reaching a favorability of 60 with the host and reward agility. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing your agility to 33. Strength, 41. Agility, 33. Constitution, 58. Spirit, 25. In an instant, a magical energy was injected into Yi Kuan's body. His muscle lines became more perfect, and his body became more agile. It feels so good. He discovered that any beauty who was a school beauty would receive a bonus to her basic physical attributes if her favorability towards him reached 60 or 90. This encourages him to contact and conquer more beauties. It's very annoying, very boring. However, in order to evolve into a Superman, he can accept it reluctantly. He wants to be the richest and coolest super rich man. Chapter 34. Strange School Beauty. Wan Xingyue. Mr. Yi Kuan, can I do an interview with you? Seeing that Yi Kuan did not answer her, Wang Yuhui couldn't help but ask again. Influenced by the aura of celebrity, the look she gave Yi Kuan was filled with admiration and admiration. Influential Person magazine? Yi Kuan was slightly surprised. This influential magazine seems to have a great influence in China. It has a Fengyun Weekly, which is equivalent to the Time magazine abroad. Those who are selected to be on the cover of Fengyun Weekly are truly influential figures. I'm just an ordinary person, so there's no need for an interview. Yi Kuan smiled. He felt that he was mediocre and had not achieved anything yet, and it was too early for him to be on Fengyun Weekly. Therefore, he did not intend to accept this interview. Mr. Yi is too modest. You donated 10 billion to your alma mater, which has caused a sensation. How can it be mediocre? You must be a low-key, invisible rich man. Wang Yuhui said. Today, she originally wanted to interview other influential figures in the University of Finance and Economics. However, Yi Kuan suddenly donated 10 billion yuan, which directly overshadowed other successful people. In addition, Yi Kuan is very young and handsome, had not been well known before, is very mysterious, and is a hot topic, so she planned to do an exclusive interview with him. You also said that I am a low-key, invisible rich man, so I have no plans to appear in the magazine at the moment. Yikuan smiled and politely refused. It is not a good thing to reveal your identity too early. Then, Mr. Yi, can I ask you a few simple questions? Wang Yuhui refused to give in and continued to ask. After finally catching a hidden rich man, how could we let him get away? You can ask 3 questions. Yikuan said. Since Wang Yuhui contributed 10 points of agility to him, he answered her 3 questions. Good. Wang Yuhui was overjoyed and asked quickly, Excuse me, Mr. Yi, you donated 10 billion yuan to your alma mater. Do you feel any pressure? 10 billion is not a small number. Many billionaires may not be able to come up with 10 billion in liquid funds, because most of their assets are real estate or virtual assets such as stocks, bonds, and equity. There is not much money that can actually be mobilized. No pressure, Yikuan said calmly. He has trillions of rich people's reserve funds, so 10 billion is really no pressure for him. After hearing this, Wang Yuhui was shocked. If he could come up with 10 billion without any pressure, then Yikuan's assets must be at least over 100 billion. Then may I ask, how long will it take you to earn back the 10 billion? Wang Yuhui asked again. For how long? Yikuan closed his eyes and thought for a while. He owns the Chong Group, which is worth 900 billion. It shouldn't be difficult for him to earn back 10 billion, right? However, his most powerful plugin is not the Chong Group, but the Shunhouse system. He has trillions of rich people's reserve funds. 10 billion is just a blink of an eye. 10 billion has been earned back. Yikuan opened his eyes and smiled. What? You made 10 billion so quickly? Haha. Mr. Yi is really humorous. Wang Yuhui was surprised, and then thought that Yikuan didn't want to reveal too much information, so he answered the question in such a humorous way. A personal question, do you have a girlfriend now? Wang Yuhui finally asked a gossip question. Yikuan is young, promising, handsome, and charming, and she really wants to know about his private life. No, Yikuan said lightly. When Wang Yuhui wanted to continue asking questions, Yikuan had already turned and left. I said I would only answer 3 questions, so I will only answer 3 questions. What a unique, cool man. Wang Yuhui looked at Yikuan's handsome back as he turned around, and couldn't help but think in her heart. After all, she is a campus beauty, and there are many outstanding men who are eager to surround her or be interviewed by her. But Yikuan could turn around so casually without any regrets. However, she believed that there would be opportunities to interview Yikuan in the future. However, just after Yikuan turned around and took a few steps, he felt something soft in his arms and bumped into a long-haired beauty. She subconsciously supported the other person and found that it was a sweet-looking and quiet girl. Ding! A school beauty has been detected. Name: Wan Xingyue. Appearance: 95, top-notch school beauties. Age: 18. Height: 168. Measurements: 86, 61, 90. Chest: 34. Favorability. Personality characteristics: quiet and gentle. Huh. I met another campus beauty. Wan Xingyue, with a beauty rating of 95, is the top among the school beauties. However, her favorability towards Yikuan was actually negative. This made Yikuan feel incredible and surprised. They must have never met each other before. How can the favorability be negative? Could it be that because I accidentally bumped into him just now, my favorability level dropped by 30 points? Schoolgirl, are you okay? Yikuan quickly came to his senses and asked. Wan Xingyue was only 18 years old, and he guessed that the other party should be a freshman, that is, his junior. At this time, Wan Xingyue also looked up at Yikuan. The two looked at each other and were stunned for a moment. Yikuan was stunned because Wan Xingyue's eyes were so beautiful, as if there were the sun, moon, and stars in her eyes, which made people unconsciously fascinated. Wan Xingyue was stunned, of course, because Yikuan's handsomeness and charm were unexpected. Ding! The school beauty Wan Xingyue glanced at the host and was influenced by her charming aura that everyone loves, and flowers bloom when they see her. Her favorability increased. Ding! The school beauty Wan Xingyue's favorability towards the host has increased from 0. Well, under the influence of the charm aura, Wan Xingyue's favorability towards him only recovered to 0. This is a situation Yikuan has never encountered before. Could it be that Wan Xingyue doesn't like men? Yikuan could only make this guess. Otherwise, no normal woman could ignore his charm. I'm fine. Wan Xingyue blushed and struggled to break away from Yikuan with some resistance. At the same time, she thought to herself, Who is this guy? He's handsome, but he's not my type. I hope we won't have any encounters. Wan Xingyue herself was a little surprised that she didn't dislike the man in front of her. You know, she hates any physical contact with men and doesn't accept men psychologically. However, Yi Kuan is an exception. It won't make her feel disgusted, but of course she can't say she likes it either. It's a miracle that she doesn't hate me. Therefore, she couldn't help but look at Yi Kuan again with her beautiful eyes, and then ran away. Chapter 35: The Mysterious Chairman of Chong Group. What a strange girl. Yi Kuan looked at Wan Xingyue's graceful figure running away and couldn't help shaking his head. Then, without thinking any more, I continued walking forward. At this time, one of Wan Xingyue's best friends came towards her. Wow, Senior Yi Kuan is so handsome and charming. Xingyue, you seem to have bumped into Senior Yi Kuan's arms just now. How is it? Did the senior ask for your contact information? The best friend came over and held Wan Xingyue's hand and asked with envy and curiosity. They are all freshmen and were chosen to be volunteers for the school anniversary event because of their beautiful looks and good images. Is he very handsome? He is just a little more handsome than the average person. He just has a very unique charm, Wan Xingyue said with a nonchalant look on the surface. However, this was the first time she met a boy whom she didn't dislike. His name is Yi Kuan? Is he famous? Wan Xingyue asked her best friend. She couldn't help but feel a little curious about Yi Kuan. She had never heard of such a prominent figure in the school. Senior Yi Kuan didn't seem to be very famous before, but he donated 10 billion yuan to his alma mater at the school anniversary event, which made a big splash and caused a huge sensation. Now even the principal has to be polite to Senior Yi Kuan. I heard that he will be named an outstanding student of the century by the University of Finance and Economics and recorded in the school history, the best friend said with admiration. Senior Yi Kuan is so courageous that he donated 10 billion yuan directly to his alma mater. The key is that he is still so young, so handsome and super charming. If she was a school beauty, he would definitely take the initiative to approach her. How could you miss such an outstanding and handsome senior? Oh, he donated 10 billion to the school. Wan Xingyue was also slightly surprised. There are many wealthy people with assets exceeding 10 billion. It is not surprising. However, there are very few people who are willing to donate 10 billion to their alma mater. Ding. Wan Xingyue's favorability towards the host has increased to 10 points. Yi Kuan was walking out when he suddenly received a system prompt that Wan Xingyue's favorability towards him had increased. However, a favorability of only 10 points is still pitifully low, and there will be no rewards. Yi Kuan, let's go to Kunping Hotel now. Yang Yijuan came over and naturally put her arm around Yi Kuan's arm. She had already had a crush on Yi Kuan when she was in college, and now her favorability towards Yi Kuan has exceeded 90, so she appears to be very proactive and bold. Go to Kunping Hotel? Yi Kuan asked curiously. This Kunping Hotel is naturally also owned by the Chong Group, so he is the boss behind the hotel. Yes, the school is hosting a banquet in the banquet hall of Kunping Hotel. Many celebrities and outstanding students will be attending. Let's go there quickly, Yang Yijuan said, pulling Yi Kuan towards the parking lot. Yi Kuan, what car did you drive here today? Is it that Porsche again? When they arrived at the parking lot, Yang Yijuan asked. She knew that Yi Kuan bought a Porsche when he was in college. It's a red flag. Yi Kuan smiled and took out a red flag car key. Red flag? Yang Yijuan was slightly surprised. She didn't expect that Yi Kuan's taste had changed, and he actually drove a domestic car. However, huuchi is also very powerful, especially in recent years. It has developed rapidly, and some of its top flagship models are not inferior to imported luxury cars. Soon, a cool blue supercar appeared in their sight. Drop. Yi Kuan gently pressed the key of the huuchi car. The cool butterfly doors of the blue supercar slowly open, like a beautiful blue butterfly spreading its gorgeous wings. It is magnificent and full of a sense of technology and design. This is the Huuchi Tang supercar. It's so beautiful. I want to sit in your passenger seat today, Yang Yijuan exclaimed. She put away her Porsche keys and walked towards the passenger seat of the huuchi with her long legs. Yi Kuan sat in the driving seat of the huuchi, started the car skillfully, and slowly drove out of the school in normal mode. Along the way, this huuchi supercar caused many students to exclaim in admiration and gained a lot of admiration. Yi Kuan, I didn't expect you to hide it so well. You even hid it from me. Yang Yijuan sat in the passenger seat, staring at Yi Kuan's extremely handsome profile with her beautiful eyes, and couldn't help but feel fascinated. What am I hiding? Yi Kuan asked, puzzled. You are usually so low-key, but suddenly you became famous, donated 10 billion to your alma mater, and drive a huuchi supercar worth more than 30 million. Did you inherit the family business after graduation? Yang Yijuan stared at Yikuin with her beautiful eyes and smiled. She felt that Yikuin must be like her, a super-rich second generation who inherited the family business after graduation, which is why he could be so wealthy. If that was the case, there was no need for Yikuin to hide it from her. She was also worried that Yikuin did not choose to accept her because of his family background. What kind of family business can I inherit? I just come from an ordinary family, but I just had some luck. Yikuin smiled. His opportunity is to obtain the godly rich system, which can allow his life to continue to cheat and take off quickly. By the way, what company did you go to after graduation? Yikuin asked. She knew that after graduation, Yang Yijuan did not return to the family business to work, but went to work for an outside company. I work at Chong Group. I'm in charge of Chong short video live streaming, and my position is general manager. Yang Yijuan said, very proudly. Chong Group is a very young group company that has risen at an astonishing speed, and its boss is extremely mysterious. And with her outstanding abilities, she was quickly promoted in the Chong short video field and became the general manager. You work for Chong Group? Are you also in charge of Chong short video live broadcast business? Yikuin was surprised. It turns out that Yang Yijuan has now become an employee of his company and is also the general manager of Chong short video business. What a coincidence. Yes. Is this surprising? Unfortunately, I have been in Chong Group for so long, but I have never met the mysterious chairman. Yang Yijuan said with a look of regret. Why? Do you really want to meet the chairman of Chong Group? Yikuin smiled. Isn't the chairman of Chong Group sitting next to you? Obviously, Yang Yijuan doesn't know his identity yet. Of course, the chairman is extremely mysterious, like a dragon that can't be seen from head to tail, but he can plan and control everything. He is the person I admire the most. When talking about the mysterious chairman of Chong Group, Yang Yijuan couldn't help but reveal an admiring look. Ding! A critical hit on Yang Yijuan's admiration value was obtained. Maybe you have already met the chairman of Chong Group? Yikuin smiled. Considering that Yang Yijuan had shown him a wave of admiration, he couldn't help but remind her. Hey, the mysterious chairman whom you admire is sitting next to you. Chapter 36. The goddess will also take the initiative. I have met the mysterious chairman? How come I don't know about it? Yang Yijuan looked surprised. She really didn't remember having met the mysterious chairman. Haha, you will meet sooner or later. Yikuin smiled and was not in a hurry to tell the truth. Now, he is about to go to the headquarters of Chong Group. Soon, his identity as the chairman will be officially announced to the public, and at least some senior company executives will know of his existence. After Yang Yijuan knows his identity, her expression must be very interesting. By the way, Yikuin, why did you name the school's foundation Chong Fund? Do you also work for Chong Group? Yang Yijuan stared at Yikuin with her beautiful eyes and asked the question in her heart. Before, Yikuin named the foundation Chong, and she thought it was just a coincidence. However, the more I think about it, the more I feel that Yikuin should have some connection with Chong Group. Yes, I also work at Chong Group. Yikuin smiled. Yang Yijuan asked the key question, and it seems that she should have guessed some clues. You are not the mysterious chairman of Chong Group, are you? Yang Yijuan stared at Yikuin in surprise. Congratulations, you guessed it right. Yikuin nodded slightly and admitted it generously. Yang Yijuan was indeed very smart. She guessed his true identity so quickly. Of course, he had no intention of deliberately concealing his identity. There is nothing shameful about the identity of the chairman of this group. He also had no intention of pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. So, I admitted it openly. You are the chairman of Chong Group? Even though Yikuin admitted it himself, Yang Yijuan still found it hard to believe. She thought that the chairman of Chong Group was at least 30 or 40 years old. Yikuin is too young. I was shocked. The man she has always had a crush on and liked turned out to be the big boss behind the Chong Group. This is amazing. Ding. Gained favorability from goddess-level beauty Yang Yijuan. Ding. Congratulations to the goddess-level beauty Yang Yijuan for raising her favorability towards the host to 95. Ding. Once the beauty's favorability towards the host reaches 95, she will take the initiative to throw herself into the host's arms, or even push the host in the opposite direction. Please be mentally prepared. Ding. Reward the host with spirit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 45. Strength, 41. Agility, 33. Constitution, 58. Spirit, 45. In an instant, Yi Kuan seemed to be injected with magical energy, becoming more energetic and radiant. Yang Yijuan's favorability towards him actually rose again, reaching 95. She is also the first goddess-level beauty whose favorability towards Yi Kuan reaches 95. And what happens once the favorability reaches 95? Throw yourself into my arms. Reverse reasoning. Yi Kuan couldn't help but glance at Yang Yijuan out of the corner of his eye, and saw that she was staring at him with affectionate eyes, her red lips slightly parted, revealing a charming and moving expression. Boo! Suddenly, Yang Yijuan leaned close to Yi Kuan and kissed him fiercely on the cheek, leaving a bright red lip mark. Yi Kuan only felt a gust of fragrant wind coming from the tip of his nose, and then something pecked his cheek, moist. What? I'm still driving. Yi Kuan was slightly stunned and said softly. He also didn't expect that Yang Yijuan would be so bold as to attack him while he was driving. Who looks better, the car or me? Yang Yijuan reached out and lifted her hair, threw a coquettish glance at Yi Kuan, and asked in a tender voice. Well, am I being teased? Yi Kuan looked at the car, then looked at Yang Yijuan and said, Of course. You are prettier than the car. Yang Yijuan is a goddess with a beauty score of 96. Moreover, she was wearing a black off-shoulder dress today, which was very sexy and beautiful. So, do you like me? Yang Yijuan gave a charming smile, full of charm. It's different when the favorability reaches 95, and the goddess will take the initiative to attack. I like it. Yi Kuan smiled and did not avoid her question. Boo. Yang Yijuan boldly gave Yi Kuan a kiss. Let's go to the cocktail party first. Yang Yijuan blushed and said in a soft voice. Good. Yi Kuan smiled. He savored the taste of those sweet lips before fastening his seatbelt again and starting the huuchi supercar. Yang Yijuan also returned to her goddess-like cool appearance, with just a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. She had been secretly in love with and pursuing Yi Kuan for 2 years, and at this moment she couldn't help but feel a little secretly happy. Boom. Boom boom. Yi Kuan directly switched the huuchi car to sports mode and sped towards the Kunping Hotel at full speed. Chapter 37 Kunping Hotel. The cold and beautiful female president appears. Kunping Building is located in the most prosperous and central prime location of Lujiazui in Shanghai. It consists of 2 twin towers, Kurin and Pong. The highest tower has 136 floors and is the tallest building in Asia. Among them, the architectural shape of the Kuan building is like a mythical beast Kuan about to leap out of the North Sea, which is extremely domineering. This building is one of the world's top office buildings and is also the headquarters of Chong Group. The architectural appearance of the Pong building is like a divine bird spreading its wings, and it is the only 7-star hotel in China. Yi Kuan drove to Lujiazui and was shocked from afar by the 2 majestic, towering Kunping buildings. Kunping Building is simply a super building like a mythical beast and a miracle of human architecture. The majestic Kunping-shaped architectural shape alone is far more imposing than the Burj Khalifa. This is his Kunping Group. So cool. It feels so good. Soon, Yi Kuan drove the car to the entrance of Kunping Hotel. After parking the car, Yang Yijuan tidied her appearance before walking into the Kunping Hotel with Yi Kuan. Kunping Hotel is worthy of being the only 7-star hotel in China. Its lobby is extremely luxurious and full of Chinese mythological elements, making people feel as if they have entered a strange space that combines modern technology with ancient mythology. When Yi Kuan entered the Kunping Hotel, he directly alarmed the hotel's top management. The mysterious chairman of the group actually came to Kunping Hotel in person. Yang Yijuan gracefully took Yi Kuan's arm, walked into the elevator together, and pressed the button for the 88th floor, which was the floor where the Kunping Banquet Hall was located. This is a super fast elevator. It feels like riding a ladder to the clouds. It rises quickly into the air and soon arrives at the 88th floor of the hotel. When Ding Yin saw Yang Yijuan walking into the reception hall holding Yi Kuan's arm, his face turned purple with anger and he almost vomited blood. Yang Yijuan was his childhood sweetheart and the goddess he fell in love with first, but she took the initiative to pursue Yi Kuan and threw herself into his arms. He is unwilling to accept this. He is a handsome man, graduated from a prestigious university, and inherited a family business with a market value of hundreds of billions at a young age. How is he worse than Yi Kuan? Why did Yang Yijuan dislike him and choose Yi Kuan? Although he was heartbroken, he still pretended to be calm on the surface. To be chosen as the heir to the family business, he must be extremely cunning. He felt that as long as he crushed Yi Kuan, he would still have a chance to win back goddess Yang Yijuan. This is a cocktail party held to celebrate the school's centenary. Those invited to attend are all outstanding graduates from the University of Finance and Economics. Among them are people from academia, business, culture, and sports. All of them are talents and elites in various fields. They often form a small circle of 3 or 5 people, gather together, drink red wine, and chat. This is a network circle composed of alumni, which is a very necessary social interaction. However, Yikuan felt that attending such a cocktail party was actually quite boring, because most of those alumni were 1 or 2 years older than him, and they didn't actually have much in common. However, because he donated 10 billion to his alma mater and had a celebrity halo, many celebrities came to him to toast him and wanted to make friends with him. Yikuan would also socialize with them, but still found it quite boring. Especially those so-called successful people in the business world. When they get together, most of them like to brag and show off. Some boasted that they had negotiated projects worth hundreds of millions of yuan in just a few minutes. Some boasted about acquiring a new piece of land somewhere. Some boast that their mansion is too small, less than 500 square meters. Some boast that they don't like money and have no interest in money. Sure enough, showing off is a common human nature. Unfortunately, they didn't act pretentiously enough and failed to successfully attract Yikuan's interest. Then, it was Ding Yan's turn to show off. He pretended to be very cool, saying that he and the mysterious chairman of Kunpeng Group were brothers and best friends. Suddenly, the whole audience was shocked and in uproar. Yikuan and Yang Yijuan were confused. Boss Ding, do you really know the chairman of Kunpeng Group? I heard that the big boss behind Kunpeng Group is very mysterious, and few people have ever seen him. This 7-star Kunpeng hotel is owned by the Kunpeng Group and is worth over 100 billion. Kunpeng Group also has Kunpeng Capital, Kunpeng Short Video, Kunpeng Entertainment, Kunpeng Real Estate, Kunpeng Medical. Everyone was talking about it, showing great interest. The big boss behind Kunpeng Group is extremely mysterious and has never appeared in public. At present, Kunpeng Group is ostensibly managed by a domineering female president. The female president of Kunpeng Group is already a prominent figure, not to mention the mysterious boss behind the scenes. To be honest, I had dinner with Ms. Qin, the female president of Kunpeng Group, last week and discussed a multi-billion-dollar cooperation project. Ding Yin was chatting and laughing, looking very proud. Boss Ding is really young and promising. He can actually have dinner with the beautiful CEO of Kunpeng Group. Suddenly, everyone showed envy towards Ding Yin. Many people present were not even qualified to meet the female president of Kunpeng Group, let alone have dinner with her. Yikuan was speechless about Ding Yin. He didn't expect that both he and the female president of Kunpeng Group would become the objects of his pretense. Just then, there was a commotion among the crowd. I saw a cool and beautiful woman with a strong aura, a graceful figure and a breeze who walked into the banquet hall surrounded by a crowd of people. Ms. Qin, the female president of Kunpeng Group, why is she here? Boss Qin is not only the female president of the entire Kunpeng Group, but also the female president of the Kunpeng Hotel. She is the one who manages the Kunpeng Hotel. When the successful people at the scene saw the female president of Kunpeng Group come in person, they couldn't help but show their excitement and wanted to come forward to make friends with her. However, the female president's aura was so strong that no one dared to step forward and say hello. At this time, Ding Yin saw the female president walking towards him and couldn't help showing a look of surprise. He smiled slightly, straightened his collar, put on a calm look, and walked towards the female president. Boss Qin, I am. Ding Yin gave a smile that he thought was handsome and stretched out his hand to greet the female president. However, the female president was extremely cold and arrogant. She didn't even look at him and just walked past him. Ding Yin was completely ignored. However, no one paid any attention to him at this time. Amid the shocked and surprised gazes of the crowd, the female president walked up to Yikuan. Chairman, why didn't you inform us in advance when you came to the hotel? The cold and beautiful female president stood in front of Yikuan with an extremely respectful look. Special thanks to Xian Morong Chong of Huangquan Dao Palace for sending the Master Certification and Inspiration Capsule gifts. This is the first Master Certification received by this book. So cool. Special thanks to Chaos Supreme for the flowers and gifts for the update. Congratulations on topping the gift list for both books. So awesome. Chapter 38. 3 goddess-level beauties appeared. Ding. A school beauty has been detected. Name. Qinlan. Appearance. 96. Goddess level. Height. 170 cm. Measurements. 88, 62, 91. Chest. 36. Loyalty. 99. Favorability, 20. Personality traits, cold, domineering, loyal. Yikuan looked at Lan and nodded slightly. The female president has a graceful figure, curvaceous figure, cool and domineering personality. She is a goddess-level beauty, and her loyalty to him is as high as 99. That's very satisfying. At this time, Lan's beautiful eyes also glanced at Yikuan again. After a closer look, she found that the boss was not only young, handsome, and elegant, but also possessed a unique charm. Ding. The female president Lan took one more look at the host, and was influenced by the charming aura of being loved by everyone and making flowers bloom when they see them, and her favorability increased. Ding. Female CEO Lan's favorability towards the host has increased to 50. Ding. Get Lan's admiration critical hit. Well, the favorability has not reached 60 yet, so there is no attribute point reward. This made Yikuan feel a little regretful. However, Lan is the female president of Chong Group, so it is not difficult to improve her favorability. Yikuan was not in a hurry. Today is the centenary celebration of my alma mater, and I happened to come to the hotel to attend a gathering of alumni. Yikuan looked at Lan and smiled. He also didn't expect that the female president of the company would come here directly. He originally planned to go to the Chong Group headquarters to meet the female president. So these are the chairman's alumni and school leaders. Then I'll give you a 50% discount on tonight's banquet. Chairman, what do you think? Lan was very capable and immediately offered a discount for the school's banquet. Yikuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "How can I give you a 50% discount? That's too petty. All expenses for tonight will be waived, and we'll also serve some of the best red wine. The chairman is generous, so let's arrange it according to his wishes." Lan smiled and naturally followed Yikuan's arrangement. This simple conversation caused the successful people and industry elites around to express shock and admiration. What? Yikuan is the mysterious boss behind the Chong Group. In other words, he is also the boss of this Chong hotel. Although Chong Group has not yet gone public, the market valuation has exceeded 900 billion yuan. Yikuan is only in his 20s, yet at such a young age he controls a group company worth over 900 billion yuan. So terrifying. Ding. Gained a critical hit in worship value. Ding. Gained a critical hit in worship value. Ding. Gained a critical hit in worship value. In an instant, all the elites present gave Yikuan a wave of admiration. The big boss behind the Chong Group is actually their schoolmate. If they can take the opportunity to make friends with Yikuan, they will benefit a lot. And Ding Yin was even more confused. The whole person was petrified. Yikuan is actually the boss behind the Chong Group. Before, he had boasted in front of Yikuan that he was on close terms with the big boss of Chong Group. What a fool. This is so embarrassing. Moreover, he actually wanted to compete with Yikuan for the woman. What an idiot. If Yikuan stomps his feet, his family business may be ruined or even go bankrupt. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't do anything extreme before, so the relationship can still be repaired. Otherwise, it will be too late for him to regret. President Qin, do you have something important to talk to me about? Yikuan asked Lan. Mr. Yi, a very important auction will be held at our Chong hotel tonight. Among the important items, there are even bronze statues of the dragon heads of the 12 zodiac animals, a national treasure that was lost overseas in the early years. Do you want to participate in this auction? Lan said with a cautious look. If it was just an ordinary auction, she might not come to bother the boss. However, this was an auction of the highest standards, with even national treasures being auctioned, so she felt it necessary to inform her boss. Ding. Trigger a random task. Participate in the auction and buy the bronze statue of the dragon head of the 12 zodiac signs and present it to the country. Reward. Dragon Nation's reputation reaches respected. Note. Reputation can be divided into indifferent, neutral, friendly, respected, revered, and worshipped. All the funds needed for this auction will be deducted from the Shenhao Reserve Fund. Well, there are actually bronze statues of the dragon heads of the 12 zodiac animals up for auction. Take a picture of the bronze statue of the dragon head and donate it to the country, and you can also increase the reputation of the dragon country. He must participate in this auction. No matter how much it costs, take the photo. Take me to the auction room. Yikuan said to Lan. Led by President Lan, Yikuan walked into the auction hall on the third floor of Chong Hotel. This was originally the largest and most luxurious banquet hall of Chong Group, and today it is used as the auction venue. This banquet hall can accommodate 3,000 people at the same time without any crowding. There are even super rich people from Hong Kong Island, Formosa Boulevard, and other countries who come here to take pictures of some precious items. Naturally, the seats at this auction will be arranged according to status. The higher the net worth and the stronger the power, the higher the position will be. As Yi Kuan is the chairman of Chong Group, he was naturally arranged to sit in an important position in the first row. The female president Qin Lan sat on his right. Not long after Yi Kuan sat down, he saw two goddess-like beauties walking side by side towards the first row. The simultaneous appearance of two goddess-level beauties made Yi Kuan's eyes light up, and he felt amazed. One of them was arrogant and cold, with a fairy-like appearance and fair skin. She was wearing a black evening gown, with a powerful aura and radiant beauty. She sat down in the seat next to Yi Kuan in an elegant posture. Yi Kuan glanced around and saw the name written on the seat was Yubai. It turns out that she is the cool and beautiful female president of An's pharmaceutical group, worth billions. The other goddess-like beauty smiled slightly and sat on the left side of Yi Kuan. She had a beautiful face, as bright as spring flowers and as clear as the autumn moon, with bright eyes and white teeth. She was wearing a red evening dress, which outlined her graceful figure, making her look charming and beautiful. Moreover, her skin was as white as cream and her hands were as soft as catkins, giving people the feeling of being a lady from a wealthy family. "Hello, nice to meet you. My name is huuchi." Huuchi took the initiative to greet Yi Kuan. She was not aloof at all, but rather seemed graceful and elegant. Ding! A goddess-level beauty has been detected. Name: Huuchi. Appearance: 97, goddess level. Height: 170 cm. Measurements: 86, 61, 90. Chest: 34. Favorability: 0. Personality traits: Sundara. Those who can sit in the first row of the auction hall have extraordinary identities and backgrounds, and are basically influential figures with considerable wealth. Huuchi had never seen Yi Kuan before and couldn't help but be very curious. Chapter 39. National Treasure Class Centennial Wild Ginseng. Huuchi looked at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes and couldn't help being attracted by the charm emanating from him. She immediately felt that this man was handsome and extraordinary. Ding! The goddess-level beauty Huuchi glanced at the host for a second longer and was influenced by the charming aura of being loved by everyone and making flowers bloom. Ding! Huuchi's favorability towards the host has increased to 30. No woman can resist the influence of Yi Kuan's charming aura. Therefore, after the goddess-level beauty Huuchi took a closer look at Yi Kuan, her favorability towards him immediately increased. However, this level of favorability is still at the stage of curiosity, not liking. However, she became more interested in Yi Kuan and wanted to find out more. "Hello, my name is Yi Kuan." Yi Kuan also smiled and responded politely. Although Huuchi is a goddess-level beauty, she is graceful and beautiful. However, Yi Kuan had seen many beauties, and after being amazed, he was still able to remain calm and composed. Huuchi was slightly surprised to see Yi Kuan so calm and composed. You know, she is a goddess-level beauty with an extraordinary temperament. In order to attend this top auction today, she dressed up carefully, looking even more radiant and beautiful. No matter what kind of young hero he is, he will be amazed at the first sight of her, and then he will circle around her, showing his courtesy and trying to please her in every way. But Yi Kuan didn't have any idea at all. He just asked politely and had no intention of probing further. This made her, who was already proud by nature, very unconvinced, and she wanted to attract Yi Kuan's attention even more. More and more important people entered the auction hall, including business tycoons, celebrities, heirs of large families, and many wealthy people on the Forbes list. There were also many first-tier and second-tier film and television stars at the scene, but they had no chance of getting a seat here and their seats were very far in the back row. In front of these wealthy tycoons, those celebrities seem ordinary and have no status at all. Many celebrities, wealthy people, and socialites who usually can only be seen on TV news and in magazines gathered in this auction hall. It can be seen from this that once the official auction begins, there will definitely be a fierce competition. Some important items will definitely be sold at a sky-high price. Not long after, a beautiful female host walked onto the stage. She was a popular actress at a certain TV station. She looked radiant and articulate. She said some official words and livened up the atmosphere before inviting tonight's professional auctioneer to the stage. The auctioneer was a middle-aged man with shiny hair and wearing a Zhongshan suit. After he came on stage, a staff member placed the first item of the day on the stand. All auction items will not only be displayed at the booth, but also played and introduced on the big screen. Dear gentlemen and ladies, the first item to be auctioned tonight is the highlight, a national treasure-level century-old wild ginseng. The auctioneer opened the first lot of the night with an exciting tone. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Uproar. Centennial wild ginseng. Moreover, it is a national treasure. Please look at this wild ginseng. The main body of this wild ginseng is 6 centimeters long, and the longest main whisker is 66 centimeters long. It is estimated that it is a 100-year-old ginseng. Look carefully. This wild ginseng has 3 stalks and 4 leaves, which add up to 66 leaves. These 66 leaves together don't look like ginseng, but rather like a wild vegetable, like mountain celery. In addition, it does not grow ginseng fruit. It is precisely because of this characteristic, which is a kind of self-protection, that it has not been discovered even though it is more than 10 meters away. If it had ginseng fruit, it would have been discovered long ago, and it would not have been able to persist for so many years. As the saying goes, 70 grams of ginseng is good, 80 grams is precious, 70 to 80 grams of ginseng is rare in a century. In the 1980s, someone dug up a 100-year-old wild ginseng weighing 9 liang 2 qian 1 fon, which was later sent to the exhibition hall of the Longjing People's Hall and exhibited as a national treasure. This wild ginseng weighs 9 liang 9 qian 9 fon and is truly a national treasure. This century-old wild ginseng is unique in the world, and the starting price is 80,000. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar again, and everyone couldn't help but gasp. This is a century-old wild ginseng that is a national treasure, a rare and unique product in the world, and it is in short supply. The wealthy people at the scene, especially the older ones, looked at the century-old wild ginseng with passionate eyes. As the saying goes, rare things are valuable. A 100-year-old wild ginseng is hard to come by. There is a saying since ancient times that ginseng is worth 10 times as much as gold. This century-old wild ginseng is worth more than 10 times as much as gold. This is the world's unique and rare wild ginseng. No matter how much it costs, there are rich people willing to buy it. This 100-year-old wild ginseng must be bought at any price. Many wealthy people secretly made up their minds. Yikuan also turned his gaze to the century-old wild ginseng. It was indeed 3 plants and 4 leaves, with 66 leaves in total. It was simply the best wild ginseng. Such a rare and unique treasure would naturally belong to a super rich man like him. 100 million. After a brief silence of a few seconds, a wealthy man could no longer hold back and started bidding. 120 million. 130 million. 150 million. 180 million. The price of this century-old wild ginseng continues to rise rapidly. Many super-rich people have joined the scramble. Jewelry and jade are easy to obtain, but century-old wild ginseng is hard to find. As time goes by, the auction price is getting higher and higher. 220 million. A wealthy woman shouted out a sky-high price of over 200 million, looking as if she was determined to get it. It's just a ginseng, but someone actually bid over 200 million yuan for it. This is unprecedented. This has already refreshed the highest price in the history of wild ginseng auction. However, this was not the highest bid on the scene. 500 million. Yikuan gently raised the small auction sign and spoke calmly. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. The scene was dead silent at first, and then there was an uproar. 500 million. There was actually a big shot who offered 500 million to buy a wild ginseng. This is unprecedented, an absolutely sky-high price. Huuchi couldn't help but look at Yikuan a little more with her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect that he would be so generous and spend 500 million to buy a ginseng. This spirit is absolutely amazing. The problem is that Yikuan is not well known in the circle of wealthy people in Shanghai, and she had never heard of him before. Is Yikuan some mysterious invisible rich man? I was shocked. Huuchi's curiosity about Yikuan grew stronger. Chapter 40. $1 billion price shocks everyone. Mr. Yi, who is in seat number 1, has offered 500 million yuan. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer asked, scanning the entire audience. Yikuan immediately raised the price of the century-old wild ginseng from more than 200 million to 500 million, which stunned the entire audience. Some wealthy people shook their heads and withdrew from the bidding with great regret. Although things are valuable because they are rare and 100-year-old wild ginseng is very hard to find, the sky-high price of 500 million yuan still scares away many wealthy people. Damn it! 500 million. How many people are willing to spend 500 million to buy a wild ginseng? Unless you have too much money to spend, I want to buy this rare treasure and collect it. However, century-old wild ginseng has strong medicinal value, and there are still wealthy people at the scene who are unwilling to give it up. 550 million. A wealthy young woman sitting in the second row gritted her teeth and offered a higher price. Suddenly, the whole audience was in an uproar. Mr. Yi has already offered a sky-high price of 500 million yuan, and there are still people who dare to follow suit. This auction is getting more and more exciting. It was just the first lot, but the bidding was so fierce. Wouldn't the competition become more intense as time goes on? Yi Kuan was also slightly surprised and looked at the wealthy woman who made the offer. She was a very young and beautiful woman, younger than him, probably in her early 20s. I guess she is another rich girl from some family. At the same time, the woman also cast her gaze towards Yi Kuan, but her eyes were a little unfriendly, as if she was angry with Yi Kuan for competing with her for this 100-year-old wild ginseng. Ding! A school beauty has been detected. Name, Lu Yuxuan. Appearance, 95, top-notch school beauties. Height, 169. Measurements, 86, 62, 89. Chest, 34. Favorability. Personality traits, brave and hardworking. Hehe. The rich girl Lu Yuxuan had a negative impression of him. It turned out that she was angry and embarrassed because of the auction. Yi Kuan smiled and disagreed. Since they didn't know each other, he wouldn't show any mercy and had to make his bid anyway. Ding. The campus beauty Lu Yuxuan glanced at the host in the crowd for a second longer and was influenced by the charm of being loved by everyone and making flowers bloom. Ding. The campus beauty Lu Yuxuan's favorability towards the host has increased to 10. Sure enough, no woman can resist Yi Kuan's charm, and his favorability needs to be improved. Ms. Lu from Hong Kong Island offered 500 million. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? The auctioneer inquired. He also didn't expect that this century-old wild ginseng would be auctioned at a high price of 500 million. 1 billion. Yi Kuan raised his small sign and quoted a sky-high price again. Dead silence. The whole place was dead silent. Someone actually offered a whopping price of 1 billion to bid for this century-old wild ginseng. Moreover, the price was raised to 1 billion yuan at one time. It's simply insane and inhumane. Although this is a century-old wild ginseng that is a national treasure, the sky-high price of 1 billion is too shocking. Shock. Uproar. Explosion. Everyone in the audience couldn't help but look at Yi Kuan. Even in Yubai, the female president of a pharmaceutical group who was sitting in the first row and had always behaved very aloofly, couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Although a 100-year-old wild ginseng is precious, it is not worth 1 billion. And Yubai shook his head slightly. She would never spend 1 billion to buy a wild ginseng. It's too irrational. Unless the other party is rich and willful. I'm afraid only the super rich would dare to play like this. Yi Kuan successfully aroused her interest. However, she still maintained that cold, arrogant, and elegant demeanor and did not look at Yi Kuan. This is an iceberg beauty, and there are very few people who can touch her heart. Hehe. Mr. Yi in seat number 1 offered 1 billion yuan. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer's eyes scanned the entire audience, and his tone became excited. 1 billion. The first item was sold at a sky-high price of 1 billion. Tonight's auction will undoubtedly be a great success. At the same time, he turned his gaze to Lu Yuxuan in the second row. She is the daughter of the Lu family in Hong Kong. I wonder if she is willing to bid a higher price to bid for this century-old wild ginseng? 1 billion times. Twice a billion. Damn, a sky-high price of 10 billion. Who dares to bid for it? The whole audience was silent. No one dared to bid a higher price, including the wealthy daughter from Hong Kong Island, Lu Yuxuan, whose pretty face turned red and she couldn't muster up the courage to continue bidding. 1 billion has far exceeded her psychological budget. 3 times a billion. Make a deal. The auctioneer made the final decision with one hammer, determining the final ownership of this century-old wild ginseng. The first item auctioned tonight was sold at a sky-high price of 1 billion. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Yi Kuan also became the most watched person in the whole venue and was the talk of the town for a while. Mr. Yi is so bold and inhumane. Who is Mr. Yi? It seems that no one in the wealthy circle has heard of his name. Could he be an invisible rich man? He is sitting in seat number 1, and next to him is the cool female president of Chong Group. I'm afraid this Mr. Yi is the real behind-the-scenes boss of Chong Group. That's right. Only the big boss behind the Chong Group can have such courage. I never thought that the mysterious boss of Kunping Group is so young, handsome, and charming. The wealthy people and celebrities in the auction hall were whispering and speculating about Yi Kuan's identity. Soon, everyone guessed Yi Kuan's true identity. Apart from the mysterious boss behind the scenes of Kunping Group, who dares to sit in seat number 1. Moreover, female president Qin Lan was also invited to accompany him. Ding. Gained a critical hit for worship value. Ding. Gained a critical hit for worship value. Ding. Gained a critical hit for worship value. In an instant, everyone present gave Yi Kuan a wave of admiration. It turns out that he is the mysterious boss behind Kunping Group. Huuchi also had a look of surprise on her face, her beautiful eyes staring at Yi Kuan beside her. Kunping Group is a giant conglomerate that has risen very rapidly in recent years. The boss behind the scenes is extremely mysterious and has never appeared in public. I didn't expect that the mysterious boss of Kunping Group is Yi Kuan, and he is so young, handsome, and charming. He made a stunning debut in his first official appearance and shocked the whole audience. In Huuchi's eyes, Yi Kuan suddenly became mysterious and legendary. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Huuchi's favorability towards the host. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Huuchi's favorability towards the host. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Huuchi's favorability towards the host has increased to 50. A man's status is undoubtedly a very important criterion in a woman's mind and will directly affect her rating of a man. Even if a man has a very ordinary appearance, if he is the son of the richest man, his rating in the hearts of many women will directly rise several levels. This is the blessing of the identity halo. After knowing that Yi Kuan was the mysterious behind-the-scenes boss of Kunping Group, Huuchi's favorability towards him directly increased by 20 points. Chapter 41. Identity Halo. Fight for the Heavenly Ring Jade Bracelet. Ding. Since many beauties above the school level are influenced by the host's identity as the boss of Kunping Group, their favorability has increased. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the aura of the domineering president identity. Explanation. With the aura of a domineering CEO, the favorability of various beauties towards the host will increase by 10 points. Oh shit. He actually gained the aura of a domineering president. This is the rhythm of becoming invincible. With the aura of charm, celebrity, identity, money, and ability, he is almost invincible and successful in everything. It feels so good. Yi Kuan took the opportunity to check his personal information again. Name, Yi Kuan. Strength, 41. Agility, 33. Constitution, 58. Spirit, 45. Charm, 9. Note. The peak attribute of ordinary people is 10. Super Rich Reserve Fund, 9. Available amount of super rich money, 800 million. Skills. God-level driving skills. Never get drunk after drinking 1,000 cups. Invincible with a golden spear. Halo. Charm Halo, Celebrity Halo, Status Halo. Props. An inspiration capsule. Super Rich Points, 2. The Super Rich Points are only 2, which means that spending the Super Rich Reserve Funds will not increase the Super Rich Points. Only by spending disposable Super Rich Gold can you increase Super Rich Points. However, Yi Kuan was still satisfied with his attributes and abilities. His physical attributes are now several times that of an ordinary person, and he has become a little Superman. Moreover, he has various strange abilities. It's great. Everyone. The second item to be auctioned tonight is the Heavenly Ring Jade Bracelet. The auctioneer spoke. At the same time, a full green jade bracelet was also pushed onto the booth. As soon as this natural full green jadeite bracelet appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. The color is very bright, the light transmittance is very good, the whole body is green, and it is extremely beautiful. This jade bracelet is so beautiful, it's intoxicating. All the women at the scene were fascinated by it. Holy crap! Today's second lot is actually the Heavenly Ring Jade Bracelet. At this time, there was an uproar in the auction hall, and many wealthy people and celebrities were talking about it. Oh my god, it's the Heavenly Ring Jade Bracelet. If any man buys the Heavenly Ring Jade Bracelet for me, I will immediately agree to marry him. A socialite said excitedly. The Heavenly Ring Bracelet is estimated to be worth 100 million. It is a collection-level bracelet, extremely noble. Why? Is this bracelet famous? Yi Kuan turned slightly and asked the female president Qin Lan beside him. Boss, this full green jade bracelet with plenty of water is named the Ring of Heaven. The Heavenly Ring Jade Bracelet made its debut at the Sotheby's auction in Hong Kong Island on April 3, 2018. At the time, it was estimated at 800 trillion Hong Kong dollars. It is the most beautiful jade bracelet that Sotheby's has encountered in recent years. Female President Qianlong stared at the Ring of Heaven jade bracelet on the exhibition stand with a gleam in her beautiful eyes. This collectible jade bracelet is so beautiful and intoxicating that any woman will be moved by it. In addition to the female President Qianlong, Yang Yijuan, who was sitting in the back row, was also very fond of this jade bracelet. Huuchi and Yubai next to Yi Kuan were also very interested in the Heavenly Ring jade bracelet. You are not mistaken, this Heavenly Ring jade bracelet is the finale of the 2018 Sotheby's spring auction of magnificent jewels and jade jewelry. This is a precious jade bracelet of collection level, which can continue to appreciate in value. The starting price is 88 million. The auctioneer spoke. 10,000 is just the starting price, but the price to buy this collection-level full green jadeite bracelet is estimated to be much higher. 90 million. After a brief silence of a few seconds, someone at the scene started shouting out prices. 90,000. 100 million. 110 million. 120 million. 130 million. The price began to rise rapidly and soon exceeded 100 million. 3 years ago, at the Sotheby's auction, the final auction price of the Heavenly Ring bracelet was less than 100 million yuan. The premium is now over 30, and some people are still raising the price. 150 million. The person who made the offer this time was Huuchi, who was sitting next to Yi Kuan. She is a real rich girl, and she likes this Ring of Heaven jade bracelet very much, and seems to be determined to get it. When she offered 150 million, the scene fell silent, and it seemed that no one offered a higher price in a short period of time. Even as a collection-level jade bracelet, this is already a sky-high price. If the price goes up any further, you might end up losing money. Of course, the premise is that you buy it for collection. Ms. Hu offered 150 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer glanced around the audience. Although this price is not low, there is still a certain gap compared with the first-century-old ginseng item auctioned. 180 million. At this time, another wealthy woman began to raise her bid. She was also sitting in the first row, and it was obvious that she was worth a lot of money. Huang Yueying. How could it be her? Huuchi frowned slightly. This Huang Yueying is the president of the Huang Group and the boss behind Yueying Jewelry. It owns Huang Group, Yueying Jewelry, and several shopping malls, and is very strong. 190 million. Huuchi didn't want to give up like this, so she raised her offer again. 200 million. Huang Yueying refused to give in and immediately offered a high price of 200 million yuan. 210 million. Huuchi was not willing to be outdone and raised the price again. She really likes this Heavenly Ring jade bracelet. 220 million. Huang Yueying raised the price again and refused to give in. The two wealthy women fought fiercely for the jade bracelet. Just when Huuchi wanted to continue to raise the price, and Yubai beside her whispered to remind her, the price is too high. Huang Yueying is deliberately raising the price. Don't be fooled. And Yubai and Huuchi, as well as another good friend Chong Yueshi, are competitors of Huang Yueying and have been fighting in the business world for many years. This time, Huang Yueying was obviously targeting Huuchi and deliberately raised the price. Yubai, should I just give up and let her bully me? Huuchi still felt somewhat unwilling. 220 million is already the highest price ever paid for a jade bracelet at an auction. Even if you win the bid, you won't be able to make any money in a few years. There's no need to compete with her. And Yueying opened her red lips slightly and spoke in a low voice. She is worthy of being the female president of a group. She can analyze the situation calmly and remain rational. Huuchi followed in Yubai's advice and did not continue to raise the price, but she was still very unwilling. Ms. Huang's offer is 220 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer's eyes turned to Huuchi. 220 million once. 220 million twice. Huang Yueying cast a provocative look at Huuchi, showing an attitude of a winner. This made Huuchi so angry that her face turned red and she clenched her fists. The auctioneer has raised the hammer. Just when Huang Yueying thought she had won the bid, a familiar and domineering voice was heard in the auction hall. 300 million. Yi Kuan spoke calmly. Chapter 42 Auction House Domination. 300 million. Yi Kuan offered 300 million, and the whole audience was shocked again. There was an uproar. Mr. Yi actually bid 300 million to bid for the Heavenly Ring jade bracelet. This price is more than 3 times the price at Sotheby's auction in 2018. So extravagant. So courageous. Huang Yueying frowned slightly. She bought the Heavenly Ring jade bracelet in order to put it in her own jewelry store as a treasure. Now, Yikuan's bid made her feel very difficult. This big shot just bought a 100-year-old wild ginseng for 1 billion yuan. His strength is unfathomable. However, she was determined to get the heavenly ring jade bracelet. Mr. Yi, who is in seat number 1, has offered 300 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer scanned the entire venue and then looked at Huang Yueying standing aside. I'll give you 310 million. Huang Yueying gritted her teeth and offered a higher price. If you spend 300 million to bid for a jade bracelet, even if you get it, you can only use it as a collection for a few years and don't think of making money from it. However, in order to have a treasure for his newly opened jewelry store, he had to buy the heavenly ring jade bracelet. 500 million. Yi Kuren raised the small sign and directly raised the offer price to 500 million. All the wealthy people, socialites and celebrities in the audience couldn't help but gasp. Mr. Yi is so rich. Increasing the price by hundreds of millions, this doesn't give others any chance at all. Damn, who dares to snatch this from him? Boss Yi, there's no need for you to deliberately target me, right? Huang Yueying turned around with an angry look on her face and said to Yi Kuan. She auctioned the heavenly ring jade bracelet in order to use it as the treasure of her store. Therefore, they are willing to bid high. What is Yi Kuan doing this for? Is it because there is too much money and nowhere to spend it? Purely out of willfulness? No, she doesn't think so. Seeing that Yi Kuan and huuchi were sitting close to each other, she thought that Yi Kuan must be venting his anger on huuchi, the goddess-like beauty, so he was deliberately targeting her. At this time, the system prompt sound rang again. Ding. A class beauty has been detected. Name, Huang Yueying. Appearance, 88. Class beauty level. Height, 164 cm. Measurements, 82, 64, 88. Chest, 32. Favorability. Personality traits, cold, domineering, shrewd. Hello. System, what's wrong with you? Why did the standards suddenly drop? She's just the class beauty, and you have the nerve to sell her to me? Yi Kuan was speechless. He has been used to seeing school beauties and goddess-level beauties recently, so it is unacceptable for the system to suddenly recommend a class beauty to him. This may be why it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. The same goes for the taste in beauties. After seeing too many school beauties and goddess-level beauties, my taste has become spoiled, and class beauties are hard to accept. Moreover, Huang Yueying's breasts were not as big as his, and they were flat, so he was even less interested. Yi Kuan didn't dare to attack Huang Yueying. It would be troublesome if he was entangled by her. Fortunately, her favorability towards me is negative. Mr. Huang, it's a bit pointless to say that I'm targeting you on purpose. Since it's an auction, of course the highest bidder wins. If you can bid higher than me, then this heavenly ring jade bracelet will be yours. Yi Kuan said lightly. He auctioned the heavenly ring jade bracelet not intentionally to target Huang Yueying. It's just that he has a lot of money and wants to get this top-quality jade bracelet. Huang Yueying was still very depressed and felt a blockage in her chest. Damn, you've already raised the price to 500 million. How can you ask people to raise the price further? Mr. Yi offered 500 million yuan. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer said, looking around the room. 500 million at a time. 500 million twice. Huang Yueying did not continue to raise the price. 500 million already exceeded the highest offer in her mind. She is a businessman. She won't do anything that doesn't make a profit. So, in the end, she chose to give up. 500 million 3 times. Make a deal. The auctioneer made the final decision, determining the final owner of the heavenly ring jade bracelet. That is Yi Kuan. After Yi Kuan spent 1 billion to buy the national treasure-level century-old wild ginseng, he bought the heavenly ring jade bracelet for 500 million. The extent of his arrogance is breathtaking and admirable. Ding. Gained a critical hit for worship value. Ding. Gained a critical hit for worship value. Ding. Gained a critical hit for worship value. Huuchi also looked at Yi Kuan with gratitude. Yi Kuan beat Huang Yueying and bought the heavenly ring jade bracelet at a high price of 500 million, which made her very relieved. Although she felt a little regretful that she failed to take a picture of the heavenly ring jade bracelet, she also did not let Huang Yueying get it. And she once again witnessed Yi Kuan's strength and was deeply shocked. Next, Yi Kuan bought an antique blue and white porcelain and a copy of cursive calligraphy by the ancient calligrapher Zhang Su at a high price. As long as he makes a bid, no rich man in the audience can compete with him. Yi Kuan quickly established a dominant position in the auction. He is the richest and most domineering man. Yikuin also gained a lot of admiration points because of this. Of course, he didn't bid on everything. If he comes across an item that he is not interested in, he will give the opportunity to others. After several fierce auctions, the scene took a short break and entered the entertainment time. Now, let's invite the popular singer Wang Jingtong to sing a song for everyone. The host announced. Wow, the sexy goddess Wang Jingtong is about to appear. Wang Jingtong is a top female singer. She usually doesn't even perform commercial shows, but only holds concerts. I didn't expect that she would be invited to sing at the auction this time. The auction hall suddenly became lively. Those who can attend this top auction are wealthy people, socialites, and various celebrities. There were many first and second-tier stars invited to participate in the event, but there was only one top-tier female star, Wang Jingtong. Soon, Wang Jingtong came on stage to sing. She has a graceful figure, sexy and charming, but also has an extremely pure face. Her singing voice is very pleasant to the ears, and she has the singing ability of a queen. Since Yikuin was sitting in the first row, closest to the stage. Chapter 43. The surface is titanium alloy, but it is actually nano armor. The singer Wang Jingtong is sexy, charming, and full of allure, and is also a goddess-level figure. However, perhaps because there was no direct conversation, Yikuin did not trigger any system prompts about her. Soon, the singer Wang Jingtong finished singing a song and walked off the stage with a charming step. When she passed by Yikuin, she showed an extremely charming smile. Yikuin just smiled and didn't take it seriously. Given his current worth and demonstrated strength, it is only natural that female stars would want to make friends with him. Those goddesses and big stars who are high and mighty in the eyes of ordinary people have become commonplace to him. Soon, the auctioneer in the mouse suit returned to the stage and the auction continued. Everyone, the item to be auctioned next is a very unique item. It is a piece of titanium alloy. The auctioneer spoke. At the same time, a fist-sized piece of strange metal appeared on the booth. The surface of this piece of metal is bumpy and ordinary, just like a piece of junk that someone has thrown into a garbage dump. Can this piece of broken metal be auctioned? The wealthy and famous people at the scene couldn't help but look suspicious and disdainful. After testing with high-tech instruments, we found that this special metal is more than 500 million years old. We suspect it is a prehistoric relic, or an alien high-tech civilization. The auctioneer introduced it calmly. There was an uproar at the scene, and everyone began to feel curious and shocked about this unremarkable and strange titanium alloy. Titanium alloy with a history of more than 500 million years. Prehistoric items? A high-tech product left behind by aliens? People may have heard of this strange thing, but have never seen it with their own eyes. This titanium alloy has a very high density and is very hard. Even the hardest diamond in the world cannot leave a scratch on its surface. Its specific purpose is unknown. This piece of titanium alloy seems to have no other use except being extremely hard, so the original owner entrusted us to auction it off. The highest bidder wins. The starting price for this piece of titanium alloy is 100 million. Start bidding now. The auctioneer glanced around the room and spoke. He also couldn't be sure whether anyone would be willing to bid a high price for this piece of titanium alloy, which was nothing but hard and ordinary. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Yikuin's mind. Ding! A piece of strange metal was detected, and inside it is a set of nano armor. Requirements for wearing nano armor. Awakened. Oh shit. There is actually a set of nano armor inside this piece of titanium alloy. The black technology has come out. What is the awakener? Is there really a supernatural power in this world? Shoot. This piece of prehistoric titanium had to be photographed. After the auctioneer made his offer, there was silence for more than 10 seconds, and no one bid. Although everyone is very curious about this peculiar titanium alloy, the price of 100 million yuan still scares many people. Spending 100 million to buy a piece of useless metal is obviously not very cost-effective. 100 million. Yikuin spoke. Since no one has bid, he will start. A piece of titanium alloy that is more than 500 million years old, containing a set of nano armor. No one here knows its value. 120 million. After Yikuin made his offer, another wealthy man joined the bidding. Although they didn't know what this titanium alloy was used for, it would be nice to buy it and collect it. After all, this is an antique that is more than 500 million years old. 300 million. Yikuin raised the small sign and said calmly. He has trillions of dollars in reserve funds and is not afraid of others bidding against him. Come on, bid. The more intense the bidding, the more excited he gets. 350 million. There are indeed rich people who continue to raise the price. What if this piece of titanium alloy is some kind of alien treasure? Wouldn't it be like finding a bargain if I took a picture of it? This is the psychological activity of the wealthy people present at the scene. 500 million. Yikuan spoke calmly. Add. Keep adding. 600 million. There was actually a wealthy man who was not afraid at all and raised the price to 600 million. 1 billion. Yikuan raised the small sign again. Hiss. The whole audience was in an uproar and shocked. Mr. Yi actually offered 1 billion to bid for a piece of useless metal. This is because he has a lot of money and can do whatever he wants. However, there are also wealthy people who do not think so. I think it's a rare commodity. This piece of titanium alloy might have some strange functions. This is why Mr. Yi was willing to pay a high price to buy it. 1.1 billion. Many wealthy people came to this auction. A coal boss in the back row directly quoted a price of 1.1 billion and started competing with Yikuan. If you spend over $1 billion to buy a piece of prehistoric titanium alloy, you might just get a bargain. Haha, 2 billion. Yikuan smiled. He didn't get angry and continued to raise the price. If he had more money than others, he wouldn't be afraid at all. The world's richest man is here. Let's beat him down. Let him kneel down and call daddy. When the coal boss heard Yikuan's offer of 2 billion, he immediately became scared and didn't dare to continue to bid. Boss Ye's offer is 2 billion. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? The auctioneer said excitedly. I didn't expect that this piece of titanium alloy could be sold at a sky-high price of 2 billion. This is the item with the highest bid so far. I'll give you 2.1 billion. At this time, a wealthy man sitting in the first row spoke up. He is a super rich man on the Forbes rich list and ranks very high. The higher the price Yikuan bids, the more those wealthy people will think that this is a rare commodity. 10 billion. Yikuan directly raised the offer to 10 billion. 10 billion is not expensive for a nanomech. And when he quoted a price of 10 billion, the whole audience couldn't help but gasp. Then, dead silence. Complete silence. You can hear a pin drop. Then, there was an uproar and explosion. Crazy. He is crazy. Mr. Yi actually spent 10 billion to bid for a piece of ordinary and useless metal. Is this because there is too much money and we can't spend it all? Are all the rich so willful? Haha, Boss Yi is really very courageous. I admit defeat and will not compete with you for this titanium alloy. The rich man felt inferior to Yikuan and did not dare to continue bidding against him. Damn, this is crazy. Directly increased the price to 10 billion. Even if he is one of the richest people on the Forbes rich list, he would not dare to play like this. Too arrogant. It was the first time he felt like being bludgeoned by money. Yikuan just smiled indifferently. Not to mention 10 billion. Even if it is 100 billion, it is just a drop in the bucket for him. He is determined to get this nano armor. 100 billion at a time. The auctioneer didn't even ask if anyone wanted to raise the price, and just started counting. 10 billion twice. 100 billion 3 times. Make a deal. As the auctioneer made the final decision, Yikuan bought this ordinary piece of metal at a sky-high price of 10 billion. Most people at the scene thought Yikuan was crazy. However, there were also many people who showed crazy worship. 10 billion was spent on buying a piece of unknown metal. This is what a super rich man looks like. Ding. Obtained a super critical hit of worship value. Ding. Obtained a super critical hit of worship value. Ding. Obtained a super critical hit of worship value. Super critical hits of worship value appeared one after another, and Yikuan madly harvested a wave of worship value. Even the goddess huuchi beside him stared at Yikuan with a look of shock and admiration. Chapter 44. The Battle for the New Land King in the Magic City. Ding. The goddess-level beauty huuchi's favorability towards the host. Ding. Congratulations to the goddess-level beauty huuchi for raising her favorability towards the host to 60. Ding. Reward the host with agility. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing your agility to 43. Strength 41, Agility 43, Constitution 58, Spirit 45. Well, Yikuan was also slightly happy in his heart. His agility increased by another 10 points. Now, there are basically no shortcomings in his 4 basic physical attributes. It feels great if we can move forward together. If his body continues to evolve like this, he will become a Superman sooner or later. At the same time, he couldn't help but glance at huuchi. He saw huuchi's beautiful eyes staring at him, smiling slightly. She was so beautiful that nothing could compare to her. When the favorability reaches 60, it means that you are somewhat fond of someone. Yikuin also smiled gently at huuchi, then sat up straight again. The next big thing is the auction of a piece of land in the Magic City. This piece of land is located in Suhui Binjiang East Bank Financial Port, covers an area of 485 acres, and the starting price is 20 billion. The auctioneer spoke. This piece of land is the highlight of tonight, and the new Land King of Shanghai may be born here. At the same time, the big screen at the booth began to play relevant information about the land. Suhui Riverside East Bank Financial Port. The land is adjacent to the Magic City Inner Ring Elevated Road and adjacent to the Long Museum. The Suhui Riverside East Bank Financial Port site will be mainly composed of Grade A offices, supported by first-class services such as commerce, high-end hotels, rental housing, convention and exhibition, cultural tourism, etc. A central activity area integrating business, commerce, residence, leisure, culture, ecology, and other functions will be built to help Suhui Riverside accelerate the construction of an outstanding waterfront in a global city. President Qin, does our Kunping Group have the qualifications to auction this land? Yikuan asked Qin Lan beside him, and he also showed some interest in this piece of land. This is not residential land, but commercial land located in the city center, used to build office buildings, hotels, etc. Of course, Kunpeng Real Estate, a subsidiary of our Kunpeng Group, has already paid a deposit of more than 20 billion yuan and is eligible to bid for this land. Female President Qin Lan smiled and said. In addition to Yikuan, many bigwigs at the scene showed great interest in this land. There are even many large real estate companies that came specifically to bid for this land and are gearing up to bid. The starting price for this piece of land is 20 billion, and the bidding is now open. The auctioneer shouted, opening the bidding. 23 billion. The first person to make a bid was actually the beautiful CEO of Group, Yubai. She had never bid on any items before. He has always been taciturn and frugal with words, but I never expected that the first thing he said was 23 billion. It's really true that if you don't make a sound, you will be a big surprise. The financial resources of the Group are also very strong, and they have set their sights on this good piece of land located in the central area of Shanghai. 24 billion. 25 billion. 26 billion. A number of group companies have joined the bidding, and the competition is very fierce. The price of 26 billion has already exceeded the 24.8 billion that was the highest price in Shanghai a few years ago. After the price reached 26 billion, the bidding speed began to slow down, and those companies that were not strong enough voluntarily withdrew from the bidding. 27 billion. And Yubai raised the small sign and made another offer, looking determined to win. Billion, setting a new record for the price of land in Shanghai. There was a brief silence in the auction hall. 30 billion. Yikuan raised the small sign and spoke. If he didn't make a move, it would have been fine, but once he did, he raised the price to the 30 billion mark. The price of the king of land in Shanghai has been refreshed again. When Yubai saw that the person who made the offer was Yikuan, a ruthless man, she couldn't help but frown and felt it was very difficult. Yikuan is so cruel, too domineering. Basically, whatever he likes, no matter how much it costs, he will buy it. It's totally unconventional. This guy is a super rich man who doesn't take money seriously at all. I spent 1 billion yuan to buy a 100-year-old wild ginseng. I spent 500 million to buy the heavenly ring jade bracelet. What is even more puzzling is that he spent 10 billion to buy a piece of metal whose use is unknown. It's outrageous. She couldn't help but feel a little afraid of such a generous competitor who didn't play by the rules. Mr. Yi, are you also interested in this piece of land? And Yubai turned slightly and had a conversation with Yikuan for the first time, sitting across a seat from huuchi. Her voice was cold, yet it sounded very comfortable. Ding. A goddess-level beauty has been detected. Name, and Yubai. Appearance, 97, goddess level. Height, 170 cm. Measurements, 86, 60, 90. Perfect body. Chest, 34. Favorability, 0. Personality traits, cold, taciturn, and very frugal with words. Well. Yikuan scanned Yubai's information and shook his head slightly. Although Yubai is a goddess-level beauty with stunning looks and perfect figure, but he has a very cold personality, is very frugal with words, and doesn't like to talk. Moreover, my favorability towards him is still 0, which is a bit too much. Ding. The goddess-level beauty in Yubai glanced at the host for a second longer, and was influenced by the charming aura of being loved by everyone and making flowers bloom when they see them, and her favorability increased. Ding. The goddess-level beauty in Yubai is influenced by the host's domineering CEO identity aura and has a favorable impression. Ding. The goddess-level beauty and Yubai's favorability towards the host has increased to 20. Something is wrong. This is wrong. Influenced by her charming aura of being loved by everyone and making flowers bloom wherever she goes, shouldn't her favorability be increased by 30 points? How come it only increased by 10 points? This was the first time Yikuin encountered such a situation. Before, whether she was a school beauty or a goddess beauty, under the influence of his charming aura, everyone's favorability will be increased by 30 points. Could it be possible that Yubai could resist his charm? Perhaps it's because she is naturally cold-hearted, so it's hard to improve her favorability. However, Yikuin didn't care much about this. Now, there is no shortage of goddess-level beauties around him. Mr. Yi. Seeing that Yikuin didn't say anything, and Yubai opened her red lips and called him softly again. Yes, I am also very interested in this piece of land. Yikuin smiled. I will not easily give up the bidding for this land, just because the other party is a goddess-level beauty. 31 billion. At this time, another real estate group company raised its offer. It seems that there are more than one or two companies that are determined to get this piece of land. 32 billion. And Yubai was not willing to be outdone and offered a sky-high price of 32 billion. It can be seen that she is very determined to take over this piece of land. 35 billion. Yikuin spoke calmly and directly raised the price to 35 billion. The whole audience was silent. Is a new land king in Shanghai about to be born? And Yubai did not continue to quote, but leaned over and whispered something in huuchi's ear. Chapter 45. Cooperating with Yubai. No lack of money. After Yubai finished whispering to huuchi moved her body closer to Yikuin again. Huuchi put her red lips close to Yikuin's ear, exhaled sweetly, and whispered, Boss Yi, Yubai asked me to ask you, can a group and Kunping Group cooperate to jointly invest in the development of this land? She spoke softly, which made Yikuin's ears tingle. Cooperate with An's group? Yikuin turned his gaze to Yubai. It is very common for multiple companies to jointly invest in and develop a project as a joint entity. For example, this piece of land will cost more than 30 billion yuan at the auction, and later on, we will have to invest in building buildings, shopping malls, hotels, and other supporting facilities, which will cost at least hundreds of billions yuan. It is difficult for a single company to complete such a large investment project alone, which often requires joint development by several companies. However, the above situation only applies to ordinary companies. Yikuin's Kunping Group is not short of money. With only over 100 billion yuan, Kunping Group can completely develop and complete this project independently. If the money is not enough, he still has the rich man's reserve fund to use. It's invincible. Therefore, there is no need for him to find someone to share the cake. And Yubai waited for Yikuin's reply nervously. This piece of land is related to the business layout of the N Group and has important strategic significance. If Yikuin is unwilling to cooperate with her, then she can only rely on fair bidding. In front of Yikuin, she was not sure if she could buy the land. Yikuin is very powerful and does not play by the rules, which makes her unpredictable. Just when Yikuin was about to ruthlessly reject Yubai's request for cooperation, the system prompt sound suddenly rang. Ding. Triggering a random task. Choice 1. Agree to Yubai's request and cooperate with An's group to jointly develop the land. Reward 1. Yubai's favorability. Reward 2. 1 chance to draw a random prize. Choice 2. Reject Yubai's request and develop the land independently. Reward. 100 yuan. Penalty. Yubai's favorability. Good job. After agreeing to the cooperation request, Yubai's favorability towards him only increased by 10 points. If he rejects the cooperation request, Yubai's favorability towards him will decrease by 30 points. A bit cruel. It's a bit difficult to gain favorability with this goddess Yubai. However, considering that the system still gave him a chance to draw a lottery, Yikuin decided to agree to Yubai's request for cooperation. After all, he is not short of money now, so it doesn't matter whether he earns a little more or a little less. On the contrary, it is very important for him to improve the favor of the goddess. So, Yikuin nodded to Yubai, indicating that he agreed to cooperate with N Group. This made Yubai breathe a sigh of relief, and a faint smile bloomed on her beautiful face, which was gorgeous and charming. Mr. Ye's offer is 35 billion. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer turned his attention to the CEOs of several large domestic group companies. 36 billion. A real estate tycoon sitting in the first row was not willing to be outdone and raised the price to 36 billion, looking determined to win. 38.8 billion. Yikuin said calmly. Raise your offer again. No pressure. All the funds for this auction come from the rich man's reserve funds. He has trillions and trillions of gold. Who can defeat him? Even if all the real estate tycoons in the world joined together to bid, Yi Kuan could crush them all. Friction. Rub again. If you have superpowers, you are invincible. No rival. Invincible. Fuck. Mr. Yi has already offered 38.8 billion, which has once again set a new record for the price of the most expensive land in Magic City. It's more than a new record for land price. It's already more than 10 billion higher. Awesome. Mr. Yi is so rich and inhumane. When Yi Kuan quoted the sky-high price of 38.8 billion, there was an uproar at the scene. Shock. Explosion. This top auction is really a fierce battle. The competition is so fierce. However, Mr. Yi can be the leader and stand out from the crowd. Shower, is that you? Boss Yi is really courageous. Let's give up this auction. The last real estate tycoon shook his head helplessly and gave up raising the price any further. Thank you, thank you. Yi Kuan smiled. 38.8 billion once. 38.8 billion twice. 38.8 billion three times. Make a deal. The auctioneer made the final decision, announcing the birth of a new land king in Shanghai. Fuck. A new land king is born. Ding. Obtained a supercritical hit of worship value. 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 The moment the new king of land in Magic City was born, supercritical hits of worship value appeared crazily, and Yi Kuan harvested a lot of worship value. The eyes of many wealthy people, socialites, and celebrities present at the scene were filled with admiration when they looked at Yi Kuan. Mr. Yi is so rich. Invincible. Then, several valuable items were photographed at the scene. Yi Kuan didn't make any move, leaving some chance for others. Next, we are going to auction a very valuable jewelry necklace called Fairy's Tears. The auctioneer spoke. At the same time, an extremely gorgeous jewelry necklace was displayed on the booth. As soon as this necklace appeared, all the socialites and ladies at the scene went crazy. Their eyes were shining. Fairy Tears is a unique modular masterpiece created by a world-renowned jewelry art master. The diamond for this jewel was cut from a 507-carat, pristine rough Cullinan heritage diamond. The designer incorporated elements of the Dragon Kingdom, such as butterflies, jadeite, and white jade. The entire necklace is made of beads and has a reconfigurable structure, which allows it to be worn in up to 27 different ways. It is said that this necklace has a magical power that can make the woman who wears it radiant and full of charm. Fairy's Tears, starting price 800 million. This is the piece of jewelry with the highest starting price so far. However, this still cannot stop the madness of some socialites and wealthy ladies. There were also some super rich people at the scene who wanted to buy this precious jewelry necklace and give it to the woman of their dreams. 1 billion. Soon, a noble lady called out a price of 1 billion. 1.1 billion. 1.2 billion. 1.3 billion. Ms. He, the daughter of the gambling king from Macau, offered 1.3 billion. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer glanced around the room. 2 billion. Yi Kuan spoke calmly and attacked again. This necklace was created by a master jeweler from Longwa. It is uniquely designed and incorporates many Longwa elements. Unique in the world. Worth taking a picture and collecting. The key is, he is not short of money. Chapter 46, Returning the Dragon Head Statue to the Motherland. When Yi Kuan made the offer of 2 billion, the whole audience was shocked again. The price of 2 billion has broken the historical auction record for jewelry necklaces. In the auction hall, the youngest granddaughter of the Macau gambling king looked at Yi Kuan's handsome back with a resentful look. I'm so angry. Yi Kuan actually competed with her for the Fairy's Tears jewelry necklace. 2.1 billion. The gambling king's granddaughter raised the price again, seemingly in a fit of anger. At the same time, she also wanted to challenge Yi Kuan. From childhood to adulthood, she has been the apple of the He family's eye and the most favored little princess. You get what you want. There was nothing she couldn't get that she set her sights on. 3 billion. Yi Kuan raised the sign again and spoke calmly. Sorry, he won't give up something he likes easily. No matter who the other party is. Unless he is in a good mood. If the other party makes him happy, he has no problem giving it away for free. Otherwise, no matter who comes, it will be useless. Mr. Ye's offer is 3 billion. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer scanned the room and then looked at the gambling king's granddaughter. The gambling king's granddaughter was so angry that she stomped her feet, staring at Yikuin's handsome back, her pretty face puffed up with anger. However, she has no way to deal with Yikuin now. The price of 3 billion made her dare not raise the offer easily. 3 billion at a time. 3 billion twice. 3 billion 3 times. Make a deal. The auctioneer made the final decision. Yikuin bought the fairy's tears jewelry necklace for 3 billion yuan. The ladies and socialites at the scene all looked at Yikuin with fiery eyes. If Yikuin could give them this string of fairy tears, they would definitely become the most dazzling women in the world. However, Yikuin seems a bit cold. I wonder what kind of woman is worthy of this string of fairy tears. Ladies and gentlemen, the last and most important lot of the night is about to be auctioned. Yes, the last lot to be auctioned tonight is the bronze statue of the dragon head of the Chinese zodiac. The auctioneer spoke in an exciting voice. At the same time, information about the dragon head statue began to be played on the big screen. The bronze dragon head statue is one of the 12 bronze animal heads of the Old Summer Palace. It was originally part of the fountain outside the Haiyan Hall in the Old Summer Palace and is a red bronze cast during the Qianlong period. After the burning of the Old Summer Palace, the bronze dragon head statue and other bronze statues began to be lost overseas. Currently, 5 pieces have been returned, namely the ox head, monkey head, tiger head, pig head, and horse head, all of which were purchased back to the country. The rat head and rabbit head became a hot topic because they were auctioned at Christie's. The whereabouts of the other bronze statues of snake head, sheep head, chicken head, and dog head are still unknown. The starting price for the bronze statue of the dragon head of the 12 Chinese zodiac animals is 300 million. Bidding begins now. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, patriots began to compete to start bidding. Today, many wealthy people come to the auction specifically for this bronze dragon head statue. 500 million, 800 million, 1 billion, 1.2 billion. Mr. Hua from Hong Kong Island offered 1.2 billion. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? 1.5 billion. Mr. He from Ouching offered 1.5 billion. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? 16 billion. Mr. Hua from Hong Kong Island made another offer, raising the price to 1.6 billion. This price is already a historical high for the bronze head statue. This time he bid for the dragon head sculpture not for his own collection, but to donate it to the country. Mr. Hua from Hong Kong Island offered 1.6 billion. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer glanced around the room. 10 billion. Yikuin raised the sign and spoke softly. The offer price for the bronze dragon head statue was directly raised to 10 billion. As soon as the 10 billion offer was made, the whole place fell into dead silence. The bronze dragon head statue itself does not have much value. Its value lies in its significance. The 12 bronze head statues belong to the Dragon Kingdom and must be returned to the motherland. What's more, the item being auctioned this time is a dragon head statue, which is of extraordinary significance. First, take the dragon head back, lure out the other bronze head statues, and then find a way to get them back. Whether you bid or snatch, the item must be returned to its original owner. Mr. Ye's offer is 10 billion. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer glanced around the room. However, this time no one responded. 10 billion, this price is really too high. Even if it is a contribution to the country, it is very painful to give out 10 billion. Moreover, Yikuin himself is a dragon citizen, which makes others lose the desire to continue bidding. 10 billion at a time. 10 billion twice. 10 billion 3 times. Make a deal. With the auctioneer's final word, Yikuin bought the bronze statue of the dragon head of the Chinese zodiac for a sky-high price of 10 billion yuan. At this time, Yikuin stood up and slowly said, I am willing to return the bronze statue of the 12 zodiac dragon heads to the country. Please ask the auctioneer to contact the relevant national departments to return the item to its original owner. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone stood up and applauded. The applause was thunderous and lasted for a long time. Pa 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 pa. Everyone at the scene, whether they were wealthy socialites, celebrities, or ordinary staff, all looked at Yikuin with admiration. Taking pictures of the bronze statues of the dragon heads of the 12 zodiac signs and donating them to the country is a patriotic spirit that deserves respect. Ding. Gains super critical hit bonus for worship value. Ding. Gains super critical hit bonus for worship value. Ding. Gains super critical hit bonus for worship value. Ding. Gains super critical hit bonus for worship value. super critical strike of worship appears crazily. At this moment, the admiration value grew wildly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission, taking a photo of the bronze statue of the dragon head of the 12 zodiac animals, and donating it to the country. Ding. The host has obtained Dragon Country reputation. Respect. Reputation levels can be divided into indifferent, neutral, friendly, respected, revered, and worshipped. As soon as the auction ended, a female reporter came over to interview Yi Kuan. Mr. Yi, may I ask why you spent 10 billion yuan to buy the bronze statue of the dragon head of the 12 zodiac animals and donated it to the country? What was your thought process? The female reporter stared at Yi Kuan's handsome face with admiration. National treasures are priceless. The bronze dragon head statue belongs to the dragon country and must be returned to the country, Yi Kuan said calmly. Before, his abilities were limited. Now that he has money, he should contribute what he can and make a contribution to the country. Auctioning off the bronze statues of the 12 zodiac animals and returning them to the country is something he can do. Mr. Yi, if you come across the bronze heads of the 12 zodiac animals next time, would you consider taking a picture of them and returning them to the country? The female reporter asked again. The whereabouts of the snake head, goat head, chicken head, and dog head among the 12 bronze heads are still unknown. As long as the whereabouts of the national treasure are known, I will return it to the motherland no matter what the price is, Yi Kuan said. Taking a picture of the dragon head is just the first step. Later, he will use various means to bring the lost bronze head statue back to the country. The stolen national treasure may be taken back. Chapter 47 Beauty Card, Divine Dance Skills. Yi Kuan had just finished an interview with the female reporter when Goddess and Yubai walked towards him. Mr. Yi, do you really agree to cooperate with Anne's group to jointly develop that piece of land? And Yu stared at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes and asked. Her expression was still cold, but her beautiful face added a lot of points to her. That's right, Kuanping Group can cooperate with An Group. As for the specific cooperation matters, you can talk to President Qin in detail. Yi Kuan opened his mouth and said to An Yubai. He is only responsible for spending money and having fun. For specific business cooperation, you still have to talk to the female president. And Yubai couldn't help but show joy when she saw that Yi Kuan did not lie to her and really agreed to engage in business cooperation with An Group to jointly develop the land. She couldn't help but look at Yi Kuan with gratitude in her beautiful eyes and felt that this man was actually quite charming. He is good-looking, capable, domineering, and able to do what he says. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and entering into business cooperation with An Group. Ding. The goddess-level beauty and Yubai's favorability towards the host. Ding. The goddess-level beauty and Yubai's favorability towards the host has increased to 30. Ding. A random lottery chance is awarded. Yes, and Yubai's favorability towards him has increased a little. Although there is still some distance from the passing line of 60 points of favorability, we have finally made some progress. System, I want to draw a lottery. Yi Kuan muttered to himself and decided to use up this chance to draw the lottery first. Suddenly, a huge colorful roulette wheel appeared in his mind. There are all kinds of strange treasures on the roulette grid. Service class. A goddess-level housekeeper. A goddess-level personal bodyguard. 2 school beauty-level personal maids. Anything else? Welcome to add more. Function card. A beauty card. A lucky charm. A bad luck charm. A peach blossom charm. Favorability gifts. A thumbs up. Inspiration capsule. A show. Sprinkle flowers. Master certification. Skills. Golden gun invincible skill. Invincible kidney. Martial arts. Fencing. Does the host start to choose the lottery? The system prompts. Start the lucky draw. Following Yi Kuan's order, the huge, colorful wheel in his mind began to rotate slowly. Then the speed increased and turned into a huge tornado wheel. Stop. The speed of the color wheel slowed down and gradually stopped, and the pointer fell on an object. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a beauty card. Description. Using the beauty card is equivalent to using a beauty camera, which can eliminate facial flaws and improve your appearance. It's a bit of a pity that I didn't get the magical skills like the invincible golden gun and the invincible kidney. However, beauty cards are also good things. If you use a beauty card on a top school beauty, you can directly improve her appearance to the goddess level. For ordinary people, using a beauty card is equivalent to using a beauty camera, and the improvement in appearance is really obvious. You know, those ordinary women have transformed into beauties one by using the beauty function of live broadcast. This shows the power of this beauty function. After the auction, a grand cocktail party was held in the hotel banquet hall. Most of the wealthy socialites, celebrities, and socialites who had previously participated in the auction attended. There are many wealthy girls and celebrities who want to take this opportunity to get to know Yi Kun. Soon, a sexy, enchanting, and hot beautiful figure walked towards Yi Kun with long legs. She is the sexy singer Wang Jingtong who will be singing at the auction tonight. Mr. Yi, I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to dance with me? Wang Jingtong smiled, charming and attractive. The look in her eyes when she looked at Yi Kun was filled with undisguised admiration and worship. Yi Kun was the most generous and domineering man she had ever met. At tonight's auction, Yi Kunho was so powerful that he fought off all the competitors and stood out from the crowd, shocking everyone and making countless celebrities and wealthy girls secretly obsessed with him. Ding! A goddess-level beauty has been detected. Name, Wang Jingtong. Appearance, 96, goddess level. Height, 172 cm. Measurements, 87, 60, 91. Chest, 34. Initial favorability, 30. Personality characteristics, heavenly voice, sexy and charming, pure and lustful. Wang Jingtong is indeed a popular singer and a goddess-level beauty with an appearance score of 96. However, her most outstanding feature is not her appearance, but her figure and voice. She has a curvy figure, is sexy and alluring, and has a charm that makes people unable to help but be fascinated by her. Her voice is melodious and beautiful, like the sound of nature. Listening to her talk is a pleasure and enjoyment in itself. Although she has a sexy and charming figure, her appearance is very pure and sweet. Pure and sexy. This is definitely a top-notch woman. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong is influenced by the host's charming aura of being loved by everyone and making flowers bloom. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong is affected by the host's domineering CEO's aura, and her favorability is improved. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong's favorability towards the host has increased to 80. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong's favorability towards the host is higher than 60, and the host's physical fitness is rewarded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing his physical fitness to level 68. Strength, 41. Agility, 43. Constitution, 68. Spirit, 45. In an instant, Yi Kun felt a magical energy injected into his body and his physical condition improved again. Now his physical condition is more than 6 times that of an ordinary person at his peak state. He is simply invincible. Moreover, influenced by his charm and status, the sexy singer Wang Jingtong's favorability towards him increased dramatically. Wow, the favorability level has directly increased to 80 points. You know, once the favorability reaches 90 points, beautiful women will take the initiative to pursue him. Ding. Trigger a random task. Accept the invitation to dance from the goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong and gain divine dancing skills. Wow, and they even rewarded amazing dancing skills. Yi Kun decisively accepted Wang Jingtong's invitation to dance. Wang Jingtong smiled coquettishly and stretched out a hand for Yi Kun to hold. Yi Kun was not polite and took her hand and walked to the center of the dance floor. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and accepting the dance invitation from the goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong. Ding. Reward the host with god-level dancing skills. In an instant, Yi Kun mastered various dance skills and integrated them into one, reaching the god level directly. He can not only dance various social dances, but also street dance, folk dance, classical dance. In short, he seems to be born to know all kinds of dances and is very versatile. Chapter 48. Are you Yi Kun's cousin? When Yi Kun put his arms around Wang Jingtong's soft waist, his whole demeanor and eyes changed completely, as if he had transformed into a real dancer. No, he is the god of dance. At this moment, he seemed to have been immersed in dancing for decades, and his dancing skills had reached perfection and reached a superb level. Wang Jingtong graduated from Longjing Conservatory of Music. She has been studying music and dance since she was a child, and she insists on practicing yoga every day. Her body was incredibly flexible, as if she had no bones. The two danced gracefully on the dance floor. Their movements overwhelmed the entire audience and amazed everyone. Although they are all ordinary dance moves, they are wonderful. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be not only handsome, but also multi-talented. He can even dance so well. He's simply a professional. Boss Ye's dancing skills are more than professional. They are simply top-notch, so amazing and breathtaking. Sexy singing queen Wang Jingtong also danced very well. The two of them worked together perfectly. It was simply beautiful and pleasing to the eyes. Ding. Gained a critical hit for worship value. Ding. Gained a critical hit for worship value. Ding. Gained a critical hit for worship value. Yikuan didn't expect that just by dancing he could gain a lot of admiration. Boss Yi, you dance so well that even I am ashamed of myself. Wang Jingtong leaned close to Yikuan and whispered in his ear with a sweet breath. She was really amazed by Yikuan's dancing skills. Every dance step is performed with great precision and can easily lead her. Dancing with Yikuan is simply a pleasure. You can do whatever you want, freely and without any restraints, as if you were letting yourself go. Yikuan is not only a wealthy man, but also has such profound attainments in dancing that she was amazed and her favorability towards him increased greatly. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong was amazed by the host's dancing skills, and her favorability increased. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong's favorability towards the host has increased to 85. You dance beautifully, and your body is very flexible. Yikuan put his hand on Wang Jingtong's slender waist and whispered in her ear. Wang Jingtong's favorability towards him is as high as 85, so it doesn't matter even if there is some intimate physical contact or some ambiguous words. What's more, they are now dancing ballroom dance, so it is very normal to have some intimate physical contact. I have been learning dance since I was young, and I practice yoga every day, so my body is naturally very flexible. Wang Jingtong smiled coquettishly, leaned over to Yikuan's ear and whispered, Boss Yi, if there is a chance, you can personally guide my dance moves. Hee. Is she hinting at something? Yikuan is too naive and means he doesn't really understand. Soon, the dance was finished. Then, more than a dozen young ladies and rich girls rushed towards Yikuan at the same time. All of them were dressed up beautifully and wanted to invite him to dance. This includes the granddaughter of the gambling king from Australia. Now, Yikuan has become a hot commodity. He is young and promising. He is the chairman of a trillion-dollar group. He is handsome, domineering, and has superb dancing skills. He is simply the dream lover and ideal partner of most girls. So many famous ladies and rich girls invited Yikuan to dance at the same time, which made him feel very embarrassed. It seemed that it would be bad to agree to any of them. The flowers fall into the charming eyes. It's so annoying. Very boring. At this time, Lu Yuxuan, the rich girl from Hong Kong Island, walked up to Yikuan and looked him up and down carefully. Yikuan, are you cousin Yikuan? Suddenly, Lu Yuxuan blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, What's going on? Why do you suddenly recognize me as your cousin? Yikuan was bewildered and confused. He doesn't remember having such a cousin. Brother Yikuan, I'm Lu Yuxuan from Hong Kong Island. You held me in your arms when you were a child. Have you forgotten? Lu Yuxuan said seriously. Yikuan was much more handsome than in the photo, so much so that she didn't dare to recognize him for a moment. I hugged you before? From Hong Kong Island, Lu Yuxuan. Yikuan thought about it carefully and realized that his family seemed to have only one distant relative in Hong Kong Island. How far is it? It seems to be from his great-aunt's branch, that is, the descendants of his grandfather's sister. After they moved to Hong Kong Island, they first worked as dentists. Later, some of them engaged in business, real estate, trade, and finance, and gradually developed into wealthy families in Hong Kong Island. Cousin, do you remember? When I was 6 years old, I followed my parents back to our hometown to visit relatives. You praised me for being cute, pinched my cheeks, and hugged me. Lu Yuxuan said excitedly. Well, do you remember me holding you when you were 6 years old? Yikuan really couldn't remember it. Cousin, I have your photo, look. Lu Yuxuan took out her cell phone and looked through the photos. There are 2 photos in total, one of which is a photo of the two of them when they were children. In the photo, a chubby and pink little girl is riding on the neck of a handsome boy. The little girl was naturally Lu Yuxuan, and the handsome boy was Yikuan. The other photo was taken by Yikuan in Shanghai last year. The second photo was given to me by my aunt, who asked me to look for you after I arrived in Shanghai. But you are much more handsome in person than in the photo. I almost didn't recognize you. Lu Yuxuan said excitedly. Oh, I remember now, Shao Xianxian. When you were a child, you looked like a porcelain doll, very cute and arrogant. I often pinched your cheeks, and I actually hugged you and even carried you on my neck. Yikuan smiled and finally remembered who Lu Yuxuan was. Girls really change a lot when they grow up. The chubby and cute little Xianxian when she was a child has now grown into a graceful and beautiful school beauty. Cousin, you finally remembered Shao Xianxian? Lu Yuxuan hugged Yikuan excitedly. Ding. The school beauty Lu Yuxuan reunites with you after a long absence and has a favorable impression of the host. Ding. The campus beauty Lu Yuxuan's favorability towards the host has increased to 70. Ding. The school beauty Lu Yuxuan's favorability towards the host exceeds 60. Reward spirit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for raising his spirit to 55. Strength, 41. Agility, 43. Constitution, 68. Spirit, 55. In an instant, Yi Kuan seemed to be injected with a magical energy into his brain, and he felt refreshed and full of energy. Moreover, his perception has also greatly improved. Lu Yuxuan hugged him tightly, and the two soft lumps on her chest pressed into his body, and the feeling was particularly clear and obvious. Ahem, Shao Xianxian, what are you doing in the demon city this time? Yi Kuan let go of Lu Yuxuan's arms and asked. Grandpa fell ill, and the doctor said he needed 100-year-old ginseng as a medicine, so I came to the Magic City to participate in this auction. Lu Yuxuan said. She is the only daughter in the family, so the important task of bidding for the century-old wild ginseng fell on her. But who would have thought that Yi Kuan's cousin was extremely wealthy and powerful, and he directly bought the century-old wild ginseng for 1 billion yuan. Your grandfather is ill and needs 100-year-old wild ginseng as medicine? Then I'll give you that wild ginseng. Yi Kuan said. No, no, no. It's too expensive. Just cut off a small root and use it as a medicine. You don't need the whole wild ginseng. Lu Yuxuan quickly waved her hands and said. Chapter 49 on the self-cultivation of the super-rich. Brother Yi Kuan, can I invite you to dance? Lu Yuxuan smiled sweetly at Yi Kuan and said. She is the daughter of a wealthy family in Hong Kong, but in front of Yi Kuan she is more like a girl next door. Sweet, cute, fresh and refined. Of course you can dance, but shouldn't you call me cousin? Yi Kuan smiled. Before, Lu Yuxuan called her cousin, but now suddenly she calls her brother. Although we are cousins, we are several generations apart. I'll still call you brother Yi Kuan. Lu Yuxuan said stubbornly. Well, then, call me brother if you like. Yi Kuan smiled and let her do as she pleased. It's quite interesting to think about the time when I held Lu Yuxuan in my arms and pinched her chubby little face when I was a child. What a simple and beautiful memory. Soon, Yi Kuan and Lu Yuxuan began dancing on the dance floor. Brother Yi Kuan, I finally came to the Magic City. You must accompany me for a good stroll. Lu Yuxuan blinked her beautiful eyes and said. It's a bit late today. I'll go out with you tomorrow. Yi Kuan said. Okay, brother Yi Kuan. Lu Yuxuan nodded obediently. By the way, have you booked a hotel room? Do you want me to arrange it for you? Yi Kuan asked. No need. I've already booked a room before I came. Lu Yuxuan smiled. That's good. Yi Kuan nodded. The two of them chatted and danced casually. Yi Kuan did not show off his god-level dancing skills. He just did it easily. Soon, a dance was performed. As soon as he returned to the rest area, Yi Kuan was surrounded by those socialites again. Most of them came to invite him to dance. Some came to ask for his contact information. Some people also secretly slipped him little notes. There are also more daring ones who directly invite him to the hotel room to play landlord. Among these people are rich daughters, international supermodels, movie and TV stars, and even wealthy ladies. Most of them are real socialites with extraordinary backgrounds and high net worth. They are not the kind of socialites who buy things together as rumored on the internet. Even fake socialites can't get into a cocktail party of this size. Their looks are generally good, at least 70 or 80 points, and there are quite a few who are class beauties. However, there are still only a few who can reach the level of school beauties and goddesses. Recently, Yi Kuan's level has been raised, and he is surrounded by many beautiful women at the school and goddess levels. But this does not mean that school beauties and goddess level beauties are common. It's just that after he had money and became a president, it was easier for him to meet beautiful women. Just like a national server game master, most of the opponents he encounters are at the national server level. Bronze players will mostly be matched with other bronze players. When girls with a look score below 90 come over to chat with him, Yi Kuan usually refuses them politely. He rejected several supermodels, female stars, and rich girls because their looks did not meet the threshold of being a school beauty. Those international supermodels are naturally top-notch in height and temperament, but their looks are not so good, and basically they cannot reach the standard of school beauties. There are also female celebrities who look glamorous in daily life, but most of them actually do not reach the school beauty level judged by the system. The system is very good at checking this aspect, and it is very difficult for him to get through. This kind of system is great. Although Yi Kuan rejected several socialites' invitations to dance, there was still one who walked towards Yikuin with confidence. She is the granddaughter of the Macau gambling king. Today, Yikuin defeated her in the bidding for Fairy's Tears. This made her very unwilling and a little unconvinced. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been the most favored little princess. Why should she suffer a loss at the hands of Yikuin? Mr. Yi, can we dance? Hijishi walked up to Yikuin and spoke. She believed that with her appearance, temperament, and background, Yikuin would definitely not reject her. Ding. A school beauty has been detected. Name: Hijishi. Appearance: 94. School beauty level. Height: 168. Measurements: 84, 62, 89. Chest: 34. Initial favorability. Personality traits: willful, arrogant, and barbaric. Yikuin couldn't help but gasp. He just outbid Hijishi in the auction, but the other party's favorability towards him actually dropped too. This is the beauty who has the lowest favorable impression on Yikuin so far. Sure enough, this is a willful, arrogant, and spoiled daughter of a wealthy family. Ding. Hijishi is influenced by the host's charming aura of being loved by everyone and making flowers bloom wherever they see her, and her favorability increases by 20 points. Ding. Hijishi is influenced by the host's domineering CEO identity aura, and her favorability increases by 10 points. Ding. The campus beauty Hijishi's favorability towards the host has increased to a certain point. Alright. After being influenced by both the aura of charm and the aura of status, Hijishi's favorability towards him was still negative. Mr. Yi, can I invite you to dance? When Hijishi saw that Yikuin did not answer her immediately, she couldn't help but look a little angry. Although Yikuin is handsome and charming, she doesn't like men who don't obey her. Sorry, Miss He, I'm a little tired from dancing just now, and I want to take a break. Yikuin shook his head and directly rejected Hijishi's invitation. What a joke. You have a negative impression of me, and you still want me to put my warm face on your cold butt? Impossible. Yikuin never puts himself in a difficult position. He will not act like a bootlicker just to gain favor. In that case, what's the point of being a rich man? To increase favorability, you need to rely on a man's own charm, not on licking. You actually dare to refuse my invitation. When Hijishi saw that Yikuin directly rejected her, she looked incredulous. This was the first time a man dared to reject her in person. She felt humiliated and angry. She was the granddaughter of the gambling king of Australia, and she put aside her status and took the initiative to invite the other party to dance, but she was rejected. It's incredible. Incredible. Ms. He, why can't I refuse your invitation? Yikuin smiled. He had just rejected invitations from several socialites, and Hijishi was not one of them. Is it amazing to be the granddaughter of the gambling king? He didn't want to dance with Hijishi. Could anyone force him to do so? What is financial freedom? Low-level financial freedom means you can buy whatever you want without considering the price. A higher level of freedom means that you don't have to do anything if you don't want to. No one can force him. Yikuin felt that he was at this level now, and he could do whatever he wanted. So, he rejected Hijishi's invitation to dance. It's very casual. Whatever you want. No need to look at anyone's face. This is the self-cultivation of a super rich man. Chapter 50. God-level dancing skills. Miss He, why can't I refuse you? Yikuin's rhetorical question left Hijishi speechless. Yes. Why couldn't Yikuin refuse her? First of all, Yikuin was not after her money because Yikuin was richer than her. Secondly, Yikuin was not attracted by her beauty because there were many goddess-like beauties around him. Finally, Yikuin was not afraid of the power of her He family because Yikuin was the big boss of Chong Group, and his power might not be weaker than that of her He family. As the saying goes, one who has no desires is strong. Yikuin had no desire for Hijishi, so he didn't need to give her face. He can act according to his own preferences, accept the invitation if he wants to, and refuse it if he doesn't want to. It's so comfortable. Nothing to worry about. Yikuin doesn't want to do anything. No one can force him. Hijishi was spoiled at home, willful, arrogant, and wild. However, Yikuin will not pamper her here. I won't even lick her. Yikuin rejected her, and she had no choice. For the first time, Hijishi discovered that there were times when she was helpless against a person. In the past, the men who approached her were either after her family's wealth and power, or her beauty. Therefore, she can give those men a cold shoulder and act like a rich girl. However, this method was completely useless in front of Yikuin. Suddenly, she discovered that men like Yikuin, who were domineering and had a strong personality, were actually the most attractive, different from all the men she had met before. Those bootlickers are just annoying. Only a domineering and unique man like Yikuin can suppress and conquer her. Give her a different impact. Ding. Campus beauty, Hijishi's favorability towards the host. Ding. Campus beauty, Hijishi's favorability towards the host. Ding. Campus beauty, Hijishi's favorability towards the host. Ding. The campus beauty Hijishi's favorability towards the host has increased to 10 points. In an instant, Hijishi's favorability towards Yikuin increased by 30 points. This completely confused Yikuin. How come after I rejected her, my favorability towards her increased? Could it be that all these rich girls have masochistic tendencies? Miss He, do you have anything else to say? Yikuin asked, showing no sign of changing his mind. I also want to ask, what will you do with the fairy's tear necklace? Hijishi thought about it and asked a question that she was very concerned about. Yikuin bought the fairy's tear necklace at a sky-high price of 3 billion yuan. This is probably the most expensive jewelry necklace in auction history. Will he keep the necklace and wait for it to appreciate in value? Or should you give this precious necklace to the woman you love? Keep it for now. If I think there is a woman who is suitable to wear this necklace, I will give it to her. Yikuin said calmly. I understand. If Mr. Yi comes to Australia City, he can come and play with me. Hijishi said this and turned away gracefully. Although Yikuin rejected her, she did not get angry. Instead, he began to look at Yikuin with a new respect. What do you know? Yikuin shook his head, not thinking that this willful and arrogant young lady could understand anything. At this moment, the goddess-like beauty Yang Ijuan walked towards Yikuin with her long legs. She is currently the only goddess-level beauty whose favorability towards Yikuin is as high as 95. Yikuin, did you reject He Qinjin's invitation to dance? Yang Ijuan asked. That arrogant daughter of the He family seemed to have hit a wall with Yikuin. Yes, I rejected several celebrities tonight. Maybe this is the trouble of being too popular. Yikuin joked. Tonight, he rejected several rich daughters, supermodels and celebrities, and even a few wealthy ladies. He clearly has the ability to live off women, but he insists on relying on his hard power. It's very boring. Can I invite you to dance? Yang Ijuan stared at Yikuin with her beautiful eyes and smiled. In her eyes, this man possesses infinite charm. When Yikuin jumped into the swimming pool to save her and gave her artificial respiration for the first time, she had already fallen in love with this man. Now, I am deeply obsessed with him and cannot extricate myself. Can't. Yikuin shook his head. Yang Ijuan was shocked. Yikuin actually rejected even her. Doesn't she deserve it? She was overwhelmed with emotions and almost fainted. You can't invite me because I want to invite you to a dance. At this time, Yikuin stretched out his hand to Yang Ijuan and said with a smile, Goddess Yang Ijuan, are you willing to dance with me? A man should take the initiative when necessary and should not lack the necessary grace. I do. Yang Ijuan was surprised and delighted and immediately nodded in agreement. Yikuin is so bad. She thought Yikuin really rejected her. My mood is so up and down that even my little heart can't take it. However, she was very happy that Yikuin took the initiative to invite her to dance. Yikuin held Yang Ijuan's hand and walked to the center of the dance floor. His hands naturally wrapped around Yang Ijuan's slender waist. It's very soft and feels great. Yang Ijuan is indeed a goddess-level beauty with an appearance rating of 96. She has a beautiful face, delicate eyebrows, cherry-like mouth, skin as white as cream, and a graceful figure. She is so beautiful that nothing can compare. Yikuin held her in his arms and danced lightly on the dance floor, like a pair of gods and goddesses, so beautiful. In particular, Yikuin displayed his god-level dancing skills, taking precise steps and dancing with Yang Ijuan in various graceful poses, stunning the audience. Yikuin, I didn't expect you to be such a great dancer. You even made me fly. Yang Ijuan leaned close to Yikuin, and her breath was as sweet as orchid in his ear. Her dancing skills are only at amateur level. But when dancing with Yikuin, her steps became lighter and she danced like an elf, free and agile, as if she was carried away by the air. What a wonderful feeling. Chapter 51 Female CEO Huuchi. When Yikuin and Yang Ijuan were dancing, a pair of beautiful eyes were always staring at him. She is the goddess-like beauty Huuchi, a real rich girl. Yikuin is really charming. Even Yang Ijuan is fascinated by him. Huuchi stared at Yikuin with her beautiful eyes, with a strange gleam in her eyes. Tonight, Yikuin demonstrated his absolute dominance at the auction. Basically, all the items he took a fancy to were bought by him. If he doesn't make a move, it's fine. But if he does, he's sure to hit the target. Make a big splash. Shocked the whole audience. The national treasure, century-old wild ginseng, was bought for 1 billion. The precious heavenly ring jade bracelet was purchased for 500 million. The fairy's tears jewelry necklace was bought for 3 billion. A piece of unknown titanium alloy metal was purchased for 10 billion. In addition, he spent 10 billion to buy the bronze statue of the dragon head of the Chinese zodiac, a national treasure, and donated it to the country. Moreover, he also bought a piece of commercial land in the center of Shanghai at a sky-high price of 38.8 billion, setting a new record for the price of the most expensive land in Shanghai. In one fell swoop, he won the title of the new Land King. Every auction he held set a record for the highest price in auction history. So terrifying. Who can contend with me? The amount of money Yi Kuan spent at the auction alone was close to 100 billion. It's so inhumane and unheard of. He undoubtedly became the most watched person in the whole audience. Yi Kuan's identity is also extraordinary. He is the big boss behind the Chong Group. Not only that, he is also handsome, extraordinary, and elegant, and he always exudes an irresistible charm. Yes, it was this damn charm that made her unable to help but be fascinated by it. She has also met many top young talents. There are those from the Magic City, the Immortal City, the Demon City, and the Dragon Capital. Those young heroes all came from extraordinary backgrounds and were outstanding, but compared with Yi Kuan, they were far inferior. At this cocktail party, Yi Kuan was undoubtedly the most popular man among the women. In total, more than 20 socialites invited Yi Kuan to dance. There are rich daughters, movie stars, international supermodels, and wealthy ladies. They are all beautiful women with good looks and figures, and many of them come from prominent families and are worth a lot of money. However, most of them were rejected by Yi Kuan, including the extremely proud daughter of the He family, the gambling king of Australia. Yi Kuan danced with 3 people in total, namely the sexy singing queen Wang Jingtong, the rich daughter of Hong Kong Island Liu Yuxuan, and the last one was Yang Yijuan, who is dancing with Yi Kuan now. These 3 women are at least school beauties. Each one of them is not simple. It is normal for a charming and outstanding man to be surrounded by beautiful women. Only mediocre people will be ignored. Huuchi didn't find this strange. Even though Yi Kuan is surrounded by many beautiful women, not all of them can successfully win him over. Through observation, she found that Yi Kuan, Wang Jingtong, and Liu Yuxuan were just ordinary people. However, his relationship with Yang Yijuan is obviously much closer. This made Huuchi feel a sense of crisis. She is extremely graceful and beautiful, and there are very few men who can catch her eye. It's hard for her to be attracted to a man. But tonight she just happened to fall in love with Yi Kuan. Before I knew it, I was attracted to Yi Kuan. So, she decided to take the initiative. Whether it's my figure, appearance, talent, or family background, I'm no worse than Yang Yijuan. Why isn't the person standing next to Yi Kuan me? Instead, Huuchi felt a sense of competitiveness in her heart. When Yi Kuan and Yang Yijuan finished dancing and were about to leave the banquet hall together, a graceful figure appeared in front of him. Mr. Yi, I have a big project that I want to discuss with you. Would it be convenient for me to take up a little of your time alone? Huuchi gave Yi Kuan a charming smile. She was extremely beautiful. She is indeed a goddess-level beauty with a system score of 97. She is graceful and has a queen-like aura, and her every frown and smile is full of charm. Moreover, she did not directly invite Yi Kuan to dance like other socialites did. Instead, he wanted to talk to Yi Kuan alone in the name of discussing the project. This made Yi Kuan unable to refuse. Yi Kuan looked at Yang Yijuan apologetically, and then walked to a quiet area of the banquet hall with Huuchi. Ms. Huuchi, what kind of cooperation do you want to discuss with me? Yi Kuan asked Huuchi. He didn't actually communicate much with Huuchi, and they only had a brief chat at the auction. However, Huuchi's appearance and temperament are indeed very attractive. Moreover, she was able to sit in seat number 2 at the auction, which obviously showed that her identity was not simple. Mr. Yi, please don't call me Ms. Huuchi. That's too formal. You can just call me Chi-Chi. Huuchi said coquettishly, appearing very charming. Okay, then don't call me Mr. Yi. Just call me Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan said. Huuchi's smile has a magical power that makes people want to get close to her. Okay, Yi Kuan, you bought the land in the Magic City. Building a business district is a complex project that costs a lot of money. You need a few capable partners. We at Who's Real Estate have extensive experience in the operation of commercial real estate, and we would like to cooperate with An's Group and your Chong Group for development. What do you think? Huuchi stared at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes and said, I have given full authority to President Qin Lan to manage the development of that piece of land. If you want to cooperate, you can contact President Qin, Yikuan said. He is only responsible for spending money, while the matter of making money still has to be left to the capable people under him. Then there is one more thing. When you were bidding for the Heavenly Ring Jade Bracelet today, I'm afraid you may have offended Huang Yueying, the female president of the Huang Group. Huuchi blinked her beautiful eyes and said, Huang Yueying bid for the Heavenly Ring Jade Bracelet in order to make it the treasure of her store, but her bid was ruined by Yikuan. So what? Yikuan smiled and didn't take it seriously. In an auction, the highest bidder wins, and he is not afraid of offending anyone. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And Yubai and I are both business competitors of Huang Yueying. We are investing in a large shopping mall and plan to bring in a strong partner. I wonder if you are interested? Huuchi said to Yikuan. When talking about things, she showed the aura of a domineering boss, which was quite unique. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Yikuan's mind. Ding. Trigger a random task. Conduct business cooperation with Huuchi. Chapter 52. Pulled away by Huuchi, high-end private customization. Ding. Trigger a random task. Conduct business cooperation with Huuchi. Task Reward 1. Favorability of goddess-level beauty Huuchi. Task Reward 2. 1 random draw. Well, Yikuan was slightly stunned. A system task was actually triggered, so he really couldn't refuse Huuchi's request for cooperation. What's more, he had a good impression of Huuchi. Although Huuchi was the daughter of a wealthy family, she did not show any spoiled young lady's temper when treating him. Moreover, Huuchi's queen-like aura was very attractive and very much to his liking. What kind of shopping mall should I invest in? Yikuan asked with an interested look. Jinyu Shopping Center. Huuchi smiled charmingly and said, Jinyu Shopping Center is a large shopping mall invested by her, and Yubai and Chong Yueshi, 3 of her best friends. Jinyu Shopping Center? Yikuan was puzzled. Perhaps it was because he seldom went out shopping and didn't know about this Jinyu Shopping Center. Jinyu Shopping Center is right on Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street. We have already invested in the construction of the first phase of the project and are now planning to invest in the second phase. Come on, I'll take you to our shopping mall. Huuchi stared at Yikuan with her beautiful eyes and said, Now. Yikuan was a little hesitant. He also plans to dance a duet with Yang Yijuan in the evening. If we leave now, won't all this good stuff be ruined? Yes, let's go now. Huuchi acted like a queen and acted in a hurry. She pulled Yikuan out of the banquet hall without saying anything. Yikuan was helpless and could only let Huuchi drag him away. When Yang Yijuan saw Yikuan being pulled out of the banquet hall by Huuchi, she couldn't help but get anxious. How could someone snatch away Tang monk's meat that is right in our mouths? Wrong. This description seems a bit wrong. But that's what it means. She knew that Yikuan was very popular now, and almost all the socialites and daughters of wealthy families at the party were staring at Yikuan with shining eyes. However, Huuchi was the first woman to come out so aggressively and directly pull Yikuan away from the cocktail party. Yang Yijuan felt a strong sense of crisis. Huuchi is definitely a strong opponent of hers. The other party was not inferior to her in any way in terms of appearance, figure, or family background. In fact, it is even worse than before. Yikuan, Huuchi, the party isn't over yet. Where are you going? Yang Yijuan asked somewhat unwillingly, looking at Huuchi warily. Sorry, I have to discuss a cooperation project with Mr. Hu now. Yikuan could only apologize to Yang Yijuan. They really were just going there to discuss a collaboration project, but Yang Yijuan probably wouldn't believe it. Yes, I'm going to discuss a cooperation project worth tens of billions with Mr. Yi. Huuchi raised her eyebrows and looked at Yang Yijuan with a victorious look. She knew that Yikuan and Yang Yijuan were definitely not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship yet. Then, she must strike first. Take Yikuan for yourself first. Then, without waiting for Yang Yijuan's reaction, she directly pulled Yikuan out of the hotel banquet hall. Yang Yijuan looked at the two people's backs as they left and felt very angry. The Tang monk's meat that was about to be in our mouths was actually snatched away by someone. Huuchi is a female demon who actually competed with her for Yikuan. However, it is not surprising that women would fight for a man as wealthy and charming as Yikuan. Just like the flesh of Tang monk, which can make you immortal if you eat one bite of it. Which female demon wouldn't be moved when seeing it? Wouldn't you be jealous? She only blamed herself for not acting fast enough and not being able to drag Yikuan into the Ponzi cave early. No, next time I get the chance I must dance with Yikuan. Huuchi held Yikuan's hand and didn't let go until they walked into the elevator. Why are you still reluctant to leave? Are you blaming me for ruining your plans? Huuchi gave a wicked smile. She is the type of queen with a very smart mind. She can tell at a glance that the relationship between Yikuin and Yang Yijuan is not simple. However, the two of them probably haven't reached the substantive step yet. This is also the reason why she chose to act decisively. If Yikuin and Yang Yijuan had already confirmed their relationship, then she might not be able to pull Yikuin away today. There's nothing to be reluctant about. What's more important is to talk about the project. Yikuin smiled, appearing calm and composed. He also realized that Huuchi was deliberately trying to ruin his plans. Keep this account in mind first. Soon, the two arrived at the hotel parking lot together. Huuchi's car is a red Ferrari LaFerrari, which is very cool and costs tens of millions. A limited edition car like LaFerrari is not something you can buy even if you have money. Obviously, she is worth a lot of money and is a super rich woman. However, Yikuin was not a coward. His domestic Hongqi Tang supercar has a factory price of 30 million. Whether in appearance or power performance, it is not inferior to the Ferrari LaFerrari. The two drove side by side, quickly heading towards the bund from Lujiazui in the Magic City. As the distance was very close, the two quickly parked the car in a parking lot near Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street. Then, the two walked side by side towards Nanjing Road. Nanjing Road is the most bustling and prosperous pedestrian street in Shanghai. With its 10-mile foreign concessions and century-old buildings, this place has left behind too many popular stories. It is a place with bright lights, bustling crowds of people, and is still one of the most prosperous places in Dragon Country. The one in front is Jinyu Shopping Center. Huuchi pointed to a huge shopping mall in front of her with a fashionable design and spoke. Yikuin was also slightly surprised. To be able to open such a large shopping mall on Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street in Shanghai, where every inch of land is valuable, the investment must be huge. But it doesn't matter. The thing he lacks the most is money. Soon, Huuchi led Yikuin into Jinyu Shopping Center. The entire shopping mall was decorated magnificently and luxuriously. The entire shopping center covers a large area and is divided into 3 floors, housing many international high-end luxury brands. Huuchi took Yikuin shopping in the shopping mall. The two walked side by side, chatting as they strolled around, a bit like a couple shopping together. Yikuin is handsome and charming. Huuchi is a goddess with a beauty score of 97 points. She has a graceful figure and an invincible temperament of a beautiful queen. When this handsome man and beautiful woman walked together, they caused waves of exclamations in the crowd, making others envious. There's a very good high-end men's clothing private tailoring shop here. I'll take you to have a look. Huuchi took Yikuin into a high-end men's custom clothing store. How about it? Would you like some high-end custom-made men's clothing? The custom-made men's clothing here is the best in the whole Magic City. Huuchi looked at Yikuin with her beautiful eyes and spoke. Seeing that Yikuin was only wearing ordinary trendy brand clothes that cost a few thousand yuan each, she suggested that Yikuin get a few sets of high-end custom-made men's clothing. For a handsome guy like Yikuin, wearing high-end custom-made menswear will elevate his charm to a higher level. Okay, let's customize a few sets. Yikuin smiled. Anyway, he has enough money, so it's no problem for him to buy himself a few more outfits. Before, he didn't know where to find good high-end custom-made men's clothing in Shanghai. The place Huuchi brought him to must be good. Chapter 53. The more you buy, the more you earn. Sir, do you want full customization or semi-customization? A beautiful clothing consultant asked with a smile. Fully customized. Yikuin answered. What season do you plan to wear the clothes? The beautiful fashion consultant said again. 2 sets for each season. Yikuin thought for a moment and said, it's basic to prepare at least 2 sets of clothes every season. However, after hearing Yikuin's words, the beautiful consultant's hands trembled unconsciously, and she stared at Yikuin with astonishment. Marc Jacobs' high-end private customization is very expensive, from hats, clothes, shirts, pants. The top version of the set costs 15.23 million. Huuchi on the side spoke up. Marc Jacobs is a European clothing brand with an ancient history. Ordinary people are completely unfamiliar with this brand and cannot even find it on the internet because it has never been involved in the mid and low-end markets for 100 years. It is only aimed at a small number of high-end customers, and only the richest people will choose this brand of high-end customization. A high-end private customization for 15.23 million. This was the first time Yikuin heard this, and he couldn't help but gasp. The price of this set of clothes is equivalent to that of an ordinary villa. Is this like wearing diamonds and gold on your body? In fact, this is really the case. The fabrics of some high-end clothing are actually mixed with diamond powder and gold powder. It sparkles when worn and is a favorite of the rich in Dubai. In the world of the rich, there is nothing they cannot do, except what ordinary people cannot think of. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Yikuan's mind. Ding! It is detected that the host is making a large amount of consumption, and a tenfold consumption refund card is awarded. Consumption card validity period. 1 day. Nice. This wave of assist from the system is very timely. 10 times the amount spent will be refunded. In other words, the more he spends today, the more money he will get back. It feels so good. Of course, not every set of Marc Jacobs haute couture is so outrageously priced. Depending on the different styles, fabrics, accessories, craftsmanship, and designs of the clothes, the prices will also vary. But none of the high-end garments of this brand are priced below 1 million. Huuchi is a real rich girl. She knows a lot about this and can talk about it very clearly. The high-end clothing of this brand is astronomically expensive for ordinary people. However, judging by the strength Yikuan demonstrated at the auction, it was simply not worth mentioning. That's why she brought Yikuan here for private customization. It's so expensive. Then let's buy 5 sets for each season. Yikuan said. Damn it. This brand's custom-made clothing is too expensive. Well, let's get a few more sets. The money you spend can be returned tenfold. The more expensive, the better. Well, the beautiful fashion consultant opened her mouth in astonishment. Transfixed. Yikuan said that the clothes were too expensive, but he ended up ordering several more sets. So rich and inhumane. Huuchi didn't seem surprised. This amount of consumption was just a piece of cake for Yikuan. Next, it is time to select the style, fabric, accessories, craftsmanship, etc. of the clothing. Every link is extremely detailed, even very complicated. Huuchi gave her own suggestions and patiently helped Yikuan to choose. Otherwise, Yikuan would have a headache just choosing the fabrics. Then comes the measurement phase. A European noblewoman took Yikuan to a small room for a private measurement. It's not really anything too private, just some needle-penetrating actions. Silver needles were inserted into Yikuan's shirt, and then software measurements and ruler measurements were performed. After taking measurements, you also have to choose the designer for each outfit. At Huuchi's suggestion, Yikuan selected 4 different famous French designers to design haute couture for the 4 seasons. Finally, it's time to make the exciting payment. Sir, you ordered a total of 20 sets of clothing for 4 seasons. After some calculations, the clothing consultant quoted the final price. Sir, the total cost of your custom-made clothing this time is 120 million yuan. When the price was quoted, the clothing consultant himself was stunned. Oh shit. It cost 120 million to customize the clothes. Ordinary people can't even imagine this. It's so inhumane. 20 sets of haute couture clothing cost 120 million, and the average price of one set is only about 6 million. This is because Yikuan did not choose fabrics with diamond powder and gold powder like those rich people in the Middle East. Otherwise, the price would be even more outrageous. Swipe the card. Yikuan took out a black gold card very calmly. All of today's consumption will be deducted from the disposable funds. If 10 times the consumption is returned, 1.2 billion can be directly credited to the account. So cool. Ding. The host has spent 120 million yuan, and the disposable account balance is 680 million yuan. Ding. Consumption funds are returned 10 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,200 000 yuan. Disposable account balance 1880 000 yuan. Oh shit. One operation will make you rich instantly. Before, Yikuan had only 800 million yuan in his disposable cash account. Now, after a wave of consumption, the money not only did not decrease, but instead skyrocketed to 1.88 billion. It feels so good. Then, Yikuan turned to Huuchi and said, "To thank you for accompanying me for so long today, I will accompany you to go shopping now. Go shopping with me? Will you pay for me?" Huuchi's beautiful eyes lit up and she smiled. Every woman has a fanatical gene engraved in her bones, and that is crazy shopping. If someone could pay unlimited amounts, they could even clear out the entire mall. Tonight, you are in charge of shopping. I will pay the bill. How about it? I will pay for all the purchases you make. Yikuan smiled. Huuchi is a real rich girl, so she must be very good at buying things. The more she bought, the more Yikuan earned. You can also take this opportunity to improve Huuchi's favorability. Why not? You'll pay? It's yours no matter how much you buy. Don't regret it, okay? Huuchi's eyes sparkled and she said with a smile, "I'm going all out. I'll make you question your life." Although she is a super rich woman and likes to shop a lot, she always restrains herself. Now, Yikuin, the super rich man, agreed to pay for her, which made her interested. Then go all out and go on a shopping spree. Today only. Yikuin smiled. The more huuchi bought, the happier he was. So, huuchi started her crazy shopping journey. She walked into the Chanel store with her full aura, pointed at a few items and said, this one, and this one. I don't want them. Pack up the rest. Huuchi has the aura of a domineering boss and a royal sister, a scene that can only be seen in TV and movies. The waiters in the Chanel store were so shocked that they were filled with ecstasy. Yikuin was extremely calm. Today, even if Huuchi cleared out all the merchandise from the Chanel store, he wouldn't even frown. Not only will you not frown, but you will also be very happy. Chapter 54. The Ever-Changing Goddess. Huuchi is the goddess of luxury. After Huuchi finished shopping at Chanel, she went to Dior, then Givenchy, Prada, Hermes. She almost cleared out all the merchandise in these luxury stores. Crazy shopping. Amazing fighting power. Huuchi thought Yikuin would be shocked by her crazy fighting power. However, it did not. Yikuin didn't even frown and remained calm and composed. Yikuin, I want to go to the Luako store to buy something. The price will be a bit expensive. Is that okay? Huuchi took Yikuin's arm and said, Rocco? Yikuin was slightly puzzled. He has never heard of this brand. Is it more expensive than luxury goods like Chanel and Hermes? How much? Yikuin asked. He is not afraid of it being expensive. He is just afraid that it is not expensive enough. With a tenfold spending rebate card in hand, you'll be invincible. The cheapest pair of Luako's shoes costs 520,000. A complete set will cost at least 5 million. Huuchi said. Ordinary people can hardly afford the brand Rococo and may not even have heard of it. She usually buys Luoco's clothes, but she doesn't dare to go on a shopping spree. Buy it. You must buy it. When Yikuin heard that Luoco's price was so touching, he waved his hand and agreed directly. There are only 5 Rococo stores in the world, one in New York, one in Paris, one in London, one in Russia, and one in Shanghai. Moreover, this Rococo store in Shanghai is located in Jinyu Shopping Center. So, Yikuin and Huuchi went to the Rococo store together. I saw that there were all kinds of professional clothes, maid clothes, casual clothes, boss clothes, sailor clothes, and whether it is design, style, or fabric, they are all top-notch in the world. I usually go for the capable, bossy, and cool styles, so I buy casual wear, bossy wear, professional wear, and so on. Huuchi said to Yikuin. She loves Luako very much and buys him a lot. However, today I also want to try out Lolita, sailor uniform, and maid outfit. Huuchi changed the subject, gave Yikuin a charming smile and said, she usually goes for the queen-like or domineering boss style, appearing capable or cool. However, today in front of Yikuin, she really wanted to show her feminine side. The royal sister and the domineering boss are just shown to outsiders. Being cool is just a disguised hard shell. She also has a soft spot in her heart. When she meets someone she really likes, she can instantly turn into a little woman. She can be domineering or cute, domineering or gentle. Lolita, sailor uniform, and maid uniform? Do you want to try them on? Yikuin's eyes lit up and he asked. He had broadened his horizons today. He had discovered that women's clothes could be divided so finely. All kinds of categories, all kinds of styles, everything is available. Moreover, Huuchi seems to be able to easily handle various styles of clothes. That's quite impressive. Well, I want to wear it for you to see. Huuchi smiled charmingly and said. So, Huuchi changed into a Lolita dress and instantly turned into a cute Lolita style. Then, she changed into a sailor suit, which was sexy yet had a unique charm. Then, she changed into a maid outfit, looking obedient, cute, and adorable. Moreover, she would wear an anti-gravity skirt, the kind that would not turn over when she stood upside down. Huuchi switched between various styles at will, which dazzled Yikuin and made him very happy. If he finds Huuchi as his girlfriend, doesn't that mean he has more than a dozen girlfriends? She can pull off any style. Finally, Yikuin went shopping in Luoco's store again. What kind of boss suit, professional suit, maid suit, casual suit, Lolita suit, sailor suit, etc. There are also various black silk, white silk, meat silk, tube socks, knee-high socks. Sweep across in one go. Crazy shopping. It feels great when you buy it, but it feels even better when you pay the bill. Yikuin spent a total of 360 million in the shopping mall. Ding. The host has spent 360 million. Disposable account balance, 1,520,000,000 yuan. Ding. The consumption funds are returned tenfold. Congratulations to the host for receiving 3.6 billion. Disposable account balance, 5,120,000,000 yuan. Oh shit. After a wave of consumption, Yikuan discovered that the funds available in his account had actually successfully exceeded the 5 billion mark. The more money you spend, the more you have. It feels so good. Invincible. Those handsome guys who follow the book and give it 5-star reviews will, like the protagonist, have more and more money, to the point where they can never spend it all. Ding. The host's behavior touched huuchi's heart. Favorability. Ding. The goddess-level beauty huuchi's favorability towards the host has increased to 65. When Yikuan swiped his card to pay the bill, huuchi's favorability towards him also increased a little. Well, after spending 360 million, goddess huuchi's favorability towards him only increased by 5 points. It's a bit difficult to increase huuchi's favorability. Perhaps it is because huuchi herself is not short of money, and this kind of shopping behavior is just icing on the cake for her. Therefore, the improvement in favorability is not obvious. Yikuan could only think so. Different goddesses have different ways to increase their favorability. For example, for a school beauty who is very short of money, you may be able to maximize her favorability by spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on her. But for a daughter of a wealthy family, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars may not even make a splash. Behavior in other areas may be more likely to increase favorability. When passing by the watch shop, huuchi stopped again. Longines has a limited edition watch that I've wanted to buy for a long time. Huuchi stared at Yikuan with her beautiful eyes and said, "Purchase." Yikuan is just one word. Arrogant. "No, you don't have to pay this time. I'll buy it." Huuchi was very domineering and refused to let Yikuan pay any more money. Yikuan just let her do as she pleased. Huuchi is a super rich lady herself. She can afford anything she wants. So, Yikuan and Huuchi walked into the Longines watch store together. Huuchi's goal was very clear, and she directly chose a limited edition couple watch called Heart of True Love. This watch has an inner frame made of top-grade pink diamonds and an outer frame made of gold diamonds. It is extremely luxurious and extremely expensive. The price is very touching. 10,000. And this is the price of a watch. Yikuan originally thought that the Patek Philippe he was wearing, which cost more than 8 million, was already the king of watches. As a result, he was turned into ashes in a second. It's too small. The pattern is too small. Is this the world of the super rich? Yikuan discovered that huuchi is actually the goddess How in real life. However, his vision and self-cultivation as a wealthy man still need to be improved. There is still room for improvement. I'll pay for this limited edition watch, Yikuan said. If he knew that the watch was so expensive, he would never agree to let huuchi pay for it. No, we agreed that I'll pay the bill. Huuchi smiled coquettishly, took out a black card and paid for the two watches. 66.66 million for a watch. A pair of couple watches, more than 100 million. Today, you gave me many gifts, and I am very happy. This true love heart watch is from me. Huuchi stared at Yikuan with her beautiful eyes and put the men's true love heart diamond watch on his wrist. Chapter 55. All the famous watches. It was also the first time in Yikuan's life that he received such a valuable gift, a couple's watch worth 66.66 million yuan. Moreover, it was given by the goddess-like beauty Huuchi. He couldn't help but feel a little touched, and his heartstrings were plucked. Now, he is a super rich man and has no shortage of money. He was not impressed by the price of the watch, but by Huuchi's behavior. Huuchi actually gave him a couple watch, and this gift represents friendship. It is the most difficult to accept the favor of a beautiful woman. The friendship of a beautiful woman should not be let down. However, at present, Huuchi's favorability towards him is only 65, which can only be considered as a little liking, not deeply in love with him. Therefore, Yikuan was able to remain rational and just thought of the watch as a return gift from Huuchi without thinking too much about it. Is there anything else you want to buy? Yikuan asked Huuchi. Today, no matter what Huuchi wants to buy and how much she wants to buy, he will satisfy her. No more. I've bought everything I wanted. Huuchi shook her head and felt satisfied. Today was her craziest shopping day. She almost emptied out all the top-notch products in luxury stores such as Chanel, Givenchy, Prada, Hermes, Cartier, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Van Cleef Arpels, etc. She also swept through all the boss suits, professional suits, maid suits, sailor suits, uniforms in Luaco's store. Today's crazy shopping spree was really enjoyable. I feel good. Great enjoyment. It feels great. Okay, now it's my turn to go shopping. Yikuin smiled. He has a tenfold spending rebate card that is only valid for one day. He must spend like crazy within this day and accumulate wealth quickly. This hook must be fully activated. It's fun to cheat for a while. Keep cheating and have fun. You still want to buy more? Huuchi was also shocked. Yikuin has already spent hundreds of millions tonight, but he still hasn't had enough fun. Yikuin nodded, intending to take revenge. Be willful. Then, he turned to the salesperson at the Longines watch store and asked, "Do you still have this True Love Heart watch?" "Sir, the True Love Heart is a limited edition watch worldwide. It is a one-of-a-kind couple watch." The Longines staff replied respectfully. Yikuin nodded slightly. Huuchi is thoughtful. The couple watches they wear are unique in the world. Okay, pack up all the watches that cost over $1 million. I'll buy them. Yikuin said calmly to the salesperson. As the saying goes, poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. An expensive watch can be worth several luxury cars. Moreover, it is small in size and convenient for storage. He planned to first scan all the watches priced over $1 million in major watch stores. In this way, you can get a tenfold return on your spending and become rich instantly. It's very boring, simple, and unpretentious. Mr. Yi, are you saying that you want to pack up all the watches in our Longines store that are worth more than 1 million yuan? All the sales staff in the Longines store were shocked and felt it was unbelievable. Packing watches worth over $1 million is like buying cabbage. So rich and inhumane. That's right. I'll give you some time to pack up all the watches in the store that cost over 1 million yuan, and then calculate the prices carefully. Yikuin said to the salesperson. He only scans watches worth over 1 million. Forget about watches that cost less than $1 million, as they just take up space when you buy them. Okay, Mr. Yi. We'll prepare it for you right away. Those sales were directly wrapped up in huge surprises. Today, they met a real rich man. With just one day's business, they can achieve several years' worth of sales. So terrifying. Let's go to Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin. Yikuin took Huuchi's hand and walked towards the Patek Philippe store. Huuchi's skin is as white as cream and her hands are as soft as catkins. Holding her hand, it feels great. Very wonderful. Since you want to buy famous watches, it is impossible to buy only Longines watches. Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Cartier, Rolex, Breguet, IWC, Audemars Piguet, Jaeger-LeCoultre, A. Langsone, Piaget. He will not let go of any of these top international watches and will get them all in one swoop. Kill them all. So, Yikuin and Huuchi went to the Patek Philippe store together. Yikuin directly called the general manager of Patek Philippe and said calmly, "Pack up all the Patek Philippe watches worth more than 1 million yuan. I want them all." His tone was calm, but shocking. "Sir, you mean to say that you want to buy all of our Patek Philippe watches that are over $1 million? The female manager of Patek Philippe stared at Yikuin in astonishment. Patek Philippe is a top international watch brand. It has many watches priced over 1 million and quite a few priced over 10 million. If you were to buy all the watches that cost over $1 million, the price would probably be sky high. Is the other party joking? Seeing that Yikuin was so young, the female manager doubted whether he had such strong purchasing power. The distinguished guest standing in front of you is the big boss of Chong Group. You don't have to worry about him not being able to pay the price. Just do as he asks. Huuchi spoke, speaking lightly. Her tone was calm, but her aura was very strong, and she exuded the aura of a domineering female CEO. Yes, boss Hu, we'll do it right away. The general manager of Patek Philippe recognized Huuchi as one of the owners of Jinyu Shopping Center. He nodded repeatedly and did not dare to have any suspicion or neglect. Oh shit. The big boss of Chong Group came to Patek Philippe to buy some goods, which was a surprise from heaven. Moreover, female president Huuchi was personally accompanying him, and the relationship between the two was extraordinary. Let's go to Vacheron Constantin again. Yikuin smiled at Huuchi. Yikuin, are you planning to buy all the famous watches worth more than 1 million yuan? Huuchi stared at Yikuin with her beautiful eyes and asked. Yikuin has swept through Longines and Patek Philippe, but he is not satisfied yet, and has now set his sights on Vacheron Constantin. That's right. Today we are going to take away all the famous watches in your Jinyu shopping center. Yikuin smiled at Huuchi. Helping you to scan all the top products in the shopping mall can also help Jinyu Shopping Center to establish its reputation. After tonight, a legend will spread throughout the Magic City that a super rich man is going on a shopping spree in Jinyu Shopping Center. Buy all the top-notch watches, leaving others with no watches to buy. Jinyu Shopping Center's reputation will definitely soar in the industry. Moreover, the more he spends, the more money he gets back. Don't be soft-hearted at this time. Just grab them all and go on a shopping spree. Okay, since you've decided to buy all the famous watches in the shopping mall, I'll have all the people in charge gather here so we don't have to go to each store. Huuchi said, speaking in a domineering tone. With just one word from her, she could summon all the managers of the luxury stores who were usually so high and mighty. Chapter 56. Challenge successful, any request can be granted. Huuchi opened her mouth and gave an order. The heads of luxury stores such as Vacheron Constantin, Cartier, Rolex, Breguet, IWC, Audemars Piguet, Jaeger-LeCoultre, A. Langsone, and Piaget all rushed to see Yikuan. Now, Yikuan is their god of wealth, and he has bought all their top-notch watches. Soon, Yikuan gave instructions and asked the heads of major luxury stores to collect and count those famous watches. Then, he called his personal secretary and asked Chen Wanwan to follow up on the progress of the matter. At this time, the personal secretary comes in handy. It's time to find her something to do. Yikuan didn't have the time to stay in the store waiting for them. The rich are very busy. Yikuan, I'm a little hungry. Let's go to Yubai Jinsi to eat delicious food. Huuchi naturally took Yikuan's arm and said, going on a shopping spree today is really exhausting. It's time to enjoy the food. Yubai Jinsi? This name is really nice. There is a word "you" in the name of the store. It should be related to you, right? Yikuan smiled. When he heard the name Yubai Jinsi, he naturally thought of Huuchi. Hee. Yubai Jinsi is a top-notch gourmet restaurant that in Yubai and I opened together. It's on the 3rd floor of Jinyu Shopping Center. I'll take you there. Huuchi giggled and walked towards the 3rd floor, taking Yikuan's arm. Jinyu Shopping Center is divided into 3 floors. The 1st floor is for shopping. The 2nd floor is for leisure and entertainment, and there is also a high-end private club. The 3rd floor is for food. Shopping, entertainment, and food all in one. Soon, Yikuan and Huuchi arrived at the Yubai Jinsi restaurant on the 3rd floor. Welcome, the president has arrived. As soon as they entered the restaurant, there were 2 rows of beautiful female receptionists with good figures, who all bowed and greeted Yikuan and Huuchi. It is full of ritual and gives people a feeling of being at home. When a customer enters the store, the receptionist will say this. Huuchi smiled and said, this is a high-end restaurant. We provide top-quality ingredients and treat every customer as a CEO. Yikuan nodded and observed the surrounding environment. Yubai Jinsi restaurant is decorated very stylishly. It can be summed up in a few words: low-key, luxurious, and romantic. This is also a great place for a date and chat. Huuchi chose the best seat by the window and they sat down face to face. What are the signature dishes at Yubai Jinsi restaurant? Yikuan asked. Then I would like to recommend you to try our signature dish, soft silk inlaid with gold and jade. A plate worth 220,000. Huuchi smiled. Their restaurant only serves super high-end food, and the ingredients are carefully selected from all over the world. Every dish is expensive. Among them, the signature dish of the restaurant, soft silk and gold inlaid jade, is something she must recommend. Oh, 220,000 for a dish of soft silk and gold inlaid with jade? What are the ingredients? Yikuan was also slightly surprised and asked. In the past, he thought a meal that cost several thousand yuan per person was top-notch. I didn't expect that such a rich man would spend hundreds of thousands on one dish. It's very boring. If it's soft silk and gold inlaid with jade. The soft silk refers to the shrimp silk made of top-grade king prawns imported from Australia. The gold refers to the golden sweet sugar flakes well known in Asia, and the jade refers to the pak choi core. Huuchi introduced and talked eloquently. This dish not only requires exquisite ingredients, but also has a very complicated production process. Only top chefs can make it. Oh, then I must try this soft silk inlaid with gold and jade later. Yikuan smiled. He is now a super rich man and price is no longer an issue he cares about. Whether a dish costs 22 yuan or 220,000 yuan, it makes no difference to him. At this time, the restaurant waiter handed Yikuan the menu. Yikuan casually flipped through the menu and found that the price of each dish was in tens of thousands. This is the most expensive menu he has ever seen. It's very boring, simple and unpretentious. Today's meal is on me. Huuchi spoke up. Today, Yikuan almost emptied the entire shopping mall for her, so she should treat him to a meal. It doesn't matter who treats you. What do you like to eat? Yikuan smiled. Now, he has reached the level where he doesn't need to consider the price. I like steak, carrots, and dompa pork. Huuchi smiled sweetly and said. So, Yikuan looked at the menu and selected Australia's top-grade fillet steak, blue sky and white sun, crispy dompa pork, and the signature dish of the restaurant, soft silk inlaid with gold and jade. Blue sky and white sun actually means green vegetables and mushrooms, and the name is very high-sounding. Each dish may seem ordinary, but in fact the ingredients are very exquisite. What else would you like to order? Yikuan handed the menu to Huuchi and said, order another spicy boiled fish. Huuchi spoke without even looking at the menu. Can you eat spicy food? Yikuan asked. He wanted to know Huuchi's preferences and tastes. Yeah, I can eat spicy food. Huuchi nodded. Let me tell you, this spicy boiled fish is not simple. The ingredients are king sturgeon from the deep sea, top-quality wild peppercorns, king devil peppers, and some spicy base ingredients produced by nature. Emperor devil pepper? Yikuan smelled an unusual smell. He seemed to have heard of this emperor devil pepper. The king of peppers. It's super spicy. It's simply the devil among peppers. Yes, it's the emperor devil pepper. Hee. Let me tell you about the spiciness level of peppers. Regular chili pepper 5 degrees. Dried chili skin 15 degrees. Rice pepper 30 degrees. Red pepper 45 degrees. Black pepper 200 degrees. Indian chili 1000 degrees. Devil's pepper 3000 degrees. King devil pepper 5 million degrees. Huuchi smiled and spoke very clearly about the spiciness of peppers. Yikuan couldn't help but gasp. Ordinary peppers are 5 degrees, and the emperor devil pepper is 5 million degrees. This is equivalent to the combat power of an ordinary earthling being 5, while the combat power of a super scion is as high as 5 million. A super scion can blow up a planet with one punch. So terrifying. I'm afraid few people can bear this level of spiciness. Hee. This spicy boiled fish is made with king devil peppers. Only Binky can handle this spiciness. Huuchi said with a proud look on her face. Awesome. It turns out that your attainments in eating spicy food have reached interstellar levels. Yikuan said admiringly. If eating spicy food is also divided into combat power, he is a weakling, while Huuchi's combat power is as high as 5 million. This guy's fighting ability for eating spicy food is quite high. Master, this is a master. Hee. This bowl of spicy boiled fish with king devil pepper, if you can successfully challenge it, I will grant you one request tonight. Huuchi smiled coquettishly at Yikuan and said, any request is okay? Yikuan couldn't help but become interested. If any request can be made, he is willing to challenge it. Yes, as long as you can successfully challenge the king devil pepper, I will agree to any request you make tonight. Huuchi said, full of confidence. So far, she is the only one who can control the spiciness of the king devil pepper. Chapter 57 Food and Beauty. Okay, it's a deal then. If I succeed in challenging the king devil pepper, you have to agree to one of my requests. Yikuan smiled. In order to conquer the goddess-like beauty Huuchi, he really has to challenge the emperor devil pepper. Any request you can make is great. He has already started thinking about what he should let goddess Huuchi do in the evening. Okay, then come and challenge me. If you cry because of the spicy food, don't blame me. When Huuchi heard that Yikuan was really going to challenge the emperor devil pepper, she couldn't help but become interested. I'm fearless. If you frown, I lose. Yikuan said, extremely confident. Let me tell you, a 3,000-degree devil's pepper can pierce a person's stomach. Are you sure you want to challenge a 5 million-degree emperor devil's pepper? Huuchi blinked her beautiful eyes and confirmed. The spiciness of the emperor devil pepper is really not something that most people can bear. This is already restricted. It is no less than challenging the limits of human beings. That's right. What I want to challenge is the king devil pepper. Yikuan nodded. He just wants to challenge the hottest ones. Eat the spiciest peppers and sleep with the most beautiful woman. It's very exciting. Someone once forced himself to challenge the king devil pepper and ended up in the emergency room. If you can't handle spicy food, don't try this challenge. Instead, Huuchi began to persuade. He has many friends around him, and no one can successfully challenge the emperor devil pepper. Don't worry, a mere king devil pepper can't faze me. Yikuan smiled. His body has undergone many evolutions, and I really don't believe that he can't withstand the spiciness of the emperor devil pepper. Moreover, he also has the system plug-in. He is already invincible. Hee hee. I hope you can still laugh later. Seeing Yi Kuen's firm attitude, Huuchi stopped persuading him. Those who have never tasted the Emperor Devil Pepper cannot understand how horribly spicy it is. Before long, the delicious food they ordered was served to the table. Before you challenge the King Devil Pepper, enjoy other delicacies first. Huuchi smiled and said, let's try our crispy dompo pork first. This is also one of my favorite dishes. Dompo pork, a delicacy from the Song dynasty. I like it too. Yi Kuen smiled. Dompo pork is a famous dish in Hangzhou and popular in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. It is said to have been created by Su Dompa, a poet of the northern Song dynasty. However, this dish really tests the chef's skills. If the heat is not controlled well, the taste may be mediocre. The crispy dompo pork in our store is made in the traditional way, without adding water or oil. It has a strong wine aroma and is the authentic crispy and traditional taste. Huuchi said this with an extremely sweet smile. She held a small plate in one hand, picked up a piece of crispy dompo pork with the other hand, and put it to Yi Kuen's mouth, saying sweetly, come, let me feed you a bite of crispy and tender meat. At this moment, Yi Kuen was drunk. The beauty actually fed him the delicious food herself. I'm so touched. My heart melts. Yi Kuen didn't hesitate to take the crispy dompo pork and started tasting it directly. How is it? What does it taste like? Is it delicious? Huuchi asked Yi Kuen with anticipation. The wine is rich in aroma, delicate and soft, melting on the tongue, fragrant and glutinous in the mouth, fat but not greasy, very delicious, and a touch of your tenderness remains between the lips and teeth. Yi Kuen thought about it for a while before speaking to Huuchi. Only after Huuchi fed him a bite of her delicious and tender food could he taste the tenderness between her lips and teeth. Eating with a beauty is just delicious. After hearing what Yi Kuen said, Huuchi smiled knowingly and felt happy. Come, I'll feed you a bite too. It is impolite not to reciprocate. So Yi Kuen picked up a piece of crispy dompo pork and put it to the beauty's mouth. Huuchi was slightly stunned and looked at Yi Kuen with her beautiful eyes. Then she opened her cherry mouth and took a light bite of the crispy dompo pork. It seems to taste extra delicious when someone feeds it. I feel so happy and sweet in my heart. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Huuchi's favorability towards the host. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Huuchi's favorability towards the host has increased to 70 points. Well, Yi Kuen did not expect that just by feeding Huuchi a bite of crispy meat, his favorability rating would actually increase by 5 points. You know, I spent 360 million on her before, but it only increased her favorability by 5 points. It seems that it is not difficult to gain the favor of goddess Huuchi, but you just have to find the right point. She has no shortage of money, and the marginal utility of spending money is diminishing. On the contrary, some small details can impress her more. Next, it was the pleasant mealtime. The two talked and laughed, and enjoyed the meal very much. Yi Kuen was very satisfied with every dish made by Yubai Jinsi. In particular, they raved about Yubai Jinsi restaurant's signature dish, soft silk gold inlaid with jade. The premium king prawns imported from Australia are made into shredded shrimp and topped with golden sweet sugar flakes, which not only maintains the pure flavor of the shrimp, but also adds a delicious sweetness. It tastes great and is super delicious. A dish that costs 220,000 yuan cannot be simply described as delicious, but it is a dish that has been made to perfection in every aspect. It's very boring, simple, and unpretentious. Huuchi was very happy to see Yi Kuen constantly praising Yubai Jinsi's dishes, and she had a smile on her face the whole time. Then, the highlight comes. A large plate of spicy boiled fish was served on the table. The king sturgeon from the deep sea is paired with top-quality wild peppercorns, king devil peppers, and some spicy base ingredients produced by nature. In one word, spicy. This bowl of spicy boiled fish is red and fragrant, and looks super spicy. Not only does it look spicy, but the air is also filled with a spicy smell. How about it? Are you sure you still want to challenge the king devil pepper? Huuchi stared at Yi Kuen with interest. Challenge? I must challenge. Just tell me what it takes for me to succeed in the challenge, okay? Yi Kuen smiled and said, never back down. He tried his best to make an excessive request to goddess Huuchi. It's very simple. You just need to eat up this plate of spicy boiled fish with king devil pepper, and you will succeed in the challenge. Huuchi smiled. This bowl of spicy boiled fish is absolutely delicious, but most people really can't handle the spiciness of the king devil pepper. How difficult is that? Spicy boiled fish is my favorite. Yikuin smiled and picked up a piece of Emperor Devil Pepper with chopsticks. Just then, the system prompt sounded. Ding. It is detected that the host is challenging the Emperor Devil Pepper. Do you want to spend 50,000 worship points to redeem the Spicy God skill? Explanation. Once you have acquired the Spicy God skill, you will be the god of spicy food and can withstand any level of spiciness. Pretty. This system plugin was activated very timely. The god of spicy food. Invincible. System, redeem the hot god skill for me immediately. Yikuin muttered to himself. Chapter 58, Go to my villa at night. Ding. 50,000 worship points have been spent to redeem the spicy god skill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for becoming the god of spiciness, able to withstand any level of spiciness. Pretty. The next moment, Yikuin's eyes turned hot as he looked at the bowl of spicy boiled fish. Before, he felt the king devil pepper was so spicy that it was bitter just by smelling it. Now, he only smelled the fragrance. So, he picked up the king devil pepper. Wait, what are you doing? Huuchi was surprised when she saw Yikuin was about to eat the emperor devil pepper directly. Eat. Yikuin smiled. He now thinks that this emperor devil pepper is super fragrant. Wait a minute, let me tell you. I ate half of a king devil pepper before, and it was so spicy that I held my throat in pain for a long time, and I couldn't say a word for a long time. Now, I don't even dare to eat this king devil pepper directly, Huuchi said with lingering fear. She ate the devil's pepper easily, but nearly lost half her life when she ate the king devil's pepper. So terrifying. It was so spicy that it was bitter and numb, so spicy that it made her soul ache. She didn't want to experience that feeling again. I think I can give it a try. Yikuin smiled, picked up the emperor devil pepper, and was about to put it into his mouth. Wait, don't eat it directly. Even the spicy king ate the king devil pepper and went to the hospital after eating it. Also, last time someone challenged this level of spiciness, he was sent directly to the hospital, but he died after failed rescue efforts. This pepper doesn't affect the taste, but directly acts on the pain nerves. The body can't handle it. The 5 million degree emperor devil pepper is enough to fry the stomach of a person who has practiced martial arts for a long time. Huuchi said seriously. This emperor devil pepper is so horrible that it is unbearable for ordinary people to eat it directly. It is known as the soul-breaking pepper. Haha, I think I can give it a try. Yikuin smiled and didn't take it seriously. Throw the king devil pepper directly into your mouth. He is already a spicy god, not afraid of any level of spiciness. Moreover, his body has evolved and is several times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Fearless. Crunch. Crunch. Yikuin started chewing the emperor devil pepper directly. How is it? Can you bear it? Don't force it. Huuchi stared at Yikuin nervously, paying close attention to his expression changes. As soon as we found something wrong, we sent him to the hospital for emergency treatment. However, Yikuin did not show any sign of being unable to bear the spiciness. Instead, he looked as if he was enjoying it very much. Yes, it is enjoyable. It was as if the 5 million spiciness of the emperor devil pepper was insignificant to him. It smells so good. Yikuin chewed it a few times and swallowed the emperor devil pepper directly into his stomach. This scene stunned Huuchi. It was the first time for her to see someone eat the king devil pepper and enjoy the delicious taste. Shouldn't it be so spicy that it's unbearable? Is it spicy enough to make you feel ecstatic? Why is Yikuin still enjoying it? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. After a while, Huuchi asked in surprise, Are you really okay? Yikuin smiled and said, It's okay. It doesn't feel that spicy. Huuchi's expression changed from surprise to astonishment and finally to admiration. She had never seen anyone who could eat the king devil pepper directly and remain calm and unharmed. Yikuin's tolerance for spiciness is simply too strong. What's more, he can eat spicier food than her. It's a miracle. He challenged an impossible task. Ding. Obtained Huuchi's supercritical worship value. At this moment, Huuchi stared at Yikuin with admiration. Why are you looking at me like that? Yikuin smiled. Isn't it just eating a king devil pepper? This made Huuchi admire him. Don't worship me. I'm just an ordinary hot god. You are the person who can eat the spiciest food I have ever seen. You can eat spiciest food even better than the spicy king. Huuchi said with admiration. Only those who have personally tasted the emperor devil pepper know how terrifyingly spicy it is. Of course. How can the spicy king compare to me? I am the spicy god. Haha. Yikuin smiled. A generation of spicy god is born. Although this skill may not be used very often, being able to display it once in front of goddess Huuchi has already demonstrated its value. You are so immodest. Huuchi couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yikuin. However, Yikuin can indeed eat spicier food than the king of spicy food. Come on, you can eat spicy food too. Let's finish this bowl of spicy boiled fish together. Yikuin smiled and asked Huuchi to share the delicious food with him. Okay. Huuchi smiled and nodded. In the past, it was difficult for her to find someone who would eat spicy boiled fish with her. Now, Yikuin has done it. So, the two of them happily enjoyed the food together. The king sturgeon from the deep sea, paired with the king devil pepper. The taste is so spicy and fragrant. It is simply an ultimate experience. It's very exciting. Spicy enough. So cool. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Huuchi's favorability towards the host. Ding. Congratulations to the goddess-level beauty Huuchi for raising her favorability towards the host to 80 points. Yikuin was surprised and happy. Just by eating a bowl of spicy boiled fish together, goddess Huuchi's favorability towards him actually increased by 10 points. It feels so good. Now, Huuchi looked at him with tenderness and affection in her eyes. Congratulations, you have succeeded in the challenge. What do you want to ask for? Huuchi stared at Yikuin with affectionate eyes. You can ask for anything? Yikuin confirmed again. Well, as long as you ask, I'll agree to it. Huuchi showed a charming look and looked at Yikuin expectantly. I also want to see you in different costumes: maid outfit, boss outfit, professional outfit, sailor outfit, uniform. I want to see them all. Yikuin stared at Huuchi's beautiful face and said, before, watching her change of clothes in Luako's shop was a visual enjoyment. She was so beautiful. Unfortunately, I always feel it's not satisfying enough. What's missing? That's it. Huuchi raised her eyebrows, as if she didn't expect Yikuin to make this request. Well, is this enough? Yikuin nodded and asked again. No problem. Come to my villa tonight, and I'll let you see enough at once. Huuchi smiled charmingly and said, to your villa? Yikuin was slightly surprised. Goddess Huuchi invited me to her house. Of course. If we don't go to my villa, how can I change my clothes for you? Huuchi rolled her eyes at Yikuin, yet she was full of charm and beauty. Good. Yikuin nodded. He is not afraid of going or staying. Let's go. I'll take you to my super villa now. Huuchi stood up, took Yikuin's hand and walked out. I'm very anxious. Chapter 59 Villa King. When Yikuin and Huuchi returned to the first floor of Jinyu Shopping Center, the female secretary and a dozen bodyguards in black were already waiting for them. The female secretary is Chen Wanwen, who is wearing a professional suit, high heels and black stockings, looking capable yet sexy. She has a graceful and exquisite figure, especially the pair of towering peaks, which look particularly proud. A dozen or so bodyguards in black were led by Captain Zhao Hu. Each of them had a serious expression, straight posture, and was well trained. None of the bodyguards given by the system are simple. Some of them are former Special Forces soldiers, while others are retired elite mercenaries. Among them, there are many real military kings. Hello, boss. The female secretary and a dozen bodyguards in black all bowed and greeted Yikuin. It was an astonishing scene. Yikuin nodded slightly and glanced at the dozen or so bodyguards. Then, he looked at one of the bodyguards. This bodyguard was tall and strong, standing out among the other bodyguards. He had a strong aura, a dull expression, and a knife scar on his neck, which gave him a sense of danger. It was as if he was a bad guy walking out of the battlefield. Ding! A super bodyguard has been detected. Name: Lu Tianchen. Height: 2 meters. Appearance: 59. Loyalty: 99. Proficient in various fighting techniques, firearms, cold weapons, heavy weapons, and can drive tanks, cruise ships, airplanes, submarines. Personality characteristics: taciturn, loyal, and reliable. Evaluation: King of Mercenaries. Yikuin nodded slightly towards Lu Tianchen and paid special attention to him. There are many hidden talents in his bodyguard team, including the King of Mercenaries. Although his appearance is a bit ordinary, he is very loyal. Moreover, he has many skills and can drive tanks, planes, and even submarines. He is also proficient in all kinds of cold weapons and hot weapons, and is worthy of being the King of Mercenaries. When Lu Tianchen saw Yikuin nodding at him, his face was still dull, with no expression and a very cold look. Yikuin didn't take it seriously, thinking that this kind of mercenary king had to maintain a cool image at all times. Boss, according to preliminary statistics, among all the famous watches you bought today, there are 3 watches priced over 100 million, namely Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, and Breguet, and there are watches priced over 10 million. Chun Wan was holding a tablet computer and making a statistical report for Yikuan. At this time, her strong working ability was also reflected. As Yikuan's personal female secretary, she is not just a vase, but an all-round talent. Otherwise, she would not be able to get an annual salary of 10 million. No, now her annual salary has increased to 20 million. You don't need to give me a detailed report, just give me the total price. Yikuan said lightly. He bought so many famous watches today that he didn't have the time to look at them all. Yes, boss, your total spending tonight is 3.08 billion. Chun Wonwon reported a number, and her heart started beating wildly. Today, the boss bought almost all the top watches in Shanghai. It would take at least 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms to hold all these famous watches. This group of bodyguards are here specifically to escort these luxury watches. The boss is so rich and inhumane. It's so cheap, less than 5 billion. Yikuan was very calm and unperturbed. He originally planned to spend all of the more than 5 billion in his disposable account, so that a tenfold return would bring in more than 50 billion. Get rich instantly. But it doesn't matter, he will continue to buy villas and houses in the future. The validity period of the 10x spending refund card is 24 hours. In fact, he is not very interested in making money now. He would rather feel and enjoy life more. Soon, Yikuan used the black gold card to swipe 3.08 billion yuan at Jinyu Shopping Center. Ding! The host has spent 3.08 billion, and the disposable account balance is 2.40 billion yuan. Ding! Consumption funds are returned 10 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving 30.8 billion yuan. Ding! Available account balance, 32.840 billion yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 3.08 billion and getting 30 super rich points. Remaining points of the godly rich, 37. With this wave of crazy consumption, disposable assets directly surged to more than 30 billion. It feels so good. Moreover, after spending billions tonight, I finally accumulated 37 super rich points. This includes the super rich points accumulated from previous consumption. It's not easy. Spending money is so fucking tiring. Ding! Obtained a super critical hit of worship value. Ding! Obtained a super critical hit of worship value. Ding! Obtained a super critical hit of worship value. Ding! Obtained a super critical hit of worship value. At the same time, the worship value is super critical and it causes crazy combos. After tonight, there will be another legend of a super rich man in Shanghai. After swiping his card, Yikuan left in style. The rest of the matters would be taken care of by his female secretary Chen Wanwan, so he didn't need to worry about anything. Next, we will go to the super villa of goddess-level beauty Huuchi. This is the most anticipated moment of the night. Huuchi took Yikuan's arm and walked towards the parking lot together. The two of them were a handsome man and a beautiful woman, attracting the attention of countless passers-by along the way. Let's go to my villa. You don't have to drive. Just sit in the passenger seat. Huuchi smiled and said. Her car was a red Ferrari LaFerrari, with its cool butterfly doors slowly opening. Okay. Yikuan nodded and agreed readily. He didn't know where Huuchi's home was, and driving was too troublesome, so it was more comfortable to sit in the passenger seat. After the two got into the Ferrari LaFerrari, Huuchi drove towards the villa. Yuchi, what's the name of your villa? Where is it located? Yikuan was a little curious. What kind of villa area would a goddess like Huuchi live in? The villa I live in is called Maple Leaf Villa King, located at the foot of Chilin Mountain, in the Magic City's Super Villa King area, Gua Lake. Huuchi smiled slightly and said, Villa King? Yikuan was also slightly stunned. To be called the Villa King, it must be no ordinary villa. There are only 7 villas in the Fallen Leaf Maple Villa district, and all of them are occupied by super rich or invisible rich people. Let me put it this way. The newly crowned richest man in Dragon Country also has a villa in Louis Feng, but his villa is not even qualified to be called the Villa King. My villa covers an area of about 50 acres, with a construction area of 9,634 square meters. It is the largest and most luxurious villa in Dragon Country, so it is called the Villa King. Huuchi smiled sweetly and said lightly. Her tone was very calm, but what she said was not simple at all. Even shocking. The largest and most luxurious villa in Longhua. Yikuin finally understood why Huuchi was arranged to sit in seat number 2 at the country's top auction. Huuchi must be extraordinary in terms of both her net worth and status. However, Yikuin does not care about Huuchi's worth and identity. Tonight, he came to see the female president dress up. Chapter 60. Female CEO's Cross-Dressing Show. Huuchi drove a Ferrari LaFerrari into the Maple Leaf Villa district. After passing through an ultra-luxurious private garden, we arrived at the extremely luxurious villa. Huuchi took Yikuin's hand and entered the villa. Yikuin glanced at the living room and saw that the ceiling was over 10 meters high and the space was very grand. A huge and luxurious crystal chandelier hangs down from a high place, so beautiful. The floor is covered with top-grade sandalwood and the walls are inlaid with top-grade marble, which is extremely luxurious. Come on, there's nothing to see here. Let's go to my bedroom, and I'll change my clothes for you to see. Huuchi smiled playfully, took Yikuin's hand, and entered the elevator of the villa. Then, the two of them walked into Huuchi's extra-large bedroom together. The room is decorated in a princess style, pink and fragrant. Would you like some wine first? Huuchi smiled charmingly and said, Okay. Yikuin nodded. When he entered Huuchi's boudoir, he couldn't help feeling a little excited. Have a drink first to calm your nerves. Huuchi brought Yikuin a bottle of Charles X wine. Tell me, what do you want to see me wear? Huuchi stared at Yikuin with her beautiful eyes and asked. The exciting moment has finally arrived. Maid outfits, domineering outfits, Lolita outfits, sailor outfits, uniforms. I want to see them all. Yikuin smiled. He was already deeply fascinated by Huuchi and wanted to see her in different outfits. You are so greedy. Huuchi glanced at Yikuin with her beautiful eyes, which were full of charm and allure. You are such a versatile goddess. Every outfit I wear is exactly what I like. I never get tired of seeing them. Yikuin took the initiative to hold Huuchi's slender waist and said with a wicked smile. Her waist was so slender that it could be held in one hand and was extremely soft. So what style do you want to see me wearing first? When Huuchi heard Yikuin praising her, her pretty face turned slightly red and she felt very sweet in her heart. Which woman doesn't like to be praised? I want to see you wearing it first. Yikuin whispered in Huuchi's ear. Huuchi usually has a domineering and mature style. He insisted that Huuchi wear a maid outfit to create a sense of contrast. I rarely wear a maid outfit, but I'll make an exception for you today. Huuchi rolled her beautiful eyes at Yikuin, but did not object. Then I'm going to the cloakroom to change. Wait for me. Huuchi looked back and smiled. So charming. Then, she walked towards the cloakroom with her beautiful long legs. Yikuin was also very much looking forward to seeing what Huuchi would look like after changing her clothes. Then he poured himself a glass of Charles X. Just this bottle of Charles X costs 7 figures, and it is not something that anyone with money can buy. Like Romani Conti, the production of Charles X is very limited and is only supplied to a very small number of distinguished customers. Moreover, Charles X is more expensive and rarer than Romani Conti. Romani Conti is said to be a wine that only multimillionaires can afford and billionaires can drink. As for Charles X, even ordinary billionaires were not eligible to drink it. Charles X wine is definitely the king of pretentiousness. Yikuin took a deep sip of Charles X wine, drinking hundreds of thousands of dollars in one sip. What you are drinking is not wine, but loneliness and boredom. No, with a beautiful woman by his side, he will not be lonely tonight. Then drinking is just boring. Simple and unpretentious. At this moment, the lights in the room suddenly became dim. Huuchi walked out slowly, wearing a beautiful maid outfit. She wasn't wearing the black and white maid outfit that you often see on TV and in movies. That was too ordinary. Huuchi was wearing a pink and white maid outfit. A pink dress with a white skirt and white lace at the chest. It looks like a maid outfit, but also has a cute Lolita style. This pink and white maid outfit suits her skin tone very well, making Huuchi's skin look even more white and shiny as cream. Her skin was fair with a rosy glow, so tender that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. Moreover, she was wearing white stockings on her lower body, which made her look fresh, cute, and very charming. How is it? Does it look good? Huuchi lifted her skirt, blinked her beautiful eyes, and asked expectantly. Beautiful. Yikuin smiled and stared at Huuchi intently. Beauty is more intoxicating than wine. Huuchi is extremely beautiful. She is a goddess-level beauty with an appearance rating of 97. She is so beautiful that no one can compare. After changing into a maid outfit, she becomes even more charming. The domineering female president turns into a well-behaved little maid with a unique charm. Is it really that beautiful? Huuchi's pretty face turns slightly red, revealing a shy expression. She has never worn a maid outfit alone in front of a man. Moreover, this is different from her usual dressing style. The contrast is huge, and she feels a little shy. After being a domineering female president for so long, it seems like it wouldn't be bad to be an obedient little maid for once. A different experience. Very beautiful, extremely charming. Yikuin nodded. Huuchi has beautiful long legs and looks extremely beautiful in a pink and white maid outfit. Do you like it? Huuchi even deliberately turned around in front of Yikuin, causing her white skirt to flutter. A little naughty. Certainly. Yikuin stared at Huuchi intently and felt very moved. So, what are you waiting for? Huuchi gave Yikuin a charming smile, full of charm. Well, action speaks louder than words. Yikuin rushed over, hugged Huuchi's slender waist, and pushed her forcefully against the wall. Chapter 61. This is the rhythm of invincibility. Huuchi snuggled in Yikuin's arms. Yikuin kissed Huuchi on the forehead tenderly. After multiple strengthenings, his physique is already several times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Huuchi is just an ordinary woman. How can she be his opponent? However, Huuchi still tried her best to love him, which made him feel very pity for her. Yikuin hugged Huuchi lovingly. This silly girl really has the spirit of risking her life for love, which makes him feel distressed. Huuchi snuggled in Yikuin's arms. At this moment, her heart was filled with love, and she felt extremely happy. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Huuchi's favorability towards the host. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Huuchi's favorability towards the host. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Huuchi's favorability towards the host. In an instant, Huuchi's favorability towards Yikuin increased rapidly. She has fallen deeply in love with this man. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Huuchi's favorability towards the host has increased to 95. Ding. Congratulations on rewarding the host with a healthy body. Ding. Congratulations to the host for improving his physical fitness to 98. In an instant, Yikuin felt a magical energy injected into his body. His physical strength was instantly restored, and he was full of vitality again. Yikuin couldn't help but be surprised and happy. Huuchi's favorability towards him suddenly increased by 15 points. Once the favorability reaches 90, it is very difficult to improve it quickly. Huuchi's favorability towards him is as high as 95 points, which is already deep love. Love deeply. Not just a little love, but deep love. Deep love. Yikuin hugged Huuchi, who had fallen into a deep sleep, and checked his personal information at the same time. Name, Yikuin. Strength, 41. Agility, 43. Constitution, 98. Spirit, 55. Charm, 9. Charm aura. Note, the peak attribute of ordinary people is 10. Super rich reserve fund, 9. Available amount of money, 32,840,000,000 yuan. Skills, God-level driving skills, never get drunk after drinking 1,000 cups, invincible with a golden spear, the god of spicy food. Halo, charm halo, celebrity halo, status halo. Reputation, revered reputation from Magic City University of Finance and Economics, respected reputation from Dragon Country. Props, an inspiration capsule and a beauty card. Super rich points, 37. Yikuin looked at his dazzling personal information and smiled with satisfaction. His abilities in all aspects are rapidly improving. Extraordinary physical fitness. Endless money to spend. It also possesses various magical auras and abilities. He seems to be invincible. Early the next morning, Huuchi woke up in a daze. She slept very comfortably that night. Yikuin held her in his arms all night long. Sleeping in Yikuin's arms, I feel warm, safe, and sweet. She was enveloped by a huge sense of happiness, feeling relaxed and happy. There has never been a moment when she can be as happy as she is now. From now on, she is no longer alone. Even when he's sleeping, he's so handsome. Huuchi looked up, stared at Yikuin with her beautiful eyes, and a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Chapter 62. Evolution Capsule. When they woke up in the morning, Yikuin and Huuchi naturally got together again. The two of them are like a newlywed couple, inseparable. System, can I improve Huuchi's physical attributes? Yikuin asked for help from the system. Can. Method 1. Use 3 times the godly points to increase the opponent's basic attribute by 1 point. Method 2. Buy an evolution capsule. Take one evolution capsule, and all your body attributes will be improved. Evolution capsule price: 1 million worship points. Yikuren has only accumulated 37 godly rich points now, and even if he uses them all to improve huuchi's attributes, he can only improve it by a dozen points. And he has accumulated more than 1 million worship points, which is just enough to buy an evolution capsule. Huuchi is his woman, and Yikuren decides to let her take an evolution capsule. System: exchange an evolution capsule for me. Ding. 1 million worship points have been spent to exchange for an evolution capsule. The evolution capsule has been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. The evolution capsule is available, but the problem is how to get huuchi to take it. Yikuren decided to use the simplest and most direct method. He explained the evolution capsule to huuchi and saw if she dared to take it. Chi-Chi, I have an evolution capsule here that can improve your overall physical fitness. Do you want to take it? Yikuren put his arms around huuchi's shoulders and took out the evolution capsule. Huuchi is not an ordinary woman. Her vision and thinking are advanced, and she is at the forefront of the entire era. Therefore, Yikuren dared to explain the matter of the evolution capsule to her directly. Evolution capsule? Has the biotechnology company under Chong Group already developed the evolution capsule? No wonder Brother Chong is so powerful. Huuchi took the evolution capsule and showed a bit of surprise. I saw that this evolution capsule was about the same size as an ordinary cold capsule, and there were some small red particles inside. She knew that the world's top billionaires and technology and biotechnology companies were all researching drugs that could make the human body evolve and become stronger. Chong Group is a giant company that owns Chong Technology Biological Company, so it is not surprising that it is researching evolution capsules. Yikuren possesses an extraordinary physique, most likely due to taking the evolution capsule. She had personally experienced Yikuren's strength and extraordinariness. He was like a little Superman, making her love and fear him at the same time. This evolution capsule can make your physical fitness evolve by more than double. There is only one in the world. Do you dare to take it? Yikuren stared at Huuchi's beautiful eyes and said. Huuchi actually imagined that the evolution capsule was a product of Chong Technology Biological Company, so there was no need for him to explain anymore. I dare to eat it. There is only one evolution capsule, but you took it out and gave it to me. Brother Chong, you are so good to Chi-Chi. Huuchi was very moved. She trusted Yikuren very much and took the evolution capsule without hesitation. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Huuchi's favorability towards the host. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Huuchi's favorability towards the host has increased to 96. Ding. Reward the host with strength. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing his strength to 61. Strength, 61. Agility, 43. Constitution, 98. Spirit, 55. In an instant, Yikuren's body seemed to be injected with magical energy, his strength skyrocketed, and his physical fitness improved again. Ding. Friendly reminder, the goddess-level beauty Huuchi's favorability towards the host has reached 96, which is unwavering. Once Huuchi's favorability towards the host reaches the full value of 100, she will be awarded the Unwavering Achievement title. Title of Unwavering Love Until Death. The host and the target of the achievement appear at the same time, and all attributes of both parties are increased by 50 at the same time. If they separate, the title effect will temporarily disappear. When the favorability reaches 100, you can even achieve the achievement title of Until Death. Moreover, the effect of this achievement title is also very powerful, and all attributes of both parties can be improved by 50. This is definitely good stuff. Brother Chong. At this time, Huuchi called out in a tender voice. Yikuren looked at Huuchi and saw that her face was rosy and her skin was as smooth as a baby's. She looked like a beautiful blooming flower, extremely charming and beautiful. Chi-Chi, what is the effect of taking the evolution capsule? Yikuren asked Huuchi. The effect of the evolution capsule seems to have shown up. Huuchi is more beautiful and charming than before. This is also the effect of the comprehensive evolution of physical attributes. Brother Chong, I feel great now. My whole body is filled with incredible energy. It seems like I have endless energy. Even my mind has become active. Huuchi showed a look of surprise and said. After taking the evolution capsule given by Yikuren, she felt like she was reborn, which was simply indescribable. So amazing. Haha, that's great. The effect of the evolution capsule is immediate. Yikuren gently stroked Huuchi's beautiful face and said with a smile, "Kiss me." Huuchi's two arms, as white as jade, had already wrapped around his neck. Yikurin hugged Huuchi's delicate body tightly and kissed her passionately. After Huuchi took the evolution capsule, her combat effectiveness was significantly improved. Chapter 63: A smile that allures the city. System: use that beauty card on Huuchi. Yikuin muttered to himself. Huuchi is his woman, so of course he has to give her something as good as the beauty card. Moreover, Huuchi's appearance is as high as 97. He is very much looking forward to seeing the changes in Huuchi after using the beauty card, and whether her appearance can continue to improve. So far, he has not seen a beauty with a beauty score higher than 97 points. Are there higher levels and more beautiful women above the goddess level? Ding. The beauty card has been used on the goddess level beauty Huuchi. Ding. All the minor flaws on Huuchi's face have been repaired, and she can achieve the beauty effect without makeup. Ding. Huuchi's appearance. Ding. Huuchi's appearance has been raised to 98, making her a stunning beauty. Note: the rewards triggered by a stunning beauty will be higher than those triggered by a goddess-level beauty. Huuchi has become a stunning beauty. Pretty. Yikuin couldn't help but hold Huuchi's pretty face and looked at her carefully. Brother Kuin, why are you staring at me like that? Huuchi's pretty face blushed slightly, and she asked while blinking her beautiful eyes. Chi-Chi, you are so beautiful. You have become more beautiful. Yikuin gently stroked Huuchi's beautiful face and smiled. Now, Huuchi's face can be described as beautiful and flawless. This is a truly flawless face, without a single blemish. She looks even more radiant, gorgeous, and stunning. Moreover, the skin is left soft, tender, and smooth. It's as tender as a baby's skin, as if you could squeeze water out of it. I'm beautiful. Huuchi thought Yikuin was just praising her beauty and couldn't help but say it proudly. She is very beautiful, and has been beautiful since she was a child. No, I mean you've become more beautiful, like you've used a beauty camera, without a single flaw. Yikuin said. Now, Huuchi's smile is so charming. She is so beautiful. She is indeed a stunning beauty. She can captivate the whole city at first sight. How is that possible? I'm not wearing any makeup at all now. Huuchi didn't believe it. Although she is beautiful without makeup, it is impossible for her to achieve the same effect as with makeup. If you don't believe me, you can look in the mirror. Yikuin smiled. Huuchi must be surprised when she sees her beautiful and flawless face. So, Huuchi took a small mirror from the bedside. Then, she saw herself in the mirror, radiant, beautiful, and flawless. There is not much change in the face shape, outline, and charm. However, there is not a single flaw on her face, and she looks radiant and beautiful. The more she looked, the happier she became, and her smile was very charming. This appearance has definitely improved. Even the little scar on my forehead disappeared. It's amazing. Huuchi exclaimed in amazement, surprised and happy. When she was a child, she fell down because of being naughty and left a large scar on her forehead. Although I had a reconstructive surgery later, there is still a little scar left. Therefore, she usually uses bangs to deliberately cover that area. Now, even that tiny scar has disappeared. It is truly flawless beauty. Ding. Reward the host with spirit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching spirit level 85. Strength, 61. Agility, 43. Constitution, 98. Spirit, 85. In an instant, Yikuin felt a magical energy injected into his body, and he became energetic and radiant. His mental power has become stronger, and his perception ability has greatly improved. At this moment, a sudden voice was heard in the room. Miss, you should get up and have breakfast. You have already gotten up 2 hours late today. The sound came from a smart device in the room. It's my housekeeper, Chunjingi. She is in charge of my personal living. Huuchi said coquettishly. She was a little upset because her good time was interrupted. Your housekeeper? Yikuin asked doubtfully. When he came back with Huuchi last night, he didn't see the housekeeper. However, such a large villa cannot be without a housekeeper. You know, the room where Huuchi lives alone is more than 500 square meters. From this we can see how big this Villa King is. Chapter 64: Villa, Housekeeper, Maid. Maple Leaf Villa King covers a large area and has an extra-large luxurious private garden. Therefore, a housekeeper, a maid, and a gardener are definitely indispensable. Moreover, such a large villa must be equipped with a security team. Last night, Yikuin drove Huuchi's Ferrari LaFerrari into the villa area and saw many maids and bodyguards. There are even king-level soldiers in the villa area. Yes, in my super villa, there are 4 housekeepers, 42 maids, 15 gardeners, 104 bodyguards, and retired Special Forces soldiers protecting us? Huuchi said. She spoke in a calm tone, but the words she said would shock ordinary people. Well, although Yikuan had long known that Huuchi was a wealthy goddess, he still didn't expect that she was so rich. Once upon a time, when he was still an ordinary person, he dreamed of buying a big villa, hiring 2 housekeepers, and a dozen maids when he became rich. In that case, you can live a simple and boring life of a rich man. Unexpectedly, Huuchi was even more plain and boring than he had imagined. TSK. There were 4 housekeepers in the villa, as many as 42 maids, and more than 100 bodyguards. Sure enough, poverty limits my imagination. The 4 butlers should have different responsibilities, right? Yikuan asked. Now, he is also a super rich man, so he must buy a villa. You must have a good understanding of the butler and the maid. Well, each housekeeper has different duties. Some are responsible for daily life, some are responsible for food and materials, some are responsible for safety and hygiene, and some are responsible for personal finance. Housekeeper Chunjingi is responsible for managing my personal life. If I sleep in, she'll call me. Huuchi said angrily. Oh, what are the ranks of the housekeeper and maid in your villa? Yikuan asked. Whether it is a butler or a maid, they are divided into levels. Generally speaking, the higher the level, the higher the salary. The image and ability will become stronger accordingly. My villa's housekeeper is at level 8, the highest level, and the maids are all at level 5, the highest level. Huuchi said. There are strict grading and promotion requirements for butlers and maids. However, as an employer, she can also directly upgrade the levels of butlers and maids. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Yikuan's mind. Ding. Trigger a random task. Buy a luxury villa. Requirement. The market price of the villa cannot be less than 1 billion. Gift a goddess-level housekeeper, 4 school beauty-level maids, and 16 loyal bodyguards. Note, the more villas you buy, the more expensive they are, and the more gifts you get, the better. Buy a villa and get a butler, maid and bodyguard for free. Moreover, they are all top-notch. It feels so good. What's even better is that as long as you buy a villa with a market value of more than 1 billion, you will get a butler, maid and bodyguard for free. It is not a one-time service. That's just what I like. He must have bought more than 1 villa. All the super villas in Magic City, Demon City, Immortal City and Dragon City are built together. This wave of purchasing villas can make you feel extremely happy. Let's get up and have breakfast, Huuchi said in a tender voice. Although she really wanted to stay with Yikuan forever, it was time to go out and eat some delicious food. If she hadn't taken an evolution capsule, her body would have collapsed long ago. Good. Yikuan smiled and sat up. Then, he showed off his strong 8-pack abs and perfect shark line. Through multiple body enhancements, his body shape has almost reached perfection. Perfect body shape, perfect muscle lines, and super explosive power. Your figure is simply perfect. Huuchi smiled. Seeing Yikuan's perfect muscle lines, 8-pack abs, and shark fin again, my heart started beating wildly. She turned away with great difficulty before she could slowly calm down. Huuchi took a deep breath before getting up from the bed. After using the beauty card, not only did her appearance improve, but her body also became flawless. Chapter 65. Campus Beauty Housekeeper, proficient in all languages. After washing up, Huuchi took Yikuan's hand and walked out of the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. The two are still very close. When he walked to the elevator, Yikuan saw a woman in a housekeeper's uniform standing there upright. She glanced at Yikuan and quickly looked away. Good morning, miss. The housekeeper bowed and greeted Huuchi. Huuchi nodded slightly. Then, she said to Yikuan, she is my life housekeeper Chinjingi, a level 8 housekeeper who graduated from the Royal Butler College of the United Kingdom and is responsible for managing my private living. Yikuan took a closer look at Chinjingi and saw that she was beautiful, slim, and graceful. She would definitely be a schoolbelle. It turned out that she was just a housekeeper in Huuchi's villa. Then, Huuchi said to Chinjingi, his name is Yikuan, and he is my man. From now on, you must treat him the same way you treat me. Do you understand? Got it, missy. Chinjingi nodded. Then, she also bowed to Yikuan and said respectfully, Mr. Yi, good morning. Ding. A school beauty has been detected. Name, Chunjingi. Appearance, 91. School beauty level. Age, 23. Height, 166 cm. Chest, 34. Initial favorability, 0. Occupation, private housekeeper. Butler level, level 8. Graduated from Royal Butler College, UK. Well, Chen Jingyi's appearance had indeed reached the level of a school beauty and was detected by the system. Ding. The school beauty Chen Jingyi is loved by everyone and flowers bloom when she sees the host, and her favorability is affected by the host's charm aura. Ding. The school beauty Chen Jingyi is influenced by the host's domineering CEO identity halo and has a favorable impression. Ding. The campus beauty Chen Jingyi's favorability towards the host has increased to 40. Well, good morning. Yikuan also nodded and greeted the housekeeper Chen Jingyi. The housekeeper Chen Jingyi was also unable to resist his charm, but she was very resistant to the aura of the domineering CEO's identity. Yikuan discovered that different beauties are affected differently by the aura of charm and the aura of status. If you are obsessed with looks, your favorability will increase by 30 points due to the charm aura. If status is important, then influenced by the aura of the overbearing CEO's identity, the score will be directly raised to 30 points. On the contrary, if one has a certain resistance to appearance and identity, the increase in favorability will not be too great. Then, Yikuan followed huuchi to the restaurant on the first floor of the villa. There is another beautiful lady in a butler's uniform and a group of maids waiting here. However, this housekeeper is a blonde beauty with blue eyes. Huuchi started talking to the housekeeper in standard fluent British English with a hint of court accent. When Yikuan listened to their conversation, it was like watching an old British movie or the feeling of a famous work being adapted into a movie. At this time, Huuchi looked very elegant and noble. She is completely different from the charming and attractive girl she was in the bedroom. This is also my housekeeper. Her name is Alice. She has served 2 British queens. She is mainly responsible for managing the materials for the villa's daily meals and the villa's daily supplies. Huuchi introduced Yikuan. Well, you speak very standard British court English. Yikuan nodded and smiled at Huuchi. It was also the first time he heard court-accented English in real life. Hee, that's nothing. I can speak 32 languages, Huuchi said with a proud look on her face. 32 languages? Yikuan was shocked. He had only heard of some talented people who could speak 5 or 10 languages, but I have never heard of someone who can master 32 languages. However, since Huuchi said she can speak 32 languages, it must be true. Maybe she had maids and nannies from 32 countries around her since she was a child, always chatting and playing with her, so it is no wonder that she can master dozens of languages. Ding. It was found that the stunning beauty Huuchi is proficient in 32 languages. Would the host like to spend 100,000 worship points to exchange for proficiency in all languages? At this time, the system prompt sound also sounded. Proficient in all languages. It's great. Exchange for full language proficiency. Yikuan did not hesitate and directly chose to exchange language skills. Language is a tool for communication. Sooner or later, he will go abroad to travel. Once you have mastered all languages, you can travel anywhere in the world. No need to worry about not being able to show off smoothly due to language barriers anymore. Ding. 100,000 worship points have been spent to exchange for full language proficiency. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering all language skills. Pretty. In just a moment, Yikuan mastered the languages of all countries in the world and reached the proficient level. It's so cool to have plugins. When he was in school, he had to memorize English words all day long, which was so annoying. Now, in just a moment, I have mastered it all. It feels so good. At this time, the housekeeper Alice also bowed and greeted Yikuan in British English. Ding. A school beauty has been detected. Name: Alice. Appearance: 92. School beauty level: age: 24. Height: 172 cm. Chest: 36. Initial favorability: 0. Occupation: private housekeeper. Butler level: level 8. Graduated from Royal Butler College, UK. Work experience: served 2 British queens. This housekeeper Alice is indeed a campus beauty. Dull. Ding. The school beauty Alice is loved by everyone and flowers bloom when she sees the host, and her favorability is affected by the charm aura. Ding. The school beauty Alice is influenced by the host's domineering CEO identity halo and her favorability. Ding. The campus beauty Alice's favorability towards the host has increased to 40. Yikuan spoke and communicated directly with Alice in standard British court English. Alice was surprised. She didn't expect Yikuan to speak English court English so fluently and so standardly. Ding. The school beauty housekeeper Alice's favorability towards the host. Ding. Congratulations to the school beauty housekeeper for raising her favorability towards the host to 50. Yikuan smiled, calm and composed. Being able to speak British court English is nothing. He also speaks French, German, Italian, Arabic, Latin, Ukrainian, Siberian, as well as all the minority languages and thousands of dialects in Dragon Country. If you are proficient in all languages, you will be invincible. Then, Yikuan and huuchi sat together at a huge and extremely luxurious rectangular dining table. Tall, beautiful, and long-legged young maids brought the prepared exquisite delicacies to the dining table one after another. An ordinary breakfast tasted like a royal meal. It's very boring, simple, and unpretentious. Chapter 66. Assets increased. Chi-Chi, I plan to buy some high-end villas. Do you have any channels? After breakfast, Yikuan asked huuchi. As a super rich man, how can you not have your own super villa? He had to complete the villa purchase task issued by the system as soon as possible. Then the butler, maid, and bodyguard were all gathered together. If you want to buy a villa, you can contact Yubai. She is in the villa business. Huuchi said. Yubai's villa business is very big, involving both resort areas and villa areas. She had this super villa customized by Yubai's company. Then please help me contact Yubai. I want to buy a villa today. Yikuan said. His tenfold spending refund card was only valid for 24 hours, so he had to hurry and spend his money. Today, you can make money by buying a villa. What's more, the more you spend, the more you earn. Are you in such a hurry? Yubai also lives in the Maple Leaf Villa district and is my neighbor. She will be here soon and will discuss with us the investment in Jinyu Shopping Center. You can ask her for details about the villa. Huuchi smiled. Maple Leaf Villa was developed and built by Group. She lives in Maple Leaf Villa 001, and Yubai lives in Maple Leaf Villa 002. Good. Yikuan nodded. The Group's industries are also very large, involving medicine, villa real estate, resorts, etc. It is not surprising that Yubai also lives in this villa area. Not long after, Yubai arrived at Huuchi's villa. When she saw Huuchi for the first time, she was completely stunned. Yuchi, what kind of makeup did you use today? How did you become so beautiful? Yubai said in surprise. At this moment, Huuchi, standing in front of her, was radiant and stunningly beautiful. In the past, she and Huuchi were both goddess-level beauties, each with their own merits and equally beautiful. However, when she met Huuchi this time, she was obviously more beautiful and charming than her. I'm not wearing any makeup. I'm totally bare-faced today. Huuchi was slightly pleased and said with a proud look on her face. Seeing Yubai's shocked expression, she couldn't help but feel secretly delighted in her heart. She is now radiant and beautiful and no longer needs to use any makeup. How is it possible? How can you be this beautiful without makeup? Yubai looked incredulous. In modern society, women can hardly live without various cosmetics. What moisturizing, what essence, what concealer. Various cosmetics have to be applied to the face in turn to keep the surface bright and beautiful. She couldn't believe that she could stay beautiful without any makeup. Yubai reached out and pinched Huuchi's cheek, which was so pink and tender that water could almost be squeezed out of it. Impossible. How did your skin become so smooth and tender? Yubai was shocked and opened her beautiful eyes wide. Huuchi does not use any makeup, and her skin is shiny, tender, and naturally flawless. How come Huuchi seemed to have been reborn overnight and became so radiant and stunning? She was directly surpassed. Hee, I don't need to use makeup anymore, because I have the nourishment of love now. Huuchi held Yikuan's arm, looking sweet and happy. You two have slept together? Yubai was even more shocked. She saw that Huuchi and Yikuan were extremely close, and it was obvious that their relationship was unusual. At the same time, she stared at Huuchi and Yikuan with suspicion. Does the nourishment of love really have such a good effect? How come she never knew? Yubai, how can you speak so bluntly? Huuchi couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yubai and said angrily. Yikuan is still by my side. What's the matter? There are no outsiders here, right? Yubai glanced at Yikuan and said disapprovingly. Yikuan was also slightly stunned. The first impression Yubai gave him at the auction was that he was cold, very aloof. Moreover, he is taciturn and uses words sparingly. I didn't expect that he is quite lively and straightforward in private. She has the potential to become a filthy demon king. Yubai, let's talk business first. Let's finalize the cooperation on investing in Jinyu Shopping Center. Huuchi said. Yes, let's talk business first. And Yubai restrained her playful expression and returned to her appearance of a cold and domineering female CEO. Several people came to the spacious and luxurious living room and sat down. This time, Jinyu Shopping Center plans to introduce a strong strategic investor for its second phase project. We think Mr. Ye's Kuanping Group is very suitable to be this strategic investment partner. Let me give you a detailed introduction to our project. And Yubai spoke freely and acted like a domineering boss when talking about work. Boss-un, I have decided to invest in Jinyu Shopping Center. Just tell me how much money I want to invest and how much shares I want to own. Yi Kuan said. He only cares about how much money he can invest this time. As for whether the shopping mall can make money and how long it will take to recover the investment, he actually doesn't care about these problems. Okay, how about you invest 20 billion and hold 25% of the shares? And Yubai considered it for a moment and spoke. 2 billion? Yi Kuan smiled. This investment amount is just SOSO. It is still within the funds he can afford. I've invested. I can transfer the funds to your company account right now. You can go to President Qin to work out the specific details of the cooperation. Yi Kuan said. He was too lazy to bargain or engage in tedious business negotiations. Just think of it as investing in huuchi's company and supporting your woman. 200 billion. Sprinkle some water. Moreover, once he invests his money, he can get a tenfold return immediately. Invest 20 billion and get 200 billion in return immediately. This rate of return is higher than any other investment. Boss Yi is so courageous. We will definitely have a pleasant cooperation. And Yubai smiled. She didn't expect Yi Kuan to be so straightforward. Without any bargaining, he directly agreed to this 20 billion project. This kind of courage is simply amazing. Soon, Yi Kuan transferred 20 billion to the company account of Jinyu Shopping Center. Ding! Congratulations to the host for investing 20 billion yuan and getting 200 billion yuan in return tenfold. Ding! Available account balance, 212 billion 840 million yuan. Cool. With one investment, the available funds increased dramatically to more than 200 billion. The more money you spend, the more boring it becomes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for investing in huuchi and in Yubai's Jinyu Shopping Center and completing the mission. Ding! The alluring beauty huuchi's favorability towards the host. Since huuchi's favorability towards the host exceeds 90, the original 10-point favorability reward is converted to 1 point. Ding! The alluring beauty huuchi's favorability towards the host has increased to 98, and agility is awarded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing your agility to 73. Strength, 61. Agility, 73. Constitution, 98. Spirit, 85. In an instant, Yi Kuan felt refreshed. After huuchi became a stunning beauty, the rewards for increasing her favorability were truly generous. Directly increase agility by 30 points to make up for this shortcoming. Cool. Chapter 67 Super Villa and Villa King. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and getting a chance to win a random prize. Well, Yi Kuan invested in huuchi and in Yubai's Jinyu Shopping Center and also won a chance to win a lottery. He decided to save this chance to win the lottery for later when he had time. Boss-un, I heard that your group specializes in developing and building high-end villas. I want to buy a few super villas. Yi Kuan said to Yubai. If you want to buy a super villa. It is not an ordinary villa, nor a high-end villa, but a super villa. How many super villas do you want to buy? And Yubai's eyes lit up. To be called a super villa, a top-notch villa is one that costs over 2 billion. Yi Kuan is going to buy a super villa. Moreover, it's not just 1 or 2 sets, but at least several sets. That's right, the more expensive and high-end the villa is, the more I like it. Yi Kuan smiled. So do you only want a villa in the Magic City? Or are you willing to accept villas in other cities? And Yubai asked. After all, super villas are too expensive. Even in top metropolises like Shanghai, there are only a few of them, and in ordinary first-tier cities there are none at all. A super villa in the Magic City, the Demon City, the Immortal City, or the Imperial City is fine. Yi Kuan smiled. He not only wants to buy a villa in Shanghai, but also build super villas in other big cities. Who would complain about having too many villas? After all, he is no longer short of money. What's more, when he bought a villa, the system also gave him a goddess-level housekeeper, a school beauty-level maid, and a large number of loyal bodyguards. It feels so good. Okay, then let me first give you a brief introduction to the several super villas under our group. And Yubai said, Dragon City number 1 super villa, located in the imperial capital, priced at 2.5 billion. The Rosen super villa is located in the Demon City and is priced at 3 billion. The Dragon Bone super villa is located in Shindu and is priced at 5.8 billion. Tang Palace super villa, located in Magic City, priced at 6.6 billion. Liuha Longyuan super villa, located in the imperial capital, priced at 8.8 billion. Then Yubai briefly introduced the location and prices of several super villas. Then, she turned her beautiful eyes to Yikuin. The villas she introduced are all super villas. Anyone who can buy any of these super villas is qualified to be called a super rich person. Not bad, I'm interested. Can you give me more details about these super villas? Yikuin smiled, calm and composed. He is already a super rich man now, and this price is nothing. Good. Seeing Yikuin so calm, and Yubai continued to introduce him. Dragon City number 1 super villa has a construction area of 1,888 square meters. It covers an area of approximately 15 acres and is located in the top Villa King area of the imperial capital. It adopts an extremely luxurious European architectural style. The Dragon Bone super villa has a construction area of about 3,600 square meters and covers an area of about 30 acres. It is located at the foot of the mountain in the Shindu Dragon Bone Resort and adopts the ancient Chinese style. Tanggong Super Villa, with a construction area of about 5,000 square meters, is located in the Magic City. Liuha Dragon Garden, with a construction area of about 6,600 square meters, is located in the imperial capital. The architectural style is the quadrangle style of Dragon Country in the last century, and Yubai introduced several super villas in detail. Then, she turned her beautiful eyes to look at Yikuin. With Yikuin's financial strength, he should be able to buy a few of these super villas. However, Yikuin said something shocking. Very good. I want all 5 of these super villas. Yikuin said calmly. 5 super villas would only cost about 20 to 30 billion yuan. Too cheap. It's not even a fraction of the amount in his account. What? You want all 5 of these super villas? And Yubai was slightly surprised. I didn't expect Yikuin to be so generous and want to buy all 5 super villas. You know, it is considered good enough for an ordinary super rich person to be able to buy a super villa. Of course, she knew that Yikuin was not an ordinary super rich man. That's right, I want all 5 of these super villas. Yikuin said calmly, are there any more expensive villas? A villa worth billions still feels a little lacking. Yes, even more expensive than a super villa is a king villa. Each king villa is custom-made and costs more than 10 billion. And Yubai nodded and said, my villa and huuchi's villa are both super villas worth more than 10 billion yuan. In fact, all Villa Kings are custom-made, using top-quality ultra-luxury materials. Ordinary people have no access to Villa King and can hardly search for information about Villa King. Oh, then just introduce Villa King to me. Yikuin's eyes lit up involuntarily. There really is a more expensive villa. Above the super villa is the King of Villas. Yuching Villa King is an exclusive, privately customized super Villa King, which combines the extremely luxurious European architectural style with the antique Chinese style. It covers an area of 9,700 square meters and is one of the few super Villa Kings in China and abroad. Yuching Villa King is located in the southern suburbs of Shindu and covers a large area. The architectural design was done by a famous British architect, and the interior design and decoration was done by a British and an Indian designer. Yuching Villa King has a large building volume and a modern emergency shelter home system. It is a brand new modern luxury house. It is extremely luxurious in terms of raw materials and production technology. Even the Buckingham Palace of the Queen of England cannot compare with it. And Yubai began to introduce the Yuching Villa King very seriously. From her description, you can tell how luxurious and extraordinary this villa is. It can be described as inhumane. Just tell me the price. Yikuin was very calm. No matter how luxurious and expensive this Yuching Villa King is, there is nothing he can't afford. The Yuching Villa King was customized by me. There are only 2 in total. One is for me to live in, and the price is 128 billion. The other one is vacant, and the price is 88 billion. And Yubai said, the Super Villa King with a price exceeding 100 billion. Yikuin couldn't help but gasp. However, he soon calmed down. Isn't it just a Super Villa King worth more than 100 billion? In one word, buy. I want both of these super villas. Yikuin stared at Yubai and said calmly, if you want to buy the Super Villa King. The more expensive the better. The higher the price, the greater the system's rewards. You want both of these super villas? And Yubai was shocked when he heard that Yikurin was going to buy 2 super villas. However, she quickly shook her head and said, "Impossible. The super villa worth 128 billion was customized for myself. All the materials and furniture were selected and customized by me. I have already moved in. I can't sell it to you. If you want to buy it, you can only buy another one." "Okay, then I'll reluctantly take the 88 billion Yuching villa and be your neighbor." Yikuin thought about it for a while before speaking. Since Yubai has already moved into the super villa, it will be difficult for him to fight for it. The villa worth billions is not the most expensive. It's very boring. It seems that he will have to customize a super villa in the future. The super villa and Villa King that handsome guys have been looking forward to are out. I hope you are not scared by the price, because the protagonist will customize a more expensive and luxurious super Villa King later. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 68 Dawn Villa. The Villa King of Yuching is in Shindu. So is there a super Villa King in Modu? Yikuin asked in Yubai. He currently lives mainly in Shanghai, and it would be best if he could buy a super villa in Shanghai. In Magic City, all the super villas are customized. The Yuching Villa King was customized by me. The In Group developed and built 2 super Villa Kings. I live in one and I can sell the other to you. And Yubai shook his head and said, "Super villas are all customized for the super rich and cannot be bought just by having money. There are no Villa Kings available for trading on the market, let alone super Villa Kings. Isn't there another one on top of Guyue, Lake on Qilin Mountain?" At this time, Huuchi spoke and looked at Yubai deeply. You mean Dawn Villa?" And Yubai couldn't help but show surprise on her pretty face, and she also thought of the mysterious Dawn Villa. "Yes, it is Dawn Villa." Huuchi nodded and looked at Yikuin with her beautiful eyes again. "What are you talking about? What mountain villa?" Yikuin couldn't help but ask. They were just talking about the super Villa King. How come they are talking about the villa? "Yikuin, I wonder if you have ever heard of Dawn Villa?" And Yu stared at Yikuin with her beautiful eyes and asked. Yikuin shook his head slightly. He had no chance to come into contact with any villa and had never heard of Shuguang Villa. Super Villa King is already very cool and rare, but there is something even cooler and rarer than Super Villa King, and that is a private villa. And Yubai said, "At present, there are no more than 3 people in the entire Dragon Country who own private villas. Ma Yundu doesn't have a private villa, but Ma Tungtung, who has long been the richest man in Dragon Country, has a Tingshu villa. There are also some invisible wealthy people who are not on the rich list and have private villas." And Yubai and Huuchi seem to be in a very high circle and know a lot of things. The things they talked about were things that ordinary people had never heard of, as if they were fairy tales. "Then what about the Dawn Villa you just mentioned?" When Yikuin heard that there was a private villa that was even more awesome than the Super Villa King, he couldn't help but become interested. With a private villa, super villas don't seem to be so attractive anymore. Dawn Villa is located on Qilin Mountain near the villa area. It has been under construction for more than 30 years. It is said that even if a nuclear war breaks out, Dawn Villa will remain safe and sound, leaving a ray of hope for the world. The Master of Dawn is extremely mysterious, and no one knows his true identity. For some unknown reason, the owner of Shuguang Villa seems to be willing to transfer it, but the price is too high, and there are almost no people who are capable of taking over Shuguang Villa. And Yubai looked cautious and spoke seriously. The Master of Dawn was extremely mysterious, and even she had never seen him in person. "I have only heard of him but never seen him." "Oh? Since the owner of Shuguang is willing to sell Shuguang Villa, please help me contact him. I am willing to buy this Shuguang Villa." Yikuin smiled. As long as the owner of Dawn is willing to sell Dawn Villa, then it will be easy. There is nothing in this world that a billionaire like him cannot afford. Master Shuguang doesn't see any outsiders, but our In Group has provided raw materials for Shuguang Villa. "I can help you contact Master Shuguang." And Yubai said, "She is also one of the few people who can talk to the mysterious Master of Dawn." "Okay, I'll trouble you with this matter. As long as the owner of Shuguang is willing to sell Shuguang Villa, the price is not a problem." Yikuin said. Now that he has a private villa, he is not so obsessed with the Super Villa King. The super rich should live in a private villa. Next, Yikuin decided to buy all the super villas and the King Villa under the In Group. The 5 super villas are: the Longqing No. 1 super villa located in the imperial capital is priced at 2.5 billion. The Rosen super villa located in Yaodu is priced at 3 billion. The Dragon Bone super villa located in Shindu is priced at 5.8 billion. The Tangong Super Villa located in Shanghai is priced at 6.6 billion. The Super Villa located in Longyuan, Lyoha, the imperial capital, is priced at 8.8 billion. There is also a Super Villa King, Yuqing Villa King located in Xindu, priced at 88 billion. Yikuan, the total price of the Super Villa and the Villa King you purchased is 114.7 billion yuan. Since the transaction amount is huge, I will erase the remaining 4.7 billion and give you a friendly price. You only need to pay 110 billion. And Yubai stared at Yikuan with her beautiful eyes, and an extremely charming smile appeared on her cold and beautiful face. Yikuan actually bought all the super villas under her group in one go, and also bought a Super Villa King. The transaction amount was over 100 billion yuan, and he directly became her big customer. Even though she was usually extremely cold and elegant, she couldn't help but smile happily at this moment. With hundreds of billions of funds recovered at once, the group can now make many big moves. And Yubai, are you looking down on me, Yi, and not considering me as a friend? Yikuan pretended to be angry. I don't look down on you, do I? We are already friends, aren't we? And Yubai was completely stunned. A look of confusion appeared on her pretty face, and she didn't understand why Yikuan suddenly became unhappy. You erased the 4.7 billion and looked down on me. Yikuan, never ask for discounts when I buy things. If you really regard me as a friend, you should sell it to me at the original price, not a cent cheaper. Otherwise, don't buy this villa, Yikuan said with a deliberately cold face. And Yubai wiped out the 4.7 billion in one fell swoop. How much less money will he make? Billions. This fraction cannot be erased. What? You mean I won't give you any discount, and I'll sell you the villa at the original price? And Yubai was stunned. She didn't expect Yikuan to have such a strange request. I gave him a discount of 4.7 billion, but he was still unhappy. However, some wealthy people have some strange habits. That's right, don't round off the decimal point. Just sell it at the original price of 114.7 billion. Yikuan said firmly. Okay, as long as you are happy. And Yubai had no choice but to nod in agreement. She knew that some wealthy people really didn't like buying things at a discount. I will transfer the money to you first, and then I will arrange for my secretary to hand over the villa to you. Yikuan said, then he revealed a relieved smile. Ding. The host has spent 114.7 billion yuan, and the disposable account balance is 98,140 million yuan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold consumption refund, with 1,147 billion yuan in the disposable account. Ding. Available account balance, 1,245,140 million yuan. Handsome guys, don't be surprised. The stories you read before were all fake stories about rich people. This book is the most luxurious and cool story about rich people, no doubt about it. Chapter 69, Huuchi's Luxury Car Collection. Ding. The goddess-level beauty and Yubai's favorability towards the host. Ding. The goddess-level beauty and Yubai's favorability towards the host has increased to 40. After Yikuan and Yubai completed a transaction worth hundreds of billions, and Yubai's favorability towards him inevitably increased. There was also a hint of admiration in her eyes when she looked at Yikuan. However, there is still some distance to like. And Yubai's favorability is a bit difficult to improve. It's only 40 points so far. It's a failing grade, Yikuan thought. However, now that he has the stunning beauty Huuchi by his side, he doesn't care too much about the favorability of goddess in Yubai. And Yubai's favorability rating was too low, and he had no thoughts or impulses to lick the other person. He understood a truth. Women are not won over by licking, but by attraction. You can't get it by licking. Even if you lick it by force, you will still lose it. Only women who are attracted can last long. She prefers a woman like Huuchi who only has him in her eyes and heart. Yikuan, we had a great time working together this time. I hope we can have another chance to work together next time. And Yubai took the initiative to extend her hand towards Yikuan. Well, next time I will buy a super villa from you. Or even customize a super villa king. Yikuan smiled and reached out to hold in Yubai's tender hand. Okay, you are now a super big customer of our group. No matter what kind of villa you want to customize, you can come to me. And Yubai smiled and said, Yikuan bought out all the super villas she owned, which made her in a very good mood. Well, regarding the matter of Dawn Manor, I'll have to trouble you to ask the owner of Dawn Manor for me. I sincerely want to buy it. Please tell me what conditions you have. Yikuan said that he could not forget Dawn Manor. He now has more than 1 trillion yuan in funds, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to buy Dawn Manor, right? Okay, I'll help you contact Master Dawn as soon as possible. And Yubai nodded. The owner of Dawn is so mysterious. His identity has always been a mystery. It is difficult for others to contact the owner of Dawn Manor, but she can do it. Sister Yikuin, I still have a lot of things to do in the company, so I won't disturb you too. And Yubai stood up and said goodbye. Okay then, let's make an appointment to get together next time. Huuchi smiled at Yubai. Then, Huuchi sent her good sister out of the villa. Brother Kuin, do you like sports cars? Huuchi held Yikuin's arm intimately and asked. It's okay. I'm a car god and I'm interested in all kinds of cars. Yikuin smiled. That's great. I have a total of 65 supercars in my basement garage. I'll take you to my garage to have a look. Huuchi smiled and couldn't wait to share her collection with Yikuin. 65 supercars? Yikuin was stunned. Shao Chi, you can even hold a private car show here. Yes, that's 65 supercars, but only 2 or 3 of them are worth showing off. Huuchi said disapprovingly. Okay, then take me to see your luxury car collection. Yikuin nodded. He knew that Huuchi's collection was definitely not just ordinary supercars. Then, Huuchi waved her hand, and a beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a housekeeper's uniform, came over. It wasn't the housekeeper Alice from before, but another one. Hello, miss. Hello, Mr. Yi. The housekeeper greeted the two of them, speaking pure British court English. Although she was wearing a butler's uniform, she still had an air of nobility that could not be concealed, giving people a very elegant feeling. It felt like she had lived in the palace since she was a child, rather than being trained. Her name is Nobinos. She is mainly responsible for the overall safety factor of the villa and the sanitation of each floor. Huuchi said to Yikuin. Ding. A school beauty has been detected. Name, Nobinos. Appearance, 93. Age, 22. Nationality, United Kingdom. Occupation, private housekeeper. Level 7 steward. Note, Nobinos was once the 14th princess of England. Well, the British princess even came to Huuchi's house to be the housekeeper. This is a bit high-end. As for why the British princess Nobinos would come to Huuchi to be a housekeeper, Yikuin was not sure how to ask. Ding. The school beauty Nobinos is loved by everyone and flowers bloom when she sees the host, and her favorability is affected by the charm aura. Ding. The school beauty Nobinos is influenced by the host's domineering CEO identity halo and her favorability. Ding. The campus beauty Nobinos' favorability towards the host has increased to 40. The housekeepers in Huuchi's super villa are all school beauties. Yikuin is no longer surprised by this. Even a British princess can get a villa to be a housekeeper, so what does a school beauty count for? When he looks for a housekeeper, he wants her to be at least a school beauty, preferably a goddess. It would be even better if we could kidnap a few European princesses to work as housekeepers or maids in the villa. This is the style that a super rich man should have. Nobinos, take us to the underground garage. Huuchi spoke to Nobinos in pure and fluent British court English. Although Nobinos has the temperament of a European aristocrat, he pales in comparison to Huuchi. Huuchi needs to be more elegant and noble. This nobility is not something that is deliberately displayed, but is deeply rooted in one's bones. Okay, miss. Nobinos was very respectful to Huuchi and performed European court etiquette. Then, under the guidance of Nobinos, Yikuin and Huuchi took the elevator to the basement and passed the smart security check before reaching the garage. Then, Yikuin saw that the garage was full of various luxury cars, as if he had entered a giant luxury car show. Porsche 718, Porsche 911, Porsche 918, McLaren 720, McLaren, Lamborghini Bull, Lamborghini Reventon, Aston Martin, Maserati, Koenigsegg, Bugatti Veyron, Rolls-Royce Phantom, Rolls-Royce Dazzle, Rolls-Royce Ghost. What's even more exaggerated is that there are more than 20 Ferraris of different models in the garage. Ferrari 812, Ferrari LaFerrari, Ferrari Raphael, Ferrari Enzo. Almost all limited edition models of Ferrari are collected here. Including the Ferrari Enzo, there are only a few limited edition Ferrari cars in the country. The last time Yikuin saw so many Ferraris on display at the same time was in Abu Dhabi, the capital of the United Arab Emirates. It was in a Ferrari pavilion owned by the Prince of Dubai. Chi, this is the ordinary sports car you told me about. There are only 2 or 3 of them that you can show off? Yikuin reached out his hand and pinched the soft flesh of Huuchi's slender waist hard. Not to mention the Bugatti Veyron, Lamborghini Reventon, Koenigsegg, and other supercars that cost tens of millions. Even limited edition cars like the Ferrari Enzo are bound to cause a sensation and attract onlookers. That's it, It's still normal? Yes. Brother Kuan, these are ordinary sports cars, nothing special. I will take you to see the 3 amazing cars I like. Huuchi giggled and held down Yi Kuan's hand that was doing evil. Wow, there are even more luxurious cars. Yi Kuan really needs to take a look today. Chapter 73 Top Cars. I am the car god. Huuchi has collected almost all the top models of Ferrari, Porsche, and Lamborghini. None of this matters. So, Yi Kuan really wanted to see what other top-notch cars Huuchi had collected. Soon, under the guidance of Huuchi, Yi Kuan saw a cool pink and gold supercar with a very low chassis. This car is not a common supercar brand on the market. Brother Kuan, this car is called Alice Lingue. It is a custom-made one. There are only 2 in the world. It is one of the kings among the divine cars. The price is 200 million. Huuchi introduced Yi Kuan. Alice Lingue, which costs 200 million, is a custom-made one, but the chassis of this car is too low. Yi Kuan took a look and found that the chassis of this Alice Lingue was very low, almost touching the ground. I'm afraid this car can only really run well on a racetrack. Well, the Alice Ling's moon disc is only 0 centimeters from the ground. If the road conditions are bad, it will be destroyed directly. I usually can't bear to drive Alice Ayatsuki. If the chassis is scratched, the repair cost will be more than 60 million yuan. If it is scratched, 3 Lamborghinis will be gone. Huuchi stuck out her tongue and said, Lamborghini Bull has become a unit of measurement. Yi Kuan also laughed. The Lamborghinis that some ordinary rich second generations love to brag about are only a unit of measurement here. Even Lamborghini Venom is just a younger brother in front of Alice Ayatsuki. After all, this is a supercar worth 200 million. Well, a big bull worth more than 10 million yuan can only buy a part number of my car at most. The steering wheel of this Alice Ayatsuki car costs 21.33 million. Huuchi said, a Lamborghini Aventador is not enough to buy an Alice Ayatsuki steering wheel. It's very boring. So what are the characteristics of Alice Ayatsuki? Yi Kuan asked. Alice Lingue's car hood can be opened with just the touch of a finger. It's very smart. Huuchi said. However, the greatest feature of Alice Lingue is her speed. On the track, her top speed can reach over 600 kilometers per hour, which is enough to crush most of the world's legendary cars. I seldom drive Alice IM. If Brother Kuan wants to go racing, he can drive this Alice IM. Huuchi said, holding Yi Kuan's arm. Well, if I go to the track, I can experience Alice Ayatsuki's extreme speed. Yi Kuan nodded. Alice Ayatsuki is not suitable for driving on ordinary roads. It is only suitable for racing tracks. Brother Kuan, let me show you the second car I like. Huuchi pulled Yi Kuan forward. Then, Yi Kuan saw a Pagani car that was completely dark blue. This is the Pagani Ghost Shark, the king of the Pagani family. The entire car is bulletproof. Only 4 units are produced worldwide. It is very rare. It costs 300 million yuan, and there is no one in stock. Huuchi said calmly. Oh shit. The bulletproof Pagani Ghost Shark is worth 300 million. In front of Pagani Ghost Shark, Pagani Wind God, Pagani Ghost Sun, and even Pagani Yazzie are all younger brothers. Pagani has a magical car called the Ghost Shark, which is almost never seen outside, and even most sports car enthusiasts have never even heard of it. This magical car costs over 300 million yuan and is limited to 4 units worldwide. Huuchi actually has one in her collection. Brother Kuan, let me introduce you to the last magical car. Huuchi led Yi Kuan to a Bugatti car. This is the Bugatti Spirit, one of the top cars. There are only 5 of them in the world. One of them is in the possession of the Prince of Dubai. The price is 500 million, but it is also out of stock. Huuchi said, This is another supercar that ordinary people have never even heard of. Lamborghini Venezia, Pagani Jaguar, Koenigsegg, they were all turned into ashes in seconds in front of this Bugatti Spirit. A supercar that costs 500 million yuan is no joke. Brother Kuan, you can drive any of the magical cars I have here. You can drive whichever one you want. Huuchi intimately held Yi Kuan's arm and smiled. Yi Kuan is the man she deeply loves, and he can drive away any car he wants. Ding. It is detected that the stunning beauty Huuchi owns more than 65 luxury cars, triggering a random task. Task requirements. Collect 100 amazing cars. The price of each car must not be less than 10 million. Task Reward 1. All attributes increased by 30 points. Task Reward 2. 1 random draw. It actually triggered the mission to collect the magic cars. Moreover, the system actually requires him to collect 100 magical cars. This is too arrogant. However, As a super rich man, the quantity and quality of his collection of supercars is naturally no worse than that of the goddess huuchi. In order to get a generous reward, he must complete the task of collecting 100 legendary cars. Brother Kuin, which magical car do you want to drive? Huuchi asked Yikuin. Then let's drive the most expensive Bugatti Spirit Supreme. Yikuin smiled. If you want to drive the most expensive, most luxurious, and fastest car. Okay, then drive the Bugatti Spirit Supreme. Huuchi nodded. Then, she waved her hand, and the housekeeper Nobinos brought the car keys of the Bugatti Spirit Supreme. After the car door opened, Yikuin sat directly in the driver's seat of the Bugatti Spirit, while Huuchi sat in the passenger seat. The interior of the Bugatti Spirit is extremely luxurious and is almost entirely made of carbon fiber. Moreover, the central control is extremely cool, and driving this magical car feels like driving a fighter jet. Yikuin possesses god-level driving skills and can easily control any god car. Soon, he drove the Bugatti Spirit out of the underground garage. Boom, 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 boom. The Bugatti Spirit makes wild sounds like a beast. The acceleration of this car is super fast. Just step on the accelerator lightly and the whole car will shoot out. When it accelerates, it is like a flash of lightning. It feels more like flying a plane than driving a car. It feels like flying. If Yikuin didn't possess god-level driving skills, ordinary people really wouldn't be able to control this kind of supercar. The villa area has a nice racetrack, and there are almost no foreign cars. Yikuin drove the Bugatti Spirit Supreme and ran around the track. The speed is like lightning, and occasionally drifting through the corners. Yikuin is one with his car, driving the Bugatti Spirit Supreme. At this moment, he is the god of cars. Yikuin, I didn't expect your driving skills are so good. Huuchi was also amazed by Yikuin's driving skills. This Bugatti Spirit was so powerful and so fast that she couldn't bring out its full potential. However, Yikuin can easily control the Bugatti Spirit Supreme and perform various drifting maneuvers. Haha, haven't you experienced my driving skills? Yikuin gave Huuchi a wicked smile. I am the god of cars. There is no car that I cannot drive. Chapter 71 Golden Sun God Apollo, Middle School Boy Wuhan. Yikuin drove the Bugatti Spirit and took Huuchi to experience the speed and passion. There is no doubt about the driving skills of the veteran driver. He is definitely fast and steady. Various turns, various drifts, various postures, various accelerations. So cool. It was an unprecedented, ultimate experience. Huuchi was able to maintain the composure of a domineering boss at the beginning, but later she started screaming continuously because Yikuin was driving too fast. The god of cars drives the god car. Man and car become one. Simply invincible. When Yikuin drove the Bugatti Spirit Supreme back to the villa area, a golden super sports car came towards him. The car is made entirely of pure gold and looks so cool that it simply blinded his eyes. Fuck. Apollo, the golden sun god. Yikuin is a car expert, so he naturally knows all types of cars. The supercar coming towards us was none other than the golden sun god Apollo. Apollo is a German supercar brand with very small production volume each year, and it is rare to see one in China. The Apollo is limited to 10 units worldwide. This supercar looks like an alien spaceship ready to wage war on Earth. It has a very radical design and a very cool appearance. The Golden Sun God Apollo is the only one in the world and is said to be collected by a mysterious rich man. Huh? The Golden Sun God Apollo is Chong Yueshi's car. It is usually parked in the garage and never driven out. Why did it come out today? Huuchi also said with surprise. Chong Yueshi? Yikuin was slightly puzzled, as if he had seen this name somewhere before. Well, Chong Yueshi is the president of Chong Group. He lives in Maple Leaf Villa 003 and is my neighbor. Huuchi said. She lives in Maple Leaf Villa 001, and Yubai lives in Maple Leaf Villa 002, and Chong Yueshi lives in Maple Leaf Villa 003. Both the Bugatti Spirituelle and the Golden Sun God Apollo drive very fast. With a whoosh, the two supercars met and then passed each other. Chong Yuetong. Yikuin had amazing eyesight. In a flash, he saw that the person driving the Golden Sun God Apollo was the bar beauty Chong Yuetong. Does Chong Yueshi have a younger sister? Yikuin asked Huuchi. Before in the bar, Chong Yuetong pretended to be her sister Chong Yueshi. Yes, Chong Yueshi has a twin sister named Chong Yuetong, who works in a bar and has a bit of a rebellious personality. Huuchi said. I see. Yikuin nodded slightly. Chong Yueshi and Chong Yuetong are actually twin sisters. Soon, Yikuin drove the Bugatti Spirit Supreme back to Huuchi's villa. Yi Kuan found an unread message on his mobile phone. It turned out that Chong Yuedong asked him to go racing in Siming Mountain. He did make an appointment with Chong Yuedong to go racing together last time. Chi, I'm going to Siming Mountain to race cars. Do you want to go? Yi Kuan asked huuchi. Siming Mountain is near Shanghai and has a winding mountain racetrack that is a favorite outdoor racing track for racing enthusiasts. I won't go racing. I don't have the skills to race. Huuchi shook her head. You can sit in my passenger seat. Yi Kuan smiled. If Huuchi wanted to go, she would sit in the passenger seat with him, and the two of them would go racing in the wild together. Brother Kuan, you're driving too fast. I don't dare ride in your car to race on the track. Besides, I have things to do in my company. Huuchi shook her head, still feeling a lingering fear about Yi Kuan's god-level driving skills. The car is going too fast. I can't handle it. Well, I'll call a good friend of mine to go to Siming Mountain to run the track together. Yi Kuan said. Huuchi is a female president, and she is not as free as him, so he didn't force her to go with him. Moreover, he has a good friend named Wu Han, who is a racing enthusiast and can be invited to join him. Okay, then you can drive the Bugatti Spirit Supreme to race on the track. You will definitely be able to leave everyone else behind and take first place. Huuchi said that she wanted to give the Bugatti Spirit Supreme worth 500 million yuan to Yi Kuan to drive. Forget it. I'll just drive my huuchi to the track. Driving a domestic huuchi, I can still take first place. Yi Kuan shook his head and said. He drives a domestically produced huuchi car and can also dominate the Siming Mountain racetrack, becoming the driving god of Siming Mountain. Seeing that Yi Kuan was determined to raise the red flag, Huuchi said no more. She respected Yi Kuan's decision very much. In fact, Huuchi would agree to whatever Yi Kuan wanted to do. Then let's drive to Jinyu Shopping Center together. Your car is still parked in the parking lot over there. Huuchi said. Well, I'll drive today. Yi Kuan said. Huuchi still drives the Ferrari LaFerrari to work. Compared with the three cars worth over 100 million yuan in her garage, it is considered low-key. Yi Kuan drove the Ferrari LaFerrari and quickly left the villa area. There is a separate highway from the villa area to the downtown area of Modu, and there are very few cars along the way. Yi Kuan displayed his god-level driving skills and drove at lightning speed, arriving near Nanjing Road in less than half an hour. After parting with Huuchi, Yi Kuan called his good friend Wu Han. Brother Kuan, why did you think of calling me today? On the other end of the phone, Wu Han asked excitedly. Today, I have an appointment with a group of rich second generations from Shanghai to go racing in Siming Mountain. Do you want to go? Yi Kuan asked Wu Han. This buddy of his is a racing enthusiast, and he will definitely be interested in Siming Mountain racing. Going to Siming Mountain for racing? Yes, of course I have to go. My Wuling Hongguang has just been modified and upgraded, and I am planning to go to Siming Mountain to race on the track to show off my prowess. I am the driving god of Siming Mountain. I, Wu Han, am the driving god of Siming Mountain. Ha 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 ha. Wu Han laughed loudly, very childish. When I heard that we were going to Siming Mountain to race cars, I became very excited. Yi Kuan was not at all surprised by Wu Han's immature behavior. This guy is just so naive. Moreover, he spent tens of thousands of yuan to buy a domestic Wuling Hongguang, but spent more than 1 million yuan on modification, which is quite strange. His goal is to drive that Wuling Hongguang and become the driving god of Siming Mountain. Haha, Shao Henin, I'm afraid you can't be the driving god of Siming Mountain, because I, your brother Kuan, am the driving god of Siming Mountain. Yi Kuan smiled. Infected by Wu Han, he also became a middle school student. Brother Kuan, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but when it comes to racing, I'm the professional. You're no match for me. I'm afraid you can only see the taillights of my Wuling car. Ha 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 ha. Wu Han laughed out loud. Is Chinibu syndrome coming back again? It's true that middle school boys have a lot of fun. That's not necessarily true. Brother Kuan has been hiding his strength in the past. Today, let's see who is the real driving god of Siming Mountain. Yi Kuan smiled. My Wuling divine car is invincible. The Siming Mountain car god belongs to me, Wu Han. Wu Han smiled. When it comes to racing, he's the best. Then let's meet at the foot of Siming Mountain and compete with each other. Yi Kuan smiled. Directly make an appointment with Wu Han to meet at the foot of Siming Mountain. Chapter 72. Baby-faced lowly Gu Linger. Yi Kuan drove a huuchi supercar to the foot of Siming Mountain. Then he saw a long line of luxury supercars. Among them, many are cool supercars that are rarely seen and cost over tens of millions. In fact, many supercars are limited editions. The three traditional legendary cars, Porsche 918, McLaren and Ferrari LaFerrari, are all among them, and they are not the most conspicuous in the fleet. The super sports car team also includes Lamborghini Reventon, Venom, Pagani Huayra, Aston Martin, Bugatti Veyron. Any one of these supercars can shock ordinary people's eyes and attract a crowd of onlookers. However, none of the above cars are the protagonists of today's supercar fleet. Today, the most eye-catching supercar is the Golden Apollo. Those rich second generations who own top-of-the-line supercars all gathered around the golden sun god Apollo, exclaiming in amazement, "Fuck, this is the golden sun god Apollo, made of pure gold. There is only one in the world. It is a supercar that even the Prince of Dubai cannot own because he cannot buy it even if he has money. The golden sun god Apollo is worth 300 million, or even more, and there is no market for it. Chong Yuedong's daughter is so impressive that she can even drive out the golden sun god Apollo, which overshadows young Master Li's Bugatti Veyron. Of course, the golden sun god Apollo is unique. It's not easy for us to see him even once. Yes, today was an eye-opener for me. I got to see the legendary golden sun god Apollo. No, I need to take some photos and post them on WeChat Moments to show off. Ha ha ha. The top second generation in Magic City gathered around the golden sun god Apollo and took pictures. These top second generations are just like ordinary people. They will be surprised and excited when they see supercars they don't have. They will also take photos and send them to their friends to show off. Some rich second generations surrounded goddess Chong Yuetong and flattered her in various ways. Chong Yuetong was surrounded by everyone like the moon surrounded by stars. Yi Kuren drove the huuchi supercar slowly towards where Chong Yuetong was. His 30 million huuchi supercar is not conspicuous among this fleet of luxury cars, but it is not bad either. Yi Kuren parked the car and walked towards Chong Yuetong. Chong Yuetong invited him to the racing, so it would be better for him to say hello to her first. Moreover, these top second-generation rich people in Shanghai are all in the same circle and can only play together through introductions from acquaintances. Yi Kuren. When Chong Yuetong saw Yi Kuren coming, her beautiful eyes lit up and she took the initiative to greet him. Her favorability towards Yi Kuren reached 70 points, which was already a relatively good level of liking. Therefore, she would be very happy and enthusiastic when she saw Yi Kuren. Chong Yuetong's enthusiasm and initiative towards Yi Kuren also attracted the attention of the top second-generation people in the Magic City around her. There is curiosity, envy, and jealousy. The list goes on. Who is this Yi Kuren, and why does the second daughter of the Chong family favor him so much? Yuetong. Yi Kuren also greeted Chong Yuetong. He and Chong Yuetong had drunk and chatted together, so they were not strangers. Yi Kuren, you've come at the right time. The vice president of the Magic City Supercar Club is also here to participate in the racing event today. I'll introduce you to our Supercar Club first. Chong Yuetong spoke to Yi Kuren, appearing very heroic and enthusiastic. Good. Yi Kuren nodded. He wasn't very interested in joining the club, but he didn't object either. Having one more circle can give you more connections and help you meet more beautiful women. Overall, it is quite beneficial. Tong Tong, won't you introduce this handsome guy to me? At this time, a baby-faced loli next to Chong Yuetong spoke. Her beautiful eyes were watery and she kept staring at Yi Kuren, looking very interested in him. Although she has a baby face, she looks like a loli. However, the place that should be big is very big. The place is magnificent with undulating mountains. It can almost be compared with the female secretary Chen Wanwen. It's amazing. Well, Linger, let me introduce you to each other. Chong Yuetong nodded. This is Yi Kuren, handsome and talented. Chong Yuetong introduced Yi Kundo. Then, she pointed at the baby-faced Lolita and introduced her to Yi Kuren. Her name is Gu Linger, and she is the daughter of the super family Gu family. Hello, Yi Kuren. I'm Gu Linger. Nice to meet you. Gu Linger stared at Yi Kuren with her beautiful eyes, so bright and beautiful. Moreover, she took the initiative to extend her fair and delicate hand. Her voice is sweet, coquettish, and soft, and when people hear it, they can't help but want to love her well. She is very pretty, playful, and cute. Ding! A goddess-level beauty has been detected. Name: Gu Linger. Identity: daughter of the Gu family. Appearance: 96, goddess level. Age: 18 years old. Height: 166 cm. Measurements: 88, 62, 92. Chest: 36. Initial favorability: 30. Personality characteristics: youthful and lively, playful and cute, quirky, and a little bit scheming. Well, this Gu Linger looks quite fierce and aggressive. Smart and cute. She is still a goddess-level beauty, and she is indeed a baby-faced Lolita. The key point is that her initial favorability towards Yikuin actually reached 30 points. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Gu Linger glanced at the host for a second longer and was influenced by the charm aura of being loved by everyone and making flowers bloom when they see them, and her favorability increased. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Gu Linger is influenced by the host's domineering president's aura and has a favorable impression. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Gu Linger's favorability towards the host has increased to 90. Ding. Congratulations to the goddess-level beauty Gu Linger for having a favorability rating of over 60 towards the host. Reward strength. Ding. Congratulations to the goddess-level beauty Gu Linger for reaching 90 in favorability with the host, and reward physical fitness. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing his strength to 81. Ding. Congratulations to the host for improving his physical fitness to 128. Ding. Congratulations to the host for having a physical fitness of over 100 and obtaining the attribute achievement, Invincible Kidney. A series of prompt sounds rang out one after another, causing Yikuin to gasp in surprise and joy. Gu Linger only met him for the first time, and her favorability towards him directly increased to 90. This was the first time Yikuin encountered such a situation. This may be the legendary love at first sight. After all, Yikuin is so handsome and charming. It is quite normal for a girl with a baby face to be fascinated by his handsomeness and charm. The key point is that Gu Linger's favorability surged, directly contributing 20 points of strength and 30 points of physique to him. It even allowed him to obtain the attribute achievement, Invincible Kidney. He is truly invincible now. How lonely it is to be invincible. Chapter 73. He is Mr. Yi. Wu Han slams the top-rich second generation. Hello, Gu Linger. Nice to meet you too. Yikuin gently held Gu Linger's small hand, which felt very soft and smooth. Gu Linger is cute and playful, and she is very pretty, which makes him very fond of her. Brother Yikuin, you can just call me Linger, he. Gu Linger smiled playfully at Yikuin and said, wow, he even called Brother Yikuin directly. Sure enough, when a girl's favorability towards him reaches 90, she will appear very proactive and affectionate. Without Yikuin chasing her, the goddess would take the initiative to get closer to him and break through the relationship. As the saying goes, when a man pursues a woman, there's a mountain between them. When a woman pursues a man, there's only a layer of gauze between them. If a woman is willing to take the initiative to pursue a man, it will be easy for them to get closer. Linger, stop being a fangirl and let go of Yikuin's hand. Chong Yuedong saw that Gu Linger had been holding Yikuin's hand and couldn't help but scold her. In her heart, she also liked Yikuin a little bit. Seeing Gu Linger being so bold and even taking the initiative to call Yikuin brother, she couldn't help feeling a little jealous. Gu Linger stuck out her tongue and then let go of Yikuin's hand. Gu Linger's intimate attitude towards Yikuin also caused some of the rich second generations around her to look at Yikuin with hostility. However, they are all top second generation rich people in Shanghai, with family assets starting at tens of billions, and they are not brainless people. Before figuring out Yikuin's identity, they would not jump out to mock and provoke Yikuin, so as not to provoke people who should not be provoked. After all, Yikuin could have such a close relationship with the Chong family's daughter, so he couldn't be an ordinary person. In fact, most of these top second generations are very scheming, sophisticated, and intelligent, and they will not jump out to mock the protagonist at every turn as described in most novels. They know very well who they can mess with and who they cannot mess with. Yikuin, let me introduce you to the vice president of the Magic City Supercar Club. Chong Yuedong said to Yikuin. Good. Yikuin nodded. President Lin. Chong Yuedong waved her hand, and a young man with extraordinary demeanor walked over from a distance. His name is Lin Zichen, the eldest son of the Lin family and the first heir of Hengza Group. He is mainly engaged in venture capital and cross-border trade, and is also a supplier of limited edition luxury cars. Yikuin, if you want to buy a limited edition luxury car, just look for Master Lin. Chong Yuedong introduced Yikuin. Yikuin turned his gaze to Lin Zichen and saw that he looked gentle and refined and gave people a sense of being polite and well-mannered. This is Yikuin. When Chong Yuedong was about to introduce Yikuin to Lin Zichen took the initiative to shake Yikuin's hand. Mr. Yi, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Lin Zichen. You can call me Xiaolin or Zichen. Lin Zichen held Yikuin's hand with both of his own, very excited and respectful. Do you know me? Yikuin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked. Judging from Lin Zichen's reaction, he must have recognized his identity. Mr. Yi, I was also present at the auction last night. Your generosity shocked the whole audience. I admire you very much. I never thought I could meet you here. It's such an honor, Lin Zichen said excitedly. At that top auction, Yi Kuan demonstrated his dominant position, shocking a group of top wealthy people. He alone spent hundreds of billions to bid for a large number of important items, and no other wealthy person in the audience could compete with him. After knowing that Yi Kuan was the big boss behind the Chong Group, Lin Zichen wanted to get to know him and make friends with him. However, he and Yi Kuan couldn't talk to each other at all. I didn't expect to meet Yi Kuan himself at the racing event of this supercar club. Mr. Lin, you're too polite. I just want to buy a limited edition luxury car in bulk. Maybe we can cooperate. Yi Kuan smiled. Although Lin Zichen was trying hard to make friends with him, it didn't make people feel disgusted. Instead, it gave people a very comfortable feeling. Moreover, he also wanted to buy 100 luxury cars worth more than 10 million yuan, which required him to meet someone like Lin Zichen. As the saying goes, one more friend means one more channel. Since Lin Zichen is in the limited edition luxury car business, it's a good opportunity to make a friend. Whatever limited edition luxury car Mr. Yi wants, leave it to me. After the racing event, our supercar club will have a party, and we can discuss it in detail then. Lin Zichen patted his chest and assured. Good. Yi Kuan nodded. Now is definitely not the time to talk about things. Who is this Yi Kuan? Why is Vice President Lin Shao so polite and even respectful to him? Auction? Could it be the top auction last night? This Yi Kuan also participated in it and bought some important items? My dad told me that at the auction last night, a 100-year-old wild ginseng was sold for a whopping 1 billion. My mom told me that a necklace made of fairy tears was sold at an auction for a whopping 3 billion. My grandfather told me that a big shot spent 10 billion yuan to buy the bronze statue of the dragon head of the zodiac and donated it to the country. My grandfather told me that a new land king was born at the auction last night. The boss bought a piece of land in the central area of Magic City for 38.8 billion. Some rich second generations began to discuss quietly and speculate about Yi Kuan's identity. The auction last night was of a very high standard. Those who attended were all wealthy and famous people. Many second-generation rich people were not even qualified to attend. However, they all heard some news about the auction from their elders at home. Yi Kuan, what is your identity? Chong Yuedong asked curiously. Lin Zichen seems to know Yi Kuan, but she doesn't know Yi Kuan's identity yet. She only knew that Yi Kuan was very generous. As for what kind of business she was in, she had no idea. Oh, it's nothing actually. I just have a small company under my name. I went to an auction last night, so young Master Lin knows me. I'll tell you more when I have time. Yi Kuan smiled. When he was out having fun, he didn't want to talk about company matters, but he could talk to Chong Yuedong in private. Okay. Chong Yuedong had no intention of asking further questions. Just then, there was a noise not far away, as if someone was arguing. Fuck. Today, our Magic City Supercar Club is holding a racing event in Siming Mountain. Each supercar is worth tens of millions. You're such an idiot. Why are you driving a shabby Wuling Hongguang to join in the fun? Get out of here with your old car, you bumpkin. Several rich second generations surrounded a somewhat handsome young man and ordered him around in a very rude tone. Fuck. What happened to Wuling Hongguang? Did Wuling Hongguang burn your oil? Who said Wuling Hongguang can't participate in racing events? Besides, my Wuling car has been modified. It is no worse than your imported supercars. This handsome young man is Yi Kuan's good friend Wu Han. He was alone in criticizing several rich second generations, and his momentum was not weak at all. Chapter 74 Pagani Go Sun, The Temptation of the Co-Pilot. Today, Wu Hanqing hurriedly brought his girlfriend Lin Xinyu to Siming Mountain to participate in a racing event. As a result, because he was driving a Wuling Hongguang, he was stopped by several rich second generations and was ruthlessly ridiculed and attacked. Boy, can you see clearly what kind of car I have? Shao Tianyuan stood out from the crowd of rich second generations, pointed at his cool supercar, and showed disdain and contempt for Wu Han. It's really funny that this kid dares to come to their racing party of the top second generation in Shanghai while driving a broken Wuling Hongguang. Pagani. Lin Xinyu pulled Wu Han's arm, looking very nervous. The rich second generation drove a very cool and stylish Pagani, which was incomparable to Wu Han's Wuling. Isn't it just a Pagani? Even if it really runs on the Siming Mountain track, it may not be able to beat my Wuling magic car. Wu Han glanced at the Pagani next to him and said unconvincedly, Wuling's magical car is his belief and cannot be slandered. So what if it's a modified Wuling? My Pagani Go Sun is worth 76 million. How can your junky car compare to it? Shao Tianyuan said disdainfully. There are only a few Pagani Ghost Suns in Asia. The last time I bought lubricant, it cost more than 100,000 yuan, enough to buy several Wuling cars. Even a modified Wuling cannot compare to a tire on his Pagani car. What can the other party compare with him? 76 million. For the Pagani Ghost Sun. Lin Xinyu was shocked. She knew that Pagani was expensive, but she didn't expect that this legendary Pagani car would cost more than 70 million. So what if it's a Pagani Ghost Sun? Racing is about driving skills. Do you dare to compete with my Wuling magic car on this Siming Mountain track? Wu Han was not frightened by the Pagani Ghost Sun. The Siming Mountain circuit is a winding mountain circuit that tests the driver's driving skills. He didn't think that his Wuling magic car would lose to the opponent's Pagani Ghost Sun. You want to race on the track with your Wuling modified car and my Pagani Ghost Sun? Get out of here with your broken car. Shao Tianyuan said with a sullen look, not giving Wu Han a chance to compete fairly. He only plays with people of the same level and obviously doesn't take ordinary people like Wu Han seriously. This is very realistic and cruel. Wu Han has driving skills, but other people don't play with him at all and don't give him the chance to display his driving skills. Shao Tianyuan, that's a bit harsh. We are all racing enthusiasts. To race on the winding mountain track, you need not only a good car but also driving skills. There's no need to belittle others just because they drive a Wuling magic car. At this time, a young man from the rich second-generation crowd stood up to speak for Wu Han. Not all rich second generations are domineering. The person who spoke for Wu Han was called Li Shubua, also a top rich second generation. Li Shubua's car is a Bugatti Veyron, which makes him quite prestigious among the top rich second generations in Shanghai. When he started talking, the other rich second generations were speechless. We still have to give face to Mr. Li. However, Shao Tianyuan still refused to give in. Mr. Li, this is against the rules. Since when can Wuling Hongguang race with top supercars like us? Shao Tianyuan, can't afford to lose face. Shao Tianyuan said in a cold voice. He and Li Shubua are at the same level. Both are top second-generation rich people in Shanghai. Moreover, they usually don't get along well, so they don't give each other face. Kid, you'd better drive your junky Wuling. Even if your Wuling is a modified car, it's not qualified to race with my Pagani Ghost Sun. Shao Tianyuan said to Wu Han with contempt. He has his pride, and he can't let his limited edition Pagani Ghost Sun race with Wuling. Wu Han, why don't we go? I told you to buy an imported luxury car, but you insisted on buying a Wuling and even spent money on modifying it. Now people won't even play racing with you. Wu Han's girlfriend Lin Xinyu said with a straight face. Today, Wu Han excitedly brought her to participate in the racing event. As a result, these second-generation rich people refused to play with Wu Han and wanted to drive them away, which made her feel ashamed and humiliated. Xinyu, how can you say such things? They are the ones who look down on me and don't dare to compete with my Wuling magic car. Wu Han looked at Lin Xinyu in disbelief. Not only did others belittle his Wuling car, but his girlfriend also looked down on his Wuling car. This made him very sad and hurt. What's so good about Wuling? You spent more than 1 million to modify this Wuling junk car. You might as well listen to me and buy an Audi, so that you won't be looked down upon by others now. Lin Xinyu said with a cold face. She and Wu Han have been dating for 2 years. When I was in college, I thought it was cool that Wu Han drove the Wuling car. However, after graduation, she increasingly felt that the Wuling that Wu Han was driving was not up to par. She was embarrassed in front of her colleagues and friends on several occasions. She persuaded Wu Han to buy luxury cars like Audi and BMW, but Wu Han didn't listen to her at all and even spent money to modify a Wuling. Wuling is my belief. I want to drive the Wuling car and become the car god of Siming Mountain, Wu Han said stubbornly. His idea of driving the Wuling car to become the car god of Siming Mountain came from watching a racing movie. He always thought that Lin Xinyu would understand him. Wu Han, you are too childish. You drive a Wuling car and become the car god of Siming Mountain. But you drive this broken car, and people don't even want to play with you. How can you become the car god? Lin Xinyu sneered. She used to think Wu Han's immature behavior was cute, but now she just finds it ridiculous. Women are fickle. When she was in college, she thought Wu Han's immaturity was an advantage. However, after entering society, Wu Han's immaturity became a shortcoming. I called my brother Yi Kuan. If they didn't want to play with me, I would race with brother Kuan, Wu Han said, taking out his cell phone and about to make a call. Forget it, Wu Han. It's no use calling Yi Kuan. These top second-generation rich people in Shanghai are gathering here. Even if Yi Kuan comes, they won't let you go to the track. Lin Xinyu said. She knew that Wu Han's good brother Yi Kuan was quite capable. However, no matter how great Yi Kuan is, he is still not as good as the top rich second generation in Shanghai who drives a supercar worth tens of millions. This beautiful lady, are you interested in sitting in the passenger seat of my Pagani Go-san? At this time, Shao Tianyuan gave Lin Xinyu a playful smile and teased her. He saw that Ruby Lin was pretty and was actually a school beauty. Moreover, she seemed to be a gold digger, so he wanted to play with her. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. He felt that it would be difficult for Lin Xinyu to resist the temptation of sitting in the passenger seat of the Pagani Phantom Sun. Chapter 75. Stand Up for Wu Han, Racing Lottery. Do you want to sit in the passenger seat of the Pagani Go-san? After hearing what Shao Tianyuan said, Lin Xinyu actually hesitated. Pagani Go-san, this is a supercar worth more than 76 million. She usually doesn't have the chance to ride in such an expensive car. If she could take advantage of the opportunity to hook up with such a super rich second generation, then she would be able to rise to the top and become a phoenix. Fuck you. You flirted with my girlfriend in front of me. Wu Han also had a bad temper. When he heard that Shao Tianyuan had seduced his girlfriend in public, he rushed over and was about to beat Shao Tianyuan up. However, as soon as he rushed forward, he was controlled by several rich second generations. Mr. Shao, isn't it a bit too much for you to play like this? Li Shubua frowned, unable to bear it any longer. Not only does Shao Tianyuan not allow people to participate in racing, he also seduces other people's girlfriends. Is it too much? I'm not forcing anyone. I'm just giving this beautiful lady another chance to choose. Shao Tianyuan stared at Lin Xinyu and said jokingly, there are so many women who are willing to sit in the passenger seat of Pagani Ghost. He was just in a whim and wanted to see if Wu Han's girlfriend could resist the temptation of the Pagani. If Lin Xinyu didn't want to, he wouldn't force her. He is playing with people's hearts, which gives him a perverted pleasure. Xinyu, don't go over there. When Wu Han saw Lin Xinyu actually walking towards Pagani Go-san, he couldn't help but reveal a look of pain. Wu Han, we are not suitable for each other. Let's break up. Lin Xinyu showed a cold and resolute look, as if she had made up her mind. Why? Why? Is our 2 years of relationship not as good as the passenger seat of a Pagani? Wu Han roared. He couldn't believe that Lin Xinyu was so cruel as to break up with him just to sit in the passenger seat of the rich second generation's Pagani. This is so fucked up. Haha, I think the Wuling Divine car is not suitable for me. I still prefer the Pagani Go-san. Lin Xinyu smiled coldly and walked towards the Pagani car. Reality is not a movie, and she is fed up with riding in a Wuling. She has the looks of a school beauty and a hot body, so why can't she ride in a car as amazing as Pagani? In the past, she had no chance to meet a super-rich second generation who drove a Pagani. Now, an opportunity to hook up with a super-rich second generation is right in front of her, and she can't miss it. Although Wu Han is not very poor, he cannot afford a Pagani Go-san worth more than 70 million even if he works hard all his life. Since there are better options, why can't she choose better? Lin Xinyu, he's just playing with you. Can't you see? He doesn't love you at all. Wu Han felt a chill in his heart, but he was still unwilling to give up Lin Xinyu. I would rather cry in a Pagani Go-san than laugh in a broken Wuling car. Lin Xinyu sneered and sat directly in the passenger seat of the Pagani Go-san. Lin Xinyu, you will regret it. Wu Han clenched his fists and roared angrily. This is so bullshit. This kind of shit actually happened to him. Ha ha ha, buddy. I'm sorry. It seems you don't know your girlfriend well enough. She likes Pagani, not Wuling. Oh, no. She's not your girlfriend anymore. Ha ha ha. Shao Tianyuan laughed loudly, patted Wu Han on the shoulder, and showed an attitude of a winner. Asshole, do you dare to compete with me in a car race? I want to prove that my Wuling is no worse than your Pagani. Wu Han clenched his fists and said stubbornly, wake up, buddy. So what if you win? And I still say that your Wuling is not qualified to race with me. Shao Tianyuan said coldly. There was no chance for Wu Han to race with him at all. Just then, Yikuan came over. From a distance, he saw his good friend Wu Han being pinned to the ground by 2 rich second generations. Yikuan rushed over and kicked the 2 rich second generations to the ground, freeing Wu Han. He scanned the entire room and saw Shao Tianyuan again. At this time, Chang Yuedong, Lin Zichen and others also came over and controlled the situation. Wu Han, what happened? Yikuan asked Wu Han, deciding to understand the situation first. Brother Kuan, they won't let me drive my Wuling car into the Siming Mountain racetrack and? Wu Han told Yikuan everything. Damn it, he came here to play racing, but his girlfriend was kidnapped. That's fucked up. Ding. Triggering a random task. Stand up for your good friend Wu Han. Task reward. One random draw opportunity. After listening to Wu Han's narration, Yikuren remembered the system prompt sound in his mind. This time, even if the system does not issue the task, he will stand up for Wu Han. Wu Han, tell me, how do you want to solve this matter? I'll make the decision for you. Yikuren said lightly. He also knew Ruby Lin. They were college classmates. At the beginning, Wu Han put in a lot of effort and licked Lin's sinew for a long time before he finally won her over. The two have been together for almost 2 years. He didn't expect that Lin Sinew would kick Wu Han just to ride the Pagani. A college romance ultimately succumbed to reality. Brother Kuen, I want to race against that bastard and use my Wuling divine car to beat his Pagani ghost son. Wu Han clenched his fists and said stubbornly. Wu Han, even if you beat him, you and Lin Sinew can't go back, do you understand? Yi Kuen reminded Wu Han. Once a woman changes her mind, there is no need to keep her. Once a mirror is cracked, it is impossible to return to its original state. I understand, Brother Kuen. I'm not trying to prove anything, nor do I want to redeem anything. I just want to prove myself. Wu Han clenched his fists. He was not stupid and understood what Yi Kuen meant. That's good to know. I'll make the decision for you. Yi Kuen patted Wu Han on the shoulder. Then, he walked up to Shao Tianyuan and said coldly, Wu Han is my brother. He wants to race with you. You can't refuse. His tone was calm, yet full of dominance and would not tolerate rejection. Shao Tianyuan also stared at Yi Kuen and said, he is not qualified to be my opponent, unless you are willing to compete with me. After he was slapped in the face by Yi Kuen in the bar last time, he has been looking for an opportunity to save his face. Now, the opportunity has come. His driving skills are outstanding among amateur players, and he has a magical car like Pagani Go-san, so he is confident that he can beat Yi Kuen. Okay, add me in then. How do you want to compete? Yi Kuen said lightly. It's simple. Whoever reaches the finish line first on the Siming Mountain track wins. However, racing must have a jackpot. Shao Tianyuan said. What's the prize? Yi Kuen asked. If I lose, my Pagani Go-san will be yours. If you lose, you must take out a supercar of equal value. Apologize to me in public and call me Grandpa 3 times. Shao Tianyuan said coldly, still remembering the time when Yi Kuen slapped him in the face in the bar. Okay, if you lose, the Pagani Go-san will be mine, and you must apologize to my brother and call him Grandpa 3 times. Can you do it? Yi Kuen stared at Shao Tianyuan coldly. Chapter 76. The driving skills of a god-level veteran driver. Okay, I agree to your request. However, my car is a Pagani Go-san. The king of racing cars, there is no way I can lose. Shao Tianyuan sneered. He drives a supercar like Pagani Go-san. If he loses to the domestic huuchi and Wuling, then he can eat shit. This race is getting more and more interesting. My sun god Apollo is also going to participate. Chong Yuedong also came over to join in the fun, eager to try it out. Her golden Apollo was the most expensive supercar in the venue, and it was the most eye-catching one. Cousin, my Ferrari Enzo is asking to go to battle. A sweet and lovely girl took Chong Yuedong's arm and said. Her name is Lin Shintong, and she drives a red Ferrari Enzo, of which there are only a few in the country. My Pagani Silver Wing is the fastest car. A young boy with a handsome face like a school idol had a rebellious look on his face. His name is Chen, and he is the young master of Group. His car is a Pagani Silver Wing, which is completely silver and extremely cool. Moreover, there are only 2 units in the world, which is even rarer than the Pagani Go-san. It is a privately customized magic car. He felt that his Pagani Silver Wing was faster than Shao Tianyuan's Pagani Go-san. Ha ha ha, if you want to race on the track, you've got to look no further than my Bugatti Veyron. Li Shubua also laughed. His car is a completely white Bugatti Veyron. When it comes to racing, his Bugatti Veyron is definitely a king. Haha, Mr. Yi, let's compete together to win the title of Siming Mountain Driving God. Is that okay? Lin Zichen smiled at Yi Kuen. His car today is the Aston Martin Vulcan, which is also a super rare car with only 24 units produced worldwide. No problem. It's more fun when we compete together. Yi Kuen nodded. There are many great cars on the scene, but he is the only god of cars. Running on the Siming Mountain track, his huuchi supercar is enough to crush all the supercars on the scene. Okay then, let's draw lots to decide the starting order. As the vice president of the Magic City Supercar Club, Lin Zichen is responsible for coordinating today's racing activities. Wu Han, when you run on the track later, don't be impatient, be steady. I will help you out. Yi Kuen patted Wu Han on the shoulder and said, although Wu Han's driving skills are at a professional level, His Wuling modified car does not have any advantage compared to a number of supercars. Okay, Brother Kuan, I got it. Wu Han nodded, but his eyes were fixed on Shao Tinyuan's Pagani Go-san. Yi Kuan also walked towards his huuchi supercar, only to see Gu Linger already waiting there. Brother Yi Kuan, I want to sit in your passenger seat and race with you, okay? Gu Linger walked up to Yi Kuan, hugged his arm, and acted coquettishly. She fell in love with Yi Kuan at first sight and felt that they had met too late. At this moment, she wanted to stick to Yi Kuan and not be separated for a moment. Can I say no? Yi Kuan was helpless. Gu Linger's favorability towards him directly climbed to 90, and she was about to pursue him. No. Linger is so cute, Brother Yi Kuan. How can you bear to reject Linger? Gu Linger blinked her big watery eyes, looking cute, innocent, and lovely. At the same time, she kept shaking Yi Kuan's arm to act coquettishly. You know, she has a lowly-like appearance and an amazing figure of 36. As she shook Yi Kuan's arm, her breasts also shook continuously. Really? The waves are rising. Magnificent. Rough seas. Magnificent. Moreover, because Gu Linger was holding Yi Kuan's arm. With this movement, Yi Kuan's arm inevitably had subtle contact and friction with her breasts. Good job. Who can stand this? Stop shaking. I'll get a nosebleed if you keep shaking. The invincible Yi Kuan still lost to Gu Linger, the baby-faced lowly. Hee. Does Brother Yi Kuan agree to let Linger sit in your passenger seat? Gu Linger showed her mischievous smile again, as if her conspiracy had succeeded. I'm scared of you, come up quickly. Yi Kuan opened the butterfly door of the huuchi supercar. Gu Linger happily sat in the passenger seat of the huuchi supercar. Yi Kuan sat in the driver's seat of the huuchi supercar. Boom. Yi Kuan starts the huuchi supercar. The moment he gripped the steering wheel, he had a wonderful feeling of being one with the car. Brother Yi Kuan, are you a good driver? Gu Linger sat in the passenger seat of the huuchi car, blinking her big eyes and asked curiously. She hasn't experienced Brother Yi Kuan's driving skills yet. However, the way Brother Yi Kuan holds the huuchi supercar with one hand is really handsome. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. He was indeed the charismatic Brother Yi Kuan. Don't worry, your Brother Yi Kuan is an experienced driver. He will definitely take you flying. Yi Kuan smiled at Gu Linger. When it comes to driving skills, he calls himself second, and no one dares to claim to be first. It's so awesome. The driving skills of the god of cars are no joke. Various poses, show off to the fullest. It can show off until your scalp tingles. Really? Many amazing cars have come today, all vying for the title of Siming Mountain's god of cars. Brother Yi Kuan, can you take first place? Gu Linger stared at Yi Kuan's handsome profile with her beautiful eyes and asked. Today, there are so many amazing cars coming to participate in the Siming Mountain racing. It can be said that there are so many amazing cars. Although the performance of Yi Kuan's Hongqi Tang supercar is quite good, it is definitely not the best. It's not even in the top 10, because there are too many limited edition supercars on site. At this time, the driver's driving skills will be tested. Only the strongest driver can win the title of God of Driving in Siming Mountain. Haha, I am the driving god of Siming Mountain. Yi Kuan smiled, extremely confident. He has god-level driving skills. Who can compete with him? No matter what kind of car other people drive, they can't shake his status as the god of cars. Hee. Brother Yi Kuan is so confident. Then Linger must experience Brother Yi Kuan's driving skills. Gu Linger smiled playfully. Brother Yi Kuan dares to call himself the driving god of Siming Mountain, so he must be very powerful. Fasten your seatbelts and sit tight. The god of cars will take you flying, and I guarantee you'll scream with joy and feel like flying. Yi Kuan smiled. The driving skills of the god of cars are absolutely superb and wonderful. After a while, Gu Linger will be able to experience the thrilling feeling. Hee. Brother Yi Kuan, take me flying. Linger is not afraid. Gu Linger smiled playfully. She checked the seatbelt again and found that there was no problem. Very stable, but a bit tight. Soon, the Siming Mountain racing officially began. Yi Kuan's Hongqi supercar was at the end of the line, and in front of it were all kinds of top-level cool supercars, each one more stylish than the other. However, Wu Han's Wuling car was also mixed in, which seemed quite abrupt. There were dozens of drones hovering in the air. The drone will track and record the entire race. To read the author's other book, The Handsome Man of the God of War, click on the author's avatar to be transferred directly. You can also search for Super Rich God of War. I'm invincible from the start. Invincible Super Rich God of War. You deserve it. Chapter 77, Let Them Run 1,000 Meters First. This Siming Mountain car race is the most advanced supercar racing event in Shanghai. The scene is filled with supercars and luxury cars. Limited edition cars that are rarely seen in normal times can be found everywhere here. McLaren, Porsche 918 and Ferrari LaFerrari, the three traditional legendary cars, all seem to be overshadowed by this luxury fleet. Ferrari Enzo, Aston Martin Vulcan, Pagani Ghost Sun, Lamborghini Venom, Koenigsegg, Pagani Silver Wing, Bugatti Veyron, Golden Sun God Apollo. Each of them, taken individually, is a supercar that is enough to dazzle ordinary people's eyes. Yikuan's huuchi supercar seems ordinary among all the great cars. Wu Han's Wuling magic car looks more like a gangster, as if a commoner has sneaked into a gathering of aristocrats, very eye-catching and abrupt. Wu Han actually drove a junky Wuling car to race with this bunch of super-rich second generations. It's so shameful. Lin Xinyu sat in the passenger seat of the Pagani Phantom Sun, as if she had become noble herself. She sneered at Wu Han and Wuling with disdain. Fortunately, I decisively kicked Wu Han out and hooked up with a super-rich second generation like Shao Tanyuan. If I want a good figure and a pretty face, I should ride in a car like the Pagani Ghost. Ruby Lin began to dream of hooking up with a super-rich second-generation man, or even marrying into a wealthy family. However, Shao Tianyuan ignored her and didn't even look at her. Mr. Shao, this Pagani Ghost Sun of yours must be the most expensive sports car in the venue, right? Lin Xinyu touched the luxurious interior of Pagani and asked excitedly. It was the first time she had the chance to ride in a supercar worth more than 70 million yuan. A woman who has been cared for by an eagle will never look down on sparrows again. Once you've ridden in a Pagani supercar, you'll never ride in a Wuling again. She even felt that riding in ordinary luxury cars like BMW and Audi was an insult to her butt. From now on, her butt will only ride on supercars worth tens of millions. Yes, this standard cannot be lowered. Haha, I can't call my Pagani Ghost Sun the most expensive. See? The Golden Apollo in front is worth 300 million, and you can't buy it even if you have money. Shao Tianyuan sneered and looked at Lin Xinyu with contempt. Then, he pointed to the Golden Sun God Apollo in the front row. How could he possibly fall for a gold digger like Ruby Lin? At most, just play with it and then throw it away. It is simply wishful thinking for Lin Xinyu to hook up with a super-rich second generation like him and then marry into a wealthy family. His real target is the daughter of the Chong family who owns the Golden Sun God Apollo. Top second-generation rich people like them always put their interests first, including finding a marriage partner. Shao Tianyuan was very eager to marry into the Chong family, but unfortunately neither of the Chong family's two daughters looked down on him. This made him very depressed and unwilling. 300 million? Apollo, the Golden Sun God. Lin Xinyu was completely stunned and terrified. She thought that the Pagani Ghost Sun, which cost more than 70 million, was already the top supercar. I didn't expect there are supercars worth hundreds of millions in the world. Apollo, the sun god made entirely of gold. Is this the world of the super-rich? Bumpkin. Stupid woman. Shao Tianyuan glanced at Lin Xinyu with disdain. Then he pulled out his phone and sent a cryptic message. After the race starts, kill the Hongqi and Wuling. I don't want any accidents to happen to the racing. After Shao Tianyuan sent the message, he showed a sinister smile. He had arranged several thugs to mess with Yikuan and Wu Han during the race so that they could not compete normally. Although he didn't think Yikuan's Hongqi supercar and Wu Han's Wuling broken car could pose a threat to his Pagani Phantom Sun, he would not give his opponents a chance to beat him. As the saying goes, if you are not cruel, you are not a real man. He will do whatever it takes to win. Let me explain this on two sides. Yikuan was sitting in a Hongqi car, looking at the cool and stylish limited edition supercars in front of him. The lineup of legendary cars participating in this competition is extremely luxurious, but there is only one god of cars in Siming Mountain. You can't become a car god by driving a limited edition car. Only the handsome guy with the best driving skills can become the one and only car god. Brother Yikuan, we are so far behind in the starting order. There are so many supercars lined up in front of us. Gulinger pouted, very dissatisfied with the starting order. Brother Yikuan is in trouble. It doesn't matter. I can let them run 1,000 meters first. Yikuan smiled and said it didn't matter, and there was no pressure at all. He has god-level driving skills, and when he races on the track with these amateur racing enthusiasts, he is simply bullying them. What's wrong with letting them run 1,000 meters first? Wow, let them run 1,000 meters first. Brother Yikuan, you are so awesome. Gulinger stared at Yikuan with admiration. Brother Yikuan, you have the demeanor of a driving god. So cool. Ding. gained a critical hit on Gu Linger's worship value. Huh. Yi Kuan was slightly stunned. Just one sentence made Gu Linger admire him. This little girl has a bit of blind worship for him. However, this cannot be considered blind worship, as he does let other cars run 1,000 meters first. This is the demeanor and self-cultivation of the god of cars. Soon, a sexy racing girl holding a sign walked to the front of the racing team. After the racing instructions are issued, the Siming Mountain Racing officially begins. Boom, 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 boom. A group of racing cars simultaneously made wild and beast-like noises, which were deafening, exciting, and made people's blood boil, and their adrenaline surged instantly. The Pagani Silver Wing, driven by Chun, the young master of the family, took the lead and rushed out with a catapulted shot. The Golden Sun God Apollo, driven by Chong Yuedong, followed closely behind and caught up quickly. Lin Zichen's Aston Martin Vulcan roared angrily and rushed to third place. Then, the Pagani Ghost Sun, driven by Shao Tianyuan, chased after him at a rapid speed like a ghost. Next up, there's the Porsche 918, Ferrari Enzo, Lamborghini Veneno, Koenigsegg, McLaren, Bugatti Veyron. One after another, the magical cars emitted wild sounds and rushed towards the Siming Mountain winding track. Even the Wuling magic car driven by Wu Han was unwilling to fall behind and chased after it with all his might. Only Yi Kuan was leisurely and calm. He watched the supercars rushing out, unmoved. The huuchi supercar under me was still parked at the starting point, and even the engine wasn't started. Brother Yi Kuan, do you really want them to run 1,000 meters first? Gu Linger was stunned. Brother Yi Kuan was not joking. He really planned to let the others run 1,000 meters first. What kind of confidence and demeanor is this? Only a true car god would dare to do this. That's right. I told them to run 1,000 meters first, so let them run 1,000 meters first. Yi Kuan smiled. The god of cars has the pride of the god of cars. Chapter 78. The championship mission. This guy is going to cause trouble. When all the supercars participating in the Siming Mountain race rushed out, Yi Kuan's huuchi supercar still stood still. Just be calm. Yi Kuan just wants the other supercars to run 1,000 meters first. Otherwise, wouldn't it be boring to win easily? He will start from the last place, catch up with the supercars in front of him one after another, and enjoy the fun of the chase competition. At this time, the drone hovering in the sky had already filmed this scene and sent the video data to the monitoring room of the supercar club. This Yi Kuan is quite interesting. A mysterious figure was sitting in the president's seat, monitoring everything during the racing process. Planned strategically, and everything is under control. From her graceful and exquisite figure, it can be seen that she is a woman. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Yi Kuan's mind. Ding, triggering a random task. Win the Siming Mountain Racing Championship. Reward 1. Obtain the title of Siming Mountain Driving God. Effect. Racing fans will worship you as a racing god, with a certain chance of triggering the bow down and worship effect, and become the host's loyal brother. Reward 2. A Bugatti Spiritual Supreme worth 500 million. So cool. Winning the Siming Mountain Racing Championship will earn you the title of Siming Mountain Driving God. This title actually has the effect of attracting followers. It's very strange. Moreover, the reward is a Bugatti Spirit, which is a supercar worth 500 million yuan. The key is that you can't buy this supercar even if you have money. He has driven the Bugatti Spirit and knows that the performance of this car is absolutely superb. Brother Yi Kuan, why aren't you driving yet? The cars ahead have already run for more than 1,000 meters. Gu Linger couldn't help but get anxious when she saw that Yi Kuan was taking a long time to drive. Don't worry, I'll take you flying right away. Yi Kuan smiled and started the huuchi supercar slowly. Boom, 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 boom. The huuchi supercar let out a wild beast-like roar, then took off and rushed directly into the Siming Mountain track like an arrow from a bow. Wow! Catapult start. Brother Yi Kuan is so awesome. Gu Linger instantly turned into Yi Kuan's little fangirl, and there were little stars in her eyes when she looked at him. Calm down, calm down. I still have better tricks to show you. Yi Kuan smiled calmly. Basic operation. Don't be stupid. At the same time, he stepped on the accelerator, and the huuchi supercar quickly caught up with the Ferrari Enzo in front. On the Siming Mountain winding track, the huuchi supercar demonstrated its outstanding performance. Under the control of Yi Kuan's god-level driving skills, the huuchi supercar was like an agile and nimble cheetah, quickly catching up with the first prey in front. Hey, the car in front is Sister Lin Xintong's Ferrari Enzo, Gu Linger said excitedly, obviously knowing the owner of the Ferrari Enzo in front. Are you an acquaintance? Then let's go over and say hello. Yikurin stepped on the accelerator and quickly chased after the Ferrari Enzo. At the same time, Lin Shintong in front also discovered that Yikuin's huuchi supercar was chasing her closely, so she couldn't help but step on the accelerator to speed up. She also didn't want to be caught up by Yikurin easily. However, a winding mountain road soon appeared ahead, forcing her to slow down. She was just an amateur racing enthusiast and didn't dare to speed around the bends on this winding mountain track. However, Yikuin's car speed did not slow down at all, and he even accelerated forward. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. The huuchi supercar rubbed violently against the ground. Rubbed crazily. Yikurin drove the huuchi car directly through the corner and quickly caught up with the Ferrari Enzo driven by Lin Shintong. Wow! Drifting through the corner. Brother Yikuin is awesome. Gu Linger was excited again. Her little face turned red and she was very excited. Ding! Obtained Gu Linger's super critical worship value. Hey! Super critical worship value. Yikuin was also slightly happy in his heart. It seemed that it was a good idea to keep the cute lowly Gu Linger by his side. Along the way, Gu Linger can probably contribute a lot of admiration to him. A baby-faced lowly like Gu Linger is so cute. At this time, Yikuin's huuchi supercar also caught up with Lin Shintong's Ferrari Enzo. The two cars drove side by side. I saw that Lin Shintong sitting in the driver's seat was also a top beauty, and she looked very sweet and cute. Sister Shintong, I'm Linger. Gu Linger sat in the passenger seat and waved hello to Lin Shintong. Sister Linger. When Lin Shintong saw Gu Linger, she also smiled sweetly and greeted her warmly. Afterwards, she smiled politely at Yikuin, appearing very cultured. Bye, see you at the finish line. Yikuin did not stay for long. He just said hello to the beautiful Lin Shintong and drove away in his huuchi supercar. Brother Yikuin, this sister Lin Shintong is the daughter of the Lin family. Her boyfriend is no ordinary man. He is the national male god Tang Nani. Gu Linger sat in the passenger seat and said to Yikuin, National male god Tang Nani? Yikuin looked thoughtful. Tang Nani is very famous in Long Country. He is elegant, calm, generous, wealthy, and has the title of national male god. His Tang family stable is a giant multinational group that is involved in all walks of life and even controls the economic lifelines of some small countries. No one knows how much assets Tang Nani has. Yes, Tang Nani is the president of the Tang family stable, rich enough to rival a country. His family background is very strong, and his grandfather was a general in the imperial capital's military. Gu Linger said. Her family background is also not simple, so she knows a lot. Oh, his grandfather is a general in the military? That's a pretty impressive background. Yikuin nodded slightly and remembered this Tang Nani. After becoming a wealthy man, his horizons were greatly broadened. Know that the waters of this world are very deep and not as simple as they seem on the surface. Some hidden rich people are not on the Forbes list, but they possess immeasurable wealth and power. While still racing, Yikuin didn't think much about it, but stepped on the accelerator and chased the McLaren in front. Boom! Boom boom! Boom boom boom! The huuchi supercar emitted a wild and beast-like sound, rapidly closing the distance with the McLaren in front. He has mastered god-level driving skills, and he and the car are one. It was easy to catch up with the McLaren in front. However, the McLaren actually played tricks on him. The car kept moving its rear end, swaying left and right, and even occupied 2 parking spaces, just to prevent Yikuin's red flag from overtaking. Oops, what's going on with that McLaren in front? Is it deliberately causing trouble? Even Gu Linger noticed something was wrong. This guy is going to cause trouble. A slight smile appeared on Yikuin's lips. He didn't slow down at all. Instead, he stepped on the accelerator and chased after him madly. Chapter 79. The gorgeous female CEO, Chong Yueshi. Yikuin noticed that the McLaren supercar in front of him was moving in a serpentine manner and blocking his way maliciously. Instead of dodging and slowing down, he accelerated and rushed forward, about to crash into the rear of the McLaren. This crazy move scared the rich second-generation driver so much that he pissed himself to death. A huuchi supercar hit him from behind, which could have overturned his McLaren sports car or even pushed it off the cliff, causing the car to be destroyed and the driver to die. Madman! This is a madman! The rich second generation hurriedly turned the steering wheel to avoid being hit by Yikuin's huuchi supercar. He was the henchman sent by Shao Tianyuan to trip up Yikuin. Little did he know that Yikuin was even crazier than he expected, and was about to charge at him without even thinking. He just wanted to give the other party a hard time and hinder Yikuin's red flag racing car from moving forward, but he didn't want to lose his own life. Call out. While the McLaren was dodging, Yikuan's huuchi supercar accelerated and overtook it directly. This kind of rich second generation is a paper tiger and values his life more than anyone else. Yikuan was more ruthless and crazier than him, so he instantly became scared. Yeah, brother Yikuan is awesome. He surpassed that annoying McLaren, Gulinger said excitedly. She also realized that the McLaren was deliberately blocking the road to disgust Yikuan. As a result, Yikuan easily resolved the problem and surpassed the McLaren supercar. The rich second generation who drives a McLaren supercar is just a paper tiger. Brother Yikuan accelerated and rushed over, scaring him to death. It's so exciting to race with brother Yikuan. Ding. Congratulations on getting a critical hit on Gulinger's worship value. Gulinger is still as cute as ever, and once again contributed 666 admiration points to Yikuan. Then, Yikuan overtook the Lamborghini Reventon, Porsche 918 and Pagani Huayra in front of him one after another. Then, he saw Wu Han's Wuling modified car. Wu Han also has driving skills close to those of a professional racing driver, and his Wuling is also very powerful after being modified. Therefore, his driving speed was not slow. On this winding track in Siming Mountain, it can compete with those top supercars without losing out. However, he encountered the same problem that Yikuan had encountered before. Two supercars were lined up in front of the Wuling car. One was a Lamborghini and the other was a McLaren. Wu Han tried to speed up and overtake several times, but was blocked by Lamborghini and McLaren supercars, leaving him no chance to overtake. Grass. Wu Han was so angry that he slapped the steering wheel, but he had no way out. The Siming Mountain track is not wide to begin with, and if two cars deliberately block the road side by side, it would be difficult to overtake. At this time, Yikuan's huuchi supercar rushed over. Linger, sit tight and hold on tight. Yikuan gave Gulinger an instruction. Then, he stepped on the accelerator hard and rammed the Lamborghini in front of him that was deliberately blocking the road. Boom! The front of the huuchi supercar hit the rear of the Lamborghini hard, causing it to stagger and almost overturn it. The owner of the Lamborghini Bull was so ignorant that he didn't even know what was good for him and didn't pull over. He even wanted to compete with Yikuan's red flag. Boom! Yikuan was not polite either. He stepped on the accelerator and crashed into the car again, directly knocking the Lamborghini off the track. The front of the Lamborghini Bull crashed into the mountain, emitting smoke and catching fire, and it immediately lost its ability to compete. This scared the other McLaren so much that it hastily backed away and didn't dare to block the middle of the road anymore. Yikuan's huuchi supercar accelerated and overtook the car. This scene was also captured by a drone hovering in the air. At this moment, a stunning female CEO was sitting in front of the screen in the monitoring room, admiring this exciting racing scene. She is a beauty with bright eyes, white teeth, a pretty face and eyebrows, a kind heart, and a cool and elegant demeanor. She is Chong Yueshi, the female president of Chong Group. She and Chong Yuedong had almost the same appearance, and they were actually twins. However, their temperaments are completely different. Chong Yueshi's aura is even stronger and her temperament is even more cool. Her looks and temperament are so stunning that they are extremely unique. Any man who sees her will be attracted to her. This Yikuan not only has superb driving skills, but is also bold and careful, and has extraordinary courage. Chong Yueshi stared at the surveillance screen with her beautiful eyes, a thoughtful look on her beautiful face. When Yikuan encountered a sports car that blocked his road with malicious intent, he did not retreat, but instead rushed forward directly. This action may seem reckless, but in fact everything is under his control. Whether it was the angle of the collision, the speed of the vehicles, or the result of the collision between the two vehicles, they were all within his calculations. This is not easy. Even professional drivers don't have driving skills like him. Afterwards, Chong Yueshi stopped paying attention to Yikuan's huuchi supercar and instead turned her beautiful eyes to another surveillance screen. In one of the surveillance videos, the Golden Sun God Apollo driven by Chong Yuedong was ranked second, chasing a Pagani Silver Wing. The race was very intense. A Bugatti Veyron and a Pagani Ghost Sun were chasing closely behind. Chong Yueshi's beautiful eyes were fixed on the Golden Apollo driven by her sister. There was no sign of her expression changing, and no one knew what she was thinking at the moment. Let me explain this on two sides. Back to Yikuan's racing scene. When Yikuan knocked over a Lamborghini and overtook a McLaren supercar again, Gulinger cheered again. Yeah, this is so exciting. Brother Yikuan is so domineering. Gulinger was sitting in the passenger seat. Instead of being frightened by the car crash, she seemed very excited. She has a quirky personality, and this kind of racing scene feels very fresh and exciting to her. Ding. gained a critical hit on Gu Linger's worship value. As usual, Gu Linger gave Yikuin another wave of admiration. It feels so good. Haha, there are more exciting things to come. Yikuin smiled and said, the fun has just begun. At this moment, the Wuling supercar driven by Wu Han also overtook and chased after Yikuin, driving side by side with the huuchi supercar. Chapter 80. Even the taillights of the red flag can no longer be seen. Brother Kuin, thank you for helping me. Wu Han looked at Yikuin gratefully and thanked him loudly. Just now, in order to help him get rid of the two supercars in front, Yikuin chose to rush over directly. This action is undoubtedly very dangerous. But Yikuin really did it. And it succeeded. Brother Kuin is still Brother Kuin, which makes him admire him very much. Haha. No big deal. I just dealt with a few minions that blocked my way. Yikuin smiled and didn't take it seriously. Brother Kuin, even though we are good friends, I won't let you go. Wu Han stepped on the accelerator hard, and the Wuling car accelerated and rushed out. The title of Siming Mountain Driving God belongs to me. Yikuin smiled calmly, and the huuchi supercar accelerated and caught up. The huuchi supercar and the Wuling magic car are chasing each other. In the end, it was Yikuin who, with his superb driving skills, left the Wuling car far behind. Sorry, Shao Henin, you can only see my car's taillights. Yikuin smiled and accelerated. As expected of my brother Kuin, he is a hidden talent with superb driving skills that I cannot even compare to him. Wu Han couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the taillights of the huuchi supercar gradually moving away. He had tried his best, but brother Kuin's driving skills were so superb that he could not catch up. Moreover, his Wuling magic car was ultimately inferior in performance. After Yikuin's huuchi supercar left Wu Han's Wuling car behind, he successively caught up with the Ferrari LaFerrari, Lamborghini Veneno, and Koenigsegg. One supercar after another was overtaken by Yikuin's huuchi supercar. The huuchi supercar came from behind and kept catching up with the car in front, becoming a beautiful landscape on the Siming Mountain racetrack. After drifting around another corner, the huuchi supercar surpassed the Aston Martin Vulcan driven by Lin Zichen. At this time, there were only 4 racing cars still lined up in front of Yikuin's huuchi supercar. Ranked first was the Pagani Silver Wing driven by Chan. This magical car is extremely fast, like a silver lightning, leading the way. In second place is the Golden Sun God Apollo driven by Chong Yuedong. Chong Yuedong is also multi-talented, and her racing skills are top-notch. Ranked third is the Pagani Go Sun driven by Shao Tianyuan. His racing skills are also top-notch among amateur players, and Pagani Go Sun is chasing the Golden Sun God Apollo closely. In fourth place was the Bugatti Veyron driven by Li Shubua. There is no doubt about Bugatti's performance, it is definitely at the king level. Brother Yikuin quickly overtake the Bugatti Veyron in front. Gulinger sat in the passenger seat of the huuchi supercar and was even more excited than Yikuin. No problem, arrange it. Yikuin stepped on the accelerator, accelerated, and chased after him. Although the Bugatti Veyron is also a supercar, Li Shubua's driving skills cannot be compared with Yikuin's. Soon, Yikuin's huuchi supercar caught up with the Bugatti Veyron. Then, he walked away. Brother Yikuin, the one in front, is sister Chong Yuedong's Golden Sun God Apollo and Shao Tianyuan's Pagani Go Sun. Go ahead, Brother Yikuin. Gulinger's face turned red and she was very excited. No big deal. Yikuin quickly changed gears and drove the huuchi supercar to catch up. At this time, the Golden Sun God Apollo and the Go Sun of Pagani in front were chasing each other fiercely. Tong Tong, if I beat you in racing, you will have to agree to be my girlfriend, okay? While Shao Tianyuan was driving, he did not forget to tease Chong Yuedong. He originally planned to pursue Chong Yueshi, the eldest daughter of the Chong Group, but Chong Yueshi was too cold and mysterious. It was difficult for Shao Tianyuan to even meet Chong Yueshi, let alone pursue her. Therefore, he set his sights on Chong Yueshi's twin sister, Chong Yuedong. As long as he could marry any daughter of the Chong family, he would make a fortune. Get lost. Do I know you well? Chong Yuedong glanced at Shao Tianyuan and Lin Xinyu beside him with disdain. Then, the Pagani Go Sun accelerated and left Shao Tianyuan behind. Just when Shao Tianyuan was about to pester Chong Yuedong, he saw in the rearview mirror a blue huuchi supercar chasing him at high speed. Fuck. That Yikuin's red flag supercar is catching up. Shao Tianyuan couldn't help but curse in his heart. Didn't he arrange 3 thugs to stop Yikuin from getting his red flag supercar? Why did that huuchi supercar catch up again? At this time, Shao Tianyuan didn't care about Chong Yuedong anymore. Instead, he started thinking about how to deal with Yikuin. If he lost the race, Not only would he have to lose the Pagani Phantom Sun worth more than 70 million yuan, but he would also have to call Wuhan Grandpa 3 times. This is something he can't accept. Soon, the Hongqi supercar driven by Yi Kuan caught up and was only 2 or 3 car spaces away from Shao Tianyuan's Pagani Go-Sun. Fuck, what a fast speed. Shao Tianyuan cursed loudly. With Yi Kuan's speed and driving skills, the Hongqi supercar will soon surpass his Pagani Go-Sun. This made him very unwilling. So, he used the same trick again, deliberately driving the car to the center of the lane and moving it in a serpentine manner to prevent Yi Kuan from overtaking. Idiot, you try this again. Yi Kuan didn't care and stepped on the accelerator, ready to crash into Shao Tianyuan's Pagani Go-Sun. The Pagani Go-Sun moves like a snake, and if it's hit from behind, it will definitely run off the track or even overturn. This scared Shao Tianyuan so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fuck, you're so cruel. Shao Tianyuan hurriedly turned the steering wheel to make way for a lane, fearing that he would be knocked over by Yi Kuan's red flag. Yi Kuan continued driving without slowing down and directly caught up with Shao Tianyuan's Pagani Go-Sun. Shao Tianyuan was unwilling to fall behind, so he stepped on the accelerator and accelerated continuously, keeping pace with the Hongqi supercar. In terms of sports car performance, his Pagani Go-Sun is far superior to the domestic Hongqi, so there is no reason why it would lose to Yi Kuan. However, the fact is that Yi Kuan completely crushed him in driving skills. When taking a curve, Yi Kuan hardly slowed down and was able to take the curve perfectly every time. Tear, tear, tear. The Hongqi supercar and the tires on the ground rubbed violently and crazily. After a thrilling drift on a curve, Yi Kuan's Hongqi supercar completely left Shao Tianyuan's Pagani Go-Sun behind. Wow, brother Yi Kuan is awesome. This drift through the corners is so thrilling. Gu Linger couldn't help but applaud. The drift around the corner just now made her feel weightless, as if she was floating in the air. It's so thrilling. Unprecedented excitement. Ding. Obtained Gu Linger's worship value super critical hit. Fuck. You can drift on a curve like this? It's too fake. Shao Tianyuan was stunned and couldn't believe it. His Pagani Go-Sun is only fit to follow behind Yi Kuan's Hongqi supercar and eat dust. Then, he could only see the taillights of the Hongqi supercar. In the end, he couldn't even see the taillights of the red flag. Grass. Shao Tianyuan was furious and swearing. Chapter 81 God-Level Driving Skills. Thrilling. Yi Kuan has mastered God-level driving skills, and he has become one with the car. Invincible. Who can contend with me? Shao Tianyuan's Pagani Go-Sun didn't even have the qualifications to follow behind his red flag supercar and was left far behind. Soon, the golden sun god Apollo driven by Chong Yuetong appeared in Yi Kuan's sight. This chariot of the sun god Apollo is made entirely of gold. It is simply a walking golden chariot that can blind everyone's eyes. This is the veritable golden sun god Apollo. This golden sun god Apollo will definitely attract 100 people's attention when driving on the street. However, racing is ultimately a test of driving skills. With his god-level driving skills, Yi Kuan quickly drove the Hongqi supercar to catch up with Chong Yuetong's golden sun god Apollo. Sister Chong Yuetong. Gu Linger sat in the passenger seat and waved excitedly to Chong Yuetong. She is quirky, playful and cute, and very likable. In their circle of top rich second generations in Shanghai, she is a group darling, and both men and women like her. Chong Yuetong glanced at Gu Linger and Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes and didn't say much. Instead, she changed gears and accelerated forward. She is also an excellent driver and won't give up easily. Yi Kuan was very calm. He drove the red flag and competed with Chong Yuetong's golden sun god Apollo in chasing each other. The two seemed to be chasing each other very fiercely, but in fact the rhythm was all under Yi Kuan's control. He is calm and relaxed and does everything with ease. If you master god-level driving skills, you will be invincible. In the end, Yi Kuan overtook at a bend, and the Hongqi supercar quickly widened the distance between himself and Chong Yuetong's golden sun god Apollo. Then, he rode away in a hurry. Yi Kuan's driving skills are better than mine. Chong Yuetong stared at the Hongqi supercar going away with her beautiful eyes, and was also convinced. It was obvious that Yi Kuan's driving skills were reserved just now, which was why he chased her for so long. Otherwise, I would have surpassed her long ago. Brother Yi Kuan, if we catch up with the Pagani Silver Wing in front, we will be the champions. Gu Linger said excitedly. Seeing one supercar after another being overtaken by Yi Kuan's Hongqi supercar, she was even more excited than Yi Kuan. Is that the one in front a Pagani Silver Wing? Yi Kuan stared at the speeding silver supercar in front of him, a slight smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. This Pagani is all silver and has a very cool design. He has never seen it on the market. This should be a limited edition supercar not sold to the public. Yes, the Pagani Silverwing is a custom-made supercar. There are only two in the world. One is the car of Chun, the young master of the Yin family, and the other is parked in Sister Chong Yueshi's garage. Gu Linger blinked her beautiful eyes and said, Chong Yueshi. Yi Kuan nodded slightly and heard Chong Yueshi's name again. Chong Yueshi and Chong Yuedong are twin sisters, and at least one of them is a goddess-level beauty. If I have the chance, I would like to meet this mysterious Chong Yueshi. Brother Yi Kuan, catch up with that Pagani Silverwing and win the championship. That Chun is a talented young man. His driving skills have reached the level of a professional racing driver. He is very unruly. You have to be stronger than him before he will obey you. Gu Linger spoke up. Oh, professional-level driving skills? Interesting. Yi Kuan smiled indifferently. And Chen's racing skills are at the level of a professional racing driver, which is obviously very impressive, and he has the qualifications to be unruly. What a pity. He ran into a driving god with god-level driving skills. Boom. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. Yi Kuan stepped on the accelerator and changed gears quickly. The huuchi supercar turned into a blue lightning and quickly chased after the Pagani Silverwing in front. The performance of the Pagani Silverwing is obviously much better than Yi Kuan's huuchi supercar. When driving on a straight road, the Pagani Silverwing is faster, like a silver lightning. However, when going through a curve, the Pagani Silverwing has to reduce its speed significantly. Yi Kuan, on the other hand, drifted through the curve easily. The huuchi supercar is constantly closing the gap with the Pagani Silverwing. After rushing through another winding mountain bend, the huuchi supercar driven by Yi Kuan had completely caught up with Chen's Pagani Silverwing. The two cars were driving side by side, chasing each other. It was very intense. In fact, Yi Kuan was very relaxed and the rhythm was completely under his control. God-level driving skills, the unity of man and car, simply cannot be matched by professional-level driving skills. There is another winding mountain road ahead, with a very steep bend. Moreover, there was a very steep cliff next to it, so Chen had to slow down the car. Otherwise, even if he had mastered professional-level driving skills, he would not be able to negotiate the curve at this speed. However, Yi Kuan's speed did not decrease significantly, and he soon surpassed the Pagani Silverwing driven by Chen. Crazy! It's impossible to make the curve at this speed. Chen looked at the huuchi supercar accelerating past with a look of disbelief. Even with his professional driving skills, it is impossible for him to maintain this speed through the curve, so the other party cannot do it either. If you are not careful, the sports car will run off the track, fall off the cliff, and the car will be destroyed and the people will die. However, to his shock, the huuchi supercar in front of him did a big drift, controlled the car to the limit, and just passed the curve in a very dangerous way. Impossible! This is a god-level driving skill that only a car god can master. And Chun was stunned. The drifting through the curve just now was extremely difficult. If you were not careful, the whole car would flip over the cliff, and there would be no way back. It was extremely thrilling. In addition to god-level driving skills, one also needs extraordinary courage to perform such difficult maneuvers. Ding! Gained a super critical hit from Anshin's worship value. At the same time, Yi Kuan also received a system notification sound. The worship value is super critical. A faint smile appeared on Yi Kuan's lips. Obviously, the young master of the Yin family was stunned by his god-level driving skills. After the huuchi supercar drifted through the curve, Gu Linger's face was still red, her chest was shaking violently, and her little heart was beating wildly. Just now, that drifting around the corner was so thrilling. She thought she was going to fly off the track and fall off the cliff. The whole person was completely weightless and drifting. It's so thrilling. So exciting. At that time, Yi Kuan became the only person she could rely on and trust. Fortunately, brother Yi Kuan is a great driver, so we escaped unharmed. Gu Linger gently stroked her towering chest that was rising and falling violently, still feeling a lingering fear. However, Yi Kuan made her feel very safe and his driving skills made her feel at ease. Brother Yi Kuan looks so handsome when he races. Ding! The goddess-level beauty Gu Linger's favorability towards the host. Experiencing such a thrilling racing event together is truly unforgettable. Gu Linger's favorability towards Yi Kuan inevitably increased. Chapter 82. The Title of Driving God. Ding! The goddess-level beauty Gu Linger's favorability towards the host. Ding! The goddess-level beauty Gu Linger's favorability towards the host. Ding! The goddess-level beauty Gu Linger's favorability towards the host has increased to 93 points. Through a thrilling racing event, Gu Linger's favorability towards Yi Kuan quickly increased. In order to quickly increase a girl's favorability, it is essential to create this kind of heart-beating moment. Only in this way can the two have unforgettable memories. In that thrilling moment, girls will develop a deep sense of dependence, which will quickly increase their favorability. An accelerated heartbeat often makes girls think that it is a heart-pounding feeling. Of course, having fun is exciting. If you do it wrong, it will be an accident. Yi Kuan has mastered god-level driving skills, and he is one with the car, so he dares to play like this. Ordinary people can only take girls to the amusement park to experience that thrilling feeling. In the end, the huuchi supercar driven by Yi Kuan was the first to reach the finish line. He won the Simingshan Racing Championship without any suspense. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, winning the Siming Mountain Racing Championship. Reward 1. Obtain the title of Siming Mountain God of Cars and obtain the God of Cars Halo. Car God Halo. Car enthusiast will worship you as a car god, with a certain chance of triggering the bow down and worship effect and become the host's loyal brother. Reward 2. A limited edition Bugatti Spirit Supreme worth 500 million. The Bugatti Spiritual Supreme has been stored in the system space, and the host can retrieve it at any time. He was awarded the title of God of Cars in Siming Mountain and even possessed the aura of a God of Cars. Yi Kuan was also happy. Now, he is surrounded by all kinds of halos. In addition to the aura of charm, the aura of status, and the aura of celebrity, there is also the aura of being a driving god. It's so cool and awesome. Simply invincible. At this moment, the Pagani Silver Wing driven by An Chun also reached the finish line. Moreover, he was driving towards Yi Kuan. God of Cars. And Chen opened the convertible of the Pagani Silver Wing and shouted towards Yi Kuan with an excited look on his face. Yi Kuan had no choice but to open the window of the huuchi supercar and look at the handsome young man. This is a handsome boy with the looks of a school idol, sunny and handsome, and his appearance is 70% similar to An Yubai. His sister, An Yubai, is a goddess-like beauty with a somewhat cold and arrogant personality. God of Cars. And Chen jumped directly off the Pagani Silver Wing and ran towards Yi Kuan. At this moment, there was no trace of arrogance on his face. Instead, he was very excited as if he had seen his idol. God of Cars, your driving skills are amazing. You are the God of Cars in Siming Mountain. Please accept me as your younger brother. And Chun looked excited. Ding! Racing enthusiast Anshin is influenced by the host's God of Cars aura and worships you as the strongest God of Cars, triggering the bow down and worship effect, and becomes a loyal fanboy of the host. Ding! A little fan of the car god has been detected. Name: An Chun. Identity: young master of the An family. Age: 17. Appearance: 95. Top-notch school idol. Loyalty: 80. Personality traits: unruly. Well, Yi Kuan was also slightly stunned. This unruly young master of the An family was influenced by the aura of the God of Cars and became his first little fan. God of Cars, are you still in need of a girlfriend? I'll introduce my sister to you. And Chen smiled and was not polite to Yi Kuan at all. Wow, you're sacrificing your sister right now. Your sister is An Yubai, right? Yi Kuan also laughed and thought that An Chun was quite interesting. God of Cars, do you still know my sister? And Chun said in surprise. Well, I've met her a few times. Your sister is a bit aloof. Yi Kuan said. He and An Yubai had a partnership on 2 major projects, and he also bought a super villa worth more than 100 billion yuan from her. In this way, An Yubai's favorability towards him only increased to 40 points. This is really too cool. You know, although they are both goddess-level beauties, Huuchi's favorability towards him increased rapidly. The baby-faced lowly Gu Linger fell in love with him at first sight. When we met for the first time, the favorability level directly rose to 90 points. God of Cars, don't be fooled by my sister's cool goddess appearance. She is just a funny person who pretends to be cool. Haha. And Chun smiled. His sister doted on him very much, but he revealed all of his sister's secrets. Funny? I haven't noticed that yet. Yi Kuan said. He discovered that An Yubai had some potential to be a dirty demon king, but as for his funny attributes, he had not discovered it yet. At this moment, Chang Yuedong drove the Golden Sun God Apollo and arrived at the finish line third. The fourth car to arrive at the finish line was not the Pagani Go Sun driven by Shao Tianyuan. It was the Bugatti Veyron driven by Li Shubua. The fifth car to arrive at the finish line was actually the Wuling car driven by Wu Han, which was a great honor for him. At the last moment, he finally caught up with Shao Tianyuan, whose mentality exploded. The sixth place was the Aston Martin Vulcan driven by Lin Zichen. The Pagani Phantom Sun driven by Shao Tianyuan was only ranked 7th. When he reached the finish line, his whole face turned green. Not only did he lose to the huuchi supercar driven by Yi Kuan, but he also lost to the Wuling Magic car driven by Wu Han. It was completely defeated by the domestic huuchi and Wuling cars that it looked down upon. Shao Tianyuan was completely humiliated and felt ashamed. Then, the supercars driven by other contestants also arrived at the finish line one after another. Lin Zichen, the vice president of the supercar club, announced on the spot that Yi Kuan won the new title of Siming Mountain Driving God. Suddenly, several more members of the supercar club were influenced by the aura of the god of cars, triggering the bow down and worship effect, and became Yi Kuan's loyal little fans. The race is over, so naturally it's time to fulfill the bet and settle the score with Shao Tianyuan. Shao Tianyuan, that Pagani ghost son now belongs to me. Also, you have to apologize to my brother Wu Han and call him Grandpa 3 times. Yi Kuan stared at Shao Tianyuan with a teasing look. Chapter 83, Smashing the Pagani Ghost Son. After Yi Kuan won the car race, he immediately went to Shao Tianyuan to settle accounts. One was to stand up for his good friend Wu Han, and the other was to complete the system task. This Shao Tianyuan actually used dirty tricks during the racing process. He must be punished. When Shao Tianyuan heard Yi Kuan asking him to fulfill the bet, his face turned green and he didn't say anything for a long time. Pagani Ghost Sun is his favorite car, and it is also a limited edition car, worth more than 70 million. He had only got this Pagani a few days ago and had only driven it a few times. I lost the Pagani Ghost Sun just like that, and I felt very unwilling. Not only that, he also had to admit his mistake to Wu Han, who was driving the Wuling magical car, and apologize and call him Grandpa. Shao Tianyuan, can't you afford to play? If you want to gamble, you have to admit defeat. Otherwise, you don't have to stay in our circle anymore. And Chen, the young master of the Yin family, looked at Shao Tianyuan with disdain and said jokingly, he despises people who can't afford to play the most. That's right, Shao Tianyuan, you must accept defeat and hand over the Pagani Ghost Sun. You must also apologize to the god of cars, or no one will play with you anymore. Chunyu, another top-rich second generation from Shanghai, stood up and spoke to Shao Tianyuan with contempt. He is also a younger brother of Yi Kuan Shi. Influenced by the aura of the god of cars, Chen Yu admired Yi Kuan very much. Okay, I'll admit defeat. I, Shao Tianyuan, am not someone who can't afford to lose. Shao Tianyuan looked grim and said with gritted teeth, Master Yi, you can drive this Pagani Ghost Sun away. I'm sorry, it was me, Shao Tianyuan, who didn't recognize the real man. I was wrong. Shao Tianyuan had a cold face and reluctantly handed the car keys of the Pagani Phantom Sun to Yi Kuan. He was defeated by Yi Kuan twice, and he felt very aggrieved. However, he was still convinced by Yi Kuan's overwhelming strength. It's no use apologizing to me. Apologize to my brother Wu Han. Yi Kuan said coldly. Today, he asked his good friend Wu Han to come and race. As a result, not only was Wu Han stopped by those rich second generations, but even his girlfriend was abducted away by Shao Tianyuan. He must stand up for Wu Han. I want me to apologize to a poor kid who drives a broken Wuling car. Impossible. Shao Tianyuan shook his head, looking extremely ugly. He accepted his loss to Yi Kuan, but he couldn't apologize to Wu Han. So embarrassing. What? You still look down on my brother? He drives a Wuling divine car faster than you drive a Pagani Ghost Sun. What qualifications do you have to look down on him? Yi Kuan sneered. Today, Shao Tianyuan must apologize to Wu Han. Wu Han, now that Pagani Ghost Sun is yours. Yi Kuan directly threw the car keys of Pagani Ghost Sun to Wu Han. Brother Kuan, are you saying that this Pagani Ghost Sun belongs to me? Wu Han stared at Yi Kuan in disbelief. Although he and Yi Kuan are good friends. However, Yi Kuan casually gave him this Pagani car worth tens of millions. It still surprised him. That's right, this Pagani is yours. Yi Kuan said calmly. He really doesn't care much about a Pagani sports car right now. So, can I do whatever I want with this Pagani? Wu Han asked again. Of course, this Pagani is yours. You can do whatever you want with it. Yi Kuan smiled. It doesn't matter whether Wu Han sells this Pagani or smashes it. I understand. Thanks, Brother Kuan. Wu Han looked at Yi Kuan with gratitude. Then, he walked up to Lin Xinyu with the Pagani car keys. Lin Xinyu, I never thought that you would break up with me just to sit in the passenger seat of a Pagani. Is our 2 years of relationship not as good as a passenger in this car? Wu Han stared at Lin Sinyu coldly. He suddenly realized that he didn't know his girlfriend, whom he had been with for 2 years, at all. He knew that Lin Sinyu was vain, but he didn't expect her to be so heartless. Wu Han, you don't have to beg me. Even though you want a Pagani, I won't get back together with you. There's no going back. Lin Sinyu said with a cold face. She finally hooked up with Shao Tianyuan, a super-rich second generation, and would not choose to get back together with Wu Han. After all, Wu Han is just an ordinary person and cannot give her the luxurious life she wants. Bah, do you think I would be a licking dog and beg you to get back together? You shameless bitch. Once I see your ugly face, you are nothing but shit. Wu Han sneered and picked up a big stone from the ground. Wu Han, what are you going to do? Don't mess around. Lin Sinyu was shocked, thinking that Wu Han was angry and was going to throw a stone at her. Haha, don't worry, I won't hit you with a rock. I just want you to know that the Pagani car that is so noble in your eyes and can satisfy your vanity is nothing in my eyes. I can smash it if I want. Wu Han said this, holding a large stone and walking to the side of the Pagani Go-Sun. Bang! Wu Han smashed the Pagani's window with a stone. Then, he picked up a big rock and smashed it at the Pagani Go-Sun. Fuck. This guy is quite fierce. A Pagani Go-Sun worth more than 70 million yuan. Smash it right away. Fuck. This guy is so courageous, even I can't do it. The rich second generations who were watching were all stunned. Although they are all the top second generation rich in Shanghai, they still can't bear to smash a Pagani Phantom Sun with their own hands. Wu Han, are you crazy? This is a car worth tens of millions. How could you smash it? Lin Sinyu was also confused, as if Wu Han had smashed her car, and she felt very hurt. Haha, I'm happy with it. Wu Han laughed. After this beating, I felt very relieved. Then, he dropped the big rock, without even looking at Lin Sinyu, and returned to Yi Kuan. Brother Kuan, I smashed that Pagani. Wu Han said to Yi Kuan. Did you enjoy the smash? Yi Kuan asked. He knew that Wu Han was just a middle school boy who was very stubborn, so it was not surprising that he would do something like smashing the car. Great. So great. Haha. Wu Han gave a childish smile. Today, Brother Kuan stood up for him, so he could act as he pleased. You've lost tens of millions with this smash. Don't you regret it? Yi Kuan smiled. If you sell this Pagani Go-Sun, you can get tens of millions directly. Haha, Brother Kuan. To be honest, it was fun and satisfying when I was smashing it, but I kind of regretted it after I was done. After all, what I smashed were all banknotes. Wu Han scratched his head and said, I spent tens of millions of dollars. It would be a lie to say that I don't feel any pain at all. But he must fight for this. Haha, buddy, why don't you sell me this Pagani you smashed? How about I offer 20 million? At this time, a rich second generation saw the opportunity. He was willing to buy the Pagani Phantom Sun that was smashed by Wu Han for 20 million. Chapter 84. Call me Grandpa, Green Winery. The person who wanted to bid 20 million to buy the Pagani Go-Sun was a rich second generation named Zhao Shaokai. He is a racing enthusiast and a little fan of Yi Kuan. Although the Pagani Phantom was smashed beyond recognition, its key parts such as the engine were still intact. It was taken to a Ford store for repair and can still be used. However, the maintenance cost of the Pagani Go-Sun will definitely be very expensive. One price 30 million. Yi Kuan said to Zhao Shaokai. Okay, the god of cars said 30 million, so that's 30 million. Zhao Shaokai was also very decisive and nodded in agreement. A Pagani Go-Sun, even if it is smashed, is worth 30 million. Transfer the money directly to my brother's account. Yi Kuan said to Zhao Shaokai. Brother Kuan, you have already stood up for me. I can't accept this money. Wu Han shook his head. I have already given you the Pagani, so the money from the transfer will naturally belong to you too. Yi Kuan smiled. Brother Kuan. Wu Han was so moved that he didn't know what to say. Okay, stop talking nonsense. I'll take it if it's given to you. Yi Kuan spoke domineeringly. This scene immediately made several rich second generations nearby boo. Although Wu Han lost his girlfriend, he became a multimillionaire. With 30 million, wouldn't it be nice to get a better girlfriend? Shao Tianyuan, you should admit your mistake and call me Grandpa. Don't try to get away with it. Yi Kuan turned and said coldly to Shao Tianyuan. This? Shao Tianyuan looked grim. He really wanted to get away with it, but Yi Kuan saw through him at a glance. Shao Tianyuan, stop dawdling and wasting everyone's time. If you can't afford it, don't go to my green winery today. And Chen glanced at Shao Tianyuan with disdain and spoke. Green winery? Yes, after the racing event, we will go to Green Winery for a party. Green Winery has a collection of all kinds of world-class wines. It is said that Green Winery has a collection of a kind of immortal wine. One sip of it will make you feel like you are floating in the clouds, and it can even make the human body evolve. What kind of wine is this? So magical? It's just a rumor. I've never tasted it. I heard that to drink the legendary fairy wine, one must pass the test of Green Winery. When Chen mentioned Green Winery, all the members of the supercar club immediately became agitated and started talking about it. Obviously, this Green Winery is extremely famous in the wealthy circle and is also legendary. Shao Tianyuan quickly apologized to Brother Wu Han. Stop dithering and delaying everyone's wine tasting at Green Winery. Lin Zichen, the vice president of the supercar club, also stood up and said to Shao Tianyuan, Wu Han is Yi Kuan's friend, so he naturally has to stand on Yi Kuan's side and speak for Wu Han. Moreover, after the racing event, their club members will indeed go to Green Winery for a wine tasting party, which is a highlight of the day. Shao Tianyuan, if you don't apologize and admit your mistake today, don't go to Green Winery, and don't let all of us despise you. Chong family's daughter Chong Yuedong also spoke. Okay, I apologize. Seeing that the Chong family's daughter had spoken, Shao Tianyuan knew that he could not deny it today. Moreover, if he procrastinates any longer, he will become the target of public criticism and be ostracized by other club members. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have underestimated you and shouldn't have stolen your girlfriend. I was blind and didn't recognize the real talent. Shao Tianyuan reluctantly bowed his head to Wu Han and admitted his mistake. This scene left Lin Xinyu stunned. Shao Tianyuan, the super-rich second generation who seemed so high and mighty in her eyes, would actually bow his head and admit his mistake to Wu Han. Then, she looked at Yi Kuan deeply again. If Yi Kuan hadn't stood up for Wu Han, a top-rich second generation like Shao Tianyuan would never have apologized. It seems that Yi Kuan is more awesome than Shao Tianyuan. Only then did she realize that she had made a stupid decision. Don't be disrespectful, be careful with your address. Yi Kuan ignored Lin Xinyu's gaze and spoke indifferently to Shao Tianyuan. Shao Tianyuan's face turned green. Did he really have to call a poor boy like Wu Han, Grandpa, 3 times? Hurry up, don't waste time. The others all looked like they were watching the fun. Except for a few rich second generations who were on good terms with Shao Tianyuan, everyone else was very happy to see Shao Tianyuan make a fool of himself. After all, Shao Tianyuan is usually very ostentatious, likes to spend money, and is domineering. Today he is finally going to be taught a lesson. Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa. Shao Tianyuan made a bitter face and called Wu Han, Grandpa, 3 times. Okay, Shao Tianyuan has apologized and admitted his mistake, so let's just forget about this matter. How about we go to Green Winery for a wine tasting party? Lin Zichen looked at Yi Kuan and said. After all, Shao Tianyuan is one of the richest second generations in Shanghai, so this is enough for him. Good. Yi Kuan nodded, looked at Shao Tianyuan deeply, and said nothing more. Wu Han, come with us to Green Winery. Yi Kuan walked over and patted Wu Han on the shoulder. Brother Kuan, can I also attend the supercar club party? Wu Han was surprised and happy. He also wanted to go to the Green Winery to see the world. Sure, I can just say hello to President Lin. Yi Kuan smiled. Brother Wu, I admire your driving skills very much. Let's join the event together. Lin Zichen extended a friendly invitation to Wu Han. Wu Han is Mr. Ye's buddy, so he naturally has to treat him with courtesy. Moreover, Wu Han's driving skills were also very impressive. He actually used his Wuling car to beat his Aston Martin Vulcan, which made him very impressed. As the vice president of the Shanghai Supercar Club, Lin Zichen is also very cultured, tolerant, and versatile. Soon, everyone got into their respective vehicles. Even Shao Tianyuan got into a henchman supercar. Shao, Mr. Shao, what should I do? Won't you take me with you? Lin Xinyu was confused. Shao Tianyuan didn't seem to have any intention of taking her to the Green Winery to attend the supercar club party. She was also thinking about attending this kind of high-end gathering. Roll. You are such a jinx that caused me to lose the race. Go away wherever you want. Shao Tianyuan yelled at Lin Xinyu, very rudely. He can make this kind of gold digger come and go at will, and he doesn't need to be nice to her at all. Moreover, he was taught a lesson by Yi Kuan, lost a Pagani Phantom son, and called the poor boy Wu Han Grandpa 3 times, so he was already full of anger. If he didn't have to go to the party at Green Winery, he would have to teach Lin Xinyu a lesson. Lin Sinyu felt very aggrieved after being scolded by Shao Tunyuan. You bastard! You lost the race because you were not as skilled as others, yet you actually called me a jinx. Lin Sinyu secretly complained in her heart, but did not dare to show it at all. It would be easy for a rich second generation like Shao Tianyuan to deal with her. She dared not offend. Just then, Wu Han drove past her in the Wuling magic car. Chapter 85: The Difference Between Affection and Licking a Dog. Old Versailles. Wu Han stopped his Wuling car next to Lin Sinyu and rolled down the window. Wu Han, I know you still love me. You will beg me to get back together, right? Lin Sinyu was overjoyed, thinking that Wu Han couldn't bear to part with her and couldn't live without her. Even though she was dumped by a rich second-generation guy, she could still be with Wu Han. I would ask you to get back together? How much did you drink to become like this? Wu Han shook his head and looked at Lin Sinyu with pity. Wu Han, I was wrong. I shouldn't have broken up with you just to ride in that rich second-generation's luxury car. I regret it. Actually, I still like riding in your Wuling magic car. Lin Sinyu regretted. Now, Wu Han has 30 million in funds and has transformed himself into the rich man she admires. If she and Wu Han get back together, won't the money still have to be spent on her? Sorry, I don't deserve it. Wu Han shook his head. When Lin Sinyu threw herself into the arms of other men because of her vanity, her value in his heart had quickly depreciated. Now, she is worthless. Women, don't test men's bottom line. What's the point of keeping this money-worshipping green tea? Sorry, my junky Wuling car is not worthy of you. Wu Han sneered and drove away in his Wuling, leaving Lin Sinyu alone and disheveled in the wind. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Yi Kuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and standing up for his good friend Wu Han. Ding! The host is rewarded with a chance to draw a random prize. Number of draws remaining, 2. Before, Shao Tianyuan called Wu Han Grandpa 3 times, but Yi Kuan did not receive any notification that the task was completed. It turns out that standing up for Wu Han also includes making him feel proud in front of Lin Sinyu. If Wu Han chooses to continue to be a bootlicker, it is estimated that this task will not be completed. Fortunately, Wu Han did not let him down. If a woman changes her mind, there is no need to keep her, let alone be a bootlicker for her. There are always people who confuse affection with being a bootlicker. To have deep love for a woman who is worthy of love is called deep love. If you are deeply in love with a woman who is like a dog, then you are a dog licker. Green Winery. A large winery under the Group, which houses a collection of various world-class wines. Rare vintage wines that are not available anywhere else can be purchased at Green Winery. However, the fine wines collected in Green Winery are all very expensive. Moreover, Green Winery is a membership-based winery, and only members can enter the winery. Led by Chen, one supercar after another drove directly into the Green Winery. This is Yi Kuan and Wu Han's first time at Green Winery, and they need to apply for a membership card. Mr. Yi, Mr. Wu, what kind of membership card would you like to apply for? A graceful female manager of the winery, wearing a Chong Sam, was responsible for entertaining Yi Kuan and Wu Han. What are the specifications and levels of membership in your winery? Yi Kuan asked. Sir, the most common membership in our Green Winery is bronze membership, which requires a top-up of 1 million yuan, and the highest level is imperial membership, which requires a top-up of 100 million yuan. The female manager of the winery, dressed in Chong Sam, said respectfully, Wow, the most ordinary bronze membership costs 1 million, and the emperor membership costs 100 million. Wu Han was shocked when he heard this. Is this the world of the rich? 1 million is just the starting point and the threshold. Sir, this money is directly recharged into the membership card. In fact, our membership fee is not high. You only need to pay 100,000 yuan in membership fee every year. The remaining funds can be used to purchase fine wines at the winery. Even senior members can be exempted from membership fees. The higher the level of membership, the higher the benefits and treatments you will enjoy, and you will have the priority to purchase some rare vintage wines, the winery manager explained patiently. Yi Kuan and Wu Han were distinguished guests brought personally by the young master of the family. She dared not neglect or underestimate them in the slightest. That's fine. Wu Han breathed a sigh of relief. He could still accept a membership fee of 100,000 yuan. Can I help you get a membership card? Yi Kuan looked at Wu Han. Brother Kuan, how can I ask you to apply for a membership card for me? Have you forgotten that I am now a person with tens of millions of assets? Wu Han smiled. Brother Kuan took him on a meteoric rise and sold a Pagani for 30 million yuan, so it was not a problem for him to become a member of a winery. Then please give me a bronze membership. Wu Han said. Yes, sir. The winery manager smiled and nodded. I'll become an emperor member. Yi Kuan said calmly. Kuan, brother Kuan, if you want to become an emperor member, you need to deposit 100 million. Wu Han was stunned. Brother Kuan, are you so rich now? He knew that Brother Kuan was a capable person, but he never expected that he could easily spend 100 million to become an imperial member of Green Winery. It's okay, but the main thing is that I'm spending more and more money, which really bothers me. Yi Kuan smiled. Now, his tenfold consumption refund card is still effective. Spending money is equivalent to earning 10 times more. Isn't this just spending more and more money? It's very boring. Ding. A critical hit on Wu Han's worship value was obtained. Ding. Gained a critical hit on the admiration value of the female manager of Green Winery. Yi Kuan's casual words made Wu Han and the female manager of the winery show admiration. Brother Kuan, you are so Versailles. I am not a talented person, but I am willing to help Brother Kuan solve his problems, spend money for him, and alleviate his worries. Ha ha. Wu Han laughed in a very childish way. Okay, whatever you spend at Green Winery today will be charged to my card. Yi Kuan smiled. He has a tenfold spending rebate card, which makes him invincible. Soon, Yi Kuan and Wu Han used their credit cards to apply for membership cards of Green Winery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 100 million and getting 1 super rich point. As long as Yi Kuan spends the funds in his disposable account, he can obtain super rich points. It feels so good. After getting the membership cards, Yi Kuan and Wu Han took a brief tour of the Green Winery with the members of the Supercar Club. Green Winery has a very rich collection of wines, including not only Lafite wines from rare vintages, but also precious wines such as Romani Conti and Charles X that are difficult to buy outside. In addition to wine, Green Winery also has a collection of rare vintages of Mutai, Scotch whiskey, French cognac brandy, etc. Yi Kuan and Wu Han had never seen so many famous wines before, and it was an eye-opener for them. Oh shit, there's even 1982 Lafite, are you sure it's real? Wu Han said in surprise. The 2017 Lafite is very famous in the outside world, but it is difficult to see the real thing, and the real things that exist are almost all drunk up. Don't worry, Brother Wu, the famous wines collected by Green Winery are guaranteed to be authentic. Moreover, the 1982 Lafite is not even ranked among the top wines in Green Winery. We don't drink Lafite. We either drink Romani Conti or the rarer Charles X. Lin Zichen whispered to Wu Han. Because Wu Han was a buddy brought by Yi Kuan, he explained a few words. Chapter 86 Buying Wine in a Car, Playing with the Three of Us. Green Winery has a rich collection of wines. In particular, the winery has a large collection of Romani Conti and Charles X wines, which are difficult to buy outside. Some wealthy members have bought some famous wines for their private collections. However, rare vintages of Romani Conti and Charles X are subject to purchase restrictions, just like houses in big cities. Ordinary members can only purchase 1 bottle of rare vintage Romani Conti or Charles X wine. Emperor members can only buy 1 box at most. Brother Kuan, this Charles X wine is too damn expensive. Each bottle costs over $1 million, and there is a purchase limit. After Wu Han learned the prices of these red wines, he was also frightened. The 1 million yuan he charged for his membership card was not even enough to buy a bottle of Charles X wine. This is so fucking. I bought a case of rare vintage Charles X wine. If you want to drink it, take a few bottles back with you. Yi Kuan smiled and said casually. For him, wine is to be drunk, not to be preserved. Brother Kuan, is this $1 million red wine really that delicious? Wu Han asked weakly. It's not that delicious, it's just boring. Yi Kuan said lightly. The rare vintages of Romani Conti are something that the average multimillionaire can afford, but cannot buy. The billionaires who can afford and buy it are boring. Charles X is a rare vintage that ordinary billionaires can't buy. But for the rich who can buy and drink it, it feels very boring. The wine itself does not have that much value, but its value increases because of its boringness. Yi Kuan thought of the bottle of Charles X wine he drank in Huuchi's boudoir, so he bought a box. In addition to boredom, there is also a kind of memory. Then, Yi Kuan also quietly swept away a batch of Han Emperor Mutai collected in the winery. Luzhou Laojiao Liquor of the Year. And Henri IV Dudouinon Grand Champagne Cognac. Tequila Lay. There is also a limited edition whiskey from the Isle of Ré in the UK. Then, he harvested a wave of admiration on the spot. Ding. Get a critical hit on Lin Zichen's worship value. Ding. Obtain Chun Yu's worship value super critical hit. Ding. Obtained Wu Han's worship value supercritical hit. Brother Kuan, this bottle of Han Emperor Mutai costs 9.99 million yuan. My friend Wu Han was stunned. Yes, it's a pity that the winery only has 3 bottles of Han Emperor Mutai. Yi Kuan said. He would like to collect more Han Di Mutai, but Green Winery only provides 3 bottles. Brother Kuan, this bottle of 1960s Luzhou Laojiao liquor costs 11.11 million. Wu Han was shocked. He didn't know that a bottle of Luzhou Laojiao could be sold for tens of millions. Yeah, it's a pity that the winery only provides 2 bottles. Yi Kuan shook his head. It's very boring. As for those limited edition brandy, tequila, and whiskey, the prices are very simple. This is because Yi Kuan doesn't want those wine bottles inlaid with diamonds. Otherwise, it would be more boring. Those European royal families like those fancy things to show off their nobility. Less than half a pound of wine was inlaid with thousands of diamonds on the bottle and then sold at a sky-high price. Yi Kuan is not a pretentious person. He just buys wine and doesn't buy those fancy bottles. After buying the wine, Chen arranged for everyone to have a dinner in the luxurious box of Green Winery. While eating and drinking, you can also discuss some cooperation projects. Mr. Yi, which limited edition cars are you planning to buy? Tell me and I'll get them for you. Lin Zichen patted his chest and guaranteed that he could get all kinds of amazing cars. Not that many. Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Pagani, Bugatti, Apollo, and other supercar brands, with a price of more than 10 million. Just give me 100 of them. Yi Kuan said calmly. 100 magical cars worth more than 10 million? Lin Zichen was stunned. There are many wealthy people in the supercar club, but he has never seen anyone buy 100 supercars at one time. Yes, that's 100 cars. Each car must cost more than 10 million yuan. Only one of the same model is needed. The more expensive, the better. Classic cars are also acceptable. Yi Kuan said. Collecting 100 legendary cars is a task issued by the system. Otherwise, he would not buy so many legendary cars at one time. Mr. Yi, I will do my best to help you get a car worth more than 10 million, but I can't guarantee that I can get as many as 100 in the short term. Lin Zichen said. He was not sure he could get 100 cars of different brands and models. Do your best and get as much as you can. Yi Kuan smiled and did not put pressure on Lin Zichen. If there is enough profit left for Lin Zichen, he will naturally do his best to collect all kinds of amazing cars. Then, Yi Kuan directly transferred 3 billion for the purchase of the car to Lin Zichen's company account. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 3 billion and getting a tenfold return on your spending, with 30 billion in your disposable account. Ding! Disposable account balance, 1,272,040 million yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 3 billion and getting 30 godly rich points. Remaining points of godly rich, 1215. The more money you spend, the more points you can earn. It's very boring. Brother Yi Kuan, how about we play truth or dare? Gu Linger held Yi Kuan's arm and showed a cute and mischievous expression. Truth or dare? Yi Kuan wondered what weird ideas Gu Linger had. Yes, Sister Chong Yuedong wants to play too. The 3 of us will play truth or dare together. Gu Linger said, blinking her big watery eyes. This baby-faced loli has several powerful weapons, making it difficult to resist. One is her breathtakingly proud figure. Although he has a baby face, he has a body that is far better than his peers. The second is her cute big watery eyes. Third, she has a lowly voice and is very good at acting cute and coquettish. 3 people playing together? Yi Kuan couldn't help but look at Chong Yuedong. He saw Chong Yuedong staring at him with her beautiful eyes. Yeah, just 3 people playing together. Brother Yi Kuan, do you dare? Gu Linger hugged Yi Kuan's arm and started to act coquettishly again. Okay, I'll play. Yi Kuan nodded quickly. He couldn't stand Gu Linger's coquettish behavior. Isn't it just 3 people playing truth or dare? What is he afraid of? So, Yi Kuan followed Gu Linger and Chong Yuedong and sat down at a small round table. 3 people sit in a triangle. On Yi Kuan's left is Chong Yuedong, and on his right is Gu Linger. Both of them are goddess-level beauties. They are really lucky. Tell me, how do you want to play? Yi Kuan asked Chong Yuedong and Gu Linger. It's very simple. Just play dice. The loser has to answer a question and tell the truth. Gu Linger said. Chapter 87, God-level gambling skills, truth and truth. Brother Yi Kuan, Sister Tong Tong is really good at playing dice. Today you have to tell her all your true feelings, hee. Gu Linger gave Yi Kuan a mischievous expression and laughed. How powerful is it? Yi Kuan disagreed. If you play truth or dare, Could you possibly run into the god of gamblers? Sister Tong Tong is amazing. She can roll the dice to any number she wants, and you can tell the number on the dice just by the sound. Gu Linger said seriously. Oh. Yi Kuan couldn't help but look at Chong Yuedong again. It is not easy to tell the number of dice by listening to the sound. This requires extremely sensitive hearing and special training. Linger, you're the only one who talks too much. Chong Yuedong couldn't help but give Gu Linger a blank look with her beautiful eyes. Gu Linger is such a thing. She has only known him for a short while, but she is already devoted to Yi Kuan and has revealed all her cards to him. Gu Linger stuck out her tongue and smiled playfully. Let's set another rule. If the loser doesn't want to answer the question, then he must unconditionally meet one of the other party's requests. Chong Yuedong thought about it and added, after all, there are some questions that the person being asked may not want to answer. Can I ask for anything? Yi Kuan stared at Chong Yuedong and asked meaningfully. Well, as long as the other party can do it, it must be satisfied. Chong Yuedong nodded. Okay, come on. Yi Kuan certainly had no objection. Anyway, there's no way he can lose. What question should I ask these two beauties later? Then, when the dice were rolled, Chong Yuedong showed off his skills. She just shook her jade-white arm lightly on the table, and the dice disappeared. Then, she displayed a dazzling set of dice-shaking techniques, making Yi Kuan feel as if he was watching a God of Gamblers movie. He's quite good at it. Yi Kuan appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually listening carefully to the sound of the dice shaking. With his superhuman 5 senses now, he can easily hear the number of the dice. As a result, when Chong Yuedong stopped, Yi Kuan heard the number. Wow, she directly shook out 5 ones. She really has some skills. Yi Kuan didn't do any fancy moves, just shook it casually. Gu Linger shook the dice in a pretentious manner. 5 ones. Chong Yuedong glanced at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes and revealed a meaningful smile. 6 ones. Yi Kuan said, looking at Gu Linger. Hee, open. Gu Linger showed a quirky smile, as if she had guessed the result. The result was that Chong Yuedong opened 5 ones, while Yi Kuan and Gu Linger got none. Yi Kuan lost the first game. Wow, Chong Yuedong can really shake out any number at will, and can even hear the number on the dice. A 1. She called him dead at the beginning. Gu Linger also cooperated very well. So, Yi Kuan lost the first game. Brother Yi Kuan, do you like Linger? Please tell me the truth. Gu Linger blinked her beautiful eyes and asked Yi Kuan. Her favorability towards Yi Kuan is now as high as 93, which is enough to make her pursue Yi Kuan. So, Gu Linger really wanted to know whether Yi Kuan liked her? Yi Kuan nodded. Gu Linger is a baby-faced Lolita who is a goddess-level beauty with a playful and cute personality, and is also very quirky. Who wouldn't like a girl like this? Hee, I knew that brother Yi Kuan would like me too. Gu Linger immediately showed a very happy smile. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Gu Linger's favorability towards the host. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Gu Linger's favorability towards the host has increased to 94. Because of a positive answer, Gu Linger's favorability towards Yi Kuan increased again. However, Chong Yuedong rolled her eyes at Yi Kuan, seeming a little unhappy. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Chong Yuedong's favorability towards the host. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Chong Yuedong's favorability towards the host has dropped to 60. Good boy. Chong Yuedong's favorability towards him dropped by 10 points. Yi Kuan couldn't help but gasp. This is not truth or dare. This is simply a Shura field. Come again. Chong Yuedong had a cold face and started rolling the dice again. This time, her technique was even more sophisticated and dazzling. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Yi Kuan's mind. Ding. A master dice player has been detected. Do you want to spend 100,000 worship points to obtain god-level gambling skills? Wow, while playing Truth or Dare, the system actually allowed him to acquire god-level gambling skills. However, Chong Yuedong actually reached the master level, which is quite impressive. Exchange for god-level gambling skills. Yi Kuan did not hesitate and chose to exchange for the god-level gambling skills. After all, this skill is very practical, and maybe he will go to Australia City for a visit in the future. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering the god-level gambling technique. In an instant, countless gambling techniques appeared in Yi Kuan's mind. Then, you can master it all and directly reach the god level. At this moment, he is the god of gamblers. It's invincible. A slight smile appeared on Yi Kuan's lips. Then, he began to roll the dice, and his movements were smooth, varied, and superb, reaching the pinnacle of perfection. Watching him roll the dice is a real pleasure and an art. Gu Linger and Chong Yuedong were both stunned. I have never seen anyone roll the dice so skillfully. Ding. Gained a critical hit on the worship value of the goddess-level beauty Gu Linger. Ding. Gained a super critical hit in the worship value of goddess-level beauty Chong Yuetong. Chong Yuetong was so mesmerized by the way Yi Kuan rolled the dice that she didn't even bother to distinguish the number of points on the dice. Moreover, Yi Kuan's technique of rolling the dice was so superb that she couldn't even hear the number. However, Yi Kuan heard the number on Chong Yuetong's dice, which was 5 sixes. 6 fives. Chong Yuetong opened her mouth and called out a confusing number. 6 sixes. Yi Kuan remained unmoved, as he had already heard the numbers on all the dice. Everything is under his control. 7 sixes. Gu Linger followed. 9 sixes. Chong Yuetong was more ruthless and directly called out 9 numbers. 12 sixes. Yi Kuan was even more ruthless and directly called out 12 numbers. 13 sixes. Gu Linger continued to add. 14 sixes. Chong Yuetong added another 6. Open. Yi Kuan smiled. The results showed that Chong Yuetong had 5 sixes, Yi Kuan had 5 sixes, and Gu Linger had 3 sixes. A total of 13 sixs. Asked. Chong Yuetong looked at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes. She is very beautiful, with long eyelashes, which makes her look charming and attractive. Do you have a twin sister named Chong Yueshi? Yi Kuan asked. He was a little curious about Chong Yuetong's twin sister, Chong Yueshi. Yes. Chong Yuetong nodded. It is no secret that Chong Yueshi is her twin sister. This question is a bit simple. In the following game, Yi Kuan displayed his god-level gambling skills and was invincible. The truth or dare questions are becoming more and more bold. For example, Yi Kuan asked about Gu Linger and Chong Yuetong's emotional experience, preferences, measurements, underwear colors, etc. Chapter 88 Brother Yi Kuan is too bad. Magical skills. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Chong Yuetong's favorability towards the host. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Chong Yuetong's favorability towards the host has increased to 70. Chong Yuetong was conquered by Yi Kuan's god-level gambling skills and superb dice-shaking techniques, and her favorability towards him returned to 70 points. In addition, when playing the truth or dare game, Yi Kuan allowed Chong Yuetong to open up a lot of her thoughts, and their relationship became much closer. Brother Yi Kuan is so mean. He asked about our measurements and the color of our underwear. We don't even have a chance to ask Brother Yi Kuan to answer the truth. This is not fair. Gu Linger pouted and protested in dissatisfaction. She also wanted to ask Brother Yi Kuan a question. Didn't you beat me in the first round? Yi Kuan smiled. If he hadn't acquired the god-level gambling skills, he would probably be the one who kept losing. Chong Yuetong and Gu Linger are both very extraordinary. Chong Yuetong has a charming appearance and a generous personality, but she also has special skills. She seems to know a lot of things, and they are very diverse. Her DJing skills are at the master level, her racing skills are at the professional level, and even her dice-playing skills are at the master level. This is definitely not an achievement that ordinary people can achieve. Unless she is born smart, she can learn anything quickly. Gu Linger is also smart, quirky, and full of clever ideas. She is not as simple as she appears. If you are fooled by Gu Linger's cute baby face and think she is just a simple little loli, then you are totally wrong. However, Gu Linger's favorability towards Yi Kuan is as high as 94, and she does not have any bad intentions towards him. Just a little naughty. Linger, we have to abide by the rules of the truth or dare game. Chong Yuetong, on the other hand, taught Gu Linger a lesson like an older sister. Oh, okay, but Brother Yi Kuan's dice-rolling skills are so amazing, so magical. Gu Linger proudly straightened her 36 centimeters breasts and admired Yi Kuan's magical skills. Brother Yi Kuan is so awesome. Not only does he have god-level driving skills, but his dice-playing skills are also god-level. Is there anything else that Brother Yi Kuan can't do? She admired and was curious about Yi Kuan. I really want to explore it in depth. One more time. I don't believe I can't hear the number you rolled the dice. Chong Yuetong was unconvinced. She has been extremely intelligent since she was young and can learn anything quickly. No one can suppress her except her sister Chong Yueshi. Yi Kuan's dice-rolling technique is superb, and she wants to challenge it. Okay, then watch carefully and listen carefully. I will shake it one last time and convince you. Yi Kuan smiled. He picked up the dice cup, flicked it lightly, and brought up all 5 dice. Then, the dice cup moved around his arms and shoulders like a dragon and a phoenix, stunning both Chong Yuetong and Gu Linger. Yi Kuan's dice-rolling technique is so amazing that it dazzles and overwhelms everyone. The dice cup moved quickly around his body, as if it had special powers and obeyed his commands. The god of gamblers in the movie and the gambler saint of Shanghai are no more than this. Yi Kuan's dice-shaking technique was so dazzling and cool that it attracted the attention of everyone else in the box. Fuck. Mr. Yi is actually the god of gamblers. Awesome. This must be a special ability, the gambler king of Shanghai. Amazing. Master Yi can even roll the dice to perfection. This magical skill is invincible even in Australia and Las Vegas. And Chen, Wu Han, Lin Zichen, Li Shubua, Chen Yu and others were all stunned and screamed in surprise. After showing off his skills for a while, Yi Kuan started to spin the dice cup with his index finger as if he was spinning a basketball. Turn around and around. The dice cup spun rapidly under Yi Kuan's fingertips, but the dice did not fall down. It was magical. This scene stunned all the onlookers. Can you play dice in so many different ways? Chong Yuetong had a serious expression on his face, his earlobes trembling slightly as he listened carefully to the sound of the dice shaking in the dice cup. It seemed as if she could hear subtle sounds and capture the trajectory of the dice's movement. Bang! Yi Kuan simply placed the dice cup on the table. Guess the number in this game. If you guess correctly, you win. Yi Kuan smiled at Chong Yuetong. Okay, my guess is 6 o'clock is 6. A charming smile appeared on Chong Yuetong's lips, and she spoke confidently. She had already heard the trajectory of the dice and was sure to win. There are 5 dice, but only one is 6. Could it be that the 5 dice are stacked together? Gu Linger screamed. This kind of technology can only be seen in movies. Making 5 dice overlap is not a very clever trick. I can do it too. Chong Yuetong said proudly, seeming to be very sure that Yi Kuan had shaken out a 6. Master Yi, quickly open the dice cup and see what time it is. Several club members can't wait to see the results. Yi Kuan rolled the dice with amazing skill, but could it be that Chong Yuetong guessed it right in the end? Chong Yuetong can identify positions by sound and can distinguish the numbers on the dice with her incredible hearing. Many people present know this. Therefore, no one dared to play dice with Chong Yuetong. Only Yi Kuan dared to play with Chong Yuetong. Okay, you guys see it clearly. Yi Kuan did not try to be mysterious and directly opened the dice cup. Suddenly, everyone saw the 5 dice overlapping. The dice on the top is actually a 6. Hee hee, it's 6 o'clock. Chong Yuetong showed a proud smile. She finally guessed the number correctly in the last round and defeated Yi Kuan. However, before she could finish her words, the dice on the table suddenly shattered and collapsed, turning into a pile of powder. It seemed that the hot air from her words blew all the dice away. All the dice turned to powder. How is this possible? Chong Yuetong was stunned. It was the first time she saw someone shaking dice and turning all the dice into powder. Is this inner strength or a special ability? How did Yi Kuan do it? Incredible. Unbelievable. Fuck. The dice were shaken into powder. It's so terrifying. All the friends who were watching were stunned. They all stared at Yi Kuan with shocked and admiring eyes. Yi Kuan took the opportunity to reap another wave of admiration points. The dice are all powdered. So what time is this? Yi Kuan asked Chong Yuetong. This counts as 0 points. I lose. Chong Yuetong said, I am convinced. She thought she couldn't achieve such a level of amazing skills. Yi Kuan is so awesome. If she has the chance, she will definitely ask Yi Kuan to teach her this unique skill. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Chong Yuetong was conquered by the host's magical skills, and her favorability increased. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Chong Yuetong's favorability towards the host has increased to 80 points. You can ask one last question, go ahead. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Chong Yuetong stared at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes and said, Chapter 89 is driving wrong? Chong Yuetong stared at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes, waiting for him to ask questions. Yi Kuan is very mysterious and has a special charm that fascinates her. She likes Yi Kuan more and more. I fell into it without realizing it. Once her favorability towards Yi Kuan reaches 90 points, she will pursue him madly. What else do you want to ask? Chong Yuetong stared at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes. She has big eyes, clear as autumn water, long eyelashes, and is very sexy. Coupled with her goddess-like beauty, she has an indescribable charm. Today, when playing Truth or Dare, Yi Kuan asked her many personal questions, some of which were even quite private. Her intuition told her that Yi Kuan also liked her. Then, tell me about your sister Chong Yueshi. Do you look exactly the same? What are the differences in your personalities? Yi Kuan asked curiously. He had already asked Chong Yuetong many questions while playing Truth or Dare and didn't know what to ask anymore. Moreover, He was quite curious about Chong Yuedong's twin sister, Chong Yueshi. I don't know. I don't want to say. When Chong Yuedong heard Yi Kuan asking her sister Chong Yueshi, her pretty face instantly turned cold. Even the air became quiet in an instant. Brother Yi Kuan, sister Tong Tong is having a conflict with her sister, so she doesn't want to answer this question. Gu Linger quickly winked at Yi Kuan and explained. Well, Yi Kuan just asked casually, but he didn't expect Chong Yuedong to react so intensely. I don't want to answer this truth or dare question. Just make a request, and I'll grant it to you as long as I can do it. Chong Yuedong calmed down before speaking. Make a request. What request should I make to Chong Yuedong? Chong Yuedong and Gu Linger both stared at Yi Kuan with their beautiful eyes, wanting to hear what request he would make. You can ask for anything? Yi Kuan gave a wicked smile. He asked huuchi to change her clothes yesterday. Then, a fierce spark collided between the two and a shocking battle broke out, which could be called an epic blockbuster. Do I have to make the same request to Chong Yuedong today? Chong Yuedong's figure is not inferior to huuchi at all. Moreover, she was wearing a uniform, which was very beautiful and charming. She looked good without changing clothes. Of course. As long as you dare to ask, I might agree to it. Chong Yuedong smiled charmingly and said. At the same time, she still had some expectations in her heart. Then, lend me that golden sun god Apollo for 2 days. Yi Kuan thought about it and decided to make this request. After all, you can earn a lot of admiration points by driving the unique golden sun god Apollo out for a spin. Of course, he also wanted to see Chong Yuedong change her clothes, but after thinking about it, he still felt that it was inappropriate. Not good, not good. This is not good. He is not that kind of person. You actually chose to drive instead of me. Chong Yuedong seemed very angry after hearing Yi Kuan's request. She was still waiting for Yi Kuan to ask her for a date alone. As a result, Yi Kuan chose Apollo, the sun god. I'm so angry. Ding. Chong Yuedong is very angry and aggrieved, and her favorability towards the host decreases. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Chong Yuedong's favorability towards the host has dropped to 75. Well, Yi Kuan was confused. He just suggested driving. So why did Chong Yuedong's favorability towards him decrease? Girls' minds are so complicated. Uncertain whether. Elusive. At this time, Yi Kuan was still not very clear why Chong Yuedong suddenly got angry. Did he make the wrong choice by choosing to drive? Here's Apollo's key. Take it, hun. Chong Yuedong stuffed the car keys of the sun god Apollo to Yi Kuan and turned away arrogantly. Why is she angry? Did I do something wrong? Yi Kuan looked at Chong Yuedong's slim back as she left and felt very innocent. How stupid. Sister Tong Tong wants to date you alone. Brother Yi Kuan, you missed a great opportunity. Gu Linger blinked her big watery eyes at Yi Kuan, looking as if she was gloating. Well, it seemed like he really missed something. The party at Green Winery did not end like this. There was another highlight tonight. You should have heard that our Green Winery has a wine called Yunjian Yayun. When Chin mentioned the signature wine of Green Winery, he couldn't help but become excited and excited. The wine of the town, the elegant charm of the clouds. Young master, and I heard that this Yunjian Yayun is like fairy wine, extremely fragrant, and has many magical functions. Drinking Yunjian Yayun can strengthen your body and prevent all diseases. Is it true? When it comes to Green Winery's signature wine, the club members become excited. It seems that Yunjian Yayun is very famous and extraordinary in the wealthy circle. That's right. Drinking a sip of Yunjian Yayun wine can make people feel like they are in heaven and even cause evolution and improve their physical fitness. And Chun said proudly, Yunjian Yayun is unique to their winery and cannot be bought by outsiders. Thanks to its elegant and refined Yunjian wines, Green Winery has gained great fame among the wealthy circles across the country. With the help of this wine, the Yin family made many friends with dignitaries and became a wealthy family. Brother Kuan, is that young master from the Yin family bragging? Is there really such a fine wine in the world that can make people evolve? Wu Han asked Yi Kuan in a low voice. And Chen's words were simply nonsense to him, no different from bragging. But there were many wealthy people and top second generations at the scene, and they all seemed to believe it. Could it be that he is narrow-minded and uninformed? I don't know whether the young master of the Yin family is bragging or not. But there are things in this world that can make the human body evolve. Yi Kuan said. His evolution capsule can improve overall physical fitness and allow people to evolve. However, the evolution capsule is a system product. He didn't know where the Yin family got the Yunjian Yayun wine, which was said to allow the human body to evolve after drinking it. This aroused his interest. Perhaps there are many sides of this world that he has never been exposed to before. Chapter 90. The title of Dionysus, Chong Yuedong's contrasting cuteness. Masterin, please quickly take out the Yunjian Yayan wine. I will buy it no matter how much it costs. Yes, bring out the fine wine from the manor. I'll pay 100 million for a bottle of Yunjian Yayun. The scene immediately became agitated, and many wealthy people in the club were vying to buy this piece of Yunjian Yayun. It seems that Yunjian Yayun is very famous among the wealthy circle. Hehe. 100 million is not enough to buy a bottle of Yunjian Yayun. And Chen smiled, very proudly. Moreover, to buy our winery's Yunjian Yayun, money alone is not enough. You must pass a drinking test. Is there a test for buying wine? What test? Everyone asked. People who can't drink well can't drink Yunjian Yayun. I grew up in a wine vat, so I can drink quite a bit. But I took a sip of Yunjian Yayun and was drunk for 3 whole days and nights. I almost couldn't wake up. If someone has a poor alcohol tolerance, drinking a sip of Yunjian Yayun wine may make him drunk to death and never wake up. Therefore, if you want to buy Yunjian Yayan wine, you must pass a test, which is to be able to drink 10 kilograms of wine. Only those who can drink 10 kilograms of wine are eligible to buy our winery's signature wine, Yunjian Yayun, and the purchase is limited to 1 bottle per year. And Chun said, very proudly, the elegant charm of Yunjian has attracted countless wealthy people because the raw materials for brewing fine wine are very rare and hard to find. Only his sister and Yubai, and the head of the family know how this Yunjian Yayun is brewed. Everyone, if you want to buy Yunjian Yayan wine, please sign up for the drinking competition first. As long as you drink 10 kilograms of wine in 1 hour, you will be eligible to buy Yunjian Yayan wine. And Chun said again. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Yikuan's mind. Ding. Trigger a random task, participate in the drinking competition, and win the championship. Task Reward 1. Obtain the title of Dionysus. Task Reward 2. 1 chance to draw a random prize. Well, it actually triggered a random task. It seems that he is the only one who can be the god of wine. Brother Yikuan, this Yunjian Yayan wine does have some magical effects. Do you want to sign up for the drinking competition? Gulinger said to Yikuan. Join. Yikuan nodded. He wanted to experience this Yunjian Yayan wine himself to see if it was as magical as Chan said. If Yunjian Yayun can make the human body evolve, it means that in addition to his system, there are other extraordinary powers in this world. He must be careful about this issue. Brother Yikuan, sister Tongtong is also going to participate in the drinking competition. Gulinger looked at Chong Yuedong and said, Is Chong Yuedong a good drinker? Yikuan asked. Sister Tongtong is amazing. She knows everything. She can drink 8 of me down by herself. Gulinger said. She admires both Chong Yuedong and her sister. Because these 2 sisters are all-rounders and geniuses, they can learn anything once and are proficient in everything. In fact, in many aspects, one can easily reach professional and master levels. Especially the elder sister Chong Yueshi, who is extremely intelligent and almost omnipotent, really terrifying. So how much alcohol can you drink? Yikuan asked Gulinger. Me. Almost a pound of wine. Gulinger stuck out her tongue and said, She is still young and rarely drinks, but she can still drink a little. Yikuan nodded slightly. Chong Yuedong's alcohol tolerance should be over 8 kilograms, but it's hard to say whether he can drink 10 kilograms of wine. Soon, the drinking competition began. Those who participated in the drinking competition included Yikuan, Chong Yuedong, Lin Zichen, Li Shubua, Shao Tianyuan, and others. Among them, there was only one female participant, Chong Yuedong. After all, most women wouldn't dare to challenge a person who can drink 10 kilograms of alcohol. Yikuan has the skill of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk, which makes him invincible. 10 kilograms of wine is no problem at all. The wine drunk during the competition was Charles X. Although it is not the rare vintage Charles X wine, its quality is very high, and you won't get a headache if you drink too much. The rules of the drinking competition are very interesting. You can find someone to drink with until you beat the other person and eliminate him or her. Moreover, the person being challenged cannot refuse. When Yikuan saw that Shao Tianyuan had also participated in the competition, he directly challenged him to a drinking contest. When Shao Tianyuan saw Yikuan staring at him again, his face turned green. He had seen Yikuan's magical skill of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Yikuan, don't go too far. I can drink as much wine as I want. I won't get drunk no matter how much I drink. I may not be afraid of you. Shao Tianyuan was still not convinced and said stubbornly. He can't drink foreign liquor as well as Yikuan, but drinking wine is his strong point. As long as he drinks slowly, he can drink 10 kilograms of wine. That's why he dared to participate in the drinking competition. Stop talking nonsense and do it. Yi Kuan ignored Shao Tinyuan's chatter and started drinking with him. As a result, after drinking less than 5 kilograms, Shao Tianyuan suddenly collapsed and vomited continuously, spewing out all the wine. Shao Tianyuan was eliminated by Yi Kuan. Then, Yi Kuan went to the bathroom to flush the toilet. In this drinking competition, participants are allowed to go to the restroom during the competition, otherwise they would not be able to hold their stomachs if they drank 10 kilograms of wine in one breath. While in the bathroom, Yi Kuan also met Lin Zichen, the vice president of the supercar club. Boss Yi, would you like a hangover pill? Lin Zichen also handed Yi Kuan a pill mysteriously. Hangover pills? I don't need that. Yi Kuan shook his head. You can also redeem hangover pills in the system store, but considering his alcohol tolerance, he doesn't need them at all. As for Lin Zichen taking hangover pills, he didn't care. This drinking competition is just for entertainment, there is no need to take it too seriously. I guess the other contestants will secretly take hangover pills. Otherwise, most people would not be able to drink 10 kilograms of wine quickly. Soon, Yi Kuan returned to the drinking competition and quickly got several contestants drunk. Then, there were only 4 people left standing and drinking. They are Yi Kuan, Chong Yuedong, Lin Zichen, and Li Shubua. These people all have a huge amount. Yi Kuan, let's have a drink. Chong Yuedong took the initiative to find Yi Kuan and wanted to drink with him. She was already very proud, and was somewhat unwilling to accept the fact that Yi Kuan had defeated her in 2 unpopular skills, DJing and dice rolling. Okay, let's drink together. Yi Kuan smiled and did not refuse. In order to win the championship and get the title of Bacchus, he will clash with Chong Yuedong sooner or later. Cheers are boring. Let's drink from the bowl. Someone serve the wine. Chong Yuedong spoke, appearing very heroic, like a man from the grassland. She waved her hand and someone brought a large bowl and poured wine into it. Good boy. Yi Kuan has always been fascinated by Chong Yuedong's goddess-like beauty. It turns out that she is a tomboy and drinks more vigorously than men. The problem is that she is still wearing it, and she looks so soft and cute. The contrast is too great. Sure enough, the system evaluated Chong Yuedong as charming, generous, and heroic, and it was no joke. Chapter 91 Dekong Divine Wine. Super Villa is coming. Hee hee. This bowl contains a pound of wine. Yi Kuan, we did it. Chong Yuedong stared at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes. Her cheeks were slightly rosy, and she was wearing a uniform, looking like a young and beautiful girl. However, her drinking posture was quite heroic, and she even wanted to drink with Yi Kuan. One bowl weighs 1 kilogram. The friends who were watching were stunned by Chong Yuedong's heroic behavior. Okay, let's do it. Yi Kuan raised the big bowl, not afraid at all. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Yi Kuan picked up the wine bowl and started drinking it in big gulps. He has the skill to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, so drinking a whole bowl is naturally no problem for him. It's invincible. Soon, Yi Kuan finished a bowl of wine. Chong Yuedong was not willing to be outdone and also drank a whole bowl of wine. Then, the second bowl and the third bowl. Yi Kuan drank 3 bowls in a row, shocking the whole audience. Congratulations to Master Yi for being the first to finish drinking 10 kilograms of wine and winning the drinking competition championship. And Chin announced on the spot that Yi Kuan won the championship. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and winning the drinking competition championship. Ding! The host has obtained the title of Dionysus. Baccarat title effect. When the host drinks 30% of the wine, all attributes will be increased by 10. When the host drinks 50% of the alcohol, all attributes increase by 20. When the host drinks to 90%, all attributes will be increased by 30. Oh shit. This title of Dionysus can also improve all attributes. The more you drink, the stronger you become. It's just awesome. He is worthy of being the god of wine. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the drinking competition. You will be awarded a chance to win a random prize. Number of draws remaining, 3. Yes, I have accumulated 3 chances to win the lottery. Yi Kuan decided to accumulate the number of draws so that he could draw as many as he wanted at once. So cool. Mr. Yi, you have successfully passed the test of drinking 10 kilograms of wine. According to the rules of our green winery, you can buy a bottle of Yunjian Yayun. And Chon said to Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan is not only a car god, but also a wine god, which makes the young master of the Yin family admire him very much. Then bring a bottle of your signature wine, Yunjian Yayun. Yikuan said calmly. He wanted to verify for himself whether this Yunjian Yayun had any extraordinary magical effects. Young Master Yi, a bottle of Yunjian Yayun costs 500 million. And Chun spoke up. Ordinary wealthy people would be shocked by the price of this bottle of Yunjian Yayun. Oh shit. A bottle of wine costs 500 million. This is a sky-high price. When people heard that a bottle of wine was sold for 500 million yuan, there was quite a commotion at the scene. After all, many rich second generations cannot afford this bottle of wine. Not to mention that there are ordinary people like Wu Han at the scene. Rare goods are valuable. It's unknown how much money the Yin family has made from the Yunjian Yayan wine. Don't talk to me about the price, serve the wine. Yikuan disagreed and took out a black gold card. As long as the wine is good, price is not an issue. What's important is whether Yunjian Yayun has magical effects. Ding. The host spent 500 million and obtained 5 super rich points. Ding. Congratulations on receiving a 10-fold consumption rebate, with 5 billion in your disposable account. Available account balance, 12765400000000. Remaining points of the godly rich, 1220. The more money you spend, the more boring it becomes. This is more than 1 trillion. Yikuan is now too lazy to count how much disposable funds he has. Soon, the Yunjian Yayun wine was brought over by a beautiful woman in Cheongsam. I saw that the bottle of wine was placed in a jade gourd. The jade gourd is only the size of a palm. Yunjian Yayun wine can only retain its aroma and efficacy if it is preserved in precious jade. And Chun spoke up. Then he handed the jade gourd to Yikuan. Yikuan took the jade gourd and directly pulled out the cork. Suddenly, a burst of fragrant wine aroma filled the air, making people feel as if they were falling into the clouds, which was indescribable. Smells so good. Everyone at the scene smelled the aroma of the wine and stared at the wine in Yikuan's hand with fiery eyes. Yikuan was not polite and took a sip of the Yunjian Yayan wine. Suddenly, I felt an incomparable fragrance and felt as if I had ascended to the top of a colorful cloud. This Yunjian Yayun wine is indeed a rare and fine wine. Ding. The host took a sip of Yunjian Yayan wine. Strength. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing his strength to 82. Well, after taking a sip of Yunjian Yayan wine, my strength actually increased. If Yunjian Yayun is not an ordinary wine, it has some miraculous effects. However, Yikuan drank a few more sips of Yunjian Yayan wine, but did not continue to improve his physical attributes. Apart from tasting delicious and making people feel euphoric, its effects are actually not that magical and are far inferior to the evolution capsules produced by the system. Ding. A fine wine with extraordinary effects, Yunjian Yayun, has been detected. A Dekong Divine wine is now available in the system mall. Effects of Dekong Magic Wine. Extremely mellow and will improve strength and physique after absorption. Price. 100,000 worship points per bottle. Limited supply. Yikuan was delighted. The system mall has actually launched Dekong Divine wine, which is much more effective than Yunjian Yayun. Yikuan, can you give me a sip of Yunjian Yayun? Chong Yuedong was attracted by the aroma of Yunjian Yayun's wine and wanted to drink it too. Can. Yikuan handed the bottle of wine directly to Chong Yuedong. The effect of Yunjian Yayun can only increase strength a little bit, and continuing to drink it will not increase any attributes. Chong Yuedong took the jade gourd, smelled the fragrant wine, and drank directly from the bottle. Sister Tong Tong, if you drink like this, you are indirectly kissing brother Yikuan. Gu Linger was very anxious and wanted to grab the bottle and take a sip. What a good wine. Chong Yuedong drank up all the remaining Yunjian Yayan wine. Then, her pretty face turned red and rosy. Very cute and even more charming. Her beauty and charm made all the men present stare at her in a trance. The party at Green Winery was basically over, and people were leaving one after another. Gu Linger was taken home by her female bodyguard, and even Wu Han was sent back by a special car arranged by the winery. Yikuan called his personal female secretary to pick him up. Boss, the Tang Palace Super Villa you spent 6.6 billion to buy has been delivered. Chun Wanwan, the personal secretary, bowed to Yikuan. She was wearing a black business suit today, showing off her hot and graceful figure, and paired with black stockings, she looked very sexy and charming. Oh, the Tang Palace Super Villa has been delivered. Are the housekeepers, maids, and bodyguards all in place? Yikuan was delighted when he heard that the super villa in Shanghai had been delivered. A housekeeper, 4 maids, and 18 bodyguards have been arranged. Do you want to go to the Tang Palace Super Villa? Chun Wanwan said respectfully. Then let's go to Tang Palace Super Villa tonight. Yi Kuan nodded. When he heard what the female secretary said, he realized that the goddess-level housekeeper, school beauty-level maid, and highly loyal bodyguard arranged by the system were already in place. This is very nice. Let me go. When Yi Kuan and the female secretary walked to the parking lot, they heard a weak and feeble scolding coming from not far away. Well, this is Chong Yuedong's voice. Something is wrong. Chapter 92 Super Bodyguard appears. Let go of me. Not far away, another soft voice was heard. Yi Kuan had amazing hearing and recognized that it was Chong Yuedong's voice. There will be no mistake. She must have been coerced. Yi Kuan followed the sound and rushed over quickly. Then, he saw Shao Tianyuan forcing Chong Yuedong into a Bentley. Grass. It's this guy again. Yi Kuan's eyes turned cold and he rushed over faster. Then, a tall and strong man stood in front of him. Yi Kuan slapped the sturdy man and he flew backwards. In the face of absolute strength, the sturdy man was simply vulnerable. Raise your hand to destroy. Yi Kuan, save me. Chong Yuedong turned around and saw Yi Kuan coming. She was overjoyed and quickly called for help. However, her condition seemed very abnormal at this time. Shao Tianyuan was shocked when he saw Yi Kuan rushing over. He also wanted to stuff Chong Yuedong into the car and escape quickly. How could Yi Kuan give him this opportunity? He rushed over and punched Shao Tianyuan hard. Boom! Shao Tianyuan was knocked more than 3 meters away by a punch. Several of his front teeth fell out, and he fell to the ground wailing. Yi Kuan ignored Shao Tianyuan and pulled Chong Yuedong out of the car. Chong Yuedong fell down directly, grabbing Yi Kuan's back with her hands. Something's wrong. Yi Kuan quickly held Chong Yuedong's pretty face. I saw that her eyes were blurry, her breathing was uneven, and she was in a very abnormal state. Oh no, she's been drugged. Yi Kuan supported Chong Yuedong and looked at Shao Tianyuan. It is obvious that the culprit behind the drugging is Shao Tianyuan. This guy is so bold that he even dared to drug Chong Yuedong. At this time, the door of the Bentley was opened, and a burly man with a cold look walked out. Black Panther, kill him for me, and quickly rescue him. When Shao Tianyuan saw the black-clad bodyguard getting out of the car, his face looked ferocious and his eyes became vicious. He was furious because Yi Kuan had ruined his plan. The man named Black Panther rushed towards Yi Kuan with a ferocious look. This private bodyguard is a ruthless man. He has been to the battlefield and has taken many lives. However, before Yi Kuan could make a move, a black shadow rushed over and kicked Lei Bao hard, sending him flying. Boss, take your people away and leave this to me. The man who kicked the Black Panther away was obviously one of Yi Kuan's bodyguards. Ding! One of the host's super bodyguards has completed his report. Name, Sanju. Identity, super bodyguard. Loyalty, 99. Age, 23. Appearance, 80. Personality characteristics, calm, reliable, and taciturn. Good at fighting, firearms, heavy weapons, cold weapons, investigation, tracking, interrogation. This Sanju is actually a super bodyguard with comprehensive abilities and a loyalty level of 99. Yi Kuan is very satisfied with Sanju, the super bodyguard. This should be the super bodyguard assigned by the system when he bought the super villa. Sanju, break Shao Tianyuan's 3 legs. Yi Kuan glanced at Shao Tianyuan coldly and gave an order to Sanju. He spared Shao Tianyuan many times, but the other party still didn't know what was good for him. He is actually seeking death this time, so don't blame him for being ruthless. A toad wants to eat swan flesh. How could Shao Tianyuan get his hands on Chong Yuedong? Yes, boss. Sanju nodded expressionlessly, but gave people a very reliable feeling. Yi Kuan didn't look at Shao Tianyuan again, but picked up Chong Yuedong and left. At this time, Chong Yuedong had no strength left in her body. Yi Kuan had no choice but to hold Chong Yuedong in his arms and walk towards his extended version of Rolls-Royce Phantom. Boss, get in the car first. Female Secretary Chen Wenwen glanced at Chong Yuedong in Yi Kuan's arms and opened the car door. Yi Kuan didn't say anything. He held Chong Yuedong and sat in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Boss, do you need my help? Chen Wenwen glanced at Chong Yuedong and asked, how can you help? Go to the hospital. Yi Kuan said lightly. Given Chong Yuedong's condition, we have no choice but to send her to the hospital. I don't want to go to the hospital. Chong Yuedong began to struggle. Go to the hospital and get the right medicine. Yi Kuan said to Chong Yuedong. No, I won't go to the hospital. No, I won't go to the hospital. Chong Yuedong struggled hard and was unwilling to go to the hospital. Then let's go back to the villa first. Yi Kuan said. Since Chong Yuedong was unwilling to go to the hospital, he could only find another way. Okay, boss, I'll take another car. Chen Wenwen was very tactful and understood that it was not appropriate to ride in the same car with her boss at this time. Go and drive the golden sun god Apollo back to the villa. Yi Kuan glanced at the female secretary, took out Apollo's car keys, and threw them to her. Oh, okay, boss. The secretary quickly took Apollo's car keys. The car door closed, and only Yi Kuan and Chong Yueong were left in the back seat. Chapter 93 Grandmaster Medical Skills. System. Is there any way to help Chong Yueong and make her return to normal? Yi Kuan prayed silently in his heart, asking for help from the almighty system. The host can learn divine medical skills and help her return to normal through acupuncture and massage. Then learn the divine medical skills from me immediately. Yi Kuan muttered to himself. Divine level medical skills are great things. This kind of magical skill must be learned. Ding. The host's remaining worship value is not enough to learn God-level medical skills. Do you want to spend 300,000 worship points to learn master-level medical skills? Skills are divided into entry-level, proficient level, master level, grandmaster level, God level, and super God level. The higher the skill level, the more worship points are required. Moreover, the amount of worship required to learn different skills is also different. Generally speaking, the more advanced the skill, the more worship points are required. Learn master-level medical skills. Yi Kuan did not hesitate and directly chose to learn master-level medical skills. Medical skills have reached the master level, which is rare in the world and is enough to solve Chong Yuedong's problems. Ding. The host has learned master-level medical skills. In an instant, a large amount of medical knowledge flooded into Yi Kuan's mind. Human anatomy, pharmacology, acupuncture. He not only has knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, but also knowledge of Western medicine. His combination of Chinese and Western medicine has enabled him to master the medical skills to the master level. It's invincible. At this time, Chong Yuedong was ignorant and was still madly provoking Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan stretched out a hand and placed it on Chong Yuedong's neck, gently pressing an acupoint on her cervical vertebrae. Call. Just for a moment. She finally stopped moving. Yi Kuan straightened Chong Yuedong's body and reached out to gently massage her temple. After rubbing back and forth for more than 10 times, Chong Yuedong's eyes regained some clarity. How can I? After Chong Yuedong woke up, she couldn't help but scream. Now, her consciousness is very vague and she doesn't remember what she did. It's not that I don't remember it at all, it just feels like a dream. You are confused, let me massage your acupuncture points first. Yi Kuan said to Chong Yuedong. After Chong Yuedong calmed down, she nodded slightly. Then come down, I'll give you a massage. Yi Kuan said. But I don't have any strength left? Chong Yuedong said very aggrievedly. The voice couldn't help but carry a hint of coquettishness. Her favorability towards Yi Kuan reached 75, which means she likes him quite a lot. Then I'll carry you down, Yi Kuan said. Okay. Chong Yuedong nodded shyly. So, Yi Kuan supported Chong Yuedong, slowly picked her up, and then laid her flat. Relax, I'll give you a massage. Yi Kuan laid Chong Yuedong flat and spoke softly. I want to massage your lower abdomen, is that okay? Yi Kuan asked. Well, come on. Chong Yuedong nodded slightly. So, Yi Kuan gently massaged Chong Yuedong's lower abdomen through her white shirt. There are several important acupuncture points here that can relieve her symptoms. Yi Kuan's movements were gentle, but his massage techniques were very professional, especially the kneading of acupoints, which is absolutely master level. Chong Yuedong felt very relaxed, at ease, and even comfortable. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Chong Yuedong's favorability towards the host. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Chong Yuedong's favorability towards the host. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Chong Yuedong's favorability towards the host has increased to 85. Well, why did Chong Yuedong's favorability towards him suddenly increase? Chapter 94 Goddess-Level Housekeeper. The back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom is very spacious. The driver drove quietly in the front, Yi Kuan and Chong Yuedong sat in the back, and the car was driving at a steady speed. More than 10 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce slowly stopped. Boss, we have arrived at Tang Palace Super Villa. The female secretary Chen Wenwen knocked on the car door gently and said, Good. Yi Kuan's voice came from inside the car. After a while, the car door opened and Yi Kuan got out of the Rolls-Royce. What I saw before my eyes was a grand and luxurious super villa with a magnificent shape. Not only that, there was also a goddess-level housekeeper and 4 school beauty-level maids standing in front of the villa. They are all as beautiful as flowers, with graceful figures, curvaceous figures, and extraordinary temperament. If any one of them were put out there, she would be a goddess surrounded by stars and become the object of licking by countless people. However, in Yikuin's supervilla, their identities were merely housekeepers and maids. The life of a super rich man is so plain and boring. Welcome home, master. The goddess-level housekeeper and 4 school beauty-level maids saluted Yikuin respectfully and spoke in unison, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. However, Yikuin did not have the time to experience this kind of boredom, because there is a beautiful woman named Chong Yuedong waiting for him to rescue her in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Brother Yikuin, I have no strength left. Chong Yuedong's delicate voice came from inside the car. Then, she stretched out her jade hand from the car, waiting for Yikuin's hug. At this time, Chong Yuedong was dressed very neatly, in a white shirt, a blue skirt, and black stockings. She was still beautiful and elegant, and it seemed that Yikuin did not do anything excessive to her in the car. But it makes her look more charming and delicate. Yikuin didn't say much and directly carried Chong Yuedong out of the car. Master, let me take you to the master bedroom. The housekeeper glanced at Chong Yuedong in Yikuin's arms and spoke. Ding. The goddess-level housekeeper of Tang Palace Super Villa has completed her registration. Name, Wen Yin. Appearance, 96, goddess level. Height, 172 cm. Measurements, 89, 61, 94. Chest, 36. Identity, Almighty Housekeeper. Butler level, level 9. Loyalty, 99. Personality traits, capable when handling affairs, cute and soft when relaxing, considerate and gentle at night. TSK. Wen Yin is definitely an excellent housekeeper, both in appearance, figure, ability, and personality. However, at this time, Yikuin had no time to deal with the housekeeper. He also needs to give Chong Yuedong acupuncture treatment as soon as possible. Well, you lead the way, Yikuin said to the housekeeper Wen Yin. Then, Yikuin held Chong Yuedong and followed the housekeeper into the super villa. Then, enter the villa elevator and come to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Master, the master bedroom is 666 square meters and has an intelligent service system. Whatever you need, you can let me know at any time 24 hours a day. Wen Yin stood at the door of the bedroom and bowed to Yikuin. Her tone is gentle, and every word and action makes people feel very comfortable. She is worthy of being a 9th-level goddess housekeeper. Okay, I got it. Yikuin nodded and carried Chong Yuedong into the master bedroom of the villa. This master bedroom of more than 600 square meters is really super spacious and luxurious. Yikuin carried Chong Yuedong for a long time before putting her on a large round bed in the master bedroom. This big round bed is estimated to be 10 meters in diameter. Damn, a 10-meter-long bed. Too boring. Chapter 95 Antidote. Strengthening. Lie down, I'll treat you. Yikuin gently placed Chong Yuedong on the big round bed and said. However, Chong Yuedong hugged Yikuin's neck and was unwilling to let go. Brother Yikuin, I will not let you go. Chong Yuedong hugged Yikuin's neck tightly and acted coquettishly. Now, she is very dependent on Yikuin and her eyes are full of seduction. Be good, lie down. Yikuin said. Chong Yuedong was drugged with a very powerful aphrodisiac with strong properties. Massaging the acupoints can only provide relief. To completely eliminate the medicinal properties, acupuncture treatment is necessary. Chong Yuedong did not obey obediently. She put her lips close to Yikuin's ear and whispered, You are my antidote. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Chong Yuedong's favorability towards the host. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Chong Yuedong's favorability towards the host. After the war, the relationship between the two indeed deepened. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Chong Yuedong's favorability towards the host has increased to 95. Ding. Reward the host with spirit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for raising his spirit to 115. In an instant, Yikuin felt a magical energy injected into his body. He felt refreshed and possessed unparalleled perception. Yikuin perked up and checked his personal information. Name, Yikuin. Strength, 82. Agility, 73. Physique, 128. Invincible golden spear, invincible kidney. Spirit, 115. Super perception. Charm, 9. Charm aura. Note, the peak attribute of ordinary people is 10. Super rich reserve fund, 9. Skills, God-level driving skills. Never get drunk after drinking 1,000 cups. Invincible golden spear. Invincible kidney. God of spicy food. God of wine. Aura, Charm aura, celebrity aura, status aura, car god aura, wine god aura. Reputation, revered reputation from Magic City University of Finance and Economics, respected reputation from Dragon Country. Props, an inspiration capsule. Available amount of money, 127,654,000,000 yuan. God of Wealth points, 1220. Remaining lottery chances, 3. Yikuan looked at his impressive personal data and smiled with satisfaction. Now, he is getting stronger and stronger. His physique and spirit are more than 10 times that of peak humans, and only he himself understands how powerful he is. It is no exaggeration to say that he is a Superman. Moreover, he is strong in all attributes and has no weaknesses. It's invincible. He estimated that with his current mental perception, he could easily dodge the bullet attack from high speed. As for catching the bullet with bare hands, it shouldn't be a big problem. Of course, he hasn't tried it himself, so it's hard to say how it works. However, he felt that once his strength and agility reached 100, it should be easy to catch the bullet with his bare hands. Yikuan decided to improve his physical attributes in all aspects. System, increase my overall attributes to 200 points. If all attributes are raised to 100, you will be invincible. However, Yikuan decided to directly increase all attributes to 200. The rich points have other uses, so Yikuan decided to keep some for backup. Ding. Host, do you want to spend 402 godly points to increase all attributes to 200? Yes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing all attributes to 200. Remaining points of the rich, 818. In an instant, Yikuan felt a magical energy injected into his body, making him incomparably powerful. Strong. Too strong. This is the state when all attributes reach 200. It feels so great. Powerful and wonderful. Yikuan clenched his fists and felt his body filled with explosive power. Not only has his strength improved, his all-round improvement, he can definitely catch bullets with his bare hands now, and even lift a tank with one hand without any problem. Now he is a Superman. If he continues to evolve, he will even get closer and closer to God. If God really exists. Of course, this could be an illusion caused by the sudden increase in strength. But, no matter what, he did become stronger. Ding. As the host's attributes have exceeded 100, his charm has greatly increased, breaking the human limit by 10 points. Ding. The host can use the godly points to continue to improve his charm. Oh shit. Charm exceeds human limits. Yikuan looked in the mirror and found that he had become more handsome again. Moreover, it's not the superficial handsomeness, but a handsomeness with great charm. It can make people feel good about him without realizing it. His charm is simply irresistible. Yikuan was not sleepy at all and did not feel tired at all. Instead, he felt energetic and full of vitality. He glanced at Chong Yuetong, who was already fast asleep, and covered her with a blanket. Then he got up, took a shower in the bathroom, went to the cloakroom to get a new set of clothes, put them on, and walked out of the bedroom. Chapter 96 made Lu Shi, master of fighting skills. Yikuan walked out of the master bedroom on the 3rd floor and took the elevator to the living room on the 1st floor. The hall was extremely luxurious. A huge crystal chandelier hung down from the 3rd floor, illuminating the entire hall with bright lights, making it magnificent. Owner. The goddess-level housekeeper Wen Yin and 4 school beauty-level maids were already waiting respectfully. There is only one level 9 all-round housekeeper, Wen Yin, in the super villa, but there are more than 4 maids. However, these 4 school beauty maids in front of him are the highest level maids arranged by the system. The master is so handsome and charming. Whether it was the housekeeper Wen Yin or the beautiful maids, their heartbeats started to speed up the moment they saw Yikuan. Yikuan was the most attractive man they had ever met. When he stood there, he naturally exuded a charm that made people want to get closer. What's your name? Lift your head. Yikuan pointed at a pretty maid who looked silly and cute and asked, Master, my name is Lu Shi. The silly maid spoke. Being personally called by the extremely handsome master, her pretty face immediately turned red, with shyness and joy. Ding. Tang Palace Super Villa School Beauty Maid Lu. She has completed her registration. Name, Lu Shi. Appearance, 93, School Beauty Level. Height, 170 cm. Measurements, 88, 61, 92. Chest, 36. Identity, personal maid. Maid level, level 6. Loyalty, 99. Personality characteristics, well-behaved and capable, cute and adorable. Good at dancing, guzheng, flute. Yi Kuan discovered that none of his butlers and maids were simple. Take the maid Lu Shi, for example. She has an excellent appearance and figure. Moreover, she is well-behaved and capable, cute and adorable, and multi-talented. This is definitely a guy's ideal girlfriend. Is there? And her current identity is Yi Kuan's personal maid. It's great to be able to dance. Yi Kuan likes girls who can dance the most. She has a delicate body and unique skills. Must like. But, are you serious about this blowjob? Just when Yi Kuan was about to ask maid Lu Shi to show off her talent, an alarm sounded in the super villa. What's going on? Yi Kuan showed a puzzled look and looked at the housekeeper Wen Yin. Master, this is an alarm from the intelligence system. Someone broke into the villa at night. Wen Yin spoke up. However, she seemed very calm and did not show any signs of panic. Someone broke into the villa at night? Interesting. Yi Kuan was even more calm and composed. He walked out of the villa, wanting to see what was going on. Master, you don't need to go out and check it yourself. Just let the security team handle it. Wen Yin spoke up. Tanggong Super Villa has a complete security system and more than 36 professional bodyguards, many of whom are elites who have retired from special forces. Among them, there are even soldiers at the king level. Therefore, she didn't believe that anyone could successfully break into the villa. It doesn't matter. Let's go and take a look at the situation. Yi Kuan smiled and disagreed. He just wanted to see what kind of uninvited guest broke into his villa. When the housekeeper Wen Yin saw that her master was going out to watch the fun, she did not stop him, but followed him. Her mission is to absolutely obey the master's orders and help the master manage the Tang Palace Super Villa. When Yi Kuan and Wen Yin walked out of the villa, another figure followed them quietly. He moved very lightly and walked without making any sound, as if he had mastered the art of light kung fu. However, he still could not escape Yi Kuan's powerful spiritual perception. Yi Kuan glanced at him and found that it was his super bodyguard Sanju. Boss. Sanju noticed Yi Kuan's gaze and called out. His mission is to protect the boss's absolute safety and appear in time when the boss needs him. But when the boss doesn't need him, he disappears, like an invisible man. Let's go check out the situation. Yi Kuan said to Sanju. Someone broke into the villa at night, and he had the opportunity to see the true strength of these bodyguards. Tanggong Super Villa covers a large area. In addition to single-family villas, it also has a super large private garden. Not only does it have a private helipad, but it also has a private yacht dock. The alarm sounded. It was just that an uninvited guest had broken into the private garden, which was still a long distance away from the villa. There are guards everywhere within this distance, so it is not easy to break in. Yi Kuan and Wen Yin followed the super bodyguard Sanju and walked towards the private garden. Along the way, Yi Kuan even saw quite a few bodyguards. They stayed at their posts and did not leave because of the alarm. Moreover, some security personnel are armed with guns, some even have heavy weapons. Yi Kuan was also slightly stunned. Are bodyguards in Long Country allowed to carry guns? Master, they are all special bodyguards with legal gun licenses. Wen Yin seemed to see Yi Kuan's confusion and took the initiative to explain. Oh. Yi Kuan also nodded slightly. He is a big shot with assets exceeding 1 trillion. It's not excessive to have a few armed security guards, right? He was still satisfied with the security of the super villa. Although with his current strength, he doesn't really need anyone's protection. However, the existence of security forces is itself a deterrent and can save him a lot of trouble. Many things that he is inconvenient or too lazy to handle personally can be handed over to the bodyguards or security forces around him. Not long after, Yi Kuan heard the sound of fierce fighting not far away. I saw a slim woman fighting with several bodyguards. A woman? Yi Kuan was also slightly stunned. There was actually a woman breaking into his super villa at night. However, this woman's footwork was light and her punches were fast. Bang, bang, bang. She threw out punches quickly and continuously, knocking down several burly men. Is there really a martial arts master in this world? Yi Kuan was also slightly surprised, because he could see that the woman was using Wing Chun and was a Wing Chun master. She is not just a show-off, but possesses strong practical combat abilities. In just a short while, 3 or 5 elite bodyguards were knocked down by her Wing Chun boxing. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Yi Kuan's mind. Ding! A master-level Wing Chun master has been detected. Does the host spend worship points to learn fighting skills? Martial arts, such a practical skill, must be learned. Once upon a time, he also dreamed of becoming a fighter or a martial arts master. Yes. Yi Kuan made his choice immediately. Ding! The host has spent 100,000 worship points and learned master-level fighting skills. In an instant, countless fighting theory knowledge and fighting skills appeared in Yi Kuen's mind. Many new characters are about to appear. If you want a maid, female bodyguard, female fighter, etc., please leave a message in the character section of the book review section. Chapter 97, Female Bodyguard, Wing Chun Yi Kuen. In an instant, Yi Kuen mastered a large number of fighting skills, including traditional Chinese martial arts such as Wing Chun, Baji, Tai Chi, Bagua, Tanlegs, and Xingyi Iquan. Not only that, he also mastered various modern fighting styles such as Jeet Kune Do, Karate, Taekwondo, Aikido, Judo, and Kyokushin Ryu. In addition, he has mastered grappling, sanda, wrestling, and free fighting. All in all, Yi Kuen is now a master fighter who has mastered all styles of fighting techniques. He possesses extraordinary physical fitness, coupled with master-level fighting skills. He is simply invincible. At this time, the woman using Wing Chun had knocked down 7 or 8 elite bodyguards. She is indeed a master of Wing Chun. Even 7 or 8 elite bodyguards are no match for her. Yi Kuen also nodded slightly. Master-level fighters should not be common. Moreover, this woman punches very quickly and her physical fitness is no worse than those elite bodyguards. Her punches are fast, accurate, and powerful. Hit people where they are most vulnerable. Bang, bang, bang. He knocked the man down with just a few punches, and his moves were never slow or sluggish. At this time, Yi Kuen's soldier-level bodyguard Lu Tianchen came out. He is over 2 meters tall, big, and strong, with a sturdy build and a fierce aura. The Wing Chun woman standing in front of Lu Tianchen looked like a little lowly, very petite. However, facing the burly and powerful Lu Tianchen, she did not show any fear. Instead, she adopted a Wing Chun stance, and the two of them confronted each other. Soon, the battle began. Lu Tianchen took the lead in launching the attack. He strode forward and punched the Wing Chun woman. This punch was powerful, strong, and powerful. However, the Wing Chun woman did not confront Lu Tianchen head-on, but used her flexible body and footwork to dodge the attacks. After the two of them tried out a few moves against each other, the Wing Chun woman seized the opportunity and used a series of short punches on Lu Tianchen. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, more than a dozen heavy punches hit Lu Tianchen's abdomen. Lu Tianchen was like a human tank. He allowed the Wing Chun woman to attack him without saying a word, as if he felt no pain. Then he used a military grappling technique to grab the Wing Chun woman's wrist. The Wing Chun woman did not panic, but punched Lu Tianchen on the inside of his arm, knocking him out of his hand. Lu Tianchen is worthy of being the king of soldiers. After taking a few punches, he just hugged the Wing Chun woman and tried to lock her. The Wing Chun woman reacted quickly and stomped her foot, unexpectedly stepping on Lu Tianchen's foot. Ah! Lu Tianchen screamed in pain, and then was hit by dozens of punches. Bang, 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 bang. After a quick fight, the Wing Chun woman used a fierce inch punch to knock Lu Tianchen to the ground. Amazing! Even the Soldier King judged by the system was defeated by this Wing Chun woman. This woman is indeed a master fighter. At this time, Sanju beside Yi Kuen was eager to try and wanted to attack the Wing Chun woman. However, he was stopped by Yi Kuen. He wanted to meet this Wing Chun woman in person and practice with her. Pa 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 pa. Wonderful! Yi Kuen clapped his hands and walked towards the slim Wing Chun woman with a ponytail. Are you Yi Kuen? Hand over our second miss quickly, or don't blame me for being rude to you. The Wing Chun woman stared at Yi Kuen and said in a cold voice. Ding! A school beauty-level fighter has been detected. Name, Tong Jin. Appearance, 91. Age, 21. Height, 165 cm. Measurements, 84, 62, 90. Chest, 32. Identity, Chong Yueshi's female bodyguard. Martial arts, Wing Chun. Level, Master. Well, it turns out that this Wing Chun master named Tong Jin is Chong Yueshi's female bodyguard. Yuedong has fallen asleep. Come back tomorrow, Yi Kuen said lightly. This female bodyguard Tong Jin had a bad attitude, so Yi Kuen naturally wouldn't treat her well. A master bodyguard who wants to run wild in his territory is not qualified enough. So, you don't want to make friends anymore? Tong Jin stared at Yi Kuen coldly. She has a beautiful appearance of a baby girl, but seems to have a bad temper. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Yi Kuen's mind. Ding! Wing Chun Master Tong Jin provokes the host, triggering a random task. Defeat Tong Jin with Wing Chun. Mission reward, get a master-level female bodyguard. Well, defeat Tong Cam using Wing Chun. Moreover, the reward for this mission is actually a master-level female personal bodyguard. The close combat strength of a master fighter is even greater than that of a king of soldiers, although Yikuin's own strength has surpassed that of ordinary master-level fighters. However, it seems like it would be nice to have a personal female bodyguard like this. Haha, you're quite angry. How about this? If you can beat me, I'll let you into my super villa. Yikuin stared at Tong Jin and spoke calmly. It is inevitable that such a master-level fighter has some arrogance. However, he specializes in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. If you are arrogant, I will beat you until you submit. You want to fight me? Tong Jin glanced at Yikuin with disdain. She is a master of Wing Chun, and even the king of soldiers is no match for her. Why did Yikuin fight with her? However, Yikuin's aura suddenly changed, revealing the demeanor of a martial arts master, as if he had become a different person in an instant. Tong Jin's eyes fixed, and he couldn't help but reveal a cautious look. She was very perceptive and sensed a dangerous aura from Yikuin. Moreover, Yikuin's aura as a fighter is no weaker than hers. Wing Chun, Tong Cam. Tong Jin assumed the starting stance of Wing Chun and said seriously. This shows that she has regarded Yikuin as an opponent of the same level and is ready for him. Wing Chun, Yikuin. Yikuin also assumed a Wing Chun stance and said with a smile. Wing Chun versus Wing Chun. If he defeats Tong Jin with Wing Chun, he will be rewarded with a master-level female bodyguard. It feels so good. Huh? You're also a Wing Chun master. Tong Jin looked surprised. Once an expert makes a move, you can tell whether it's effective or not. Yikuin only showed the starting stance of Wing Chun, and she could tell that the other party was an expert. Moreover, he is a Wing Chun master who is no weaker than her. Haha, I only know a little bit about Wing Chun. Yikuin smiled. He is not only a Wing Chun master, but also a Hungar master, Bajiquin master, Xingyiquin master. However, to deal with Tong Jin, it is enough to use Wing Chun. Okay, then let's see who is the authentic Wing Chun today. A fighting spirit flashed in Tong Jin's eyes, and he wanted to compete with Yikuin. The same Wing Chun is also divided into many schools. Only after the battle can we know who is stronger. Chapter 98 One Punch Man. Challenge all of you. After Yikuin performed the starting stance of Wing Chun, he stood still, staring at Tong Jin in a playful manner. Take root and be flawless. Tong Jin couldn't help but be shocked. Yikuin just stood there, like a pine tree, taking root in the ground, without a single flaw on his body. This shows that Yikuin has very solid basic skills, at least 20 years of experience. But Yikuin is obviously very young, only in his early 20s. Could it be that he has been practicing martial arts since the womb? Tong Jin circled around Yikuin for a long time, but still had a feeling of not knowing where to start and didn't know where to attack. You strike first. If I punch you, you won't have a chance to fight back. Yikuin smiled, calm and composed. Although Tong Jin is also a Wing Chun master, his strength, agility, physique, and mental perception are far inferior to Tong's. As long as he throws a serious punch, Tong Jin won't be able to resist. However, this was his first time competing with a Wing Chun master, and he still wanted to experience the process and fun of fighting. Winning too easily is boring. Presumptuous. Tong Jin felt that he was underestimated by Yikuin and was very ashamed and angry. As a master fighter and a descendant of Wing Chun, she has her own pride. Tong Jin rushed forward and punched Yikuin straight in the middle, hitting him in the heart. Chinese martial arts is the art of killing. This move is fast, accurate, and ruthless. Tong Jin showed no mercy when he attacked, and if he hit someone, the person could be killed with one blow. Because she already regarded Yikuin as an opponent of the same level and would not tolerate any leniency or mercy on him. Slow. Your punch is too slow. Yikuin, however, remained calm and easily resolved Tong Jin's attack with just a slight raise of his hand. Tong Jin only felt that his punch was pushed away by an invisible force, and he almost lost his balance. However, she was a master fighter after all. She immediately steadied her body and used a series of Wing Chun quick attacks on Yikuin. Bang 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 bang. Yikuin countered Tong Jin's moves and easily resolved each of his attacks. The two men fought faster and faster, until their fists were so fast that only shadows were left. The bodyguards who were watching were all shocked. I didn't expect the boss's kung fu was so powerful. He was not at all inferior to Tong Jin, the Wing Chun master. They have experienced Tong Jin's power. She has mastered the true skills of Wing Chun. Even the elite bodyguards cannot withstand 2 or 3 of her moves. The super bodyguard Sanju also had a serious look on his face at the beginning and looked ready to help at any time. However, after watching the fight between the boss and Tong Jin, he found that the boss was at ease and looked very relaxed and did not try his best at all. The boss's strength is unfathomable and not as simple as it seems. Tong Jin's attack was done in one go, like flowing water. However, she became more and more frightened as the fight went on, as every move and every style was easily resolved by Yikuin. She is very fast, but Yikuin is faster than her. Moreover, Yikuin knew Wing Chun very well, and the opponent could see through all her attacks. In the end, Tong Jin could only use her strongest inch punch to attack Yikuin. Puff! Tong Jin punched Yikuin in the abdomen. This punch may seem ordinary, but it is very powerful and fierce. However, Yikuin casually held Tong Jin's fist. Tong Jin was shocked and immediately withdrew. However, Yikuin's palm was like an iron clamp, holding her fist tightly, making her unable to move. Tong Jin immediately made a fierce knife attack on Yikuin's throat. Yikuin was not in a hurry and grabbed her other hand as well. "Let me go." Tong Jin struggled continuously, but in vain. "Have you given up?" Yikuin said lightly. "No, I haven't lost yet." Tong Jin still wasn't convinced. With her hands grabbed, she continued to attack with her legs. "Well, it seems that you won't give in unless I defeat you head-on." Yikuin directly let go of Tong Jin's hands. Tong Jin immediately distanced himself from Yikuin. However, Yikuin followed him like a shadow. He wanted to defeat Tong Jin with one punch. Wing Chun, inch punch. Yikuin threw a punch, which was the inch punch from Wing Chun. Tong Jin quickly retreated to avoid the attack range of Yikuin's fist. Just when she thought she had dodged the punch, Yikuin changed his fist into a finger and poked it directly into her lower abdomen. Puff! Tong Jin was hit hard and felt so weak that he collapsed. If Yikuin had not shown mercy, this finger would have punctured her internal organs. "Thank you for showing mercy. I am defeated." Tong Jin lay on the ground, covering his abdomen with one hand. He felt excruciating pain. His face turned pale, and he couldn't even stand up. Powerful. So strong. As both are Wing Chun masters, Yikuin is much stronger than her. He defeated her with just one punch. She admitted defeat wholeheartedly. Ding. Obtained supercritical hit of Wing Chun master Tong Jin's admiration value. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and defeating Wing Chun master Tong Jin. Ding. The host is rewarded with a master-level female bodyguard. Ding. The master-level female bodyguard will report for duty in the near future. Yikuin was not surprised at this result. Besides being a master fighter, he now possesses a superhuman physique. Even though Tong Jin is a master-level Wing Chun master, he is no match for his one punch. Go back and tell her sister Chang Yueshi that Yueong is doing well and safe with me. When she wants to go back, I will naturally send her back. Yikuin said to Tong Jin indifferently. Tong Jin is just a female bodyguard, and it was Chang Yueshi who asked her to take Chang Yueong away. She still has to go back to report. Unless Yueong wants to go home herself, no one can take her away. Tong Jin didn't say anything. He stood up with difficulty, looked at Yikuin deeply, and turned away. After defeating the master fighter, Yikuin felt like he hadn't achieved enough. That's right, I still feel unsatisfied and haven't had enough. So, Yikuin turned his attention to Lu Tianchen and other bodyguards. Although he defeated the Master Wing Chun Master Tong Jin, these bodyguards have not yet contributed a wave of admiration to him. Obviously, they are a group of unruly people. Yikuin must defeat them all. Let them see the boss's terrifying fighting power. So, he waved his hands to Lu Tianchen and the others and said, "I want to fight 10 of them." When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. "Boss, are you saying that you are going to fight against 10 of our bodyguards alone?" Lu Tianchen said in surprise. Although the boss defeated a Master Wing Chun Master. However, it is not easy to deal with their 10 bodyguards at the same time. Among these 10 people, he, the king of soldiers, is also included. "No, that's not right." Yikuin shook his head, looked around the room, and said domineeringly, "Not 10 people. All of you come at me together. I want to challenge all of you." Chapter 99 Yikuin's Jeet Kyundu, Chang Yueshi's coldness. Yikuin wants to fight all the bodyguards alone. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. Shocked, surprised, petrified, explosion. You know, the number of bodyguards who arrived at the scene exceeded 30. Moreover, there is no weak person here. Even the lowest ones are elite bodyguards. An elite bodyguard can easily knock down 7 or 8 ordinary adult men. It can be seen how difficult this challenge is for Yikuin. It's like one person has to fight against hundreds of ordinary people. So terrifying. However, Yikuin was calm and did not feel any pressure at all. Boss, are you sure you want to single out all of our bodyguards? Soldier King Lu Tianxin's eyes widened as he confirmed again. Although the boss was very strong, he defeated a master-level Wing Chun master. However, he didn't think the boss could take on all of their bodyguards alone. They are not a group of weaklings, but special elites who have experienced many battles. If they use weapons, they can deal with even Grandmaster-level masters. That's right. All of you come together. Yikuin glanced around the entire audience with an air of looking down on the world. Whoever can hit me once will be rewarded 100 million. Yikuin spoke calmly and added another bombshell to the group of bodyguards. As soon as these words were spoken, all the bodyguards present became excited and agitated, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. If you hit the boss once, you can get a reward of 100 million. This money is too easy to make. Many of these bodyguards were mercenaries and had lived on the edge of death. 100 million is definitely a huge temptation for them. That's right. If you can hit me once, you will be rewarded 100 million. I will keep my word and I will never break it. The housekeeper Wen Yin can also testify to this. Yikuin smiled and turned his gaze to the housekeeper Wen Yin. Wen Yin is an all-round housekeeper who has the power to mobilize bodyguards in the super villa. Therefore, she is quite prestigious among the bodyguards. Do as the master commands. As long as you can hit the master once, you can come to me to claim a 100 million bonus. The housekeeper Wen Yin had a sharp gaze and seemed to have great confidence in her master. Since the master said that he would beat them all by himself, then he was sure of success. Moreover, she is not an ordinary person and can feel that her master's strength is extraordinary and unfathomable. Okay, then we'll accept the challenge. Boss, be careful. Soldier King Lu Tianxin took the lead and stepped forward, ready to fight. He is an iron-blooded warrior, the king of mercenaries, and has a wolf nature. At this moment, under the stimulation of the 100 million bounty, a ferocity burst out from him. Lu Tianxin was over 2 meters tall and had a sturdy build. He rushed towards Yikuin like a violent bear. He stretched out his arms, wanting to give Yikuin a big bear hug. If a bear like this charges at you, anyone would have to avoid it and retreat as far as possible. However, Yikuin did not retreat but advanced instead. Xingyi, collapse fist. Yikuin took a step forward and threw a punch. Suddenly, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart, with a loud bang, the soldier King Lu Tianxin was blown away more than 10 meters like a cannonball. This scene shocked everyone. Fierce. This punch is so powerful and domineering. One punch could actually send a 2-meter-tall giant flying more than 10 meters away. So terrifying. One punch. Yikuin only threw one punch, and the soldier King Lu Tianxin fell to the ground and lost his fighting ability. It's really powerful. Is this the power of my punch? Yikuin couldn't help but clench his fists, feeling the explosive power in his body. His total attributes reached 220 times the limit of ordinary humans, making him a Superman. Even an ordinary punch is not something a soldier king can withstand. If he hadn't held back the final force of this punch, Lu Tianxin's internal organs would have been shattered and he would have surely died. Come all of you together, I will show mercy. Yikuin glanced at the other elite bodyguards and said calmly, there is another soldier leader in the crowd, that is Captain Zhao Hu. Lu Tianxin is the king of mercenaries, and Zhao Hu is the king of special forces. Let's go together. Zhao Hu looked serious and gave the order. He waved his hand, and dozens of elite bodyguards surrounded Yikuin. They are well trained and are not just ordinary idiots. The powerful strength displayed by the boss is enough to make these elite fighters ready for battle. Kill. A dozen elite bodyguards burst out with fierce momentum and rushed towards Yikuin at the same time. Faced with the siege of dozens of elite bodyguards, Yikuin remained calm. He moved quickly, displaying the Jeet Kune Do techniques. The essence of Jeet Kune Do lies in the word Jiat. He can strike later, but be the first to intercept all attacks from his opponent. This is very, very difficult for ordinary people, because this requires keen observation and terrifying explosive power, as well as an attack speed faster than the opponent. However, Yikuin can easily meet the requirements of performing Jeet Kune Do Kung Fu. Even, it reached perfection. Jeet Kune Do was created for him. His physical fitness is more than 20 times stronger than that of ordinary people, and his mental perception is even more amazing. The movements of those elite bodyguards seemed like slow motion in his eyes, extremely slow. All attacks were perfectly captured and intercepted by Yi Kuan. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang! Bang 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 bang! Yi Kuan displayed his Jeet Kuen Do Kung Fu and struck later but was the first to arrive, knocking down dozens of bodyguards one by one with one move, including the Special Forces soldier Wang Zhaohu. He took less than 30 seconds to take care of more than 30 bodyguards. Moreover, no one could even touch the corner of his clothes. So terrifying. Ding. Obtained super critical hit of elite bodyguard worship value. Ding. Obtained super critical hit of the worship value of Special Forces King Zhaohu. Ding. Obtained a super critical hit from the worship value of the mercenary King Lu Tianchen. At the same time, Yi Kuan received a large amount of worship points contributed by the two soldier kings and all the elite bodyguards. This wave of harvest is so satisfying, and the admiration value has skyrocketed. Give all bodyguards the best treatment and reward each of them with a consolation prize of 1 million. Yi Kuan said to the housekeeper Wen Yin. He showed mercy, so the bodyguards were not seriously injured. Rewarding them 1 million is a combination of kindness and severity. Thank you, boss. Zhaohu and others hurriedly thanked the boss. Even if you lose, you can still get a reward of 1 million. It's so cool to follow such a rich boss. At the same time, they have great admiration and respect for their boss. They are all iron-blooded warriors who will only submit to the truly strong. After this battle, they all submitted to Yi Kuan from the bottom of their hearts and served him loyally. Let me explain this on two sides. In another supervilla, Chong Yueshi's expression was extremely cold. Tong Jin, you didn't bring my sister back. Chong Yueshi stared at Tong Jin with her beautiful eyes and spoke coldly. When Tong Jin, a master-level Wing Chun practitioner, was glanced at by Chong Yueshi, he shuddered involuntarily and felt icy cold all over. Chapter 100 Chong Yueshi's bodyguard lineup challenged the super bodyguard. Chong Yueshi's face was frosty and extremely cold. Her younger sister Chong Yuetong did not come home all night, which made her very worried and unhappy. Moreover, she and her twin sister have been in tune with each other since childhood. Her intuition told her that something unusual had happened to Chong Yuetong. So she was very angry. Through investigation, she quickly found out that her sister Chong Yuetong was drugged by Shao Tianyuan and was later rescued by Yi Kuan. So, she sent her female bodyguard Tong Jin to Yi Kuan's super villa to bring her sister Chong Yuetong back. In the end, Tong Jin came back alone. Miss, Yi Kuan is very powerful and a Wing Chun master. I am no match for him. Tong Jin said truthfully. Yi Kuan was very powerful and defeated her with one punch. Therefore, she was unable to bring Chong Yuetong back. Oh, that Yi Kuan is also a Wing Chun master. Chong Yuetong frowned slightly, and a hint of doubt appeared on her beautiful face. She had seen Yi Kuan in a racing video. Apart from being a little handsome, he was nothing special. She did not sense any martial artist aura from Yi Kuan. Could it be that she had made a mistake? That's right, that Yi Kuan defeated me with just 1-inch punch. He is at least a master-level fighter, or even stronger. Tong Jin said. Yi Kuan defeated her with Wing Chun and convinced her. Big sister, why don't I go and capture Yi Kuan? At this time, a beautiful woman next to Chong Yuetong spoke. Her name is Imo Yushi. She is both Chong Yueshi's female bodyguard and Chong Yueshi's junior sister. Chong Yueshi has multiple identities. In addition to being the eldest daughter of the Chong family, she is also the most talented senior sister of the Wudong sect today and has many other mysterious identities. I'm just a master-level fighter. Why would I bother Sister Yushi to help me? I'm going to meet this Yi Kuan and let him see my Grandmaster-level Taizu Chongquan. Another slim beauty stood up and said. Her name is Li Jingguan, and she is also Chong Yueshi's female bodyguard. What she is best at is Taizu Chongquan, and she has reached the Grandmaster level. Her strength is far superior to Tong Jin. Hee, I'd better go. I heard that Yi Kuan is a wine god. He drank 10 kilograms of wine in one breath at Green Winery and drank half a bottle of Yunjian Yayun. I'll use Drunken Fist to challenge him. It should be fun. Another beautiful lady spoke up. She has the looks of a school beauty, with short hair, a wine gourd hanging around her waist, and her eyes half closed, giving people the feeling that she is still drunk. This beautiful woman who can perform drunken boxing is called Gu Yeya, and she is also the female bodyguard of Chong Yueshi. In fact, in addition to Wing Chun Master Tong Jin, Chong Yueshi is surrounded by 6 female bodyguards. They are all young beauties, and their aura is superior to Tong Jin. In other words, the master-level Tong Jin is only the weakest female bodyguard around Chong Yueshi. It's hard to imagine that Chong Yueshi is surrounded by so many top masters. Miss, Yikuren asked me to bring you a message. Tong Jin spoke again. Oh? What did he ask you to say? Chang Yueshi raised her eyebrows slightly and asked. Yuedong is doing well and safe here with me. When she wants to go back, I will naturally send her back. Tong Jin said, repeating Yikuen's words to Chang Yueshi word for word. You bold lunatic. How dare Yikuen detain the second young lady? I will chop him to pieces with my sword. At this time, a grumpy chick jumped out and said, her name is Shao. She is a lowly with a baby face, but she carries a big sword on her back that is half her height, which is very strange. Forget it. It's too late to go now. The matter has already been settled. Chang Yueshi shook her head and stopped him. Her sister is already an adult. It's not easy to be too strict with her. Otherwise, it would easily trigger Chang Yuedong's rebellious psychology, making the relationship between the two sisters even more strained. Miss, are you going to let Yikuan get away with it? Li Jingwen spoke, very indignantly. Of course, we can't just let it go like this. It's not that easy for Yikuan to get my Chang Yueshi's sister. Next time, I will go meet him in person and teach him a lesson. Chang Yueshi spoke coldly. Because of her sister Chang Yuedong's matter, she became uneasy and her favorability towards Yikuan dropped sharply. By the way, let's destroy the Shao family. Chang Yueshi said lightly. Shao Tinyuan's family is also one of the top wealthy families in Shanghai, with assets worth over 100 billion yuan. However, in Chang Yueshi's eyes, it seemed not worth mentioning and could be destroyed with ease. Yes, miss. Let me explain this on two sides. After Yikuan defeated the joint attack of dozens of bodyguards, he turned his attention to the super bodyguard Sanju. As a super bodyguard, Sanju is the strongest among all bodyguards. His strength far exceeds that of a soldier king and a master fighter. This is a hidden master. Ding. Trigger a random mission. Defeat the Grandmaster level super bodyguard Sanju. Mission reward. Get another Grandmaster level super bodyguard. Well, Yikuan was also slightly happy. Another random task was triggered. As long as you defeat the super bodyguard Sanju, you can get another master level super bodyguard. This is definitely a sure win deal. Sanju, are you interested in exchanging a few moves with me? Yikuan stared at Sanju and smiled. My mission is to protect the boss's absolute safety. Fighting is not my responsibility. Sanju shook his head and refused, looking very cold. No, your duty is to obey my orders absolutely. I don't need a disobedient super bodyguard. Yikuan stared at Sanju and said calmly. He is the boss and he has the final say. Even the super bodyguard cannot disobey his orders. So domineering. Sanju was also slightly stunned after hearing what Yikuan said. He didn't expect the boss to be so overbearing and not give him any chance to refuse. Boss, please forgive me for being blunt, but with your master-level fighting skills, you are still not my opponent. Sanju spoke, exuding the aura of a grandmaster. Ha ha, Sanju, I admire your confidence, but I'm afraid you don't quite understand my true fighting ability. Yikuan smiled. Although he is only at the master level, Sanju is at the grandmaster level. However, if the two of them really fight, he will definitely win against Sanju. His physical fitness with all attributes as high as 200 is enough to make him invincible in cross-level battles. It's invincible. It would be more fun to fight with a master-level expert. After becoming a full-time fighting master, Yikuan's fighting spirit was also ignited, and he was eager to fight with various masters. Ha ha ha, 100 chapters already. Those who have read this far must be die-hard fans and true fans. You can click on the small gift to increase your fan points. Chapter 101 Bodyguard Grandmaster, the most powerful internet hero is here. Yikuan took the initiative to challenge the super bodyguard Sanju, and the other party had no choice but to accept the challenge. The boss's orders must be followed. Boss, be careful. I'm using authentic Bodyguard. The super bodyguard Sanju spoke, using the Bodyguard stance, but he exuded the demeanor of a master. Bodyguard is a type of boxing in Dragon Kingdom martial arts. The term 8 extremes in this boxing style was originally an ancient geographical concept, which originated from the Han Dynasty's Huainanzi Zuixingsen, which said, between heaven and earth, there are 9 states and 8 extremes. The term Baji is used in martial arts, and its meaning is the power can reach all directions and far places. Bodyguard generates force from the heels, moves through the waist, and passes through the fingertips, so it has great explosive power and is rich in martial arts characteristics, with the momentum of shaking the arms to knock the sky down and stomping the feet to shake the 9 provinces. Therefore, in the traditional martial arts circles of Dragon Country, there is a saying that Tai Chi in culture can bring peace to the world, and Bajiquan in martial arts can determine the outcome of the war. Since you are the master of Bajiquan, I will fight you with Bajiquan. Yi Kuan smiled and also assumed the starting posture of Bajiquan. He is a full-time fighting master. Whether it is Wing Chun, Hungar, Tai Chi, or Baji, he can master it with ease. Bajiquan versus Bajiquan. It's really shocking. As the saying goes, force can defeat skill. He wants to use the master-level Bajiquan to challenge the grandmaster-level Bajiquan. Drink! Sanju roared and attacked Yi Kuan. He is worthy of being the master of Bajiquan. His movements are like a stretched bow. His fire is like exploding thunder. The attack is fierce and violent, extremely ferocious. The characteristics of Bajiquan's power are fierce, violent, and shocking, which distinguishes it from other types of boxing. This characteristic is fully displayed in Sanju. Yi Kuan did not confront Sanju head-on, but used flexible footwork to dodge his fierce attacks. Sanju's fighting skills are very advanced. He can cut and grab the opponent's moves inch by inch, and use hard strikes and hard penetration. Either touch or help, either squeeze or lean, either collapse or shake. All the moves are at his fingertips and extremely powerful. Yi Kuan's power was equally swift and unpretentious. Bang bang, bang bang bang, bang 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 bang. Yi Kuan and Sanju exchanged several moves, and there was a huge collision sound like a landslide. So powerful. Sanju's physical fitness has exceeded the limits of ordinary humans. Yi Kuan thought to himself, secretly estimating Sanju's strength. The force of each of Sanju's attacks far exceeded the full-strength attack of a soldier like Lu Tianqian and was extremely powerful. The boss's fighting ability is amazing. His strength, speed, and reaction are far superior to mine. If my combat power is 100, the boss's combat power is at least 500. Sanju became more and more frightened as the fight went on. Although the boss's attainments in Bajiquan are not as good as his, having only reached the master level, his overall combat power is superior to his. However, Sanju is the master of Bajiquan after all, and his means of attack are endless. Bang 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 bang. Sanju successively used the cross force, sinking force, and winding force of Bajiquan to launch a fierce attack on Yi Kuan. However, he couldn't do anything to Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan was at ease from beginning to end, and was able to use their own methods to retaliate. It's invincible. No solution. I can't do anything to you. I give up. Sanju put away his fist and admitted defeat. He was in awe of his boss's fighting ability and his understanding of Bajiquan. Some people appear to be very rich on the surface, but are actually fighters in secret. So terrifying. Ding. Gained a critical hit from Bajiquan Grandmaster Sanju's admiration. Although Sanju only triggered one worship value critical hit, he contributed up to 6,666 points of worship value. I'm afraid that the stronger you are, the more admiration contribution points you will get from the other party. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, defeating Bajiquan Grandmaster Sanju. Ding. Reward the host with a Grandmaster level fighter. Note: Grandmaster fighters will take the initiative to report to the Super Villa. Please check. That's great. There will be another Grandmaster Super Bodyguard and a Master Bodyguard coming. Yi Kuan relied on his strength to defeat all the bodyguards, which greatly increased his prestige. Before, those bodyguards only thought that Yi Kuan was an ordinary rich man, and they were just doing the job for money. Now, in their hearts, Yi Kuan is not only a wealthy boss, but also an awe-inspiring and powerful fighter. After subduing all the bodyguards, Yi Kuan returned to the Super Villa with the housekeeper Wen Yan. Owner. As soon as Yi Kuan walked into the spacious and luxurious hall of the villa, a beautiful maid came over to serve tea and water. Master, you have worked hard. Let me rub your shoulders and back. A long-legged maid in a short skirt and black stockings came over and offered to serve Yi Kuan attentively. She is very tall, with an estimated height of over 1.75 meters, and has long hair. A pair of long legs looks particularly prominent under the short skirt and black stockings. Ding. A school beauty maid has been detected. Name: Lu Yao. Appearance: 94. School beauty level. Height: 176 cm. Measurements: 86, 62, 92. Chest: 36. Identity: personal maid. Maid level: level 6. Loyalty: 99. Features: former top flight attendant, with legs 1.2 meters long, graceful and sexy. Good at etiquette, piano, catwalk. This maid Lu Yao was a top flight attendant. No wonder she has a pair of invincible long legs. Yikuan discovered that these four-school beauty-level personal maids were not simple. Lu Shi is cute and adorable, with a delicate and gentle body. Lu Yao is a sexy queen, extremely charming. The other two personal maids also have their own characteristics. Master, let me massage your legs. The cute maid Lu Shi also came over and offered to serve her master. The other two maids also came over to serve Yikuan. It is their honor to serve the handsome and wealthy boss. Yikuan just nodded slightly and sat on the sofa, looking like a cold and arrogant emperor. The maid Lu Yao rubbed his shoulders and back, and Lu Shi massaged his legs. It's very boring. So Yikuan took out his mobile phone and clicked on the Mayan short video. The life of the super rich is so rich, with all kinds of entertainment activities going on, that he has no time to watch short videos or live broadcasts. The worship value is not enough. Yikuan decided to watch the live broadcast for entertainment and earn some admiration points at the same time. Becoming an internet tycoon is a great way to quickly gain admiration points. The account, starting with a Kuan, has become famous on the Kuanping live broadcast platform, topped the hot search list, and become a new internet tycoon. However, Yikuan is no longer satisfied with making a name for himself on Kuanping Live alone. He wants to sweep across the four major live streaming platforms: Mayan, Dicky, Shark, and Tiger. Wen Yin, I have a task for you. Yikuan said to the housekeeper Wen Yin. Master, please give me your orders. The housekeeper Wen Yin spoke respectfully. You will create a new account on Dicky, Mayan, Shark, and Tiger Live respectively, and name it starting with a Kuan. I want to start a game with a Kuan account and sweep across the four major live streaming platforms to become the most powerful online tycoon. Yikuan said calmly. He is going to take action and stir up the internet. Chapter 102. First, give him 100 million. Good people and good deeds will be rewarded. Every live streaming platform needs to be recharged with 100 million first. Yikuan spoke calmly to the housekeeper and several maids. Since we want to sweep the four major live streaming platforms, we can't be too stingy. At present, the four largest live streaming platforms in Longwa are Dicky Live, Mayan Live, Shark Live, and Tiger Live. Kuanping Group's Kuanping Live is a rising star and can only be ranked 5th. Give him 100 million first. When these words were spoken, the four school beauty maids were all stunned. The owner gives 100 million to each platform. So terrifying. Only the housekeeper Wen Yin remained calm. It's just a small goal. In front of a super rich man like the master, it's just a starting point and not worth mentioning. Master, none of these live streaming platforms have a top-up entrance for the super rich. The maximum top-up on the Mayan platform is 500,000 yuan, and the Dicky live streaming platform is less than 1 million yuan. The maid Lu Yao spoke up. It would take a long time just to top up this 100 million. It turns out that rich people also have this kind of unknown trouble. Then let them open a super rich recharge channel for me. Yikuan said calmly. He gave money and popularity to several major live streaming platforms, and they had no reason to refuse. Master, I will arrange for several major platforms to open a separate channel for you. The housekeeper Wen Yin spoke up. She is an all-round housekeeper with strong ability to handle affairs. After making a few phone calls, she opened a separate recharge channel for the rich. Yikuan recharged 100 million yuan into Dicky Live, Mayan Live, Shark Live, and Tiger Live respectively. The money is in place, so the next step is to get things done. What is our slogan? Yikuan leaned back on the comfortable leather sofa, his eyes scanning the goddess-level housekeeper and the four school beauty-level maids. Make trouble. Make trouble. Make trouble. The housekeeper Wen Yin and the maid spoke in unison, united as one and very excited. The owner pays for them to experience what it's like to be a wealthy person on the internet. We have to create something and also create a good atmosphere. Very good, let's get started. You can brush whoever you want. I won't restrict you. You can brush as much as you want. Let's start with a Kuran and sweep across the four major live streaming platforms. I'm in charge of the Mayan Live account. Wen Yin, you're in charge of the Dicky Live account. Lu Yao is in charge of the Shark Live account, and Lu Shi is in charge of the Tiger Live account. Yikuan quickly assigned tasks to the housekeeper and maids. As for the two remaining school beauty maids, they were to massage Master Yikuan's legs and shoulders. It's both entertainment and enjoyment, but it's so plain and boring. When Yikuan clicked on the Mayan short video, he saw a thrilling video of a man bravely doing something righteous. In the surveillance video, a man with a knife lost control and stabbed and hacked a weak woman on the roadside. The situation was very critical. At this moment, a man in black who was on the phone nearby saw it and rushed over to stop it without hesitation. And they grabbed the man with a knife and subdued him. In the video, There are also several enthusiastic people who rushed over to help and subdued the criminals together. This man in black became a hot topic and was recognized as a brave man who performed a heroic act. He was enthusiastically called Brother Capture by the people. Act bravely and promote positive energy, so we must reward you. After some searching, Yikurin actually found the short video account of China Brother. At that time, he was also doing a live broadcast, sharing the thrilling experience of that day with his friends in the live broadcast room. It turns out that Brother Capture is a retired soldier who is already in his 30s. Although he has retired from the army for many years, he has never given up his grappling skills. That day, he was making a phone call on the roadside when he happened to see a criminal committing a crime in broad daylight. Without thinking twice, he rushed over, grabbed the criminal and subdued him. Although the deeds of Brother Capture were very passionate, there were only a few people in the live broadcast room. This capturing guy was just chatting with his fans, and no one gave him any gifts. Acting bravely and promoting positive energy should not only be encouraged and advocated, but also rewarded. Yikuin did not hesitate, clicked on the gift column of the Mayan live broadcast platform, and found the rocket gift. A rocket gift costs 2,000 yuan. Yikuin lightly tapped his finger, and a gorgeous rocket shot special effect instantly filled the entire screen. Fuck. At the beginning of the game, Akurin gave Brother China a rocket gift. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Those female anchors who have turned on the beauty effects can easily get the rocket gifts from the Big Brother just by singing a song and shaking their buttocks. However, heroes like Brother China who bravely stand up for justice are often ignored and no one will give them gifts. Why did the wind direction change today? There was actually a big shot who gave Brother China a rocket gift. There is a Kuin at the beginning. Who is it? This is a question that everyone has. When everyone thought that the game would stop after a Kurin gave a rocket gift, the entire screen was filled with countless rocket gifts. Start with a Kuin and give Brother China a rocket. Start with a Kuin and give it to Brother China with a rocket. Start with a Kuin and give it to Brother China with a rocket. Start with a Kuin and give it to Brother China with a rocket. Fuck. At the beginning of the game, a Kuin boss madly gave Brother China 1,000 rockets. There's only one Kuin at the beginning, and he keeps brushing. He can't stop at all. A Kurin at the beginning. This is a personal reward for Brother China. The entire Mayan platform exploded, and countless people rushed into China GE's live broadcast room frantically. Rocket special effects came one after another, rising into the sky and couldn't be stopped at all. Start with a Kuin, give Brother China a rocket worth 1,500. Start with a Kurin, and give Brother China 2,000 rockets. More than 100,000 people have flocked to Brother China's live broadcast room, and at the same time, a Kurin is madly blasting rockets at the beginning of the game. It's really too arrogant. Who is Brother China? At the beginning, there was only one Kuin, so why did he send thousands of rockets to Brother China? You don't even know Brother China? He is a brave hero and a veteran. If he started with a Kuin, wouldn't he become famous overnight on the Kuinping live streaming platform and become a hotly searched internet celebrity? Fuck. At the beginning, a Kuin ran to Mayan and gave Brother China a lot of rockets. At this moment, more people on the Mayan platform got to know Brother China and his heroic deeds. At the same time, more and more people know about the rich man named Starting with a Kuin. Start with a Kurin, give Brother China a rocket worth 2,500. Yikurin stopped only after he had blasted 2,500 rockets in one breath. Fortunately, the gifts on the Mayan platform do not need to be collected one by one. Otherwise, his hands would cramp from collecting 2,500 rockets. Fuck. At the beginning of the game, a Kuin boss gave Brother China 2,500 rockets, which is a full 5 million. The entire live broadcast room was boiling. It turns out that doing good things can also be rewarded.